And the only way to allow people to get away with the emergency use exemption is you have to have some sort of proof that nothing else works.
Yeah, I know.
If you have another effective medication, you don't get emergency use authorization, right?
First place I heard that hypothesis was heaven. I believed it. I've come to believe that it's actually not that. That their ability to cheat in the American system, at least, is so great that obstacle would not have prevented them from deploying their shots.
Let's pause real quick because I have to pee. Yeah. And we'll come back right into that because I want to know the whole thing. I can't think about it.
I totally get it.
All right, we'll be right back. All right. Okay. So we were at the emergency use authorization.
Yeah.
And you think that wasn't necessary and they could have gotten it through?
I think it's logical enough. There's truth in it. Having a viable preventative for SARS-CoV-2 in theory should have prevented the UA, but I don't think that was an obstacle they couldn't overcome. I think the problem was their real goal was to normalize the use of a gene therapy on a population that had never had that idea placed in its mind. Mm. And so they called it a vaccine. That was one thing. But they also needed the disease to be frightening enough that people would accept something radical in order to get through it. And had doctors been enabled to just simply do what doctors are supposed to do, they would have discovered that there were treatments, inexpensive ones, one of them extremely safe, the other one comparatively safe, that were highly efficacious. They would have discovered the connection to vitamin D, all of these things. And that would have meant two things. One, it would have meant that the degree to which the mRNA platform got normalized would have been much reduced, and it also would have created a massive control group, people who didn't take the shots, which would make the harms that much less obvious.
Right.
So I suspect the reason I say that $100 billion isn't a lot of money, and obviously is a lot of money, is that it's not a lot of money compared to what was at stake in their minds, which is the mRNA platform, which can be used to reformulate every vaccine they've got, to create a bunch of new vaccines. We're talking about a $1 trillion invention that could not be brought to market normally because it's way too dangerous. And the emergency made it possible not only to bring it to market, but to get everybody, or nearly everybody, on board with it. Now, I don't know how deep this rabbit hole goes. I do think there's something remarkable about the early days of the so-called pandemic, where doctors were primed for the horror of this disease, so that they were already in the mindset of radical interventions, which meant that they did a lot of harm with things like ventilators that didn't need to be done, that killed a lot of people, because they thought they were rescuing. So the EUA story is good enough. It more or less explains it, but I don't think it obscures the bigger picture, which is that the mRNA platform itself is the ultimate cash cow that couldn't be brought to market under anything but the most extraordinary emergency circumstances. So they took a virus that shouldn't have existed in humans at all and wasn't that terrifying when it was released into the population. And they turned it into something frightening enough that people would contemplate things that they ordinarily would have rejected.
But doesn't that also make sense that the emergency use authorization would have to be in place in order for them to implement this? Because you're always going to, like you said, the lack of the control, right? If everybody gets vaccinated, you know what will happen. They blame it on COVID, which is why people who've been hit with the shots say they have long COVID. Mm-hmm. But if you have no emergency use authorization, and then people are allowed to make their own decisions, and doctors are allowed to make their own decisions, there's a lot of it's way easier to do it with this emergency use authorization. It's way easier to slip it through. And the only way you could stop that is if so emergency use authorization is supposed to only exist if there's not some sort of a medication that currently exists that treats it, right? And otherwise, you're going to have to go through all the trials. If there's another medication that exists, so you demonize the medications, you sneak it through, you make everybody take it, therefore you lose the control, and now you've got this platform rolled out. Do you think that they didn't know to the extent of the damage that it was going to cause?
I think they knew.
You think they knew it was going to harm that many people?
Yeah. Right? Because so much of, I mean, I'm not arguing that the EUA wasn't important. I think it was important. I just don't think it was necessary for them to. They could have overcome that obstacle the way they overcame
I see what you're saying. So
many others.
But the most important thing was rolling out this platform
And normalizing it. Getting people to accept the idea that they were going to take an mRNA shot, right? That was a big leap. And so the EUA was important. And we know that because of the shenanigans around. They ultimately did get a shot that they said was the same. Not emergency use authorized, but I'm forgetting the term on the FDA actually is another term. It's not authorized, it's a synonym. But anyway, they did get one approved. They did get one approved, and you couldn't get it. They kept giving the one that had the EUA. They did that for legal reasons. It gave them a layer of immunity, right? They had been given a license to deliver an experimental drug, and then they got approval for a non-experimental drug, and they kept giving the experimental one, even though they said they were the same thing. There's something very deep there around the legal status of that emergency use authorized pharmaceutical.
And so, do you think that the blowback from all of this, and the amount of people that are reporting vaccine injuries, and the amount of discussion that's happening, especially online, about these things, makes it more difficult for them to roll out that platform for other things?
Yes, I think we got in their way. We outed them. But to your earlier question about did they know how much harm? If they didn't, they'd be behaving differently. Notice how it's not slow. Right? They're still recommending these things for 6-month-old? What? On what planet would you do that? We now have pregnant women. Right? We now have a novel pathogen that presumably these kids are going to be faced with encounters repeatedly for the rest of their lives. And you want to mess with their immunity 6 months into life? You have no idea whether you are making it impossible for them to develop some proper immunity so they can fend this thing off for all of the encounters for the rest of their life. Right? You're like creating a consumer at the expense of a child. And it's insane. And I will tell you, I've just found out that there is sort of a next chapter on this mRNA stuff, which I don't know if you've paid any attention. Have you noticed what's going on in Japan?
No.
Self-replicating mRNA?
No.
So there's a new version. Apparently, when the mRNA platform that we got was settled upon, there were some competing platforms that didn't make it. And those competing platforms are beginning to make their debut. And in Japan, there are currently protests over what's called a self-replicating mRNA vaccine. I think they call it a replicon. And so notice that the whole mRNA platform was really about doing away with the vaccine factory by turning you into a vaccine factory, right? Your cells became the vaccine factory. And there are reasons that a pharmaceutical company, especially an amoral one, would prefer that. The self-replication, so remember, one of the things that was done to make the mRNA vaccines that we got work was the mRNA transcript was stabilized with pseudouridine. All of the uracils that would ordinarily have been in that message were replaced by something chemically similar. It is sometimes seen in nature, but the more of them you have, the more stable the molecules. So when they told us the mRNA molecules were short-lived, we didn't have to worry about this shot because the mRNAs weren't going to last very long in our bodies, right? They would disappear. That was a lie. They had hyperstabilized these things. They've now given a Nobel Prize for the hyperstabilization process. They wanted to give a prize for the vaccines, and so they gave it for this narrow thing. I would argue maybe it's the worst design flaw in the entire thing, and saying something. There's a substantial number of design flaws, but these self-replicating mRNAs, the competing platform, borrows some machinery from something called an alpha virus. And that alpha virus, basically they take the genome of an alpha virus and include the gene for the antigen that they want your body to develop immunity to. But they include it along with some genes for proteins that allow the RNA to basically copy itself, right? So now, instead of taking a molecule of mRNA and putting it in with a nanoparticle and making it hyperstable so it keeps making new messages, what they're going to do is they're going to allow the mRNA to duplicate itself biologically inside of you, right? Now this is madness, right? They are running a radical experiment, a new one. The mRNA platform was a radical experiment to begin with. Self-replicating, that's a whole new level of radical. And they are considering, I think they have gotten permission to deliver this stuff in Japan this fall. Right? So this is, if these people did not understand the damage that they were going to do, it would have given them pause. They would have looked at all of the harm, all of the people who died who didn't need to, all of the people suffering from, compromised immunity, and they would have thought, holy shit, what did we miss? But that's not what they did. This was business as usual. It's clearly business as usual.
The only way you're going to develop new novel medications that are effective is commerce. You're going to have people profiting off of them, which is why they fund them, cost a lot of money under the current climate. If you have FDA approval, it costs billions of dollars to achieve that. So you need people to be able to make money. But isn't people making money off these medications the real reason why stuff like this happens in the first place?
I think it's a bad paradigm. I definitely want those rare pharmaceuticals that actually do more good than harm.
When you say rare, what percentage do you think it is?
1%.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Now, that's going to sound crazy to people, but let me defend it for a second. Okay. When you have a pathology that's widespread enough for a company to make a medication to do something about it, you are dealing with a failure of the environment in which the creature lives. Our focus should be on that. It should be on what's in our food that we're not expecting. Seed oils, for example. Right? A lot of us spent our lives not noticing that seed oils weren't what they appeared to be, and they actually have a role to play in the creation of disease. And it's not vegetable oil. Right? Vegetable oil, avocado oil is vegetable oil. Seed oil,
Fruit oil.
exactly. Fruit oil. Perfect. So the point is that one makes sense because a plant does not want you eating the seed, right? So it puts toxins in the seed. The oil from avocados comes from the flesh, which is there to induce birds to take the seed various places. So the point is it's designed as a food. So anyway, there's something wrong with the environment. The profitable thing to do is not to fix the environment. It's to create a remedy or something that masquerades as a remedy. And the number of harms that are being done to people is just compounding. So my feeling is the paradigm is right. I want the antibiotic to prevent the gangrene, right? We've cured gangrene. They don't lose their arms anymore because they got a wound. That's good. That's a pharmaceutical that's worth having. We should treat it with respect. We should not deliver the stuff where it doesn't belong. But by and large, the pharmaceuticals we have are creating their own demand. Sometimes they're being given because somebody has engineered a parameter that causes a doctor, statins are being delivered because of, a metric that suggests to somebody that you have ill health in some way that can be remedied by these things. It was nonsense to begin with. So yeah, I think the cost we pay is huge, and that the market is going to find plausible stories that cause people to be willing to take drugs, and that mostly health starts in the kitchen. That's something that doctors I respect have pointed out, that this is about what you're consuming, it's about the environment that you live in, it's about understanding that sunlight is an important contributor to health and the way you live, means that you're probably deficient in vitamin D. It's about all of those things. And the amount of good that can be done just by simply recognizing the environmental component is huge.
Well, that seems reasonable.
I must be a crank.
Yeah, I know, that funny. That was what was hilarious to me during the pandemic, was people that were clearly not physically healthy saying that the only way that you could be healthy was to take this medication. That to me was bizarre. It was so bizarre because they weren't even considering taking care of their body. They were only considering taking this medication as if taking care of your body is foolish.
Right.
Which is so weird. Like when I had Hotez on, he was talking about his diet. I was like, what do you mean? Do you ever work out? He eats junk food. He eats junk food and blasts himself with vaccines.
Yeah.
It's nuts. It's nuts.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with him, but it's
something not good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just the contradictory statements over the years, and his stance on vaccines when Trump was president, his stance on the mRNA platform when Trump was president versus the immediate one he took.
Yeah. I mean,
Biden took office.
I hate to say this, but he's either a cold-hearted liar or the most profoundly unself-aware person has ever existed. It's stunning.
I think it's two. It's number two. It's the latter, with a little bit of number one. That is necessary in order to be number two.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think if you're a part of a system, and it's really important that you support all the people above you in the system, and that you all work together, and you're a good company man, you find profound ways to justify the things that you're saying. And especially if you can use some science and kind of talk, and talk about diseases and inflate people dying, and inflate numbers, and inflate this and that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
which is why they attack me so much. They want someone healthy. Get
right.
over it real quick and say, hey, you know me, I work out all the time. By the way, go over it real quick.
Right.
That's how I did it.
Well, that goes back to what I was getting.
Yeah.
Everything I saw suggested they wanted it to be as terrifying as possible.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's no comforting people, no telling people, listen, it's not nearly as bad as we thought it was going to be. You're going to be fine. They didn't want to contribute to vaccine hesitancy.
Right.
They wanted that money to keep rolling in. And that, the number, I mean, just the shift in that. Imagine if they did. Imagine if right away they said, you know what, this is not nearly as bad as we thought it was going to be. The way Bill Gates talks about it now,
yeah.
Right? It actually mostly affected older people, people who are very vulnerable. Those are the people that really affected. The amount of profit they would have made would have been significantly less, and the enthusiasm for the platform would have been significantly less.
Yes, I really believe you're talking in the end about, I think, many hundreds of billions is unrealistically low. We're talking about an industry that has been playing this game without our knowledge, right? How do you demonize competing drugs? How do you make your pharmaceutical look safe when it isn't? How do you make it look effective when it isn't? Right? That's the game every day of the week for these people. And they found the ultimate version of that game in the mRNA platform, which they wanted to normalize, and you needed an emergency to do it. That's the most parsimonious explanation for everything we experienced. And you know, it's playing God with people's lives.
But it's also, the weird thing was, especially now because of Zuckerberg's recent statement, we now know for sure that what he was saying was that they were pressuring them to remove COVID-19 information that turned out to be true. So the government was involved in this whole thing because the government is probably being pressured by the pharmaceutical drug companies.
Yes, and even those distinctions, I think, are quaint. We are now watching the fusion of corporate power and governmental power that is the definition of fascism. We're seeing the breakdown of individual and national sovereignty. Right? What the hell is the firearms? Why are the intelligence apparatus of these countries conspiring against the citizens of these countries? All of the categories that we grew up with are an obstacle to seeing what's actually functioning as our antagonist. It doesn't have a name. It doesn't have a national boundary. It's clearly targeting the civil liberties that make the West possible. And we're going to have to level up quickly if we're actually going to survive this.
So what's worst case scenario in your mind? With all the competing factors that are happening right now, what's worst case scenario?
Well, let's leave this terrestrial, okay? There is some space weather stuff I'm pretty concerned about that we really need to have our governmental shit in order to deal with. But I'm concerned that we are facing the last opportunity to wield the power that remains in our Constitution in order to preserve the West. I really believe the West is at stake in this election. And I know everybody will laugh and say, everybody always says this is the last opportunity, this time it's really dire. But I truly believe the Republic is in serious jeopardy. I believe that however it happened, the blue team has become hostile to all of the fundamental values that allow the Republic to function and that undergird the West. And when I say the West, I'm not talking about a set of countries. I'm not talking about a geographic description. I'm talking about an agreement not to rig the world in favor of your people. An agreement on a level playing field in which people are rewarded for creating wealth from which we all benefit. That system is incredibly dynamic and powerful. It increases human well-being at a rate that no other competing system has ever come close to. And it is very strong in one way. Its capacity to generate wealth is incredible, but it is vulnerable. The reason that our founding documents have the strange form that they do, the reason that the founders of the U.S. carved out all of these counterintuitive rights are that in order to stabilize that system, you needed to have an industrial strength document that prevented all sorts of threats from getting anywhere near the core of that system. So I think the worst case scenario is the next election, November, we don't beat the cheat margin. The blue team remains in power, and it dismantles the remaining protections of our civil liberties and the basis of our freedom.
And what would be the way they would go about doing that?
Well, you saw it, right? That thing you put up from the New York Times.
Mm-hmm.
The idea is, look, at some level, we've got the First Amendment, which is already in tremendous peril, right? We've got Brazil turning off X, as you pointed out, threatening to ruin anybody who uses a VPN to circumvent their block. You've got Paul Durov, who has been effectively taken hostage in France. You have
The owner of Telegram.
You have people in Britain being arrested for speaking freely, and the U.S. is actually, in some ways, the last holdout. Why are we the last holdout? because our First Amendment is spelled out in very clear terms, and it's difficult to get around it. And, you and I lived through an era of terrible censorship, but it had to be cryptic. Here, you showed, New York Times, was it? Experimenting with how to phrase the argument for unhooking the Constitution so that people would get used to the idea that that was being done for them. Right?
It's dangerous. The First Amendment is dangerous. The Constitution is dangerous. Did you see? Is it dangerous? That was the question.
But here's let's flip the topic on its head. Right?
Yeah.
The founders of the U.S. enshrined counterintuitive rights. Right? These were brilliant men, and they enshrined counterintuitive rights because they understood a thing or two about tyranny because they had faced it. They knew that there was no way to eliminate bad speech without eliminating necessary speech. So they said, you know what, you can't do it. There is lots of bad speech. Live with it. You know why? Because there's really uncomfortable stuff that needs to be said that you don't want anyone to have the power to eliminate. Right? That's counterintuitive. Everybody, every child understands people shouldn't be allowed to say bad stuff. Right? Maybe that's appropriate in a kindergarten classroom, but it's not appropriate in civilization where we have to figure out
what's good and what's bad.
Right.
And it has to be debated.
Nobody has a position from which to say which speech has no value, so that's off limits. But here's the frightening part. It's even frightening to raise this. That First Amendment is where it is for a reason. It's the fundamental right to all of us. They placed the Second Amendment in the backup position. So what I'm telling you is I am concerned that we are, you can hear our civil liberties creaking. You can hear that document threatening to give way. You can hear the enemies of it experimenting with explaining what they're doing and why they're really the ones who are looking out for your best interests. All of these maniacs are going to make violence inevitable. We have to avoid that. We absolutely have to avoid that. So, I don't know if this is the moment to talk about what's brewing over the course of the next month.
Sure.
All right. So, several of us are organizing an event. I don't really want to call it an event, because although it's technically an event, I think it's much more important than that. But we're going to hold an event on the Capitol Mall on September 29th. It's going to be between the Washington Monument and the World War II Memorial. That event is called Rescue the Republic. And it is really about rescuing the Republic in order to save the West. This is an attempt to gather the unity movement that is forming at this moment. Here you can see some of the characters who will be joining us on the mall. And here's the pitch I would make. There are transcendent moments in culture. There are moments at which something shifts. Woodstock was a music festival, but it was obviously more than a music festival. It was a defining moment for a generation. I think there's a lot that's unfortunate about what that generation has done. And in fact, I believe they've put us in the jeopardy that we're in now. And that in some ways, what we're struggling to do is get past their vision. The event that we are holding on the Capitol Mall on September 29th is really an attempt to bookend that era, to end it, and to start a new era in which, as Bobby Kennedy said, we love our children more than we hate each other. Right? And that allows us to come together, recognize each other as allies, to fend off this force that is obviously targeting our civil liberties, our freedom, the very foundations of our system. So what we've done is we've outlined 8 pillars. They're things which I think almost every member of your audience, really any patriot, anybody who understands the value of the West, would resonate with. These are just fundamentals. We can go through them in a second if you want. But the idea is we're going to get as many people as we can together on the Capitol Mall. And my point would be, it could be 50,000. That's not enough. If you want to prevent the other side from being able to cheat its way to victory, there needs to be a massive showing of support for this unity coalition that is emerging. This unity coalition is not MAGA. It contains MAGA. MAGA is part of that coalition. We saw that begin to happen where President Trump brought on Bobby Kennedy, and Bobby Kennedy stepped out of the race. Right? That was the moment at which the idea of unity began to catalyze. And the question is, all right, well, how many of us are there? So gathering on the Capitol Mall is going to allow us to show just how many of us there are and how serious we are about restoring the Republic and returning to the foundational principles.
How many FBI agents think are going to show up?
Well, you should be able to recognize them by the swastikas that they're carrying, the fact that they're inciting violence. Or,
you think that's going to happen?
Well, let's put it this way. The first of the pillars of the Rescue the Republic event is war is always the last resort. And I would broaden that a little bit just so that it's very clear to people who are listening to this. And I realize you're an MMA guy, so I got to be careful. Non-consensual violence is always the last resort. If you want to gather with somebody else and fight with them under something, that's
yeah. I don't. Violence is very different than sport.
Yeah,
sport violence, combat sports. It's just violence is just a part of it. It's agreed. There's some of the nicest guys you ever want to meet.
Oh yeah, believe me, I want to leave plenty of room for that. I just want to say, if I say violence is the last resort, I don't want anybody to be confused about what that means. But the point is, look, violence is the last resort. This gathering is the attempt to avoid that happening. The people who are eroding our rights are making it inevitable. We want to head them off at the pass, and we want to proclaim what it is that we stand for. And the first thing that we stand for is that war is always the last resort. This is not a pacifist movement. Right? In fact, I've been. All right. Do you remember learning in school that this country, this bastion of freedom, was forged by patriots who fought off tyrants, who beat the odds, and created this country?
Right.
Do you remember learning that Thomas Jefferson said that the tree of liberty must periodically be refreshed with the blood of patriots and tyrants?
Mm-hmm.
So this idea that tyranny is a profound problem is written in our DNA as a nation. And those who are cynically dismantling the nation are putting us in that jeopardy. And what I'm afraid that people will do is they will, with some justification, say to themselves, you know what, I'm not sure how much my vote counts. I'm not sure what we can do. I'm expecting them to cheat. And then they're going to cross their fingers. And we're going to end up with a result that people are going to have a hard time accepting. This is the alternative. If you don't know if your vote counts, you know what does count? If you show up in a large group that makes it very clear that there are lots of us who are intent on keeping our rights. So the first of our pillars, war is always the last resort. Second is that we have to recodify informed consent. So the medical freedom movement is part and parcel of what we are. And I know that that's an issue that is profoundly important. I'm concerned that the medical freedom movement was taking shape, and then events happened that caused it to get swamped. The fact the Trump campaign was uninterested in talking about the problems of Project Warp Speed dropped that issue to a low priority. And we are going to reprioritize it. The third of our pillars is that we have to repel censorship, propaganda, and information. We have a right to have a public square, to have a discussion. We have a right to be incorrect. Hopefully, you're honorable about it and you discover you're incorrect and you fix your error, but we have to be able to talk freely. There's nobody who knows what the facts are so that they can tell us, which things we're allowed to talk about any more than there's somebody in a position to tell us which speech is tolerable, right? This is sacrosanct. And so we have to have an end to censorship. The fourth pillar is that we have to return to a modality of truth seeking. You can't have a system of universities or institutes or arms of the government that believe they have the right to lie to us for our own good. That leads to a very dark place. So we have to replace that paternalistic anti-truth bent with a return to open truth seeking. So that's the fourth one. Fifth one is an end to lawfare. We've seen the radical abuse of the courts. Much of it amounts to election interference. So it is breaking down another one of the fundamental elements of a democratic society. It is making it impossible to elect the people we would choose to elect. Are being steered in a way that is intolerable. And I would say the second component of our focus on lawfare is that we have to have elections that we can trust. Free and fair elections are obviously central to a democratic republic. And so that has to be enshrined in a way, in my personal opinion, this is not the opinion of the organizers of the event necessarily, but in my personal opinion, this is a place where the states all coming up with their own mechanisms for voting is a problem. I think actually we have to have a national conversation about how to hold elections that are transparent and verifiable. It seems like a minimum requirement. I think I'm on that was six. So the seventh pillar is financial freedom. So this is essentially about the danger of a central bank digital currency that we need the capacity to be autonomous, tyranny inflicted on us through some sort of a social credit system that would be mediated through a central bank digital currency. There are two more, and these are out of order on the screen.
Immigration and industrial
border policy. We need a rational border policy. Obviously, open borders don't make any sense. Immigration is something that we need to decide what the right level is. We need to decide how to bring in people who actually want to be Americans, and only at the rate the civilization in question can absorb them and they can be part of this great experiment. And then the last one is no, that's lawfare. The last one is going to be development, right? Of course, the sovereignty of the family. You can't have a civilization in which the government is telling you that because your child said something that they think means that they are genderqueer, that they need to have medications and surgeries inflicted on them. And it's not your right as a parent to say no. So those are the 8 pillars. I think if people think about those 8 pillars and realize actually there's nothing to disagree with them, that reasonable people would all agree to these things because they're not in any way radical, and that a unity movement built around these things is exactly where they want to be in an era where there's so much insanity being presented to us as the only way forward. Hopefully they will gather with us on the Capitol Mall on September 29th and show themselves. And really, I think if you had, 500,000 people show up, that would make a pretty unambiguous statement.
I think it's important to point out that you had this idea a while ago, and that it was actually removed from Twitter.
In 2020,
Yeah.
I initiated what I called the Unity 2020 movement, which I actually announced on your show under a different name. It was called Dark Horse Duo before it became Unity 2020. And I still think it was the right idea. It was elegant in its construction, so that it neutralized things by virtue of the balance of the plan. That's not what we're faced with now, but I do think, if I'm perfectly frank about it, I think Unity was the right answer. It was the wrong moment for it to catch fire.
But what's important is that it was removed from Twitter.
Yeah, it was removed from Twitter.
What was the rationalization? What did they say?
It was under false pretenses. What they said was that we had engaged in, what was their phrase? Something like inorganic behavior or inauthentic behavior, which was code for
Bots.
Bots that they argued that we had used. We did an internal investigation to see if somebody had used them under our banner. It turned out there was no truth in it.
Well, here's the thing you could do very easily. You put bots onto this program. So you have these people that are tweeting under this banner, and then you send the bots to that page to agree with them. And they say, "Oh my God, we found bots!"
Right?
They shut it down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the same trick as sending people with a swastika flag to the trucker march so you can claim that they're Nazis.
Exactly the same stuff. It's just organized.
Yeah, it's organized. So I don't know. I do think unity is the right message. I think this is exactly the moment at which people do come together because many people feel the jeopardy. I sincerely hope that what President Trump discovered when he brought Bobby Kennedy on board continues to grow in his mind. Because I think actually he has the potential to lead a massive movement to restore the republic and make it function. And that would be, I think it would be wonderful for him. I think he would go down in history as not the polarizing figure that people seem intent on turning him into, but he would go down in history as a galvanizing figure, really a refounder of the country. I know that would be hard for many people who have thought ill of him to swallow, but I don't know what you think, but the joining of the Trump campaign and Bobby Kennedy
and Tulsi,
who is in fact coming to our event. I will say Tulsi's coming. Jimmy Dore, Russell Brand will be there. It's going to be there? Cool. Bobby Kennedy. He's not on the website yet, but Matt Taibbi will be there, Zuby will be there, Pierre Corey, Robert Malone, Douglas McGregor.
And this is September 29th. And what is the website? Jointheresistance.org.
Jointheresistance.org is where you find it. Laura Logan will be present. And there are some folks. So, by the way, Bobby says hello. There are some other folks that we are negotiating with to see if we can get them there. Some very big names. I wish I could tell you.
No worries. That's not big names.
Yeah. But in any case, I can't emphasize enough how important it is that we make a strong showing. And the reason that it is important is because it will make it very difficult to sell the story that the enthusiasm simply drove Kamala Harris, who has yet to articulate anything like a vision. into the White House. We need to make it clear, right? If you worry that your vote doesn't count, your physical presence on the mall, the picture of Americans coming together across ideological divides and joining together in order to rescue the republic, I believe is the antidote to the cheating that we all fear.
All right, here. Bert Weinstein, appreciate you very much.
Right back at you.
Thank you. Thanks for being you.
All right. Thanks,
Goodbye,
brother.
everybody. All right, we were going to end, ladies and gentlemen, a bonus. We had forgot to talk about this one thing. So when Tucker was on, he was saying that there was no evidence for evolution.
Yeah.
And you had a real problem with that.
Well, I didn't have a real problem with that.
Small problem with that.
Let's put it this way: I think it's nonsense, but I understand.
That's a problem.
I understand how he ends up there. So let me just say, I saw that segment, of course, as you would imagine, and I immediately reached out to him and I said, "Tucker, you've got it wrong. The evidence for Darwinian evolution adaptation is overwhelming, and I would love to sit down with you and talk to you about why that is." And he said, "I would love that. We haven't had a chance yet, but I do think it's saying something about why that perspective, where that perspective is coming from, and why it's incorrect. It is important to say I really appreciate Tucker, and his openness to hearing the counter argument says a lot about him. He was not the slightest bit defensive, and in fact was eager to hear about Darwinism. And
Well, he's absolutely going to change his mind.
Yeah.
About everything.
Yeah,
Which is great.
It is. It's
It's very important that he's got such a big voice because of that.
I agree, and I must just say, it's funny. I went on his show. He was the first person to reach out, and things melted down in 2017 in Evergreen, and I thought him a villain because nobody else had reached out from any mainstream platform. I felt like I had no choice but.
Yeah, I remember you took a lot of heat for that. On his show.
A lot of heat, but I also, it was a wake-up call because I was expecting him to treat me badly. I was expecting him to treat me as a liberal who got what he deserved, and instead he was absolutely compassionate, and he didn't. There was no part of him that was taking a victory lap over some liberal who was faced with an angry mob. So anyway,
he's oddly misinterpreted.
Yes,
like the way people pretend he is versus how he actually is. I mean, he doesn't do himself any favors. Like they had like I that said he blew Obama. Like he's just wild. But I mean, he's willing to have on anybody. But who he is as a person, he's a lovely guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy,
Very nice guy.
And he's just like obsessively in love with nature.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah, which is really interesting about him. Passionate fly fisherman.
Oh yeah, passionate.
Yeah,
passionate outdoorsman. And anyway, a lot of affection for the guy.
Yeah, I do too. And it is interesting. I mean, so there's a certain group of people that are just on Team Blue. You say anything positive about Tucker, and you're some sort of a terrible villain. He represents white supremacy. And
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it was a strange discovery.
But it's being connected to Fox News. You get attached to Fox News. You get attached, especially him, the most popular voice on Fox News.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time. He's always being demonized as a white supremacist or something, and I got into the habit every time somebody said, "Oh, Tucker's finally revealed himself," I would click through and see what the evidence was. I used to think, okay, the guy just said he wasn't for open borders, right? It's just empty.
Yeah, well, the rational voice is so discouraged in today's world. The rational, objective voice, where you look at both sides. I see why someone would say this. I see what you're saying. I see this. Everybody immediately gets polarized. Everybody immediately connects to their ideology and changes the words of someone to be the least charitable version of what it is, and the most heinous interpretation of who that human being is. And you support them, you support this, and if you platform them, you platform this. And it's just nonsense. It's nonsense peddled by morons. It's a moronic way to look at the world. It really is.
Yeah, it's almost beyond that because I mean, look, I remember thinking Bobby Kennedy was
A kook.
yeah,
100%. I said it to him when he came on the podcast. I
right.
said, I have to be honest, that my version of you was connected entirely to you being an anti-vaxxer, conspiracy theorist, kook, the dark cloud of the Kennedy family. This one guy who was just nuts, unfortunately. Too bad. Then I read The Real Anthony Fauci, and I was like, hang on.
Yeah. Oh, it's
But then I talked to some brilliant people that I know that recommend certain things and told me to read some other things that he had written. I'm like, oh, okay. This is another one of those. Another one. Well, those people that meet me and they think I'm some right-wing kook, conspiracy theorist, asshole, mean person. It's like, okay, well, how do you get there? Like, you're getting there because someone's led you there. You're not getting there from a normal, objective analysis of a person, of who they are and what they stand for.
that's exactly.
Yeah. And with him, he's connected to that business of the first environment, right? So he's an environmental attorney that cleaned up the East River, and did a lot of great work.
Yeah, he is our champion, and we were led to believe that he was
a bad guy.
Yeah,
and he's so well measured, even dealing with these attacks, the way he handles things is so admirable.
It is that.
It really is.
Yeah, and
it's good for all of us.
Yeah, well, the discovery. I want everybody to have the experience of having thought ill of somebody like Tucker or like Bobby Kennedy, and then to discover in person that the rap is just wrong.
Right, and you're being led. You're being led by what's essentially propaganda, and it's to polarize us. It's to keep us separated, and to keep us thinking that you don't have anything in common with people on the right. They're demons. You don't have anything in common with people on the left. They're loons. Like, you and I are both very socially liberal.
Yeah.
The idea that you'd be sitting here saying Trump's got to win.
I know. Who would have thought, right?
It's crazy.
It is crazy.
It's crazy, but the world's crazy. And when the world's crazy, you have to have crazy solutions.
I started when people don't know who I am, and they ask.
Just I'm a biologist. Keep moving.
Well, the problem is, eventually they're going to run into it. So I've started saying, look, I'm happy to tell you what I do, but I should warn you, I'm a terrible person who's come to believe unforgivable things. It kind of works, because when you hear somebody say that about themselves, it's like, well, okay, what doesn't add up here, right? But anyway, back to Tucker. Here's the problem. I think there's a lot of concern, especially on the right, about the story of Darwinism being incorrect. And to me, this is a slow motion. And I don't fault people for thinking that Darwin had it wrong, because I think modern Darwinists have screwed up their job. And in fact, they became advocates for Darwin in a way that prevented them from seeing that there was a major error in the version that they were presenting.
And what is that?
The error is that the story, let's put it this way. Darwin existed at a moment where his ability to access what was taking place inside of biological creatures was just limited technologically. Okay? So there's a lot that he didn't know. And it actually worked to his benefit, because what he outlined was an extremely elegant idea. In fact, Richard Dawkins said it was the most powerful theory that anyone had ever come up with. And his defense for that I find very compelling. His defense was, the power of a theory is that which it explains divided by that which it assumes. And the thing about Darwinism is it assumes almost nothing, right? Essentially descent with modification. And it explains essentially all of biology. So by that rubric, it is just far and away the most powerful theory we've got. Now, what he presented was an outline of how what I would call selection, right, just a non-random sort of things, when it was coupled with heredity, produced adaptation. Okay? Creatures being adapted to their environments by the process of selection, where some things outdo other things, and heredity allows the characteristics that make some things outdo other things to accumulate. When DNA, so the order of events is Darwin outlines his hypothesis. Mendel at the same time is playing games with pea plants. And Mendel discovers the particulate inheritance. He discovers that if he is careful about how he breeds the peas, that he can actually identify traits as they move from parent to offspring in a way that suggests it wasn't like swirling up a bunch of ice cream. It was like things that stayed independent, that flowed through these breedings, right? Darwin didn't know about it. Mendel was working at the same time, but Darwin apparently did not know about what Mendel was doing. And so Darwin worked purely at the level of critters and their characteristics. And he knew that there had to be a way for hereditary information to be housed inside of them, but he knew nothing about how it worked. Mendel had the first piece of how it worked. It's particulate. These things exist. We now know they exist on chromosomes and DNA form, but that took a long time to figure out. But at the point that we finally found out, Watson and Crick elucidate the structure of DNA, they say it hasn't escaped our notice that this provides a place for the information that Mendel had pointed to, that Darwin had implied, that fits in the DNA, right? At that moment, our vision of heredity narrowed radically, okay? Because we had this description of how it is that information can move inside of a biological organism, be passed parent to offspring, and be selected in a way that causes adaptation. Right? That story is absolutely true. We know it to be true. And it's so powerful and elegant that it caused biology to focus on it as if it was Darwin's mechanism, period, the end. The error is that it's not Darwin's mechanism. It is a Darwinian mechanism. And the problem is, as powerful as it is, right, the story that they teach us, random mutations in protein coding genes are almost always bad. Every so often, there's a good one. Selection tends to accumulate the good ones, and the creatures and their special characteristics are all the results of all the collective good adaptations with all of the bad adaptations and mutations. All of the good mutations collected and all of the bad mutations lost. That story is not, in my opinion, powerful enough to explain the amazing characteristics of creatures. Right? It explains some of them. It can explain, for example, how you get a pigment molecule, right? So a plant is green because it can't use green light. It's collecting other wavelengths of light. How can you get a molecule that happens to collect certain wavelengths of light? That story that I just told you about mutations in protein coding genes can get you to a pigment. Right?
But can it get you to where an octopus can change its texture and completely camouflage itself to a very coral reef?
No, and I don't think it can get you from a shrew to a bat. Right?
Right, or to a human.
Right.
Shrew to a human.
Right. So you now have a problem, which is you've got Darwinists and other biologists who have been backed into a corner, and they've sworn up and down that mutations in protein coding genes, if you give it enough time, enough selective force, can do everything we see. And because they know that the story they're telling is true in some regards, they just keep stretching it so it covers it. I don't think it does cover everything. In fact, I've thought since I was in college that there was a missing layer, right? That there is a layer that explains how the amazing alterations in form that we see is produced by Darwinian processes, right? Selection interacting with heredity. And I think we've just missed it. So just to take an analogy so this will be clearer to people. A computer, a modern computer, functions based on binary, the flipping of switches that have exactly two states. If you were to sit down with, I don't know, an AI or a sophisticated computer game, and I say, yep, that thing is programmed with binary to do these amazing things that you're seeing, right? There's a technical truth there, but that's not, you couldn't program a game like that, right? Nobody did. It's not how it happened. There's a layer that's missing. There's a layer called compilers, computer languages, that allows a human being through a very regimented process to specify things such that the binary layer can do its job. Right? The computer is binary, but there's a whole layer between binary and Halo 3 or whatever. Right. So I'm arguing there's another layer. And I believe it does live in the DNA, but it is not protein coding genes. Right? It is not limited in the same way. So what this does to a guy like Tucker is it leaves him debating between two camps. And you had Stephen Meyer on?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I know Stephen Meyer. Really like him too. Stephen Meyer is obviously a believer in intelligent design.
True believer. Believes in resurrection.
Yep. Now here's the other thing you know about Stephen Meyer. I've had the good fortune to spend some time with him, to break bread, to talk to him about biology. He really loves biology. And he's good at thinking. He's passionate. In fact, where I overlapped with him at a little conference, and he brought swim goggles for anybody who wanted them because he wanted to go into the Mediterranean and go. It's cool, right? Yeah, this guy's passionate. He's not a faker.
Right.
So here's what I would say. He will not be surprised to hear me say, because I've said it directly to him, I don't think he's got it right. He's looking for flaws in Darwinism because he thinks what will be revealed is a divine creator. I think there are flaws in Darwinism. I think they reveal the fact that we've missed a bunch of Darwinism. Right? This is no obstacle to us being friends and sharing an appreciation for biology. Okay? But it does mean that in the end, we're betting on different outcomes of the experiment. But we're both committed to finding those errors and figuring out what's there. Right? Should I be troubled by the fact that he believes in a divine creator? Not really any more than I should be troubled by a biologist who's motivated by a desire to win a big prize.
So do you think there's a process that's yet to be discovered? There's something else going on?
Yeah, and I think we've glimpsed it. But
how we glimpsed it?
I think there's another way that information is stored in DNA that is not in triplet codons. And it allows, it's the equivalent of either, we have different kinds of computer languages, not all of them are compiled, something you can just write directly and tell the computer to operate. But it's the equivalent of a computer language that turbocharges the process of adaptation. And so the point about Stephen Meyer is he makes a number of different arguments about problems he spots with Darwinism. I don't think some of them really are problems, but there is one that strikes me as real. Right? They call it the waiting time problem. The basic point is, look, you can do the math on how much adaptation we see, and there isn't enough time for you to get the adaptations that we're seeing, given how much availability of time there was for those things to occur. So the point is, that process that you're claiming made these creatures couldn't have done it in the amount of time you're claiming they were created. Now, my point is that is actually, I think, likely true because there's this other process. Like if you had to write Halo 3, I don't even know if there is a Halo 3.
I don't know. How many Halos are
Okay.
good? Thumbs up.
If you had to write Halo 3 in binary, how long would it take you? It would take you a zillion years because,
Yeah.
It's binary. If you had to write it in, I don't know, C++, it might be doable on human timescales. So it's that kind of an error. So I think you've got Darwinists claiming that the story is more complete than it is. My bet is the thing that's missing is every bit as Darwinian as the part of the story that we already know. So I think, to the extent that there's an error, the error is on biologists who thought too narrowly. It's not on Darwin, right? This is not a threat to what Darwin gave us. It's just a belief that Darwin was righter than we have yet recognized. And in the end, I think that that's what people like Stephen Meyer will discover. And I would also point out, from the perspective, so if a guy like Tucker is listening to this and is thinking, the story in which we've got a creator makes more sense to me than the story in which some Darwinian process produces all of this biological diversity, I would argue that ultimately you still don't escape Darwinism, right? Like imagine that this universe was created by somebody who had a plan. My claim would be they used Darwinian evolution to make all the creatures. In fact, I would argue if this universe is one that has a creator, that it is an evolution simulator. That's the most useful thing it does, is it figures out how creatures could be by using this process of selection. Right?
And they continue to get better.
Right. Yeah. Somebody was interested. I don't think there was a creator, but if there was a creator, I believe, did they use selection and adaptation in order to make the creatures? But that's probably the reason they did the whole experiment, right? That's the most interesting thing it produces. And B, let's say, let's just give the hypothesis its due. Let's say that this was a environment created by some intentional being with the purpose of making critters using Darwinian evolution. Okay, so then you've heard Elon say, well, if it's possible to simulate universes, then there are bound to be vastly more simulated universes than there are real universes. So we're probably in one. I don't really buy that analysis, but let's say that it's true. Okay, so you get outside of your simulated universe into what he calls base reality. Okay, now what? Right? Was that one created too? By whom? Right? At some level, you're going to get far enough out that you have to invoke a natural process. And that natural process is going to involve something without a creator. Right? There's no philosophical place. Even if we're inside something that was intentionally created, that something is inside something that wasn't. It has to be. You eventually get out to that layer. And at that point, if there was a creator, an intelligent designer of this cup, right? What designed that creator? Darwinian selection, right? Let's suppose that's not true. Let's suppose that the creator of that cup is inside a simulator made by another creator. What made that creator? Darwinian evolution. Well, let's suppose that's not true. One layer out. Eventually, you're going to get to the place where you're going to have to surrender to the only thing anyone's ever come up with that could, in principle, create intelligent creatures. And it doesn't have a creator. It's a Darwinian process.
All right.
All right.
There you go, Tucker.
There's a lot more to say to Tucker. I would say the number of places, the genomes of the creatures that we have did not have to tell an elegant story of how they're related to each other, right? If a creator had designed it, he had no reason to make the phylogeny fit an evolutionary story that fit the paleobiology, right? So the number of confirmations that we've gotten is extraordinary, and they're just not familiar. But anyway, there's a lot of power in the theory, and don't fault the myopia of any generation of scientists the overall story is elegant and fascinating.
All right, that's it. 5.
Experience.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day. So, good to see you, man. Congratulations.
Good to see you, brother. Appreciate you.
The champ is here. Everybody has to shut the fuck up now.
That's the best part right now. Is now I can just talk as much as possible. They can't say nothing.
They can't say nothing. There's so many doubters, so many naysayers, so many people didn't want you to get that title shot. It was so unfair, dude. It was really wild. It was wild to see. It really was. It really was. Because I'm like, are you guys not watching this fight? It's like, what the fuck are you guys seeing? I do not understand when people don't appreciate excellence. I really don't get it. I never, like the Sean Brady fight, you see that fight, you don't think this dude is a fucking problem for everybody? You see the Wonder Boy fight, see all your fights.
And all of them, they've been different, right? Like
Yeah.
with the Sean Brady, all I did was stand up. I didn't shoot one take on him. Gilbert Burns, I didn't shoot one takedown. Wonder Boy, I took him down. Obviously, I'm not going to strike with a kickboxer. So I showed you guys all forms of martial arts.
Yeah.
And people still hate it. They're still hating.
So crazy.
Even with the Leon fight. So even for this fight, I was like,
after the
bro,
Leon fight, I think they have to shut the fuck up. I think everybody has to shut the fuck up. Just recognize what you did. Because you put so much pressure on him standing up. You were in his face from the very first second of the very first round. You just advanced. And you could tell he wanted that space. And you could tell it was a different experience than what he thought he was going to get from you.
yeah, I mean, when we saw him against Kobe and him against Usman, the third fight, we saw that he's expert at distance.
Yeah.
He manages the distance. He puts it at his own pace. So we were like, bro, we got to make this the 30th fight, the hardest fight for him. So we got to step right away. So even when the ref was like looking to me, somebody to back up, when he looked at Leon and said, you ready? I'm walking forward right away. So I'm right in his face before he even like looks up. So I was like, I got to get him on his back foot right away, make him uncomfortable. And I knew he's not good uncomfortable. No striker is really good moving backwards.
Right.
But I knew Leon specifically, I don't want to be in his kick range. I don't want him at his slow pace like he did against Kobe and these guys where he kicks, moves. I'm like, I'm going to be in his face nonstop, punching him in his mouth and taking him down whenever I see him open.
The Kobe fight I thought was going to be different. I think Kobe broke his foot real early in that fight.
Yeah, I think Kobe sucks, but for me, I think that Kobe he's just not a good striker. Even with the fights that we see that he was really good at, it was just because he put a good pace on all these guys. Right. And he dictated the pace with RDA and Robbie Lawler, all these guys, but none of those guys really had that type of cardio. When we saw him against Usman, Usman showed you, all right, to keep up that pace with Kobe, and then Kobe can't take him down, so it ended up being like a kickboxing match. Mm-hmm. For Leon, if he dictated the pace with Kobe wasn't going to be able to do anything to him. And I don't think the time off, hurt Kobe's distance management because his shot takedowns were terrible enough. Like he wasn't managing. He was just shooting at.
Truth, though, I think the foot had a big factor. I think he broke his foot. I think Leon checked the kick real early on, or he kicked low and hit the shin and broke his foot. Hit the knee, something. I don't remember exactly what happened, but apparently in the first.
Especially because Leon's so good at his lateral movement.
Yeah.
And then his kicks hurt so hard. Yeah. So for me, I was like, I can't be in kicking range at all. I think I felt like one body kick early, and I was like, all right, let me step forward. So even with my mindset the whole camp, I probably took 2,000 to 3,000 body kicks and then moved forward on each of them. If I backed up at all, my coach is yelling at me, look what you did here. You did this wrong. Move forward. We can't take one step back. So I was writing it down. I was putting it in my head. Do not take a step back. Do not take a step back. And then it just came out of the fight.
It came out perfect. It was a master plan. It really was. Watching you execute it, I was so shocked, first of all, his inability to deal with your feet. Because even if it was just a kickboxing match, there was so much pressure and so much volume of strikes. You were constantly on him. Your boxing was so on point, man. It would look better than it's ever looked.
Yeah, I think people just underestimate me when they look at me. Because, he doesn't have a bunch of knockouts. But when you look at my fights and you see the way I pieced up a lot of these, big names like Gilbert and Sean Brady, I beat them both on the feet. And for the Leon fight, my gym is small, but I work with, I think, who's the best striker in the UFC right now. He's a 55 right now, Ball Mondes. Like, this kid is a monster. He probably has like
Monster.
His spinning heel can knock out. I'm sparring with this dude every single day. So I'm like, nothing that Leon was going to throw at me was going to surprise me. Nothing was going to make me uncomfortable. And for me, if you're beating me up, I want to keep going too. So for Nacho, I'm like, bro, throw the kitchen sink at me. I want you to throw everything you have in your tool bag at me. So whatever Leon throws, I'm just going to be comfortable in that fight.
Yeah.
So for me, it was just nonstop sparring. Even if it's not hard sparring, light sparring, just enough to see everything and have my reaction time. And I think that helps a lot with the way I've been fighting.
How much time did you have to prepare for Leon?
I had about 8 weeks.
Did you kind of have an inkling that was going to happen before that? Like, you've been preparing mentally before that?
That was the hardest part, right? The lead up, because it was after beating Gilbert, they were like, you're guaranteed next. And then you're like, when is it happening? They're like, well, Kobe has to fight first. So then I'm sitting there and playing the waiting game. And then they offered me Usman. They're like, well, if you don't want to wait, we can give you Usman. So we were at talks with Usman, and then Usman ended up fighting Hamza at short notice. So then I'm like, all right, well, there's nothing else they can put in front of me. It's going to be me against the winner of Kobe and Leon. Then that fight happens, and Leon's trying to brush it off like, there's still other guys I can look at and see. So I'm sitting there, in limbo, like, what's happening? Calling my manager every day. And Ali, my manager, is like, bro, trust me, Dana's not going to go miss his word. He's going to give you the shot. And then all of a sudden, 300 comes up, and I'm like, oh, so we're probably going to be 300. And then they say, oh, they offered to fight to 3 other guys, and I wasn't one of those guys. So then, like, I'm sitting there like, oh, wait, am I about to get screwed right now? Are they going to give it to somebody else?
Did you ask, like, why didn't I get the fight at 300? If they were trying to get Leon to fight at 300, why didn't you get that title shot?
For me, it was just, like, I put it out there. I said if they really wanted Leon to fight there, they would have put me on there. So I said yes. They said they asked this time. They said they asked Shavkat. They said they asked Hamza. They all said no because of Ramadan. But I fought multiple times during Ramadan. So for me, I'm like, if they really wanted Leon, they could have had him with me. But I think they just wanted to have that shock factor with 300, where it's like, oh, double champ status versus like, that's obviously a huge star. He comes back down. So I think they just wanted that. And Leon's not a promoter. He doesn't really promote his fights in general. Obviously, he's a great fighter. But for 300, I think they want somebody that's going to try to push the event. Yeah.
The rules are the rules. A guy makes it to the top, but he's supposed to be next in line for a title shot.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm like, what else do I got to do?
All the purists felt that way. I didn't see anybody who's like a real solid MMA fan. It was a lot of the casuals. Jumping in with their goofy opinions on things.
But that's the age we live in, right? The troll age. Nobody has a profile picture. They just say the dumbest stuff.
But not only that, you have a disproportionate. Look, the reality of the numbers is, I had a joke in my act that 90% of all Twitter is done by 10% of people, and those people are 5% retarded. It really almost is that. It's a joke, but it's kind of almost true, because are you commenting on shit all the time? Do you go to someone's YouTube videos and talk shit about? You're busy. Yeah. You're busy being the fucking welterweight champion of the world. You ain't got time for that. So the people that have time to be doing that all the time, unfortunately, generally not doing that good. They're not. Michael Jordan's not making YouTube comments. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's like the people that are engaged in these attacks on specific fighters in particular, they're usually just dorks. And I get it that these dorks buy pay-per-view, and I get it these dorks, but they're not most people. Most people want to see the best people fight the best people. And would it be exciting to see Islam go up and try to win at 170? Fuck yeah, it would be. I'd be all in for that fight. Unfortunately for you, I mean, it sounds great, but if I was running things, I'd be like, the fights are going to be fucking great anyway. It's UFC 300. Everyone's going to be super hyped up. There's so much on the line. It's a crazy fucking card. That's a great fight. It's a great fight.
Yeah, and it's 2 guys that are on 10-fight winning streaks.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
But how weird was it to have to do the fight at like 5 in the morning? Oh, my God. Let's explain that to people who don't know. The UFC that was done in England on American pay-per-view time. So the card had to start. What did it start, like 1 a.m.?
Yeah, it started. Yeah, the first fight was 1
First
a.m.
fight of the night, 1 a.m. Undercard, UFC Fight Pass. First fight of the night. That's crazy. That's so crazy. As if we can't watch it earlier in the day. As if UFC fans on a fucking Saturday are going to say, oh, the pay-per-view starts at noon. Okay. We watch football games at noon. We wouldn't watch world title fights at noon. Making you guys fight at 5 in the morning to me was bananas. I was like, that is so contrary to anything you would want from optimum physical performance.
Yeah, it was wild. Like, we got down there the week before on Saturday. And, we found a gym. So, like, we'll start trying to work out at 4 a.m. to be in the main event. They said it'll probably be on around like 5:30. So the hardest part was just trying to stay up from midnight to 4 a.m. to go drive to this gym. And, we had like a big house, so we had a bunch of people with us. But one person yawns, and it's like addictive. And it's like, bro, it's midnight. We're all just like watching Netflix. And then we didn't have no games or anything. So we're just like trying to watch movies.
Wow.
And then one guy yawns, I'm gonna go upstairs by myself for a second, and then just like the PI is really good because they gave us like some jet lag like glasses that shine light in your eyes that you're supposed to turn on at right when the sun sets, because when the sun sets you start getting melatonin in your body and it makes you want to go to sleep. So they like put this on when the sun sets, so it like shocks your body, make you think it's about to be sunlight.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm walking around the house with like these glasses that are like shining light in my eyes, and it still was hard. It's
like, fuck you, bitch. It's 3 in the morning.
we went to go work out. So I'm trying to get everybody to work out with me. So, like, we had maybe 5 or 6 guys with us. And then the gym was at 30 minutes away. So by the time we finished working out at night, it was starting, the sun was rising because it was like 7 a.m. And I'm like, how am I about to fall asleep right now? So I would like take melatonin, fight week. And then it would wake me up at like 2 p.m. And I would still be like groggy the rest of the day. And you have to do like interviews and stuff like that. It was hard.
So did you try to stay on Chicago time the whole thing?
I tried, but it was still hard just because, like I said, that time in between where at board time,
right,
where we're like, all right, we got to work at 4 a.m. And then during the day we had interviews and stuff starting at 3 p.m. They adjusted those times. So then we finish everything, it'll be like 7 p.m.
How have they done London cards in the past? They do that in the past?
They've done it once with, I think it was Disney against Hendo twice. Hendo 2.
Second one?
Yeah, the second one. But other than that, they would just do it in American time zone would be like daytime here.
That's so crazy.
But I think pay-per-view wise, they expect more people to buy pay-per-views in prime time, like 9 p.m.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
But when they go to Abu Dhabi, we still fight Abu Dhabi time, nighttime.
Yeah.
And then over here, it's daytime.
Yeah.
But I wonder if they see like a change in numbers with that and make them adjust.
They probably do, but
yeah.
That's my feelings. Whatever. Like, we can't have people fight for 5 minutes. That's nonsense. You can't have an audience there for 5 minutes. Fucking exhausted for a world title fight. Exhausted. Can't believe stuff.
For me, I was like, I hope they are exhausted. So I'm like, they're probably be booing me anyway. So I'm like, let them get drunk starting at midnight. Let them be dead tired once it gets to that level.
How many people were asleep in the audience?
People started leaving early. Like it was like the 4th round. And I think after the last 8 down, I was like finishing on top of them. They said people are leaving.
Wow.
And I was like, that's a good sign. That just tells me that they know that there's nothing else he could really do.
He had one big moment in the last round.
Yeah, I still got it right here. I'm just like, I just keep shaking my head every time I think of it. But it just tells me that I still have stuff to fix, still have stuff to work on. You can never get like too comfortable, especially with them. But yeah, my coach is the type that'll like tell me everything I did wrong after a fight instead of the stuff I did right. So right away, he said, now look at your face. Now look at you did that because you took your foot off the gas for 1 second. And something could happen.
Yeah.
Who knows if there was a minute left, what could happen? Blah, blah, blah. I won, coach. I'm the world champion. Chill out.
That's to be perfect.
Yeah.
That was, it was interesting because you could see him using energy management. You could see him trying to figure out when to just defend and when to try to break free. And, when to plant himself and fire shots, and when to just stay on the back foot and keep moving. Like, he tried to hold you off a few times, but I think whatever you're doing for strength and conditioning, your cardio is insane. Because the volume, just the sheer volume and pressure that you were putting on it, and the fact that you keep that up solid 5 rounds, that was insane.
Yeah, I think every fighter's fear is to get tired in the cage. Every fighter's fear is to be in there and not be able to lift up your arms. You've seen it happen with a lot of guys, big name guys, where you'll see them give up a choke, and it'll be like, he just lifted up his neck, and maybe he was too tired. No, he just wanted to get out of it. For me, I have no fear, and I know that I could go harder than any of these guys. And if I'm tired, I know he's going to be twice as tired. But I think a lot of it, like you said, is just the team I have around me. I do strength conditioning with my boy Matt Murphy, but it's not anything outrageous, right? We're not doing that crazy new stuff that's coming out. We do heavy weights, and we do all like the big muscles like chest, lower back, and squats. But we put all this other stuff around it, like the cosmetic stuff too. And we're lifting 3 days a week.
What do you mean by cosmetic stuff?
Like, say if I go heavy on my squat, and then we'll still end up doing like lower back, chest, and like dumbbells, chest, and everything on that day. But like on heavy chest day, we're going like legs, lunges, like lesser weight. So we go heavy with like squats, chest, and deadlifts 1 day a week for each of those, and then we still do full body stuff that same day, but just like lower the weights and higher reps.
So you're essentially doing almost like you're doing like power lifter work.
Yeah.
You're doing bench press, like just power generating stuff.
Yeah.
Are you doing any plyometrics or any of that kind of stuff?
I mean, I do a lot of swimming for my cardio wise, and then people make it fun of me a lot.
Swimming is broken.
People don't know how to. Yeah, people when I take them to the pool, like when I take a brand new fighter to the pool, and if they've never swam before, they get so tired.
Yeah.
And I tell them, bro, it's a full body workout.
Yeah.
It's everything you need, especially for fighting. It's like one of the hardest things you could do.
Especially if you're like built like you, because you probably sink like a rock.
Yeah.
So it's hard to stay above water.
Yeah.
Like fat people, they say swimming's not hard. Right. You got a floaty on. You're literally swimming around with a floaty. You could float.
Yeah.
Dense dudes just go right under. You got to struggle to stay above water.
And I don't have like the best technique to doing it, so I'll still like go there and like I'm gonna go a mile, and then I'll go and I'll take a little break. Take a little break. And like I said, you see like that fat person just going nonstop.
Yeah.
And you're looking at them like, bro, I just want to like slap them. What am I doing wrong?
They cheated.
Yeah.
They cheated. They got a human floaty on. But it's a hard. I remember Maurice Smith was the first guy that started using swimming for MMA. Maurice Smith was trained with Frank Shamrock, when Frank Shamrock was just like a cardio machine. I think Frank Shamrock was the first guy in the UFC that had like a full, complete arsenal of MMA weapons. He could stand, he could take guys down, he could strangle you, he could armbar you, he could do everything. He could submit you off his back. And Frank was just a cardio machine. And when Maurice went from kickboxing and got into MMA, he was doing a lot of training with Frank. They were real. Maurice was super cardio focused.
Yeah.
So that's like when he beat Mark Coleman. Like he beat Mark Coleman because Mark Coleman got tired.
Yeah.
And then Maurice defended off this, but that's the old days, bro. When he had the headbutt. That was the headbutt days. That's crazy. And Maurice started tuning them up on the feet. Once Maurice got up to his feet, he was just like kicking the shit out of him. And he was talking to him, saying, "Come on, Mark, ground me and pound me. I'll tell you about ground me and pound me. Whack, whack." Like, he didn't take any crazy chances, and so he didn't get taken down at the end, but he won the heavyweight title.
It's funny how you say that the headbutt days. I did an interview yesterday with the Chicago News, and then the lady's like, she had no idea who I was. I'm like, you didn't do no research, because she's like, "You're the champion of street fighting, right?"
No.
And I'm just like,
imagine that you're literally the world champion, and this person hasn't even done 5 minutes of research into the sport you do.
I was wild, and I was like, people still think that.
You should just start making shit up. Yeah, we need it out. It's not even. You gotta get it on the dark web. I fight with a roll of nipples in my hand. I don't give a fuck.
I didn't realize there's still people out here that have that mindset. Like,
well, there's people in the news that aren't even humans. There's robots. They're like media robots. All they want to do is be on TV. They have no opinions, no personality. Oh, I heard you're the champion of street fighting.
I'm looking at the teleprompter. I'm like, I feel like that's all they do is just read the teleprompter.
That's so disrespectful to someone who has risen to the top of the greatest organization ever for combat sports. We all know look, I'm a huge boxing fan. Boxing's amazing. I love boxing. But we all know if Francis Ngannou and Tyson Fury had a fight, that shit would not last one round. There's not a chance in hell. If they had a fight, a real fight, like an MMA fight. Boxing is a sport. MMA is the sport of fighting. It's the hardest fucking thing to do for an athlete. The hardest thing to do is what you did. Become the champion of the world in a tank filled with sharks. It's not saying that it's not, if you were 170-pound boxer, it'd be just as difficult. I'm not saying boxing's not hard to do. I'm not saying it's hard as fuck to be a Brian Garcia. Hard as fuck to be a Gervonta Davis. Just the same mentality they have, they would have been world champions in MMA. But MMA is harder. It's more effective. It's the real sport of fighting. So for you to reach the pinnacle in the greatest combat sport ever, and this lady to go, you're the champion of street fighting, and you're on fucking TV. That's so crazy. Why can't they bring in an expert? There's so many people who could interview you.
I was like, yeah, don't you guys have a sportscaster or somebody that's going to
Call in Ariel Helwani. Call in somebody. There's somebody out there that can do this. This is crazy.
Or dude, I'm going to second research.
Yes.
Oh, UFC.
Yeah, but even then,
Yeah.
they're going to be asking you stupid ass questions. You
Yeah.
should have someone who knows what the fuck they're talking about. I mean, they have to have a sports guy.
Yeah.
Don't they have a sports guy? The sports guy's got to know.
They did, and that's what I was like, why are they getting in with these two? And she was like, oh, you do boxing then too? And I'm like, well, boxing's a part of it. It's a lot of martial
A lot of
arts.
fun wrestling.
Yeah.
That's a really important part of my game.
We do power slam. Yeah. I'm the champion of that. And
I have the most powder on my hand. the whole, it's just disrespectful. You know, it's just a bummer that people don't get it yet.
Yeah.
It's like, so many people, way more people get it now than never got it before. You know, when I first started doing commentary for the UFC, it was in '97, when I first started doing backstage interviews, people were like, they were like, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing it? Are you crazy? Like, I love it. It's great. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, it was like being involved in that was bad for your career.
That's wild.
Yeah, Dana and I have talked about it so many times. Like, people tell people that he bought the UFC, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, God, that's terrible. Meanwhile, everybody else.
Yeah, it's going to be up there, bigger than I think all the other sports.
It'll be bigger than everything but football in America.
Yeah.
You're never going to beat football. You can't beat football.
You're seeing this next younger generation.
Yeah.
It's just wild. They're coming up. They're starting. My boy Ignacio, his brother's 15 years old. And he's already 5-0 pro.
Crazy.
I'm like, bro, you guys are starting this young?
50.
Yeah, you're a pro.
Crazy.
I'm like, that's wild.
Fighting pro at 50 is nuts. That's nuts. You're fighting pro men at 15.
Yeah, his next fight is for a title. He's like a 30-year-old. And I'm just like,
Oh, my God. That's
Bro.
Where's this happening?
it's in Colombia.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, you go wild down there, boy. They don't have any fucking rules. That's
It's
funny.
wild.
You can fight at 15.
But imagine when he gets to his 20s, the experience he's going to have.
Oh, yeah.
And then if one of these younger guys now that only fought locally in Chicago or something,
Yeah.
they see him, he's going to look at them like,
Yeah.
okay, I'll show you what I do.
Do you think there's something to be said for not jumping in too quick? Because I feel like there's some fighters that they just got rushed and they weren't really prepared for an elite fighter, and they got tuned up and they were kind of never the same thing. I think there's been a few guys like that I think have real potential, but someone rushed them into a top 10 situation way too quick.
Yeah, 100%. I think Darren Till is probably like the biggest one I think of when I think of that. When they rush into the title fight.
It's hard to say, though, because Darren Till, when he knocked out Cowboy, you see, people have two Darren Tills in the head. You have Darren Till with knee injuries, older, later in his career, and you have Darren Till when he's 170.
Yeah.
Darren Till, when he can make 170, and dude, he was dangerous. When he fucked up Cowboy, I was like, Jesus Christ, this guy's fucking terrifying. He was ferocious, but he didn't keep that for whatever reason. You know, he didn't keep that level of success. He had mad potential. So I'm not sure if he got rushed or if he just got injured, or if it was just the grappling game. He was too late taking in the grappling game.
I think there's a lot of guys that don't know how to take a loss. I think that once they, he was undefeated and you get your first loss,
Right.
and then you go back to the gym, your confidence deflated. You look at people look at you differently. Like you don't have that same, mentality. I'm the biggest one in the room.
Well,
and then
Tyron Woodley, he fought Tyron Woodley. That was prime time Tyron Woodley. Tyron Woodley fucked him up. But Tyron Woodley in his prime fucked everybody up. Everybody just thinks about that Jake Paul fight. Get that out of your head. That's an older athlete at the end of his run doing something only really mostly for money. Right?
Rothschild said it yesterday. He said, like, people are so quick to forget, right, of the stuff you did when you're great, when you're at the top. And especially guys like Woodley, where he was one of the best to ever do it.
One of the best.
And then later you start losing a couple.
Exactly.
And then it just tarnishes everything. I'm like, bro, go back to the knockout of Robbie Lawler. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Like, the way he did it. Robbie was the man at that time.
I think one of his most impressive performances, two of his most impressive performances, are performances that weren't even that exciting. And that's the Wonder Boy fight. Because he fought the perfect fight with Wonder Boy. He never led. He's like, let's make it boring. I don't give a fuck. But then when they had exchanges, Tyron hurt Wonder Boy. Wonder Boy never hurt Tyron. Wonder Boy is a 57-0 kickboxer, one of the greatest strikers the UFC's ever seen. But he was so worried about those takedowns that he didn't really commit either. And then he was always worried about the takedown, which, of course, opens up punches.
Yeah.
And Tyron could fucking crack. Tyron could crack back then. When he knocked out Lawler with one punch, like, holy shit. Tyron could crack. People forget.
Yeah. When I fought Wonder Boy, that was like one of the fights I watched. And that was one of the fights I'm most afraid of, because you're looking at him against Woodley, him against Johnny Hendricks, and none of these guys can take it down. Yeah. And then Anthony Pettis told me, like, bro, I was like, should I bring in somebody for him? He's like, nah, because nobody moves like him. And these kicks hurt harder than anybody else I brought in, because he brought in, like, Sage Northcutt and those guys to be like him, and Mike Biggie Rhodes, and he's like, bro, Wonder Boy's just different. So he said, I would just try to wrestle. And I was like, all right, let's go. And then I was like, let me just get ahead of him right away and grab a hold of him and not pull back at all. So
the problem with Wonder Boy is he can do some shit that other people can't do. And one of them is that lead leg. That lead leg's a real problem. Because he's got the best front leg side kick in the business. And he also throws that round kick off the front leg over your shoulder. And you don't see his first knockout in the UFC. He throws that shit over the shoulder. You don't see it until it's up there. And you're like, oh shit, it's too late.
Yeah. And he disguises his stuff so beautifully. He disguises it with his personality. Because before the fight, hey, what's up, bro? How you doing? And I'm like, bro, I knew you're going to try to kill me tomorrow, man. Like,
but he's genuinely sweet. He's not putting it, like, some guys will do that just to try to throw you off. But that literally is Wonder Boy. He's a sweetheart of a guy.
The nicest.
Happens to be a killer. You know? And I feel like Wonder Boy, he's one of those guys. Like, I feel like if he had gotten into MMA earlier and really learned grappling earlier with that kickbox, like maybe if he hadn't had 50 kickboxing fights, but only had, like, he was an elite at, 20 fights in, I'm sure, 30 fights in, and really gotten into MMA when he was a younger man. So the thing about fighting, like, he's 40 now or 41, right? The thing about fighting is if you're not cheating and, you're getting into your 40s, like, there's no way. There's no way you're the same guy you were when you were 25. It's not possible.
Yeah.
So if you don't have the same body to work with, it doesn't matter how good the mind is. It doesn't matter how good. We've all seen it from the great champs. They just hung around too long, and the body just doesn't perform anymore. And they know what to do, but the body can't do it.
Yeah, and everything just slows down. Your reflexes, even your mindset, right? Because you don't want to. It's the hardest thing to train for. You have to fight every day in the practice room to train for a fight. So these guys who've been doing it for so long, you're burnt out. Yeah. So it's like you get to your 40s, you got a family and stuff. Like, do I want to train 2 to 3 times a day? Right. Do I want to go to the gym right now and wrestle? Yeah. Like, I think that's one of the keys that my coach is very good at. He, like, tells all of his guys that we're wrestling 3 times a week. If you're not at wrestling practice, then you're not going to be at sparring practice. Like, because a lot of our guys are really great strikers. Nacho's been striking with them since he was 16 years old. And he told them, like, I don't care if you hate this right now. You don't know how to wrestle, you're going to lose. You could be the best striker in the world. But all the champions know how to wrestle.
That's a solid coach right there. Because every guy needs to learn that, because there's so many dudes who don't want to roll because they want to get tapped out, but they're elite kickboxers. There's a bunch of those guys in the early days of the UFC just didn't quite pick that part up and never excelled.
Yeah, I see that a lot with guys, like I said, that don't want to get beat up. They go to practice and they don't want to get in big. That's when the ego comes in, right? Like, I'm a UFC fighter. I shouldn't be losing to Joe Schmo at a jiu-jitsu class. Right. So there's, like, avoid those guys.
But, I don't think Wonder Boy ever avoided anything like that. I just think he was late to the game. And he was training a lot with Weidman, who's an awesome wrestler. But, like, he got his first loss in the UFC, I think, was Mike Brown. Yeah. And Mike Brown just mauled him. That was Mike Brown at the time. He was scary motherfucker.
Oh,
He played no games. He played no games.
That
My
was
brother
one
was
of
trying to kill you.
I would wish that I would never get that call. It's like, hey, you want to play my round? And I was like, I'm like, bro, no. My brother's like, call him out. And I'm like, bro, I'm not gonna call him that round. My brother's always the type of like, you can be anybody. That's like, no, I'm cool. If they call me for that round, I'll do it, but I'm not gonna call him out.
You don't want to get him motivated. Yeah, he's the boogeyman. I feel like there's some dudes that, for whatever reason, with Matt Brown, he died. He had overdosed. He had a serious drug problem. I think there's guys who see the other side and they come back and they just have a different mentality. They almost lost their life to some really stupid shit, and they have like a grip on life. It's a little bit different, and a drive. It's a little different. There's been a few guys that I know that were like real heavy drug addicts and got off the drugs and just became performance freaks, just endurance freaks, just animals, and like so disciplined. You're like, wow, how is it that this guy used to be a drug addict, a junkie, and now this guy's weighing his food and and drinking electrolyte-filled water and fucking showing up before anybody and putting in those rounds in the air dye machine after practice. Like, god damn.
I lived with Jared Gordon for 3 years. Yeah, he's like my best friend.
Same situation.
He would say, I'm going to go for a jog. I'm like, all right, cool. And he'll like, come back like 3 hours later. I'm like, I just ran 20 miles. And I'm just like, you said you're going for a jog. That's not a jog. It's like a marathon. Like,
yeah.
And he'll just do that out of nowhere. Like I said, they just had that crazy cardio endurance. And they'll just go nonstop.
Yeah.
And I think it's that type of mindset, right? You just
I
get your
think
mind
so.
off other stuff.
They're a little extra spooky. A little extra spooky, those former junkies. I don't know why, man. They're like not playing any fucking games. Guys that have almost died, they are not playing any fucking games with you.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Because, like, there's different things that make a great fighter. There's a lot of stuff. There's genetics. There's gifts. Some people just have that touch of death, They just have that one shot KO power. Some guys just are born with crazy, like Cain Velasquez, they said just has genetic cardio. They said that motherfucker could take months off the gym, come in, and just smother everybody. And nobody could deal with him. They said it was crazy. Like, nobody had ever seen anything like it. Like, I think Cain, for sure, was an elite fighter because of his mind, his discipline, his drive, his determination, his skill set. And he was, I think, in his prime, there's the argument of who's the best heavyweight of all time, and I always feel Cain. I think primetime Cain was a tornado. He was a tornado. You couldn't understand how a heavyweight could be throwing so many punches. He never stopped. And he could take you down. And if you took him down, he didn't give a fuck. He would get right back up. Like with Brock Lesnar.
Yeah.
Bro, he was a tornado in that cage.
And I was able to go down to AK and get some work in with the guys on there. Cain was there.
Oh,
and
wow.
yeah, it was just, I was so intimidated. Because I'm like, oh, Cain Velasquez, he's a killer.
Yeah.
And he's like the nicest guy in the world.
Super nice.
But seeing how athletic he was like doing cartwheels in the gym and just like seeing how he moves, I'm like, now I can understand why he was such a great heavyweight. He's such a killer.
He was the perfect model heavyweight in his prime. Like 240, not too big, so he has insane cardio. You're never going to see a guy like Francis that has the kind of cardio that Cain has. I don't think it's possible. I think you'd get with Francis, you get the touch of death. You get that one shot. Everybody's like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
God damn. Like, he had that crazy, crazy power. But I don't think you get that power with that endurance. It doesn't. I've never seen anybody that has that kind of power that also, like Conor even. Yeah. Amazing power, but he doesn't have the kind of endurance that some of these guys that have less power.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Aspinall is past the first round. Like, cause he looks so fast. You're like, nobody moves like him. He looks like a younger Cain.
Right.
But he just keeps knocking his guys out so quick. So I'm like, let me see him pass the first round to see if he has that cardio as well.
It's a bit of a problem for him, right? Because he has not been tested in that way. And, you're getting up to elite status where you're calling out John Jones. Yeah. Right? That's the boogeyman. Like, John Jones is the fucking boogeyman. And maybe he hasn't died, but he's probably knocked on the door a couple of times. Like, what's going on, Dad? You in there? John Jones has had some trials and tribulations, but the skill set and the ability to push deep into rounds is nuts. Like, John when he fought Gustafsson, he had almost no training camp. They said he barely showed up. Like, I talked to Jackson about it, and Greg Jackson told me he didn't even train for that fight. Wow. He didn't even train, and then he pulled that fight off in the fourth and fifth rounds. That's when he really turned it up. So you're talking about a guy who hasn't even been training. And then you saw the real John Jones at the second fight. That's motivated John Jones. It's like, I'm going to show you what the fuck is really up. And then he just beats the shit out of Gustafsson in the second fight.
And I wonder if it's going to get him to that point. All this talking from Aspinall, will get him motivated, right? Or is he going to be at a point like, let me be done with Stipe and be done with football? I don't want a heavyweight motivated John Jones if I'm on the other side.
Yeah, yeah.
The way he just pulled Gon down so easily and choked him out, I was like, bro. Yeah. I mean, Gon looked good his last two fights.
Gon is like one of the most exciting guys on the field. He's so athletic in that style. He's had a weird front kick too. You ever notice his front kick, like a twisting front kick off the front leg?
Yeah,
he stands,
yeah.
But it's weird because he turns it, snaps it up, so he jabs you with the toes. There's a kick in Taekwondo that's kind of a goofy kick. It's called a twisting kick, and you kind of do it to the face, and it's like you swing your leg up. Like this.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing in a sideways stance. He's just doing it to the body. He's like got a twisting front kick. Nobody kicks like him.
And he hurt Bam Bam with that, right?
Bro, he fucked Bam Bam up. That was like Cyril Gane at his very best. A guy like Bam Bam who just comes forward, he takes a hell of a shot. He's not scared to take one to give one. And I mean, Tuivasa is one of the most exciting guys of all time, right?
Yeah, and it's crazy how.
But that style with Gon's this elite striker, incredible lateral movement, counter punching, the ability to move out of range, dive right back in real quick.
Yeah.
But Aspinall is like, we've only seen him smash. We've never seen him hit a nail.
Nobody ever, right? And I thought Pavlovich was going to be the one that's like, I used to be a banker, and he just puts him to sleep.
And he took Pavlovich's fight with a fucked up rib. He couldn't even wrestle.
Yeah, sure, notice too, right?
Like, you imagine you going up against Pavlovich, the only guy who's ever beat him was over beat him up on the ground. That's knocking everybody down.
Yeah.
And he knocks him out standing. He's so fast for a heavyweight. But again, you're saying the right thing. Like, what is it like in the fifth round with John Jones? Because if you can't steamroll John Jones and he starts side kicking your fucking kneecaps,
there's nobody better with distance than John.
The best.
Nobody comes close.
That too. Yeah. I know you've experienced that.
Yeah.
How many eye surgeries you have had?
I've had 3. Yeah.
Shit.
They're literally the hardest thing in the world. Most depressing thing in the world. Yeah. I don't think.
Did you have one after the Leon fight or before?
I had one after that as well. Like, even in my fight in, I fought Luque after the 3rd round. I went back to my corner. I was like, there's something in my eye. And, like, I couldn't see out of my eye. And I'm like, trying to blink it out. And then cut my tape. He said, oh, ain't nothing wrong with your eye. Stop touching your eye. So then I was like, all right, well, whatever. So I go back in there the 4th, 5th round. And I just can't manage this stuff, like shooting in. And I was like, man, there's still something wrong with my eye. And then I ended up going to the doctor like 2 days later because I thought it was just a scratch cornea or something. But it ended up being like a detached lens.
Oh,
so like the whole lens they had to like take out and then like sew back in. Yeah. And it was, my eye was like super bloodshot red for like 2 weeks. And then I ended up doing like a weigh-in show with the UFC, like a big review. And everybody's like posting pictures like, oh, look, somebody farted on his pillow because he has like a red eye. And they're like making fun of me. And I was just like, I'm like crying myself in my room. Like, I don't got pink eye. It's true.
How long did it take to recover from that?
That one wasn't as long. That one was, the blood was still in there for maybe like a month. The detached retina was the hardest one. That one is like 8 weeks of not doing absolutely nothing. And I have to be like this, my head sideways for a full 8 weeks.
Really?
Yeah, and have like a bubble in your eye the whole time. And then even when I'm watching TV, I have to like put my head in a massage chair.
Oh, wow.
And there's like a mirror at the top, so I aim the mirror at the TV. And I can't do nothing.
Wow.
But like keep my head down or sideways.
And how long did you have to stay like that for?
It was like 8 weeks.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So you lie? Did you go to sleep in a massage chair?
Yeah, I had to sleep. With my face down in that massage chair the whole time.
Wow.
Yeah. That was the hardest thing.
How hard is it to sleep like that?
And I'm a back sleeper too. So like I hate sleeping on my stomach. So it was like the worst 2 months of my life. And then you're like, you don't know if you're going to be able to train after that and fight after that because the doctors look at me like I'm stupid. I'm telling them I'm going back to the gym. And yeah, it was rough.
Doctors always want you to stop.
Yeah.
How'd you hurt your shoulder? You need to quit that. That's what they always say.
Yeah. Oh, you need surgery. That's like, there's no form of rehab or like.
Yeah.
exercises I could do, and
Yeah,
it's
they love to give you surgery.
right away. But even with the eye, I'm so afraid to even go to the doctor in general. So like I was avoiding it at all costs. So I would like see like a little black dot inside of my eye. And I'm still training, I'm like whatever. And then I was supposed to go with Jared to Brazil. He fought Charles Oliveira. I had my ticket booked and everything. And then like the week before I'm sparring with him, and then all of a sudden that black dot turned into like a black sheet, and it's like full black. And I'm just like, I think I should go to the doctor now. And then they're like, you got to go under the knife right away. So it's like I had to get surgery right there.
I had a friend of mine who had a detached retina. Didn't go. He lost most of his vision. He had a bunch of surgeries that could never fix it. He said that whoever told him that it wasn't a detached retina fucked him, because if he had known right away when he went in to check it that it was a detached retina, he would have been able to immediately get surgery. He would have said,
Wow.
yeah.
That's the hard part. You always think about Michael Bisping. You're looking at him like,
exactly.
I want to be that guy.
Exactly.
Like,
Gangsters, that motherfucker. That dude fought 10 times in the UFC with one eye.
that's wild.
Couldn't see. He memorized the fucking eye chart.
Yeah, I literally had moments where I'm looking at myself like, am I gonna have to do that? Am I gonna have to figure out something to do this? Yeah.
Well, how about fucking what's his face? The pirate. Yeah.
Shot a bullet.
Yeah, sharp bullet.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That guy's crazy. He's only got one eye.
But it's wild, right? Because I mean, it still looks like he sees everything when he's fighting, right?
Just his management's incredible.
Yeah,
It makes you think, how come is that motherfucker with two eyes? He can fight that good with one eye?
I fought in Abu Dhabi my first time there when Khabib fought Dustin Poirier, and then he was just like a fan. He came up to me and he said, "I'm gonna be in the UFC." And I remember the picture with him because he like tagged me, and obviously you can't forget that face.
Right.
But then when I saw him like undefeated killer, I'm like, bro, dang, he wasn't lying. He is a beast.
Oh, he's a beast.
Yeah,
I watched him fight before he was ever in the UFC when he was on other organizations. And I was like, Jesus Christ, this guy can kick. He kicks like you're thinking he's going to get tired from all that kicking, and he does not get tired.
Yeah.
It's wild, the volume of kicks. He reminds me a lot of Yair. You know? Yair is like one of those guys like, yo, you better stop thinking about kicking with him. You ain't kicking with Yair Rodriguez. You better figure out a way to get past that shit, because that guy can kick in a weird way.
I train with Yair, and then like even just like light sparring, I don't even want to like play with him because he just comes from all different angles.
Yeah.
But he's so good at like he'll get so close. It'll be like right here, and he'll just put.
Yeah.
I think that's where I learned a lot from him. And then just like when you're going with somebody who flows like that and knows how to move like that, it makes you more creative too.
Right, because you're not so tense you're worried about getting knocked out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best kind of sparring.
Yeah.
But it's like with a guy like Yair, if you're going to fight a guy like Yair, you got to find some Taekwondo champion and bring him in. But even then, they're not going to know how to punch that guy.
Yeah.
They're not going to know how to wrestle. So you're going to be missing part of it, because Yair can submit a lot of people. He's fucking wicked off his back. His triangle is fast as fuck.
People don't know how good he is. And even his wrestling is really good.
Yeah.
But when he puts it all together, but I think when he gets in there, it's just like so much, right? You put so much energy into everything.
Yeah.
That sometimes it leaves openings for guys to like take him down or hold him down. And I'm a guy fighting him. Like, oh, I don't want to give this guy any distance or any room to do anything.
Yeah, that style is just so taxing. For people that don't see the difference, there's two things in the octagon that are like probably the most taxing that you wouldn't really guess. The biggest one is the clinch. Bro, you see guys just get drained after the first round of the clinch, and they go back to the corner, and then everything's coming slow. Punches are coming slower, the footwork looks slower, reaction time is so they'll take a shot that maybe they could have got away from because they just don't want to move.
Yeah. We literally like do this in the gym where it's like, all right, let's do 20 push-ups and then just hand fight for 3 minutes. And then we start sparring. It's like little stuff like that because that's when you get lactic acid in your arms. You're tired. Now let's see you throw punches. Right now. And it'll stop people from actually like throwing hard at practice. It'll make you want to conserve your energy and stuff. But yeah, that feeling when you're in there and you can't lift up your arms. Damien Maya shot on me like 30 times. And it's the third round. I was like, bro, my arms are like dead right now. So if he does take me down, I'm going to be in a bad spot because my arms are so heavy. And then it's a joke. Yeah.
That guy had that creepy grappling strength where he would get a hold of guys and be like, what is happening here? Like, how is this guy so fucking stressed, especially at 170? Bro, Damian Maya at 170 was terrifying.
Yeah. People keep forgetting, man.
They do keep forgetting. Yeah. He got fucked in the Kamaru Usman fight. He got fucked. He got fucked. He got to Kamaru's back. He had one hook in, standing up, and they fucking separated them. It is one of the greatest tragedies and travesties in the history of the sport. That one positional change. That is a terrible, I don't know what referee it was. I don't want to call him out. People make mistakes. But for Damian Maia, he got fucked because he had Kamaru's back. And Kamaru's only loss up to that point was a rear naked choke in his first fight.
Yeah.
And Kamaru was nowhere near the grappler in terms of submissions that Damian was. And Damian was the traps, little do shit to you, and he just gets a hold of guy like what he did to Neil Magny. Like Damian gets a hold of dudes, and you're like, what is happening here?
Yeah.
This is a different kind of squeeze, man.
Yeah.
And he got fucked. He got totally fucked.
But it's crazy, right? Because a lot of
The world
fights could change
Yes.
off of one ref or one judge could change the whole thing.
Everything could have changed from that fight. Everything could have changed. So let's imagine the judge doesn't do that. There is a 30% likelihood Kamaru's going to get into the ground strangler. Now, legitimately.
Yeah.
You're looking at primetime Damian Maia in the worst possible position. One hook in, he's got your back. How are you shaking him off? Yeah. You got a 30% chance of shaking him off. You know, you've got a good chance of holding off until the end of the round. If you can't you might be able to stop him from advancing, but it's perilous. This is a terrible position you're in. Damian Maia's on your back. The referee's like, break it up. There's no action here. Like, are you a champion street fighter? It's the same shit. Like, what are you doing? This is the sport. The sport is this guy is a professional strangler, and he's finally gotten a hold of this guy. Oh, boo. The casuals are booing, so you're going to separate it. It's the worst, for me, the biggest travesty I've ever seen in MMA. That was the number one. It's probably going to, if I really had to go over all of them, I'd probably find a few other ones.
They'd be like a top 10. I mean, even Leon against Kamaru, too, with Kamaru was on top of him, and the ref stood them up because the crowd was going, right? And then he got head kicked.
Right.
It's like, bro, he's on top of him the whole five rounds, but now you're going to stand him up because crowd's going right.
I believe no stand-ups.
Yeah.
I know it's boring. I don't give a fuck. No stand-ups. No stand-ups. I go a step further. No stand-ups, and I think the fight should resume exactly what position you were in at the end of the round.
That'll be the game changer.
That's a real fight, though, right?
Yeah.
That's a real fight. Like, how did you get back up to your feet? Oh, the round ended.
Yeah.
Okay, what are we doing? We're cheating for the striker? Because that seems like you're kind of cheating for the striker. I know everyone's used to doing it this way, but if you want to look at it realistically, the striker has an advantage for the first few seconds of every fight. Every fight. The fight starts scanning. So in that distance where the striker has his advantage, it starts off with the striker's advantage. So if a grappler gets you to the ground, why do you get that advantage back?
Yeah, and it's the hardest thing to get somebody down and figure it out. So it's
the hardest thing to get up.
Yeah.
So if you can never get up, that's tough shit.
Yeah.
Tough shit.
That's on you.
It's on you.
Yeah.
That's the sport. The sport is not, stand them up, just breathe. You know, here it is. Look at this. Let's look at this again. Take it back from the beginning. So Damian gets the clinch, right? And Kamaru's got an overhook on the left arm, and he's defending so far. So Damian's working towards the takedown. Damian sneaks that leg in, and now Kamaru starts to get in trouble because Damian takes that left arm and goes all the way over and cinches the waist. So now he's pretty deep. The thing that's saving Kamaru here is his right arm. That whizzer on his right arm is the thing that's saving him. But he's in danger. Now he's in much more danger because now Damian has the hook, and now Damian's pulling that arm over the top of Kamaru's whizzer. So he'll connect his arms if the referee lets him. What he wants to do is connect his hands in front of Kamaru. Kamaru does not want that. They're hand fighting right here. But this is a dangerous spot for Kamaru because the only thing that's saving him is that whizzer. Without that whizzer, he's fucked right now. And he knows it, and he's strong as fuck, and he's holding on to that whizzer with everything he's got. But Damian is just slowly inching, and he's putting leverage with his leg. He's using that left hook.
So cool.
Yeah, and look, he's further. Now he's even further. Now he can punch him. He's even further. So he's progressing. So he has gotten to a spot where, and the referee is telling him, I guess he's grabbing gloves. The referee saying he's got to grab the wrist.
He's close to doing like a twister.
Yeah, and he's close. He's even closer now. Now it's even better. So now Damian is trying to figure out when he can get his right hook in and what he's doing with his left arm. So the whizzer is still holding that left arm in place, but Damian at one point in time had sort of threatened to creep it up over the top of Kamaru's left shoulder. And that's what he wants to do here. So he wants to put all this pressure on, make Kamaru do something to defend all the leverage he's putting on his legs, defend these punches. He's setting up little traps, just trying to open up the space so that he can get that right hook in, that left arm over the top. So he's on the back now, like fully on the back. And then the referee stops him.
Wow. This is the first round, but they're still dry.
In fucking sane that this referee did this. In fucking sane. A travesty. An unfair advantage for Kamaru for sure. And then Kamaru caught him with the left hand or right hand. He's catching with jabs. He shouldn't be in this position now. Kamaru should be still trying to fight out his way out of that clinch. And guess what? He might not have fought his way out of that clinch. He was like six steps to checkmate. You know, he was pretty close. 6 out of 10, he was in. You know,
it's crazy because it's the first round, so it's like even if the crowd is booing, it's like, bro, he just got to the spot.
Yeah,
this early.
What, Damien punched his butt, so you don't think a butt punch hurts? Like he's trying to do something to get Kamaru to react. He's trying to get movement out of him.
Yeah, you want him to make the mistake.
Yeah,
it's
travesty.
Yeah, now I look at that, I'm like, that's wild.
Travesty. But now, man, Damien Maia submits him. The world changes. Kamaru goes to that next fight. Now everybody's looking to submit him. Things change. He's not the boogeyman anymore. Somebody just tapped him. Maybe his confidence goes down a little bit. You know, maybe he doesn't get a favorable matchup in his next fight. Maybe he loses again.
Yeah.
You know,
Damien gets the belt.
Yes, Damien gets the belt. Like, things happen, man. Weird things happen. Weird things happen in this sport. You know, and that's why it's so incredible when someone reaches the title. When you actually do it, you become Islam Makhachev. You become Bilal Muhammad. You get all the way up there, and you win the title. There's so many hurdles. Like, you've lost fights.
Yeah.
The high poke with Leon was crazy. You had bad moments. And to get all past that and get to the title.
Yeah. Just thinking back to, like, all your ups and downs.
Yeah.
Just looking at the journey in general, and you're like, why did this happen? Or why did that happen? Especially after a lot. I'm a terrible loser. So you're like, why is this happening to me? But then now that I look back at it, thinking about the stuff that I changed. And then, I started doing this more. I started fixing this. And now it just, like, made me the fighter I am today. It's like, I'm glad those downs happened because now the ups feel so good that like nobody could take that away, right? Like the mountain I climbed was way higher than anybody else climbed. It was a lot harder than anybody else climbed.
There's a lot to that.
Yeah.
There's a lot to that. There's a lot to that because the guys that come up real fast and like super talented and just fuck everybody up and never get tested, like I think for some of those guys it's harder to maintain that motivation because you don't know the downs.
Yeah.
You know, like they have a belief in themselves. Like, you know, BJ Penn is a good example of that, in my opinion. I always put BJ in the category of one of the greatest of all time. I always say you got to look at BJ in his prime. You have to look at BJ when he was beating Sean Scher, BJ when he beat Joe Daddy Stevenson. BJ was a monster, man. Just a monster. He had crazy flexibility, unbelievable balance. You could try to take him down. He would hop around on one leg like he had two. It was nuts, man. But BJ was so fucking talented that I think BJ didn't really like to work that hard. You know, he didn't really get up for it as much as like some of the other guys that weren't as talented. And when BJ was in his prime, that's when he was training with the Marinoviches. That's when he's doing those crazy plyometric workouts. And he had this insane gas tank with all the talent of BJ Penn.
Yeah. And like you said, people forget how good he was. But these new age fans, they've never seen him before. They never saw him fight.
They forget. They
They're
think
like,
it's the same thing like
streak.
Like Tyron Woodley, the same kind of thing. You think about them only when they're at the end of their career. You don't think about how good they were. Nobody can maintain that forever. It's not possible. It's not possible.
Habib said it from the beginning, right? He said, you're always going to lose. There's a time for your thing. He said it about Kamaru. He said about Tony Ferguson. He said, these guys, they're going to learn the hard way. And for me, he said, if I stayed in, I'd probably end up losing something. I don't think you'll lose, but yeah, like he said, like, you're thinking, like, I could still go with him. And I'm looking at this guy like, bro, you could be the heavyweight champion right now. It's like,
what does he weigh now?
I think he's probably like 200 because he rolls consistently with everybody. And he always says I have to jog 30 minutes a day. He always on the treadmill at least 30 minutes. But there's like him and grappling. It's wild because I just feel like when I first got the fight announced from Dana White, I was over there in New Jersey training with this man for his fight when he was fighting Poirier. They announced it, and I'm like, Habib's like, oh, come over here training. And then he's just killing me. Like, literally, like, throwing me around. And then I'm just, like, getting murdered. And my coach tells me, hey, you see Dana White announced you got the title fight? And I'm looking at myself like, really? All right.
What's crazy is he's still in his prime.
Yeah,
That's what's crazy. Like, you get out 29-0 in his prime. It's like, I'm done. I made a promise to my mom.
do it on top. No injuries,
Nobody
nothing.
does that. Nobody does that.
Only the greats, right? Even I mean, GSP did it, but
But GSP
not like
came
QB.
back and he fought when he was older. He fought Bisping at 85, And GSP, his, he had gone through some wars, and at the end of the last one, he was just like, I need some time,
Yeah, I think a lot of these fighters they need the time off, but they don't take it. They try to rush back in after losses, and it just adds up.
Mm-hmm.
You see it with Tony Ferguson, prime example. I think after that KT fight, that should have been time off.
Mm-hmm.
That should have been like, all right, let me take a year off, not do nothing. But you want to rush back in there, and then all of a sudden the losses start adding up. Your body's taking damage.
So let's imagine Tony Ferguson doesn't trip all of those wires backstage. But he's about to fight to be for the title in Madison Square Garden. He trips over some wires backstage and tears his knee apart. Just a freak accident. Yeah. Just a freak accident that could happen to anybody. Tears his knee apart, has to get knee surgery, misses the title fight. Al Eichmann steps in, has a good fight with him. And Tony Ferguson, the one guy that we were always like, how would Tony do? Because in his prime, people forget, in his prime, that motherfucker was terrifying. He had a long-ass win streak and fucking everybody up. He was cutting people, strangling people. He was a beast, dude. Tony Ferguson was a fucking monster. But people forgot. They forgot. They only see Tony Ferguson now to get knocked out by Chandler. They see Tony Ferguson now and Patty Pimblett beats him. Like, you don't understand. He's 40, whatever he is, years old. Like, he's natural. The body just can't do what the mind wants it to do.
Yeah, you're looking for that one point where at least a coach, family, or somebody that tells you, like, you're done. But you want maybe you want to end on a winning note, or you want to just like, I think this guy's
that's all we want.
Yeah.
It's different in different people. Like, some people get out and they go, I think I did enough, I'm out. And they hold to it, like Khabib, or like Andre Ward. Andre Ward's another one. He's on top. Gold medalist in the Olympics, 2 division world champion. Like, that's it. I'm good. I think they offered him when Canelo fought Kovalev. When he knocked out Kovalev and won the light heavyweight title, they were saying maybe Andre Ward would come back. They were for a long time. Which is completely, but he said, I'll serve boxing better in the position. So here's a guy, Olympic gold medalist, 2 division world champion, speaks perfectly. Nothing wrong with him at all. Very, very religious man. Never swear. I did a podcast with him. He got upset that I said that afterwards. He did. Because he called me afterwards. Like, I didn't know you were swearing. I was like,
wow.
That's because he would want people in his church.
Yeah.
So now he can't say.
Oh, wow.
Got to find out. I thought he's a boxing champ, but I was talking to him like a regular dude. but he's one of the wisest. Everybody else can crash. Marvin Happer was never been back. So that's it. I'm done.
Yeah. Ward, I think, even though I said in commentary, the way he breaks stuff down, his new book was so good. Just like hearing the stories. Wow.
Yeah, it's a crazy story.
Like, Canelo would be crazy.
Ooh. So, yeah, I would love to see that fight. I want to see Canelo be there. So come on, Saudi Arabia, throw that money. Throw that money. Let's see that fight. Is it Crawford? If they're not going to have him fight Crawford, which I did want to see. Even though I know it's crazy.
Yeah.
But it is not. That's the right way.
And it makes the most sense.
It makes the most sense. But hey, Canelo, like, give me $200 million.
And I can see them just offering it. Yeah. Let me just go my bank account. I'll just give you that check real quick. Saudi Arabia guy.
I hope that Benavidez and him do fight, and I hope it's at 168 because I think that's like Benavidez's best division. I mean, he fought that last fight at 75 against a good guy.
Yeah.
And he won the fight, but he didn't look like the same guy that he looks like at 68. I don't think that power carries quite as much with bigger guys. It's a little bit of a step up, there's very few guys that keep that power, that keep going up and up and up and great.
There's so many weight classes in boxing, right?
Yeah.
So you could be, like you said, for Canelo and him, it's the fight that makes sense. So for him, he's like, I need to find the biggest fight. All right, let me move up a couple more pounds here.
Yeah.
And then you think it's not a big jump, but those sounds make a difference.
It makes a difference, but for
Yes.
Crawford, I think he just wants the big money fight. Like, what is the big money fight? $2 for big money fight. But, Crawford is one of the best ever. He's 36. He's like, maybe this is, let me get one big money fight. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, he's got shoot tennis. So knock on his door too, which is another amazing fight, but super dangerous. Like just like Benavidez is dangerous, shoot tennis is very fucking dangerous. It's very dangerous.
There's always somebody coming right
Yeah.
behind you. These guys have been at the top so long. You're like, all right, let me get something that's on my level. Canelo, he's been in the game just as long as me. And all right, let's just do this for his paycheck and then move on.
I think when they get to a certain level and realize they have a few fights left, they want the big money fights. And Canelo is obviously the biggest money fight. Even though Boots Ennis is a great fighter, most people don't know who he is yet.
Yeah.
And with Canelo, everybody knows who Canelo is. You get the Canelo fight, that's Red Panics night.
Yeah.
Like you're in, let's go.
That's the John Jones effect with Stipe, right?
Yep.
It's not a lot of people know where Aspinall is yet.
Right.
I mean, the real fans know him. But it's like everybody knows Stipe. Right? Everybody knows he's one of the greatest heavyweights to ever do it.
It's a great thing if John can beat him on his resume. It's one more notch that John beat the most accomplished heavyweight of all time. But here's the thing. Everybody's sleeping on Stipe. Here's the thing about heavyweights. Heavyweights mature later, and they get compromised later too. Like heavyweights can fight. Like George Foreman won the heavyweight title at 45 years old. And that was in the natural days. I think there's. I don't know where George was going, but I was thinking Vander Holyfield. I think there's something going on. But my point is that like heavyweight fighters, I think, because there's not as much movement, it's a different thing. The body matures, it takes longer. They're just bigger human beings. I could see a guy that's in his 40s still fighting Boogie, and we haven't seen Stipe since he got knocked out. So we saw that fight against Francis, where Francis just looked unstoppable. Francis knocks him out. We haven't seen Stipe in years. Like when was the last time Stipe fought? I remember it was at the Apex, and it was in the middle of the pandemic because there was no crowd.
Yeah.
Which was crazy to see a heavyweight title fight with no crowd. It was nuts.
Yeah, that pandemic day for a while.
Everybody's wearing a mask, handing over their nose. It's all so stupid. Yeah. 2021, dude. 2021, and we're getting real close to 2025. So 2025 just like happens in November. 2025 is just a fucking month away. That's a long ass time, but it's also a long ass time with no head injuries. It's a long ass time without getting, 2 or 3 fights, to a gunfight, another fight, this fight, that fight. It's a long time without getting beat up.
Even if he comes as a different version himself.
Yeah.
What if he's been working on some stuff?
Yes.
I mean, if he knows he's fighting John Jones, he probably knew for the last year and a half. I'm just studying one guy for a year and a half, just focus on him.
Exactly. And, we just have time to rest. Like, let the chin recover. Because that's I think Daniel Cormier landed the picture-perfect right hand when he knocked out Stipe. But I also think Stipe was probably beaten up in that Francis fight. That Francis fight was not much. I don't remember how many months. How many months was there between Stipe fighting Francis and Stipe fighting DC? 7 months? That's not that time. Yeah. The year before, that's a different thing. Francis fight was the damage. Francis, in the first round in particular, he landed some big shots. He was fucking scary as shit, dude. So I think him coming in and fighting Daniel, I gotta imagine he took some heavy blows in that fight. And, even if he didn't lose, he had to got some damage. Like, he may have been concussed because he got hit hard.
Yeah.
Hard in that fight. And then you go right back and go, no, you should take a long ass time with no contact at all and let everything heal up. So you probably need his chance to do that. I think that's also Volkanovski.
Yeah, I think that was his biggest mistake, right?
Huge mistake. Two mistakes. One, you don't fight Islam. It just doesn't make any sense. That's crazy. He's so hard. He's so good. If he's not the best, it's you and him for the best, pound for pound, and you're gonna risk that on 10 days. That's crazy. And that changes the course of this fight, right?
That's wild, right?
If he doesn't take that fight, he says, I can't, I'm ready for Ilya Taporia, That guy's coming, and he knows how fucking dangerous Ilya is. So he doesn't take that fight, and then he goes in fresh against Ilya, and he has a much better fight.
Yeah.
Who knows who won, but you got to think he was compromised. Head kick.
Yeah.
Head kick. Shin to the dome, which is just, for sure, it's going to rattle you for a long time.
When you're just getting put out cold like that, and especially you probably cut a lot of weight to get to that point. You look kind of flabby in that Islam fight, so you take that fight on take notice. There's not a lot of guys that are around their weight class anyway, so they're cutting a lot. Then you have to go, all right, now I'm going to fight Islam, who's number one pound for pound, and then that head kick.
Islam looked like Michelangelo sculpted.
He's so big. He's so strong, so
What
big.
does he weigh? What does he weigh like normal? Like right now, to call him up. What do you weigh, brother?
I would say at least minimum like 185, 190.
Fuck out of here. He's 210 pounds.
No, it's not.
That guy's 250 pounds.
His strength feels like 250 pounds.
That's what I hear.
But that's the thing with them. They're always training. No matter what they're doing, they always at least run once a day or grapple.
So he's
At least once a
losing roughly 30 pounds to make 55.
From the start, I would say. Yeah.
He's big. That's about as big as you can get to keep doing that. That's big.
Yeah, and he's tall. He's lengthy, and he has power. Like, he could go up to 70 easily.
Yeah, easily. He's got real power now on his feet, which is a new addition over the last, X amount of years. His stand-up has gotten him. Like, he knocked down Oliveira. He had Oliveira in real trouble. The Volkanovski hit kick, though. And there's also the way he set it up. He kept kicking to the body. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I think people just assume that all he's going to do is wrestle. But then you see him go in there and outstrike somebody. He even boxed with Poirier.
Yeah.
He has some really good hands in there with him.
Yeah.
And people go, oh, wait, he can strike too. But his
he
grappling
can do
just as good.
He can do everything. He's as good as it gets. He's as good as it gets. He's the most complete fighter on the roster because he submits people. Like he submitted Poirier in the final round.
Oh.
Incredible submission. But he was winning that fight already. But then, he can also knock you out. He literally does everything. He's one of the best wrestlers in the sport. His top control and his squeeze is insane.
Yeah.
So remember when he tapped out Drew Dober? He got a hold of Drew Dober. It's like Drew Dober had zero chance of breathing. He wasn't going anywhere. He was just crushed. It was like he was fighting a man twice his size.
I was just bringing it up when I talked about Dan Hooker. He just went to war with Cameron.
Exactly.
And this time just took him down and tapped him out within the first 2 or 3 minutes.
Tapped him out to the point where you're like, please tap. Fucking tap. Dude, just tap. Don't let him do it. It looked like he was going to break his fucking arm apart.
It's so funny because, Habib will, get guys in there. He's the type that'll grapple and, have a conversation as he's grappling. But he had, Ali and Kimura, he's, laughing, and Ali's, tapping. And he's just like, brother, give me coffee. And he's just like, I'm like, bro, you're going to break his arm. At some point.
That's a terrible break, too, that spiral break.
It's the worst. And I'm he was so strong and just, effortless with them. Their bodies was crazy.
I remember Michael Johnson. So he got Michael Johnson and I was like, Jesus, please tap, Michael. God, tap, please, just tap. I was squirming in my chair because I'm waiting to hear crack. It's like the McGregor fight with Frank Mir. Remember that?
Yeah.
You see his arm, you hear the snap, and you see him look over at his arm, and his arm's halfway hanging. Oh,
that's the one. That's the scary part about the whole thing.
Scary. Yeah. It's such a scary break. Because that arm is never seen again. It's never seen.
Yeah.
No matter what, they're gonna screw things in there and pull things. All your muscles have been cut. All your nerves are fucked up. It's never gonna be the same arm.
And then you have guys that are kezy enough to keep fighting after that.
Yeah, they don't give a
with
fuck.
the broken arm.
Break my arm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tim Sylvia. When Frank Mir broke his arm, oh here it is. Oh Jesus, it's gonna make me look at this. He looks down at his arm God damn. Please, ladies and gentlemen, tap. Please tap. Sometimes you have to. Sometimes I know, but sometimes you gotta tap for the future. Did you see that guy Mikey Musumeci fought in one FC and he destroyed his leg?
Yeah.
The guy wouldn't tap. This fucking guy's an animal. He would not tap. And I was tapping at home. I couldn't believe it. He broke his leg 3 times. He just kept breaking his knee left and right and ripping it apart. I'm watching his knee. I'm like, that's destroyed.
Yeah.
There's your LCL. There's your, look at this. This is so horrible. Oh my God. Right now, his leg is destroyed. His leg right now is completely destroyed. It's totally twisted. All of his ligaments are fucked. He couldn't walk after this fight. So you look at his heel is totally the wrong way. His knee is twisted completely around. That is horrible. Oh, he's going that way with it. Oh my God. The dude never tapped. The dude got his leg destroyed and never fucking tapped. But he's probably never going to be the same.
Mikey has that like craziness inside him just to keep going though.
Oh, he's an evil little man.
He's
an evil little man. He's a really, really, really nice guy.
Yeah.
But he's also got a switch. Yeah. There's a switch. He gets into that octagon and what's that? Why'd you do that to me? Oh, that's what Mikey said to him. He felt bad that the guy wouldn't tap. It was a crazy demonstration, but that poor guy. I mean, I gotta think what kind of surgery? Find out what kind of surgery that guy had to have after that fight.
I hate leg locks in general. Even at practice, I'll tell you guys, if you're gonna put leg lock, I'm just gonna tap. Like I'm not even gonna play.
Well, I came up before leg locks, so I didn't learn leg locks until late in my jiu-jitsu journey. Like I was already a black belt before leg locks became the big thing. When you already knew about them, like I see Dean Lister use it. When Eddie went to Abu Dhabi, I went down there with him. Dean Lister was telling people. Dean Lister was the first guy to really fuck a lot of guys up with leg locks. And a few of those Lucha Libre guys were really good at leg locks. They were doing, but leg locks in jiu-jitsu turned into a voodoo. People didn't want to get him, man, because they ruined people's knees, and no one really knew how to defend it. Torn ACL, torn MCL, torn meniscus, and a broken ankle.
That's wild.
Tore everything. Mikey said, I'm sick to my stomach. I never felt someone's leg explode like that in a match. I've been training for 22 years. I've never broken his leg that much. I've broken a lot of legs, but that leg exploded. I didn't know what to do, and it was just disgusting and gross. I really wish he tapped. The result didn't change. Now he's in the hospital, so I don't know. But what a warrior he is for showing his will. That's why you got to choke people. You got to choke people. Some people just, they don't want to tap, and they just go to sleep, and that's okay. That's Marcelo Garcia's route. Marcelo Garcia never used Kimuras. Because Marcelo Garcia, all that he could do with Kimura. He never used Kimura because he felt like Kimuras were like a strong man. Because you have to turn a yank it, and you're resisting the arm. It's not perfect technique. So Marcelo was all about grabbing the neck. Like he had the nastiest guillotines. Did you ever watch Marcelo fight? Yeah. Oh my God, dude. Yeah. I was there live when he fought Xiaomin in Abu Dhabi. Oh my God. Oh my God. It was like, what was that dude, the Tasmanian Devil from the cartoons? That was like, just spinning around him, getting his back, and put him to sleep.
That's crazy.
Oh my God. And nobody knew who Marcelo was. That was what was crazy. Like a lot of people respected him. Everybody knew he was a black belt. You know, Fabio Bergel lineage, solid lineage. Everybody knew he was good, but yeah, killer.
You watched that $1 billion tournament with Craig Jones?
I did. Yeah, I did.
That one match was really good at the semifinals with the two heads.
Rutolo.
Yeah.
Who was the other cat?
I forgot, but that was a
find
crazy.
That. I think they said it's on YouTube as the greatest grappling match of all time.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
The Rutolo brothers are so good. So good. And again, like 20 years old, 19 years old, just coming up, the young ones. And young and explosive and wild. They do all kinds of crazy techniques. They catch Darces from everywhere.
And I like the ring they did.
Andrew Tackett, who's also a killer. So it was an incredible match. These guys just went at it. I don't like that ring.
It's fun. It's like something different.
I don't like it. I don't like it because it's another obstacle. I think they had it right before when there was no obstacles. Like, this is an obstacle, right? This keeps you from being able to get up right. It's a thing that you have to think about. This is why, like, I've said this before. I apologize for everybody who's heard it. I think fighting should take place with no cage. It'd be easier to see, and I think it should be on a basketball court, and you fight in the center.
Yeah.
If you can have basketball in the same arenas where we have UFCs, you take an enormous space, you mat it up, you put security around it so nobody can get in. Nobody, you put ropes up, and guys step in, and they fight right in front of everybody.
That would be a no time.
Nah, I think you should have time. I think you should even have rounds. But if I was running, this is what I'd do. Number one, first thing I'd do, cover the fingertips. Line the fingertips open. Yeah. They don't have to be open. All you need is the same UFC gloves right now. Extend the lever like a mitten, the leather like a mitten over the tips of the front fingers, and pull it back in there. I think it would help grappling. I don't think it would hurt grappling. So I don't think grapplers have a problem with it. They have no difference at all in your striking. You would just pull it like a bag glove. Like those old Everlast bag gloves?
Yeah.
But not even as thick. Just have it. So now you have one piece. So you don't have nothing that can go in your eyeball. Like we've seen fingers go in eyeballs before. So that would be eliminated. You'd still have some abrasions of the eye. You could still running the fingers like that would suck. It would suck less though.
Yeah.
It would suck less. So that would be my first thing I would do. Second thing I would do, wherever the fuck, nobody gets stood up ever for any reason, unless someone gets injured or some foul or something happens wrong, somebody fights somebody, some crazy shit. Then stand people up. And then I think you put them right back down to the position after you take the point away, whatever you're going to do. But once a guy gets you down, it's your job to get back up. And at the end of the round, if you're on your back and he's mounted you, you start the next round with him mounted you. You put the arm in the exact same place. He had an overhook on the right arm, and he's on top, and he's got his hand on your bicep. Okay, this is how the round ended. This is how we start. And everybody looks at the screen, and everybody looks at the guys, and they go 3, 2, 1, fight.
That would be wild.
That would be real. That'd be real.
Yeah.
Because it's not 5 fights. It's 1 fight. It's 1 fight. It's 5 rounds. Why should it start on your feet every round? That's crazy. Why? Because that's how it is in boxing. They come out of their corner. Who fucking cares? That's stupid.
Yeah.
Start them where you got to get better the same way you got sick. You got taken down, you got to get up. Somebody got you down, you got to get up. Because if you don't get up, then he's winning. He's figured out a way to hold you down. You don't want to be held down. He's holding you down. So he's winning. Even if he's not doing any damage, he's winning. He's holding you down. Everybody, boo, boo. So what? So it'll affect your ticket sales. So you'll get less money for pay-per-views. So what? But this is what real fighting is. That's real. That's the most pure version of the sport that we could offer. Giant, matted down space. You make it so that, you have security around it so no fucking psychos can rush. You put ropes up so people can't pass it. Everybody's going to have a clear line of sight. No cages in the way. Still have the big monitors and everything like that. They fight in an enormous space. And you have a danger zone. You got an outside danger zone. And if you keep going into that fucking danger zone, they take a point away. If you get kicked in the nuts, take a point away. You get poked in the eye, take a point away. Grab the fence. Let's have no fence. Yeah, no fence. So there's no way to take someone down except taking them down. You got to actually take them down. You can't get them up against the cage and trip them because their back is no. You have to take them down on a flat ground with no help. And he's got to get up without the cage. You can't walk up to the cage, press the jack up, use the leverage. Get up. You're in the middle of the fucking matted area. Get up.
I'm just imagining guys like MVP and Wonder Boy, like to be able to catch those guys in a basketball court would be wild.
Hard.
Sean O'Malley.
Hard. Great for them too.
Yeah.
Bad for them if they get taken down though. Real bad.
Right, yeah.
Real bad. Because now you have to actually be able to get up.
You're stuck there.
And imagine getting up at Khabib on top of you. Has anybody ever gotten up? That guy gets on top of you. You're fucked. You gotta wait till the round's over.
Sure. Like with a grappler, like the round will be over with, they'll still be going. And he's like, no, brother, you have to get up. It's like, I can't, like, the bell rang, bro. You got to get up. And I just say, I talk to you. It'll be like a 15-minute round. It'll be just like, it's so crazy. Nonstop. It's wild. Yeah.
But that mentality is why that camp produces so many assassins. I was very impressed with him. Oh, very impressed. Very impressed. Because I always knew he was an elite kicker. He's an elite striker, too. But to see him fight a guy like Sandhagen, who's so complex. He does so many things well. And to see him dominate that fight, I was like, wow, that's really impressive. That's really impressive.
Yeah, I think he still only has less than 5 fights in the UFC. He's still,
he's incredible.
Starting.
And I butchered his name. So bad. It couldn't get out of my mouth. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, sometimes my mouth just don't work right. And that's fine if you're doing a podcast. You can just say it again. Yeah. But if you're, like, saying it, guys, I was like, no, fuck. And like, what did I say? I felt so bad because I really love the guy. I think he's awesome. And especially after the Sandhagen fight, I think he's the most compelling contender in that division after Merab.
Yeah. So
after Merab, I think he's got to get that shot. Whoever wins. And him against either one of those guys is sensational. That's a sensational fight. That's like an elite top. That's like as good as we have to offer today.
Yeah, 100%. The way he did Sandhagen's one of my favorite fighters.
He's so good.
How good Whitmore did against them.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't have really any moments of difficulty in there. And I was like, he's elite.
Yeah, he's super elite. I think about Sandhagen. One thing I think about is here's TJ Dillashaw. Like TJ Dillashaw, let's imagine TJ Dillashaw didn't blow out his shoulders. Because TJ Dillashaw beat Sandhagen with one leg.
Yeah.
which is crazy. And he beat Sandhagen. Sandhagen that fucked up Marlon Moraes. Sandhagen. Like the Sandhagen of today. You know, that guy is fucking top of the food chain. He's very good. And TJ beat him with one and a fucked up shoulder. His shoulder wasn't good back then either.
Yeah.
It was fucked up. But he figured out a way to win. It wasn't the most exciting fight, but how could it be? He had one ACL. He blew his fucking knee. But he still beat him. That guy's had so many fucking injuries. If you imagine TJ Dillashaw not having all those injuries and someone talking him out of going down 25.
Yeah. You see how big he is right now?
Oh, he's huge.
It's
Like 180 pounds.
It's wild. I'm like, that's what I be.
I wish I was tighter with him because I would have said, do not fucking do it. Look at him now. Huge. Yeah. This bitch would melt that.
Just put him and Chad Mendes in a room and just like duke it out.
Do a best body contest.
They're both like takes.
But you gotta think, man, how good Cody Nola was when he beat him, you know, when he stopped him. Dude, TJ Dillashaw was a bad man. Renan Barão was the pound for pound considerate of the number one fighter in the world, but he was the bantamweight champion. A lot of people, he was in consideration. And TJ just picked him up, and he did it like he was sparring. He was all loose and relaxed, and he had that Dwayne Ludwig. I don't know, you ever trained with Dwayne?
No.
He's got an incredible system. That Bang Muay Thai system is one of the most complex and well thought out striking systems I've ever seen. He's a maniac. He's got notebooks, like binders, with all these moves, like locked in. And if you watch Dwayne fight, though, it's so crazy because he didn't fight that way.
Yeah.
Dwayne fought, you know, he had like kind of traditional, like a lot of Muay Thai, a lot of Dutch kickboxing style, nasty striker, but he didn't like switch stances all the time and do like TJ. He figured out that this is the way, the constant switching and striking from each stance and the constant footwork and movement, all these patterns that they would get guys to lead into certain positions and do it. Like, it wasn't just like smashing buttons like Stylebender likes to talk about. Dwayne's thought about it as like a real comprehensive striking program. And TJ was his best pupil. And TJ, when he fought Renan Barão, was just showing that style in its world-class form. You don't forget. You don't forget how good TJ Dillashaw was. They forget. He has that fight with Cejudo. He tests positive for EPO because he's literally dying to make 125. He looked like an Auschwitz concentration camp survivor. He did. He looked like they just opened the doors and let him out of the concentration camp. He had no skin in his face. His face was just, it was just bones. He looked terrible. And TJ is a big guy for 35. He's big. He's a good, solid, perfect 35-pound frame. And somehow or another, someone talked him into it, or he wanted to do it for the challenge.
Chasing that greatness.
Yeah, because he had to be starving to death in camp. So he must have been like doing his camp while he was starving, literally starving to death. Like your organs are shutting down, your brain's not working anymore.
And then when you're thinking about what's the EPO just because of the weight cut.
That's what he said.
Right. But then you think if he was using it beforehand, how good Cody Nola was before he fought him. And after that beating Dominic Cruz, that was like the best performance I've ever seen in my life. And then he goes and gets knocked out by him, and he says, because he was on EPO, right. It's like that changed your whole career. If you're Cody.
It does change your whole career. And, you know, there's guys that have accused him of doing stuff other than that. And that's what he looked like. Oh, God, that's so crazy. That is so crazy. I wish I was his friend. I wish I was tight with him back then. And when I wish like he would have listened to someone who was like, just don't do that, man. Don't fucking do that. You could be one of the all-time greats at 35 and stay there. But you also got to think, like, how many of his injuries got amplified because of that weight cut? How much body deterioration was he going through, and then also going through camp? So he's pushing hard, he's wrestling, he's hitting the mitts, he's sparring, all this while his body's deteriorating. So all his mass is down, all the muscle that's protecting the shoulders, which are, you know, his supraspinatus has been missing forever. His supraspinatus has been ripped off bone from like the beginning of his career.
We were just, I was talking to a guy yesterday about weight cutting. We were at the sushi spot, Sushi by Scratch. And the sushi guy who was rolling it, he's like, I used to be a weight cutter in high school when I was a wrestler. And I had heart surgery because I was cutting weight since I was 6 years old. My dad would make me cut weight. And I was like, that changed your whole life. Because you started cutting it that young. He's like, bro, I had so many issues, problems from there. And it was just wrestling. He said I wasn't into grappling or anything. I was just wrestling since a kid. My dad just made me cut weight. Since I was a kid, it was like 109 pounds to like 90 pounds. And I was like, how are you cutting weight that young?
So bad.
Yeah.
It stunts your growth. There's a lot of wild shit to the body. Make your kidneys fail.
And changes your life.
Changes your life. Yeah, and if you don't grow up right, it's like you're being poisoned from the time you're a kid. Your body doesn't develop right. Who knows what to do to you? This is the future of your life. It might have taken a decade or two off of his life.
And it just burns you out in general.
Yeah.
You go fighting after that.
Exactly.
You know, you've been cutting weight since that long. Now you're a fighter, now you have to cut weight.
Right.
Every single fighter, I think, has like an eating disorder too now after.
Yeah. I'm sure. Well, how much do you have?
Like, I get around to like 190, and then when I'm in fight camp and I'm training, I'm walking around 185. So like 15 pounds. Yeah, but I keep a chef with me for like this last 5 weeks. Ian Larios, he's been with like DC, Kane, and all the guys. He lives in my house for 5 weeks, and I tell people it changes your life. Like, train so much better off it. He's giving you the right food to eat.
Right.
Before I would sit there and I couldn't eat myself. I was like, I'm not gonna have breakfast. I'm just gonna go to the gym and train. Now I'm waking up and he's giving me like potatoes and eggs, and I'm like, bro, I can't have carbs. What are you giving me these? Bro, you're not gonna train. You're not gonna have a good workout unless you have this stuff. So like, there's no thought process with me. He just gives me everything: my shakes, my food, and then I come home from practice, and then he has lunch on the table. I come home after another session, and he has dinner on the table.
And is he calculating the calories for each meal? And
Yeah.
That's where it gets fascinating, right? They calculate the calories for each meal, and they give you the exact right amount.
Yeah, I hate looking at the scale. So like, he'll make me step on the scale, and it'll be 5 weeks. I'm like, bro, no, we're not. We still have like 5 more weeks. Like, get on the scale, so I won't look at it. So he'll look at it right at his phone, and then he'll just keep track of it the whole time.
That's an eating disorder.
It is.
Yeah, man.
Mentally,
You look at it.
I was like, bro, I don't even want to look at it because then it tells me like, oh man, I gotta do this, so I gotta do that more. But it'll make me push that much harder at practice. But I'm like, I'm gonna push hard anyway for the fight. But I think mentally, I just hate scales. Like, I won't step on a scale until I have a fight.
Like, yo, nobody's got an eating disorder like Patty.
Oh my god.
Patty celebrates his eating disorder. That motherfucker gained 40 pounds after his last fight.
And that's gonna literally kill him. I feel like
It's not
wild.
good. It's definitely, he's so good though. I'm so impressed with him. Like, he keeps getting good. I thought Jared Gordon beat him, and I thought that fight to me was another one of those fights. Jared Gordon wins, and all of a sudden Jared Gordon's got another big fight, another big fight, and he had 2 blunders in a row. You know, not his fault. The other one was the headbutt with Bobby.
Yeah.
But the Patty one was a big one, man, because the Patty one, he was fucking winning that fight, man. I felt he was landing the big shots. That counter left hook was sweet. He looked good. I thought he won the fight. I thought it was a good fight, but I thought he won the fight. And Patty fights Bobby Green, and he looks like a world beater. He looks like a world beater. The strategy was perfect. Stay on the outside, fuck his legs up, and then you realize how big Patty is, too. Patty's a big 55er, because Bobby's big.
Yeah.
Excuse me, King. King, yeah.
That's wild.
Change his name to King. I love that dude. Change his name to King. So King is, he's a tall dude too for the division.
Yeah.
But you realize how big Patty is. And people think of Patty only as a grappler, but his kicks were on point. His kicks were on point.
And he's tough in general. Like, those guys, when you hit a guy and he's still staying in front of you, it makes you want to shoot on him. So I'm looking at Bobby like, why would you shoot a takedown on Patty? Like, that's the only way of beating you is catching a submission.
I think his legs are getting fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just makes you uncomfortable. So he shot.
There it is. Yeah, I think he was seeing where this was going. But look how big he is, man. You realize, like, damn, he's a big 55, but I'm talking about that inside low kick. I mean, it might have been just instinct, but where Bobby just felt like he had to catch, King felt like he had to catch that kick because it was available. But it's a trap.
The crowd in Manchester's, when Petty walks out, it's like nuts.
Yeah, he's a star.
Yeah, over there, it's crazy. When I was sitting in the back, we were sitting in the back warming up, and then we just hear the people going nuts, and my family's like texting me, like, man, I wish you weren't fighting so I could just enjoy this right now, watch the Petty walk out.
He's a scouser. He's just fun. He looks like he's having a good old time when he's out there, and he can back it up. So that fight was big for him because that fight moves him into elite status, right? He goes from Jared Gordon, and now, a couple other fights, now, bam, Bobby Green, bam, someone's going to be a big name. Someone next going to be a big name. So he's thinking right now about his life. He's thinking about those guys at the top of the league.
he's at the point where I think one more, especially because of his name. If he gets like a Hooker or a Chandler,
Right.
and he gets past one of them guys, see them give him a
Don't you
title shot.
think, considering the amount of growth that we've already seen from him, though, like if you were in his corner, wouldn't you say, couple more if we could? Couple more, don't rush.
I would, but like for money wise,
Right.
I think he's about the big name, especially for UFC. When you're thinking of lightweight, Oliveira just lost, Gaethje just lost, Hooker already lost to Islam. If Islam gets past Armand, I mean, if McGregor comes back and gets Chandler, he's there. But like, there's not a lot of names right now for Islam because Gamrot was who's supposed to be the backup. He just lost to Hooker.
Yeah.
Islam walked through Hooker. So you're like, who's Islam going to fight after Armand?
Right. It's a good question. You know, so Gamrot was an interesting one. We were looking forward to that versus Islam. Like, that could be interesting because he's such a good grappler. But when, you know, people forget about Dan Hooker. They forgot about him, too.
Oh, yeah.
He's a dog. Dan Hooker went blow for blow with Dustin Poirier. That was as close a fight as you're going to get. Again, another change of career, right? Dustin moves on from that, gets counter fights. Dustin becomes the man. No, they don't forget about that fight. That was a fucking very close fight. A very good fight. And there were some moments where Dan Hooker was tuning Dustin Poirier up. There's a video compilation online of Hooker having Poirier against the ropes. He's ripping shots before the end of the round. He's a bad motherfucker. This guy got fought with a broken arm. He got his arm broken. Didn't say shit. Didn't say a goddamn word about it. Wins the fight. And they're like, what happened here? It's just a scratch.
Even in this fight, his face is like bleeding into the ground, and he's like, I love this stuff.
Well, he also loves, like, you know, he had that devastating knockout loss to Chandler, right? Chandler comes out, catches him with that leaping hook and drops him and just puts it on him. And fuck. You know, this is a big, high-profile fight. He got caught. You know, and anybody can get caught. That's what's crazy about the sport. That's why it's so exciting. Anybody can get caught. But it's like, how can you bounce back? Can you bounce back and be the same guy after you?
Yeah, and that's the hardest part too, because you get caught. You don't really feel anything afterwards. It's not like you went through a war or injury, so you want to hop right back into it. You know, let me get that up, take that arm off, let me fight again. But you need like the coaches around you to tell you, like, still got a concussion, chill out, don't fight, take a couple months off.
Yeah.
The Gaethje's taking a year off, and it's like you need those guys to hold you back because I've been knocked out before, and it's like I'm all right. I feel good. My body feels good. Like I don't have no scratches or anything. I didn't go through a 15-minute war. So I'm like, let me get another fight.
Right.
But you don't know what's going on in your brain. You don't know what your brain's dealing with. And that's going to be your future right there.
Yeah, exactly. And so many fighters, they're so tough. They feel fine. Their mind is, you know, their determination is strong. Like, I want to get back in. Like, that was the case with Jamal Hill. He was going to get right back in after the Tejada fight. He's going to fight Roundtree, which is, that's a bad fight if he just got knocked out just a few months ago. That's a scary dude.
And even be like taking the Tejada fight, he had a torn Achilles, and I think he just got cleared to come back from that Achilles. And it's like, bro, they're going to fight Alex in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bro, that's a short camp, and you're switching up right away. But he's like, 300, such a big opportunity. Like, you can't say no to that.
Yeah.
And then, you get knocked out back ahead, and you're like, all right, I want to get right back in there. But you're right back in there is going to be against a monster like Roundtree.
I know.
Not an easy fight. It's funny because he was on your show, and I'm like, listening to him. He's like, I maybe do a jiu-jitsu tournament. And then I'm like, a week later, he gets a title fight.
Yeah, I know. I was telling him,
no,
no fucking way. Don't do that. I mean, you do all that shit when it's over. Because I remember Cub Swanson. Towards ACL. Yeah, once you tear some shit doing something stupid and you miss a title shot, you're never going to yourself.
Yeah.
Pressure Khalil's like 35. You know, he's up in that age range too, where it's like, now's the time. Yeah. So it was perfect timing. And a lot of people are like, Ankalaev should be on the title shot, but the problem is they already set up that fight with Rakic, which doesn't really totally make sense, right?
Yeah.
Right? If you think, has Rakic fought since Yuri beat him up?
No.
Okay. So that kind of doesn't make sense a little bit.
Yeah.
It can make more sense if Jamal fought Rakic, right? But Jamal wants something a little more high profile. I understand that. But Ankalaev, man, no one's beating him. Ankalaev had that one draw with Jan Blachowicz, and no one's beating him.
Yeah.
There's another one. Jan Blachowicz. What the fuck? That guy almost beat Pereira.
He was right there. That was just a close fight.
Super close.
Yeah.
Down to the wire. Everybody's like, yeah, we already saw that. Like, what? What? You gotta give Jan his due. He was a light heavyweight champion of the fucking world and a destroyer.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, I think they look at that number. I was 40 years old.
Yeah.
41 years old, whatever he is now. So what? So what? He still fucked up Dominic Reyes. He still fucks up everybody. Jan Blachowicz is a murderer.
Yeah.
He's a scary dude, man. That's a good fight.
And he's Polish, bro.
Yeah.
They don't age. He's a killer.
That dude's made out of rocks. I remember when Ankalaev and him were going leg kick to leg kick. You know, he was kicking his shins.
Yeah.
Kicking Ankalaev's legs.
I was like, this guy is nuts. And I'm like, so I went to my coach. I'm like, low kick, what are you doing? He's like, what? I think he was just going shin to shin.
He was.
It's like, how am I going to teach that?
He was just saying, feel Polish bone density. slamming those fucking shins into his shins.
If I'm bad, I'm going to pick all the strikers. Like, Roundtree's going to be a crazy one.
Oh, yeah, Ankalaev got caught in a triangle. That's right.
Last second.
Yeah, last second is
Oh,
fight
my
where
God.
Paul Craig is the nastiest triangle in the division, for sure. One of the nastiest triangles in the sport. Look at this. Look how quick he snatches that shit out. Boom, snap, and too late. So here we got, I think there was like 5 seconds to go and lost this up. Take that. Unbelievable, man. So Ankalaev has had this long-ass win streak. He looked real good in his last fight. And then they give him a guy who, so he beat Johnny Walker twice. One of them was Johnny Walker. It was like was an injury. Right?
Desert.
What happened?
He was in Abu Dhabi. He got eat while he was down, and then the doctor came in and he said, "Who are you?" And he said, "Desert." The doctor stopped him.
Oh, that's right. And he got mad. Like, why are you stopping it?
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. But so he has the draw with Jan Blachowicz, who KOs Anthony Smith, beats Thiago Santos, beats Volkan, beats all these guys. I mean, he's beaten a lot of guys. And he's got a really good skill set where you think about with a guy like Tejeda, because he can wrestle. He can strike and he can wrestle.
And he has a huge knockout against Johnny Walker last. So that's
So I guess for him, he fights Rakic. I favor him in that fight, but Rakic is fucking dangerous as shit, man. You know, Rakic has had a long time off of the Prohaska fight, and Rakic was real good in that fight. He was eating Yuri up before Yuri was just walking through him.
Yuri is like the new age 21st, right? You hit me, I'm going to hit you with 5 other punches,
Yeah.
and it's going to make you tired of just hitting me. I'm going to catch you.
This is a work with Peloton.
Yeah.
You can't be getting hit by that guy.
Like, I want to feel his low kick, just because I'm like, bro, what does he do? Like, he just touches. It feels like he just like touches you with his foot, and it's just like you can't walk after him.
He's targeting it too. He doesn't ever go shin to shin, and even when he checks, he doesn't go shin to shin. He lifts his leg up like he's playing hacky sack.
Yeah.
He just lifts his leg up. He just goes ankle. He just lifts his ankle so his foot comes all the way up to his other knee, and then drops it back down, and he comes in with the right hand. Like, he's got it down where if you try to ankle kick him, he's got so many counters for that calf kick.
He feels like he's like on every pay-per-view now. Like,
Yeah,
they
man.
just, hey, we need somebody to put the bat out there. And he's like, all right, I'm ready.
He's still fight anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's fighting in Salt Lake City against Roundtree. And that's a wild ass fight, man. That's a wild fight. A lot of people say, oh, Roundtree doesn't deserve it. Let me tell you something. Roundtree fights like you just killed his family and lit his house on fire. That dude's coming for you.
Yeah.
He's coming for everybody.
Stylistically, it's
Yeah.
just,
He's not going to shoot a takedown.
yeah.
There'll be no takedowns. He's fucking dangerous, man. But if you think about the lid, like Pereira's striking, like his overall accomplishments are second to none in MMA. 2-division lowering world champion. I mean, and the thing about him is that fucking power is just freakish.
And he just like touches it though. It feels like, oh, what is that?
You see him hit the power cube? You got
Yeah.
191 in the power cube with the right hand. That's like his left hook. Like, hit it. Well, he probably doesn't want anybody to know.
Yeah.
Hit it with the left hook. that's the sleeper. That left hook is the sleeper.
It'd be like 5,000.
Right. It's crazy. He just touches people.
And you're starting to see his personality come on now more.
Yeah.
It's so fun. It's because Glover's like the nicest guy in the world. And at first, Alex was like so quiet. And now you're starting to see Glover pull it out of him.
Even when he wins, you never. And so it's like, yep,
Another day.
another day, another day, another dude I put to sleep. Like, even after he beat Izzy, he just walked away from him. The referee stopped the fight. He just walked away. But there's something exciting about that too. Like that guy's one of the biggest pay-per-view stars in the country, in the world, and most people don't even understand what he's saying.
And he's a star, right?
He's a huge star.
All he has to do is make facial expressions.
It's also scary.
Yeah.
Like when he comes out with the bow and arrow, boom, boom, boom. Ah! It's like you're sitting there watching that guy walk the cage, like, oh shit.
I mean, like thinking to myself, I gotta come up with some sort of shtick like that. Like I gotta figure out something. But like I can't think of anything.
Yeah,
you gotta just like look fake.
Yourself. Yeah, you gotta be yourself.
Yeah.
That's either you or it's not you.
But that's the coolest thing in the world. Whenever I'm in one of his fights,
Yeah,
see that walkout.
That face, dude. And the music. That is the most terrifying face. Him walking towards the cage, and you're standing there. You've been prepping for this dude for 12 weeks, and you're like, "Oh, Jesus, here it comes." Damn.
Bro, I hate seeing that one. This Jamal's my boy. And I'm like, obviously I like the fan, but man, see him just like, that's my boy. You're like, come on, Jamal, get one back just to get that taste out of our mouth.
Well, there was a weird moment in that fight we talked about before where Jamal accidentally low kicked him, and the referee moves him to stop, and Jamal stands up straight and relaxes, like, "You okay?" And when Poatan puts his hand on Herb Dean, he advances. He makes a little hop step, and then he goes right back to fighting, and he catches him with the left hook. So he close some distance.
It's a game of inches.
Oh, especially with that guy.
Yeah,
especially
he does
with that
everything
guy.
for a reason. And then when you see somebody break it down like that,
Mm-hmm.
like you said, everything changes. Imagine if he did it.
Yep.
Imagine the rest of the night. Well, you back up, you back up.
Yep. Everything changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything changes. That's moments in fights, and maybe that will define Jamal's career. Maybe Jamal will learn from that and never take his eye off the prize again.
Yeah.
Never relax, and I guarantee you he won't relax now. Protect yourself at all times. And I guess, I see it from Pereira's point of view too. The referee said, "Okay, keep going," and he caught him, but he didn't close that distance because of that low kick. So,
and it's going to open up a lot of fighters' eyes too, right? You're starting to see these little things. So for me now, like, no, the ref tells you something, I'm either taking one step back myself, or I'm going to take that step forward and catch that ahead of this myself.
You just can't relax.
Yeah.
You can never relax because it's such a game of impossible things happening in any moment. There's so many guys have pulled out impossible things. Head kicks, spinning elbows out of nowhere. Things happen. And if you're relaxed even for a second,
Korean zombie guy here.
oh my God.
Uppercut elbow.
Oh my God.
What was
running
this?
away, uppercut, elbow.
With like 2 seconds.
Yeah,
And
crazy.
you're like, how
Crazy.
is this happening right now?
When Jair landed a jumping roundhouse kick on Andre Feely,
Oh,
ooh, the scissor kick. My
Yeah.
God.
his kicks are so nasty.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see all these different ways to get elite. There's so many different ways. Some guys are specialists like Tejeda. Some guys just dominate all aspects like Islam. There's like all these different ways that guys achieve to becoming the best.
That's my mindset. I always tell myself I'm behind. Like I started late, so I'm like, I didn't do martial arts stuff as a kid, so like I always got to tell myself, we got to do everything. There's not like one thing that I'm like amazing at. So,
Right.
But people see the fight and I'm like, all you are is a wrestler. All you are is this and that. It's like, bro, I do everything. I train everything more than everybody else, and I don't take any days off.
How old were you when you first started training?
I was 23. Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah,
That's way behind the curve.
way behind.
Way behind.
And I didn't do I did like 2 years of high school wrestling. Yeah, yeah,
At least you had that.
yeah.
That's definitely something.
Oh no, what I mean, for
Also,
me, it changed my life.
Because you're in high school and your body's developing.
Yeah.
Your body's developing, you're learning how to take people down. Yeah, that helps for sure. But nothing but 23 is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I always played sports in general. I
No
love basketball.
striking at all, nothing.
No, I mean, I would always get like street fights in like Chicago just because I'm a trash talker when I play basketball. So, like we would always sit there and go to the park and then people would see like, who's this Arabs coming to play basketball? And then we'll be winning and I'm talking trash. So then it'd be like, they want to start a fight afterward. So it was always the best. But
What made you start training?
my high school wrestling coach, Lewis Taylor, he was like the PFL middleweight champion. he was in my high school wrestling coach for 2 years, and then he like left, and so I'm like, whatever happened to him? He was like that cool coach, that young coach, and he was like gone. So I stopped wrestling. And then I was at school I was trying to be like a lawyer, and I ended up seeing him in a newspaper. He was fighting in Strike Force. So then I just like messaged him on Facebook, and I was like, bro, you're a fighter? And he's like, yeah. I was like, whatever happened to you? He said, oh, I was still young. I still had something left in me, so I wanted to start training. And he used to be like Rampage's roommate at college, so he had already had like that mindset of like, oh, these guys are fighting, I can fight too.
Right.
So then his gym ended up being probably like 10 minutes away from my mom's house. So when I come home from school on the weekends, I would just start training with him. And then it was just like a snowball effect. I started like falling in love with it. And after my first amateur fight, after like 2 months, I was like, can I get a fight? He's like, yeah.
2 months.
Yeah. Because I was just like excited about the whole thing. And for us two, it was like we were only training partners. So I'm training with him, and like I'm learning the hard way. Like we're just going straight sparring or straight wrestling. And he was like a Division I wrestler. He had crazy power, crazy jiu-jitsu. So like I'm getting good just because he's beating me up the whole time. But now I'm like, oh, I can fight amateur. And he's like, yeah, let's go, get you one. Wow. Yeah. So then I got it. It was like the biggest street fight in the world, the amateur fight. There was like nothing good about it, my technique or anything. But it's funny because Mark Coleman was a commentator for it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was like the whole scenario was crazy. It was like at a bar, and it was just like cool. So after that, I was like, bro, all right, I transferred to like a closer school near the gym. I started training more with him, and then my parents were telling me, stay in school, stay in school. So then once I started just like getting more wins, and I decided to go pro, I said, I'll go back to school after I lose. And then we just kept going until we got to the UFC.
Wow.
Yeah, it was wild. He's still with me down to this day. But even with him, he was 41 years old, and they never gave him a UFC shot. But he had to go to PFL, and he was like a 1,200 underdog. He won the $1 million in 30 seconds with a knockout. Wow. Yeah, he was fighting a Boost. Magomedov, the one that's in the UFC now. They were in the finals.
He beat a Boost?
He beat a Boost, 30-second knockout. Yeah,
a Boost is good.
Yeah, and he was 41 years old. Never got his shot. Wow. And it's crazy how his career ended like that. Middleweight champion, retired on top now. $1 million, and there's a lot of guys that go to UFC that don't have $1 million. It's true. So he's like, my path was that way. So even with me, when I was doing all this waiting for this title fight, he's like, patience, it's gonna come. Like you saw what I had to go through. Your title fight's gonna come. It's gonna come at the right moment. So just enjoy the journey.
Can you find that fight? See if you find that fight, Jamie.
Lewis Taylor
and Abus Magomedov. Abus had a great first round with Sean Strickland. A great first round. But that was like Sean Strickland is just a zombie. He just marches towards you, and you can't hit him. He's hard to hit, but he's fucking his legs up.
I was hoping Abus would not go out. I was like, come on, Abus, please.
Bro, he was putting on him in that first round. He started getting tired.
Yeah.
By the end of the first round, he was tired.
He threw everything at him.
Yeah. Everything was full clip, too. Full speed, full clip.
Because even at PFL, the way he was killing everybody, he was like.
But he was 41 in this fight?
Yeah.
That's so crazy. So this is the PFL Championships in 2018?
Yeah. And it's crazy because they got rid of the middleweight division after this. So now they don't have middleweight there.
How is that possible?
It's because they wanted to put the women's division, the 55ers. So they got rid of the middleweight guys.
Can I talk to somebody over there? A Boost. So there's a low kick. His low kick's nasty. He just, for whatever reason, a Boost has a hard time sustaining it. I mean, I think he's getting better in the UFC, and I think the Sean Strickland fight was just too quick. Oh, left hook. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Back that up again. Look at this. Shin. Boom. Oh, my God. The distance he covered with that left hook.
And it's like a boosting and blocking it, too. Like, he just has crazy power.
There's another thing about guys who are really good at shooting. That same ability to cover distance when you make a double leg is the same kind of drive that you need to move forward to punch. That's one of the reasons why Randleman is so good. Yeah, because Randleman had that crazy shot, so he could explode forward and punch you from a distance. You really can't punch him. That's incredible. Look how much distance he covers. Jamie just broke it down. Look at this.
Yeah, he hopped in there.
Now go back a little bit further, please. Just a little bit further before he throws the punch. He's way back there, dude. Watch this. Look how far away he is. Oh, my goodness. Boost made a mistake that he tried to counter. He was thinking about countering before the punch got to him, and he just wasn't quick enough. That's incredible. Good for him, man. Good for him. And that guy's legit, man. To knock out a guy like that, Boost is legit.
Yeah. People, But people go back and look at his record. He had like 10 first-round finishes
Wow.
on his come up. But like the UFC just said he was too old and never gave him a shot.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, people just saw him. And even when he started his career, like I said, I was like one of his main training partners from the beginning. He was at like an American top team or like a real gym because he had kids early, so he didn't want to like leave them. So he always trained in Chicago, and he's like, I'm going to build up my own guys. So we had like a small gym, like 3 or 4 guys that he just used as the main training partners. And
There's some dudes that can compete at a world-class level, keeping their 40s. And I always point to Bernard Hopkins. Everybody wrote Bernard Hopkins off before he fought Kelly Pavlik. And he beat the shit out of Kelly Pavlik. And then he just boxed him. He just did everything perfect. It was a master class in boxing, a master class in world championship caliber boxing against a guy in Kelly Pavlik, which is fucking dangerous, man. Wicked puncher, tough as shit. That Jermaine Taylor fight was crazy. He was out in that fight and came back to stop Taylor. Just a warrior, a real dog. So Bernard was like, how old was Bernard when he fought Kelly Pavlik? When he fought Felix Trinidad, everybody wrote him off. He was like 36 or something by the time he fought Trinidad.
oh yeah,
Yeah, man. Everybody wrote him off. Wow. Bernard was wild, too. He threw the Puerto Rican flag down on the ground in Puerto Rico. He had to run. They were chasing him.
he ran.
He had to run.
They would have killed him.
He
Yeah,
had to run. They were trying to kill him.
yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, he told me the whole story. It was hilarious. Yeah, he's, I mean, how old was Bernard? 43 years old when he fought Kelly Pavlik. Come on, son. 43 years old. That's so crazy. He beat Roy Jones Jr. when he was 45. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
What the hell? Wow,
The Chad Dawson fight, bro, he was 46 years old, and Chad Dawson was a killer. Chad Dawson was a vicious knockout artist. And he knocked him out in the second round. And then he lost to him against the next fight. That's how good Chad was. Chad was a fucking good fighter. And he lost to Kovalev. He lost to Joe Smith Jr., which was a bad one. But he was 51 years old when he fought Joe Smith. And Joe Smith is another one who's a fucking killer, man. He's a dangerous puncher. Joe Smith is a baller. Dangerous guy. And 51 years old?
that's wild.
Natural? 51 years old?
What do you think of Tyson and Jake?
I wish he didn't do it. I wish it wasn't a thing. I wish it wasn't a thing where a 58-year-old guy was going to fight a 28-year-old. That's it. That out the window. I fully support his desire to do it. What is he going to live forever? He's not going to live forever. Maybe he wants one more shot at it. Maybe his body can do one more fight. I don't know. He looks great on the mitts. That doesn't mean that you know as much as I know.
Yeah.
I can look good on the mitts.
Yeah. I tell people that, like, bro, it's doesn't show anything. Yeah.
Especially when you watch in 30-second clips. What you want to see is him sparring. You want to see him hitting the bag for multiple rounds. You want to see, like, let's see 3 rounds hard on the bag. Let's see what you can do. I want to see how your feet move. I want to see what it looks like if you're off balance when you're throwing combinations. You look like Tyson. Like,
Yeah.
Remember, there's some videos of Tyson hitting the bag when he was like 19 years old. And it's like, bam, bam, bam. It's crazy. You watch like the speed in the pocket. See if you find that. Mike Tyson hitting the heavy bag when he's young. Terrifying.
Yeah.
Terrifying. That, to me, a bag is different than mitts. Mitts guys are meeting you halfway. You know, you've got a combination worked out. Okay, I want you to go left, right, left to the body, right overhand. Pop, 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 pop. Okay, do it again. Pop, 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 pop. It kind of can look real good.
Yeah.
But can you do that with a guy who's moving? Can you spar? Like, would they bring in a world-class heavyweight? Can you do that? Like, what? How do you move? How are your knees? How's your back? Like, can you sustain that? Can you sustain those kind of explosions? Or is this just a gimmick? You know? I mean, I don't know. I know he used to be able to, but we won't really know. So here's him when he's young. Yeah, kill the sound. You don't have to see the sound. Just look at this. And he's young here, man. Young. That's him hitting the bag later in life. I would want to see rounds. You know, I want to see rounds. I want to see what it looks like when he's tired. How quick does he get tired? I want to see him sparring. I wonder if he's gonna split it out when he's young, man. Dude, terrifying. Those combinations when he's back. Show that again. Bro, he was so fast. So fast and always moving. Always moving. Bobbing and weaving. He's a target that you couldn't find. Moving at you. Constantly advancing.
just the mindset.
Oh.
Just craziness.
Madness, just controlled madness, and
Yeah.
with perfect technique and ferocious power and awesome genetics. You know, they said that Teddy Atlas told me that when he was 13 years old, he would bring him to smokers, and they'd go, "How old's that kid?" He was like 13. He's 16. He's like, "Fine, he's 16," and he was 190 at 13 years old.
What?
Yeah, 190.
Wow.
190.
That's wild.
What? That's God. He got a gift. God kissed his physique.
As you want to smoke your 13-year-old, and you see that guy.
What the
Oh, you got to
fuck?
fight him. You're like,
What
wait,
the
what?
fuck? What are you talking about? That's a man.
People guard.
That's a boxer. Fuck this. Yeah, and he scared a lot of guys before they even threw their first punch. You'd see the look. Like, I remember Bruce Seldon. He missed the left hook of Bruce Seldon, and Bruce Seldon went down. He said, "Fuck all this. Fuck all this. Fuck all this."
Yeah, how do you want to mess?
Yeah, but he's 58. You know, I support him. I love that guy. I fully support. I'm a gigantic fan of his. Me meeting him the first time I met him at the UFC was there's some starstruck moments when you meet people like, oh shit, that's Sugar Ray Leonard. You know, oh shit, that's Mike Tyson. I was one of the most starstruck moments I've ever had.
Really?
Couldn't believe I was meeting Mike Tyson.
Wow, yeah.
I did a podcast with him. I was like, I can't believe I'm talking to Mike Tyson. Just seemed he was such a huge part of my childhood. When I was a kid, was when he was coming up. I have in my office framed the cover of Sports Illustrated when he was 19.
Wow, really?
Yeah, so it's Kid Dynamite. See if you can find that. I
You had
remember
it from
that.
back then?
Oh, no. Someone gave it to me recently. Might have been Sports Illustrated. I don't know who sent it. Do you know who sent it? Somebody sent it. Thank you, whoever did it. I forgot. I'm sorry. But that's the cover. That's framed in my office.
At 19 years old, at the cover of this.
I think that was 1985. Is that what year that was? Does it say what year that was? See if you can find it. Was it say 86? Okay. So that was right before he won the title. He won the title when he was 20. So I was like just out of high school, and he was the guy. Like, heavyweight boxing had gotten boring. Nobody cared. After Larry Holmes, it's like people were bored with heavyweight boxing. There's a bunch of champions nobody heard of. It was like they weren't really interested. No disrespect to any of those guys, but they didn't excite the public the way Muhammad Ali did, the way George Foreman did. It wasn't heavyweight boxing was kind of dead. And all of a sudden, this dude was like, oh my god! He was doing everything he wanted the heavyweight to do, just scorching people, just starting sending them flying. He'd hit him with left hooks, they'd go flying. You're like, look at this guy! He's going to become the youngest heavyweight champion of all time. Then he fights Trevor Berbick, knocks him out quick.
How much were pay-per-views back then?
I don't remember. But I remember a lot of times people wouldn't want to buy Mike Tyson pay-per-views because they knew the fights would go so quick. It was nuts, man. So this is this a documentary? It says Kid Dynamite, 1985. Oh, so this is him in 1985. Yeah, this is him when people were just starting to hear about him. And he came through the ranks quick, just was fucking everybody up. He was having a hard time getting fights. And everybody thought, this is the guy. This is the next destroyer. I mean, he was just killing people, man. Everybody he fought was getting fucked up.
Just that heavyweight. Wow.
Everything. And the power. It was just, that's what you wanted to see from the heavyweight. So that guy is still alive. And he still remembers all these moments. It's not like he doesn't know how to put his knuckles on your face. The question is, how much does he have left in his body? 58 today is not 58 when I was 21. It's a different 58, especially if they're not testing. Okay, if they're letting him take hormones and peptides and do all the things that I would recommend 100%. I don't know how you could do it if you're 58 if you're not doing it. If they're allowing him to do all that stuff and get his body to the optimum level that's known to science, you're dealing with a different kind of human being. You're dealing with one of the greatest fighters that's ever lived. It's just how much does he want to do it? Is he doing it for money? You know, how much does he have left in the tank? Those are all questions that'll make me buy a pay-per-view.
It's on Netflix, though. It's free.
Yeah, that's right. It's free. Yeah, I'm going to watch it. 100% I'm going to watch it. I'm going to feel bad if he gets knocked down.
Yeah.
But, you know, Tyson addressed the media with his usual boldness during the press conference. The show's readiness for battle. He said, I'm just ready. I'm ready. I'm going to talk my talk and do my shit, but I'm ready to fight. Is he really a young killer? Tyson said, discounting any questions on his readiness. Reacting to Paul's taunting Tyson's need to postpone the fight because of an ulcer flare-up earlier in the summer, former champion made a strong statement about his unmatched abilities. He said, I feel a lot better now. Who else can do it but me? Who else is going to fight to make this happen? You got a YouTuber fighting the greatest fighter that ever lived.
Ooh. Hey, I want to hear him say that. That sounds comes out of his voice would be like.
You also have to remember about Mike Tyson. So Mike Tyson knows how to mentally prepare. He was trained by Customato, who was a hypnotist. And Customato started hypnotizing him when he was 13 years old.
Really?
Yeah, that was part of the reason why he was so terrifying. His mindset was just unstoppable. He really thought that he could not be stopped. He thought he was going to murder everybody. And Cuss was his hero. Cuss raised him. Cuss took him in when he was 13 years old. He had this terrible childhood, no love, just in and out of trouble, terrible, bad situation, horrible poverty and crime. And then all of a sudden he's being taken care of by this dude who's a master boxer, master boxing coach. He trained world champions like Jose Torres and Floyd Patterson, and now he's got this young pupil. This is his last hurrah, and the greatest shot he's ever had at having a real all-time great. I mean, this guy's an all-time great. He's 13.
Wow. Yeah.
He's a 13-year-old, 190-pound kid. Like, what in the fuck? And he's got this kid, and he's hypnotized. He's telling him you're the greatest. And he's getting into his head. So from the time he was really young, he was learning mental preparation. He was learning how to put himself into a mindset of just an unstoppable juggernaut that had one goal, one task. And Cuss would tell him, you don't exist. Only the task exists. But you don't exist. What you have to do exists. That's what you are.
Wow. That's powerful. I'm going to write that down.
Yeah, so the question is, how much is that going to happen? You know, conventional wisdom would say this is a terrible fight. Conventional wisdom would say there's a 28-year-old with knockout power, just knocked out Mike Perry. He's real fast, he's young, he's fucking athletic, he's bold as shit. He's a good boxer. He's a very good boxer. People don't want to give him his credit because he's a YouTuber and all that shit. Anybody who knocks out Tyron Woodley with one punch can fucking crack. Anybody that can move the way that dude moves and have a fight with Tommy Fury, who's a world-class boxer, and he lost that fight, but it was a very good fight. He's a good fighter, a real good fighter.
And he's actually trained, like he's getting better. People are just like sleeping on him just because
he's a
YouTuber. But I'm like, he just beat Mike Perry, who was killing it.
Yeah.
And bare knuckle boxing.
Yeah.
He was like on top, but I don't want to give credit.
It would have been interesting to see him fight Mike Perry.
Oh, that changes everything.
That changes everything. Mike Perry is the best at that shit. It's interesting how that's a different sport. It really is a different sport. It's a whole different thing when your hands aren't covered. And you feel those bones piercing your skin.
It's a mindset, too.
Yeah.
It's like,
he's a 100% human pit bull. That's a 100% human pit bull. That guy has no quit in him, no quit. You know, he fucking throws caution to the wind at every possible occasion. You can hit him, he's going to hit you back. He knows how to take punishment. He likes it. He likes getting hit.
He broke Rocco's teeth.
Yeah.
And I was like,
broke Luke Rocco's teeth.
He's way bigger, too, Rocco. Yeah.
Well, imagine, okay, how about him and MVP? Okay? Him and MVP with the gloves on in the MMA fight. You favor MVP, right?
Well,
I favor MVP. MVP is super hard to hit. He's got crazy distance management, those kicks and that distance and the long length. But he decided to take a challenge and fight Mike Perry bare knuckle because he thought, look, I can move better than anybody. I am the most elite mover in all of MMA. And I'm going to fight this flat-footed meathead psychopath. And that flat-footed meathead psychopath just walked him down.
It dropped him a couple times.
Yeah, man. Crazy.
It changes everything.
Changes everything.
And just the scarring, like your knuckles and your faces after that. Yeah.
Your face gets sliced open.
But they're starting to pay these guys. You see guys like Eddie Alvarez and Chad Mendes go over there. You're like, Mike McGregor, like a owner or part of it now too.
Yeah.
But McGregor's grinding after Mike Perry lost. He's cut a bit out. Like, bro, let's just tweet it. I wonder if this guy tweeted for himself.
He's tweeting for fun. Apparently, Mike Perry has a piece of bare knuckle too.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, I think that's what he said. It's like, I'm one of them owners too, motherfucker.
He's the face of it.
Yeah.
Like, there's not, like, I wouldn't even be watching it if Mike Perry wasn't on there.
I think regular boxing is very different. Very different. What you can get away with, the fact that you can't really clinch and punch the way those guys do. Bare knuckle boxing, those guys are getting grimy. There's a lot of dirty boxing in there. It's just so different when those bare knuckles touch you. Just so different. It's different. You can't guard as much. There's still stuff getting through.
Yeah.
You don't have the big cushions in front of you. Those big cushions mean a lot.
Yeah.
Stop a lot of shit.
It's wild the differences. Even when we're sparring with big gloves or sparring with smaller gloves that we have, it's like it changes everything. Yeah. And then even though no padding on your knuckles, like you don't even want to throw as hard.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And your wrist will break easily,
Mhm.
so you have to punch a specific way. I think they all have like a different format of the way they punch. They just
Mhm.
hold their wrist in a different way, like this or something like that.
Like remember them old timey boxing guys? They
Yeah.
all were holding their punches like this.
Yeah.
Those bare knuckle guys, they all fought like this. They jabbed each other like this. They were just trying to only hit with these two knuckles.
Yeah. When we were younger, we would do that. Like we're gonna punch somebody in the knee or something like that. We put that knuckle out there. And, it's just think how stupid it was, but I mean, you can use that bare knuckle.
So you definitely use an eyeball.
Yeah.
If you punch it like that on purpose, the eyeball, that's real.
Has there been eye pokes in a lot of eye pokes in fighting?
That's a good question. I don't remember it.
Yeah, it's like I haven't really thought about that, but
Yeah.
I don't think there has.
A lot. Yes. A lot of
Yeah.
them come from that distance management.
Yeah.
And I think I think 1 point every time. Poke someone's eye 1 point. No one will ever do that again. Everybody will keep their hand closed.
Yeah.
You poke someone with the fingers 1 time, 1 point.
It should be trained. Like even at our practice, if somebody's putting their fingers on, it's like, yo, close your fist.
Yeah.
That should be like a natural. It shouldn't be even thought. It shouldn't even be a habit.
It's just such a natural instinct to try to push a guy away from you.
Yeah.
And if a guy's coming at you and you're trying to push him away, those fingers go right in. You see the Wyman fight?
Oh my God. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And that's one of those two where you're like,
Same thing.
bro.
Right.
But then I'm like annoyed by Wyman because I'm like, bro, you did poke him in the eye, but he's saying like, oh, I shouldn't have felt like that. I'm like, bro, did you get poked in the eye that bad?
That was a referee's problem.
Yeah.
The referee should stop that. Should stop that on that one side, for sure. But maybe he didn't see it. Maybe he wasn't in a position to see it.
Yeah. It's hard. I mean, I understand how hard it is for a ref, even with stopping fights.
Sure.
Looking at somebody, who was this weekend? Jiro Mearshart, where he was getting beat up, but then all of a sudden he caught up with suspicion.
Yep.
After that, you're like, some refs would have stopped the fight in that round.
Yep.
So it's like the good refs that give you a longer leash, and then the shorter refs that Dominic Cruz you, and Dominic Cruz hates you for the rest of your life because you stopped the fight too early.
Who did Jared Cannonier get stopped by? Who was his Jared? Not the last fight, but the fight before that. It was a bad stop.
Imavov.
Yes, that's right.
Imavov.
And that was another one of the situations, the same kind of situation where you're like, that's not a stoppage. He's standing up. He's up.
Yeah.
The last one, he got hurt harder by Bohalia, where he got dropped. That looked worse than the fight where he got stopped
100%.
previously.
And if you beat Imavov,
Yes.
you're in title contention again because he was on a streak,
Yes.
but now you're on a 2-fight losing streak.
Yeah. And he's
Because
40.
a ref stopped it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy how those little moments in a fight can change the entire career of a fighter. You never know. Like at any moment, something screwy can happen, So is this it? So here it is. Imavov is hitting him with some good shots for sure. Jared's definitely getting hit, but he's firing back, and the referee stops it. And he's like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Herzog's a good ref.
He's a very good ref, and he faced some serious criticism after that fight. And I think, he made a mistake.
Yeah.
He was probably trying to save Jared from further punishment. He thought it was over, but Jared was like, "I got a lot left. I was not as badly hurt as you thought." And the thing is, the problem is when a guy is teeing off on you, even if you're not getting hurt, it looks bad. Even if you're moving away and covering up, and you're getting out of range, you're stumbling around, it looks bad. But you could still come back, and you got to give the guy the opportunity to still come back. You got to know, don't let him take shots when he's out, but you got to give him the opportunity to be able to come back. And when a guy's standing and still throwing back, you got to give him a chance because fights are fights. Things change.
Yeah.
Guys, he might have got burned out from that because he emptied the gas tank. We've seen that happen many times.
Yeah, there's some fighters that just look bad, and they make it look just because their body movement's weird.
Right.
You look Driscoll always looks like he's dead tired and dead in there, and all of a sudden he comes back and wins a fight. But They're just guys that just don't have that good look all the time. Everyone take a punch.
Everybody's baffled by Drickus. Like, what is going on? How's he beating everybody? Like, what is going on? Like,
It's wild.
he's a bulldog. That dude, I was stunned. I was stunned by the Adesanya fight. I was stunned.
He was looking good.
He's looking good.
Yeah.
But Drickus was looking good too, you know, and Drickus was landing a lot of leg kicks. He got a real sneaky left high kick too. That left high kick comes out of nowhere.
It's just awkward. It's like
Awkward.
so awkwardly.
Awkward.
And
But game.
yeah,
So green.
he had so much heart. Like even when he started taking those bad shots,
Mhm.
he was shooting. He was on his knees, and I was like, "Oh, he's about to break."
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, you see him still have a lot left in the tank.
Yeah, he's a tank.
Yeah.
He is a tank. He marched forward. And the way he capitalized, he hurt Izzy with a couple good punches. One good left hook. He hurt Izzy, and Izzy moved away. And then they got into another exchange. He hit him with those two right hands from the clinch, and he got his back. And once he got his back, he was like that.
Yeah, it was quick.
He went right to the choke, and cinched it up. I mean, between the time where he hit Izzy to the time where Izzy was tapping was just a few seconds.
Yeah. For me, I thought Izzy looked like he got a lot tired faster than he normally does. And I was like, he looked like he put a lot more muscle on.
Yeah.
So that could have been a key in it, where his body wasn't used to moving like that,
Maybe.
with the extra muscle. But I was like, bro, he's moving a lot slower than usual in his third round.
I always wonder, and I wanted to talk to you about this, is if he's ever considered doing like one of those Mark Marinovich type camps. So Mark Marinovich, they had this philosophy that the most important thing is your gas tank. You already know how to fight. You already know how to fight. All your getting better has already been done. And in the 6 weeks or 8 weeks, whatever your camp is, you should be only concentrating on cardio. And they would do these explosive plyometric things. BJ hated it. He hated it. But if you look at his gas tank for those fights, it was unstoppable. And when the fighter's not tired and the other fighter is tired, and you realize all that work is paid off, and you start putting it on them, and you got this unlimited gas tank, and you also haven't been beat up in training for 6 to 8 weeks. Because you're really not sparring, you're really not doing much of anything other than your cardio. They're just doing plyometrics. It's all just jumping around and shit. So, you ever seen Mark Marinovich? See if you can find Mark Marinovich trains BJ Penn. They had BJ doing all kinds of
That's all they would do.
shit. That's all they would do.
Wow.
That's all they would do. Nick
Yeah.
Curson came on the podcast. He was a protege of those guys, and that's his philosophy as well. He was telling me that it's really an elite fighter that's fighting a world championship fight. They already know how to fight. You just got to give them unstoppable gas tank. And if you concentrate only on that, it's the most important thing. Because when a fighter gets tired, like when Izzy got tired in that fourth round with Drickus, you could see he's not the same Izzy in the first round. It's like lightning fast and moving and countering and controlling distance, getting out of the range of shots. This is an Izzy that's experiencing fatigue.
Yeah.
But he already knows how to fight. Like, the fighting is in his DNA at this point. He knows how to fuck people up.
Yeah.
And if he had, like, here's BJ training with the Marinoviches. So it's all these plyometrics, even with the arms. It's all this explosive shit. Everything is done for time and distance, and they measure everything. And he just breaks guys down physically to the point where when they get into that octagon, they just have the craziest fucking gas tank of all time. It's an interesting philosophy.
Yeah, my mind says.
Eagle Eye Alex Perez spots Israel Adesanya injury. Draws partial confession from Stylebender. This guy knows me. So was he injured? Well, they clashed shins a bunch of times. I mean, it could have happened in the fight, but the problem is he was still tired.
Yeah.
He's still tired. I mean, I'm sure he was injured.
Yeah,
It's a crazy fight if you get injured.
in general, camps, you get so injured in camps.
Yeah.
Like the hardest thing. Even when the fight's quick, people don't realize that I just had an 8-week camp of nonstop training. You get more injuries in training camp than you do in the fight.
What's the worst injury you ever had to a fight?
It's funny. I was in Australia and I was fighting two meets, and then me and my coach were in the back warming up, and then we ended up going like knee to knee at the back during the warm up, and like I could have put my knee down to the ground after that, and it was like before the fight, so I was like, what the heck? I thought we just clashed knees, so it was like sore. So like even in the fight, it just felt weird. So then after the fight, we went, and I still couldn't put my knee down to the floor for like 2 or 3 weeks, and then I ended up tearing it was a torn meniscus.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but like
Right before the fight.
right before the fight, we just like clashed knee to knee. And it's like you said, it's so much random stuff that can happen to you.
Yeah.
Because I like to spar in the back before my fights. I like to
Really?
I like to feel it. So I have them put the shin guards on, headgear, and I'm throwing a lot harder than them. But I want to feel that, so I can feel the distance.
Right.
So I want to go out to the fight like it's my third or fourth round.
Right.
Because I usually start slow when I'm in practice, but in the fight I want it to be going right away. I have like cardio for it, so like I want to feel like it's the third round already when I go out there.
Well, they always say that you should do that anyway, like really elevate your heart rate, and then cool down and then compete.
Yeah, some guys like to hit mitts, but for me I like to spar. So I have my training partner come down there with me, and then you got to have a controlled guy that's not going to hurt you. But yeah, we just go in the back, we throw.
Wow.
Yeah, we're throwing. So we have big gloves on, and like I get to the point where I hit me because I want to feel it. Like even in this fight with Leon, he threw like 50 kicks at me hard at the back.
Wow.
So I wanted to go out there like, all right, my arms feel it, my legs feel it,
Right.
and my body's ready to adjust to it. Yeah, it's risky. But like, I'm not going to fight anyway.
Right.
And once you get to the adrenaline,
Yeah.
like you don't really feel nothing, and I'll feel it afterward. But like the biggest risk is just a headbutt or like catching your blood or something like that.
Right.
That's why I make him wear a headgear.
Right.
And like I said, you have to have the perfect training partner for it,
Right.
where he's gonna throw the right stuff at
He's
you.
there for you.
Yeah, he's not gonna.
He's not really sparring. He's there for you.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if I tell you, all right, hit me right here hard, he'll hit me here hard.
Yeah.
It's not like we're not gonna just sit there and bake in the back.
Right. Wow. Who else does that?
I don't know. We like for us, we caught ourselves doing it. Like I feel like I'm one of the first guys to start doing it that I know, and then I'll start telling my other teammates when I go corner them like just do the same thing. And they'll like it too. But yeah, there's not a lot of guys that just. I know a lot of guys that just like hitting mitts, and then you go out there and you start a lot slower. But for me, I'm like, we're going to fight. Like, I don't need to hit mitts right now. I'd rather feel you throwing punches at me so I catch distance.
Yeah.
So I look at the punches coming at me, and then I know where I'm backing up, where I'm not backing up.
You're already loose, for real loose.
Yeah, because even when I spar, I'm sparring like 5 or 6 rounds regardless. So I know I could go 5 rounds easy in the cage, especially with that extra adrenaline.
Right.
So like if I do those extra 2 rounds in the back, it's not going to affect me.
And you're going into the fight completely warmed up.
Yeah,
Psychologically, too.
yeah.
Like, you're much closer psychologically to the fight than just hitting mitts, and then all of a sudden someone's throwing back.
Yeah, the mindset is the hardest thing, right? To get locked in. Because when I first started fighting, I was like, I'm another guy. I don't like to curse. But then I was telling myself, I got to listen to rap music and I got to curse. Ends up at the back. And I was like trying to hit myself to hype myself up. But I feel like I'm too calm. My coach is like, bro, that's a good thing. Like, you being calm is good for you. You don't have to sit there and be something you're not. So then I was like, all right, well, let's stay calm. But then let's start heading and sparring. So I feel that. So I'll just get it.
So it was your idea.
Yeah, because you try different things at practices, and I'm like, all right, where did I feel good at sparring? I'll take notes of everything. I felt good on this sparring day, and I did this type of drilling beforehand. Or I did this type of warm-up beforehand. Because my coach, he tries to mimic the fight with everything, so he'll tell us, all right, warm up on your own. Do your own thing, then we're going to get you 5 sparring rounds in the cage. So for me, I'm trying to adjust to make my style or just help me better today. What did I eat today? Let me write that down. This is what I put the best. I had the most energy doing this. I had the most energy eating this. So like now I got it down to like a system that I like more than anything.
What is the food you take before you train?
Before I train,
Yeah, what's the stuff that makes you feel best?
like white rice. Usually my guy will make like white rice, eggs, and like turkey bacon. So it's protein with good carbs. So
Not heavy.
not heavy. Yeah,
Something easy
something that I digest like fast. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Like I said before, I would just think I had to starve myself.
Mm.
And then he came in and he's like, bro, what are you doing? I'm like, you're not going to have good practices with this way. But my mindset, I don't really care because I was just like, I know how to push myself no matter what.
Yeah. Well,
But-
you've gone through camps with Ramadan, and that's where it gets. And we should tell people, there's ways to kind of make that a little easier on yourself,
Yeah.
where you sleep during the day, and then you get up, and then at nighttime, once you can eat and drink, then you do that. But you don't do that.
Yeah, I had multiple camps during it where I would still stick to my normal schedule of training where I'll train at 10:30 a.m. and I can't eat or drink in the morning. So I wake up at 5 a.m. for a morning prayer. You get your last sip of water before the sun rises, and I'll have like a protein shake, dates or something like that that'll give me some energy for the morning. And then at 10 a.m. I have my morning practice. Then I'll have another practice.
And you can't drink water in between rounds, nothing.
No, after the
So you're
first
training with no water.
no water or food. Yeah. So after like the first 3 or 4 days, your body just adjusts. It feels good, honestly, because it makes you feel like mentally you're in a different place. Like spiritually, you're in a different place in general because it's Ramadan, and that's where like for any Muslim, that's like the best time because you're not stressing out about other things, and you know that you're doing it for God, and you know God's gonna give you the strength to push through no matter what. So for myself, for the reasons I'm doing it, I know I can push through, and I know that whoever I'm training for is not doing what I'm doing. So I can push myself harder than them when it gets to the cage, when I can't drink, when I can't eat. So I think mentally it just puts me in a different place. But for fight camps, like after it's time to break my fast, when the sun sets, that's when I have to be the smartest. That's where I got to put carbs in, a lot of protein in it, and then I got to make sure I'm getting my electrolytes, my salts, and just getting all those fluids back in like I just finished cutting weight.
Right.
Because if I don't do it the right way, then the next morning I'll be screwed.
Right.
Because I'll feel super drained.
That's interesting. So you got to treat what you fight with.
Yeah, so like every night I'm treating it like a weight cut. I have my shakes, I have my protein that I'm getting in the right way, and I try to hit a certain, at least a gallon and a half of water before bedtime. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it carries you on at least a little bit. And then,
Yeah. And then, like I said, after first, your body honestly just figures it out. Like,
but you wouldn't want to be tired.
no.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
No, like I before I was trying to chase it, right? I was trying to chase the next rank down. I was trying to chase this, and I felt like I couldn't say no to anything because I was always looking for these guys to say yes, and I can't waste an opportunity. But now I have the opportunity. Now I am the champion, so now I feel like it gives me more leeway to be like, no, I want to wait a little bit longer. This one feels better. My body's healthy now. It took me so long to get here. Now I don't have to go through a camp and Ramadan for it.
But now it's about your legacy.
Yeah.
As a champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's exactly all the things we were talking about before. The little thing can change your life. Little loss here, little loss there. Fuck always taking those fights on 10 days notice.
Yeah.
If UFC calls you 10 days before an event, change your number. Change your fucking number, man. Don't let him talk you into it. You can beat him. Like, I know you work out all the time, and start thinking, yeah, I do work out. And they're like, we're going to offer you X amount of money. You should spend that money.
That's the hard part right now, is because, like you said, for me, I hate saying no in general. It's just I have the fighter mentality. I ain't scared. I'll say yes to anything. The Gilbert Burns fight, it was 3 weeks notice. It was during Ramadan, and they're like, you went, to do it for the fans that just bought the ticket to their first event. And I was like, yeah, I do want to do it for those fans. I'm not afraid of Gilbert. And Gilbert's like started chirping on Twitter, like, oh, he's afraid. He doesn't want to fight. Then I'm like, I do want to fight. I'm not afraid of you. So then I say, yeah, no matter what. Then it's like, I'm thinking to myself, bro, I'm on a 9-fight winning streak. I'm taking this fight at 3 weeks notice. Why did I do this? I'm stupid. Like, if I lose, I'm back in the line again. I was 1 fight away. Now if I lose this fight, I'm done.
Yeah.
But yeah, it changes like your mindset. But like, fighters are dumb. Like we just want the glory no matter what.
Right.
I want to prove everybody wrong.
So you have to temper that mindset.
Yeah.
You have to think about the overall big picture because what got you to the dance is that mindset. Like anybody, anytime, let's go. Who am I fighting? I'm ready. Yeah. I'm ready. Now, once you got the title, so you got to keep the dog, but you also got to be intelligent about what fights you take and when you take them.
Yeah.
And no one, don't fight it. There's so many guys take fights. Broken foot coming into this fight. Like, what?
Yeah, afterward, right?
Yeah, what?
And those are the guys that, like, for me as a fighter, if I lose, I lost. That's it.
Right.
Like, I hate guys who come up with a million excuses afterward.
Right.
Because then, like, for the guy that won, it's like people are not going to give credit for that win.
Right.
And then for me, like, when I lost my fight, it was like, all right, I got to change this. I lost. That's it. Like, that was always my mindset. Don't give excuses. If we're going into a fight injured, we accepted it injured. That's it. Put it out of your head. Because you're going there overthinking about it, like, oh, I got an injured ankle, I got an injured rib. I know I should never take this fight in between rounds. You never want to second guess yourself in the fight. And for me, I just try to clear my head of anything. Once we said yes, our name's on the contract, that's it. We're all in.
So, who do you think is next? There's talk of Shotgun and there's talk of Kamaru Usman. Right? Those are the ones that I hear.
Yeah.
Mostly.
I think, like you said, for legacy-wise, Usman's obviously the bigger name. And he was the guy that Dana said it was the the best welterweight behind GSP or in front of GSP. But for boogeyman wise, and to like shut up the naysayers, I think it's Shotgun because he's undefeated. He's the guy that everybody thinks is this killer.
Yeah.
And then for myself, it's like either one of them does a lot for me. Usman, obviously, will probably bigger pay-per-view numbers, and then beating him, my resume is up there with GSP because then I have Usman on my resume, Leon, Maya, Wonder Boy, like all these big name guys, Gilbert Burns, Brady. And it's like, look at that resume. It's neck and neck with his.
Right.
But Shotgun's also that this young guy's gonna come out here and beat you. Right after being Leon. Where everybody's comments, oh, Shotgun, you can't do Shotgun though. Shotgun will kill you. And my chip on my shoulder is like, all right, let's go. I'm gonna prove you guys wrong. Now I'm gonna show you guys what I can do. Because like you said with DJ Penn, where it was like strength conditioning was his whole camp out. For us, we strategize everything. My coach is so good at breaking down stuff. We're so good at breaking down fighters that I have a game plan for everybody and a strategy for every single one of these fighters. And I already have a strategy for Shotgun. I already have a strategy for Usman because I was chasing him so long. And I've been watching tape on these guys for so long. So I don't see anything from either one of them, too, where I'm looking at like, I'm afraid of this guy because of this. I'm afraid of this guy because of that. I think Usman's a tougher fight than Shotgun, if I'm being honest. But I do see many ways where I could beat them because there's a lot of guys in the division that have to fight a certain way for specialists, where they're either grapplers or strikers. I can strike with you, I can grapple with you, I could wrestle with you, I can move laterally, I can move forward. Like every time you see me in the cage is something different. And I think that comes from my team and the strategy that we bring to fighting. We look at it like a real sport instead of I'm in shape, let's go fight. We look at it like, what's this guy's weakest point? Oh, Leon can't move backwards, let's move it backwards. Gilbert Burns, you can't take it down, he's gonna gas out. He's not gonna take it down, so let's beat him up on the field a little bit. Brady, he's only good on the ground, all right, let's strike with him. It's like I look at guys and I look at fights in a different way than a lot of these other fighters where some of these guys, let's go in there, I see red, I don't care what happens. Yeah.
I think for legacy, Usman's an important name. Also because Usman probably won't be fighting that much longer. You know, he's kind of at the end of his career, and I feel like UFC owes him a little bit something for the Hamza fight. Takes Hamza on short notice. That was like 11 days notice too, right?
Yeah, that's in Abu Dhabi. Yeah,
that's crazy. That's crazy.
It was close,
very close. He was winning the third round.
Yeah.
But I was going to say earlier about Oliveira and Saryukian. Like that's another fight where I felt like that is a 5-round fight. That should be a 5-round fight. And Charles almost caught it a couple times in that fight. I'm like, that's a wild, close fight between two top of the food chain guys. It seems wrong to have that fight 3 rounds,
especially for number one contender status.
Yeah,
it's like especially Charles, who's been in there for so long,
right?
Was a champion, and he's like a different type of champion, right? He comes balls to the wall no matter what. So even if it's 5 rounds, you're not expected to go 5 rounds. So, but in general, I felt like it should have been there.
And he almost caught him a couple times.
Yeah,
real close a couple of times. And Charles is, I think he's the most successful finisher with submissions in the history of the sport.
Yeah. Now he's 2-fight losing streak himself.
Yeah, but the last one was so fucking close, and it's against Saryukian, who's the top of the food chain.
Yeah.
Like that 155-pound division. Ooh.
It's
what happens if Islam decides to go to 170?
I mean, for me, I would never fight Islam, but I mean, if I get
so how
2
do you
more,
do that though? So what if you're gonna let's assume you beat Usman, let's assume you beat Shavkat.
I'm calling out Driscoll's.
Is that what you do? You go to
100%. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I feel if there's anybody that can and be willing, who deserves it, it would be me because I had to fight 5 top 5 guys to get to where I am now. So I think at least 2 more, then I can start talking about what middleweight.
So that's what you would do.
Yeah.
Islam would go to 70, you would go to 85.
Yeah, for sure.
Would you pack on size to go to 85?
Yeah, I mean, I would put on muscle, but like in general, I've trained with a lot of 85ers, and I think I have good size for 85.
Would you get some stuff to fight Alex?
Yeah,
which is crazy.
And
so maybe he vacates the middleweight title, or maybe who knows? Maybe he goes double champ status.
But I feel like there's so many guys at 85 for him still to fight.
Oh yeah,
like, he's fought Izzy, he's fought Strickland,
Whitaker.
Yeah, you got Whitaker, but now you still got the young guns, right? Brendan Allen, who's him against Harbaugh. The winner, I feel like, should be there. Hamzat's still there
Mm-hmm.
that people aren't even really talking about
If
anymore. Forgetting
Hamzat
about.
wants to fight, and I think Hamzat's at 70s the scariest Hamzat.
But that weight cut's crazy for him.
Is it? What's
Yeah.
he walk around at?
I've seen him out. He looks like over like 215. He's like, yeah. Michael Morales, he just fought. He's beat up Neil Magny.
Yes.
He
Yeah.
came to train with us. I brought him in for Leon fight, and he was like, I was like, bro, you're huge. He's like, oh yeah, I'm like 190. And then my coach like put him on the scale. He's like 218. I was like, bro. What do you mean? What are you talking about? He's like, oh no, I just had bad breakfast. And I was like, bro,
What did you eat? You eat a whole ostrich?
what did you eat? But he's young and he's huge. And I'm like, but it's not gonna last long, bro.
Yeah.
You can't cut this much weight.
No, he's big.
Yeah,
He's good too.
he's a dog.
He's good.
His
Really good.
just training with him, he was like another one of those guys we brought in, and it was a perfect training partner where he didn't like have ego. Where I'm fighting somebody in my weight class, he's undefeated. He'd come in and say, "Oh, he's fighting for the belt," and go crazy. No, he was such a good kid. Yeah, trained really well with us, and it's team out there finished Neil Magny, who he thinks like the perfect gatekeeper for any like up and comer, right?
Yeah.
He's got text where you go past that,
Yep.
it's like you're a real deal.
Yeah, that's the real deal. And he looked great in that fight. Yeah, he's a real contender. There's so many real contenders.
Yeah.
And your division is just so filled.
Yeah, people forget, man. Like even Gary, JDM, like all these guys.
People forget about Jeff Neal. You know?
Yeah,
Jeff Neal's a fucking killer.
he's going against RDA now.
Yeah,
That's funny.
that's right. That's a wild fight.
Yeah, I want to.
RDA was another guy trained with Nick Kershaw.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, he was using that sort of when RDA was in his prime.
him and his cardio days where he could just go nonstop, punching, striking, wrestling.
That's what we learned about that. That's what it was.
Wow,
He was doing that same kind of workout with Nick Kershaw.
that's wild. Does he still train people?
Kerson, I'd have to reach out. I bet he still does. I know he was training a bunch of other athletes in a bunch of different sports as well. But his whole thing is plyometrics and foot strength and your ability to move and continue to move. It's interesting because I see both ways. I see look, Sean Strickland is the craziest fucking cardio of anybody, right? Because all that guy does is spar. He's fighting every day. He spars more than anybody in the UFC and gets hit less. That's nuts.
Yeah,
That's nuts. So his cardio is from his being completely comfortable with fighting all the time. And I'm sure he does other things too, but most of which, if you talk to Nick Sick and all those guys that train with him, most of the stuff what he does is spar.
yeah,
He just loves sparring, loves getting in there and sparring.
and he spars stupidly. Right?
Stupid.
Yeah,
Stupid.
yeah. There's guys that'll like spar light and spar for like distance and managing and stuff, and there's guys that like
Going over.
just want to throw it on. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, these guys like.
But he doesn't get hit much. The reason why he's so good at that, first of all, that style is so weird. Stands straight up, has the Philly shell, and throws punches in weird angles, and he's just peppering, keeping them on, keep teeth to the body, front kick to the body, peppering, keeping on. It's a weird style, man.
Yeah,
It's a weird style.
it's like agitated,
Mhm.
especially if you're a guy like Adesanya who wants that distance and wants it to look pretty.
Mhm.
To have somebody who's like striking look so ugly just in front of you, just nonstop.
Yeah.
Or like against what's his Pochinga, where he just threw like 55
Yeah.
keeps at him every round.
Yeah. I was shocked at that part, but that was a good example of how hard he used to hit. He's fucking hard. I mean,
Yeah.
because I think, for some reason, I don't know what happened, but I think that some fighters they just have like when Stylebender beat him, like he was kind of a different guy after that fight. There's some guys they have a fight, and for whatever reason, they never are the same guy. And it's not even about beating; it might be like a psychological thing.
I think it's the undefeated thing.
Mhm.
He was undefeated in that fight.
Yeah.
Then you get your first loss. Like you don't have that same mindset anymore
Mm-hmm.
because you're killing everybody. Then all of a sudden you lose. And you lose by fitness. You're like,
Yeah.
was I not as good as I thought I
And he
was?
gets right.
Yeah.
Izzy triumphed.
Izzy has the best celebrations. Like
Oh.
after any fight.
The fight with Pereira when he knocks Pereira out and he shoots 3 arrows into him. That's the
To
greatest.
me, like thinking about that beforehand is just wild, and then it's like put it out there. It was so
Yeah,
beautiful.
you said he did think about that. I think he just did that in the moment.
moment.
Yeah.
it's wild.
Well, this absolutely shoots arrows at you at the beginning.
I don't think there's a better. There can't be a better celebration than that one.
No, it's the best.
Nothing's gonna come close.
It's the best. And then the speech afterwards makes it even better.
Yeah,
The speech is incredible.
that was really good.
Yeah.
Do you think we ever see the third one?
Who knows, man? I don't know if Izzy wants to fight that dude again. I don't think he wants to fight him at 205. I think 205, you don't get a drain. Alex Pereira, you get a destroyer.
Yeah.
And what he just did to Prohaska, everybody's got to be nervous. All he has to do is one shot. Just touch you once. And I think at 185, he doesn't take a shot as well either.
Yeah.
I think that draining of your body, your brain dehydrates like a deal.
Yeah.
Dricka said if he fights me, he doesn't want any excuses. So he doesn't want Alex to come down to 85. He wants to go up to 205.
But if you're fighting him, like if your first move is not shooting a single leg, I don't know what kind of coaching you have.
Right.
Because that should be your first goal. At least in the first round, try to grapple.
Something.
Yeah.
You got to do something.
I never want to sit there and go toe to toe with him.
It's just too dangerous. It's weird. It's like some guys just have weird power.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's like it's different than everybody else's by a magnitude. So a large gap between his power and everybody else's. And with everything. Kicks, punches, anything he hits that scissor knee that hit McLearis with.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
And I feel like he's always sparring to himself. He's always like posting videos of sparring with like the normal classes.
Yep.
It's not like he's even have like crazy training partners.
No, he spars light. He'll spar light. He even spars light with Strickland. It's the only time Strickland spars light. Strickland goes in there and spars with him. It's like, let's just touch each other.
Yeah, I don't even want to feel it with big gloves on.
Yeah, fuck all that. Yeah. And he's talking about going heavyweight, which is even crazier.
I think it's Aspinall would be wild, but why?
But you got to think Aspinall to take it down.
But would his ego want to take him out, or like, all right, just strike it?
I think Aspinall, the moment he realized, if he can hit him on speed, he'll try. But if he can't, the takedown's always there. And he's so much bigger. I mean, Aspinall's a solid 255.
I think he's a black belt as well, right?
Yeah. Wicked on the ground. He's had nothing but success. Other than that one time where he fought Curtis and his knee blew apart. But that's just a freak accident.
Yeah. It's crazy, right? Like I tell people, so many random things can happen in a fight.
Yep.
That can happen. Then you look at guys that are undefeated for so long, you don't respect how hard that is to get there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a crazy sport, man. It really is. And for you, what a journey. To be 23 years old and step into a gym for funsies. Learn a little martial arts. What the hell? Next thing you know, you're the champion of the world. That's wild, man.
Yeah, it's a blessing, right? Like just thinking about the whole journey, man. Spiritually, it puts you into a different mindset too. You just thank God for everything, no matter what. And for myself, like I said, I was going to school to try to be a lawyer. And I was telling my mom, I'll quit when I lose. And it's like, now I can went from that to being able to do something like this every single day and being able to train every day.
That kind of a fight, a world title fight, your first world title fight at 5 a.m. in another country. Bananas. Yeah. Just a crazy accomplishment.
Enemy territory.
People tired of them.
But it's wild because the fans out there were crazy. There were still so many fans. We ended up having a parade that same night because we got out of the fight at like 7 a.m. And then we had people out there that set up like a parade for us in Manchester.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The streets were like crazy packed. It was full.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you just stayed up.
It was, because it was like 7 a.m. So I'm like, went back to the house. And everybody wants to come see you now. So we're just chilling. And then all of a sudden get to like noon. And you try to take everybody's taking a power nap now because we were up from the night before at midnight. So it came up to like 2, 3 o'clock. And then everybody started falling asleep. So for myself, I'm still wide awake. I mean, we watched the fight. And then they were like, let's go get some food. And they like surprised me with like a huge parade at like one of the busiest streets in Manchester.
Oh, wow.
And they shut like the streets got like shut down. But they have like a huge Muslim population over there in England area. So like a lot of before the fight, I was getting a lot of messages from people like, you're not in enemy territory, this is your home. And we were blessed out there because people took care of us the whole time. My team had food, everything, every single day. Like even the gym. When I was first looking for myself, a lot of the gyms I was messing out there were like, no, you can't. Like we don't. You're fighting Alina, we can't open the doors for you.
Right.
Yeah, but then we met some guys that like opened up their gym for us, and They were like lawyers driving us around at 4 a.m. They had other jobs. But they were driving us around, staying up at this 4 a.m. and then having to go to work at like 9 a.m.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
they probably tell you people like
yeah, that's what a lot of them said. Like, we're just happy to be here. We don't want nothing from you. And it was just, it was such a cool thing.
that's
And
amazing.
you meet just like new friends, right? New people. And it's for my team, for my family, like to have that journey, all of us together. My dad went, a lot didn't go.
What did it feel like when they put that back to
It was wild because I got to try to think back to it. And for me, at first, it was like, I told you so. Like, I told you I could beat Leon. Like, that was my mindset all the time. I didn't want to even think about the belt. It was more so to be like, I beat Leon. You guys thought I was going to lose to him. I had to live with him for 3 years. Everybody telling me I'm going to lose to this guy. He would have beat you the last 4 rounds. He would have killed you. And for myself, for that, it was just like, I told you I could do it. I told you I was better than him. And his coach and his team were all talking trash to me before the fight. So just to like rub it in their face. But then for me to have like, to be able to wear the title, right? And to like be able to carry my flag with the title and to show people what's possible. Because I mean, obviously, what's going on right now in the world for Palestine, for them to have a champion right now, for them to have a win from that fight, that meant more than anything. Because I was getting so many messages from them. We had people in Gaza that were watching video, and it was kids at a refugee camp. They were watching videos of the fight. And it was such an amazing thing. Yeah. And even from my coach right there, Mike Bernard, he's a small gent, doesn't talk big, right? And for me to stick with him and for us to do it together from the start. Now he has another world champion. We're literally a tiny gym in there, and he does so much for a lot of his fighters. He brings a lot of guys in from Chile, Mexico, and he puts them in like apartments, puts in charge of brand, just like help them grow from their start. And he tells them, you just have to work hard.
That's amazing. Man.
Yeah. So, yeah, a lot of it just comes back down for my people in general. Me, it was just to prove everybody that I could beat Leon. I told you so. But now we got a real title and just attention. So for me, it's like using that now.
You're calling the shots. Congratulations,
Thank you, my brother.
Very impressive. Amazing.
It's a blessing, man. I'm blessed to be here to talk to you. I'm blessed to be able to, like, for people now to know my story, hear my story, and in general, if I get to have conversations like this and carry this belt around, people will look at me and look at themselves with the dream.
That's great.
Yeah. It was that.
What a picture. God damn, what a great picture. That picture's incredible. That looks like a fake picture. That's like AI. It's so perfect.
It literally had smoke and everything. It was wild. Yeah, I was so surprised by the whole thing.
That's amazing. Well, I can't wait to see you fight again, man. I can't wait to see you defend your title. Whoever it's going to be, I'm there. Can't wait to see it.
My brother, I appreciate it. Hopefully it's in the U.S. so you can come and commentate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully. All right. Well, congratulations.
Thank you, brother.
Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. What up, Mr. Baker? How are you, sir?
Really?
Good to see you.
Just jumping right in.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I just sat down.
Well, there's so many things to talk about.
Is there anything
There's
happened?
a few things happened until last night. One guy got shot.
Yeah, some guy.
And the guy who shot him, his body bashed.
Yeah.
No.
Now, did he get shot? Because I've seen a lot of people talk about this. Like, no, he didn't get shot.
That's hilarious.
I was like, yeah.
Like, do you think that he cut his ear like a pro wrestler?
Yeah.
I got shot. Like it's all fake. The guy behind him got murdered. That wasn't real.
I saw exactly that. Again, you would think that would be a clue, but
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Oh, that's the
Do it.
fucking guy from the CIA. he drives me crazy because he literally is like a mouthpiece for the CIA, and he tells the same fucking story. He's on, I think Mike Baker. He's on every 22 episodes or something, like some crazy amount, like way too high. And he refers to his kids by these stupid ass fucking nicknames that I can't stand. I actually can't stand it. Neither can the fucking subreddit. He calls them like Sluggo, Fucko, and Donko. And they're just like Bonko. He has these names and he wants to keep them like secret or whatever. I never get anything out of that guy's podcast. And Joe Rogan subreddit hates him as well. So in solidarity to my homies in the subreddit, fuck my finger. Welcome. How you living, Pip? That's what I thought. That's exactly what I wanted to fucking happen. Add another person to the list. But I don't have to talk to him. Let's go to the next podcast and see. Yeah, that's my finger. I've literally watched like, I don't know, 30 fucking Joe Rogans in a row and not skipped any of them. But that one, not just that one, whenever that guy's on, it's very boring to me. And it's like, yo, dog, you were in the CIA. Tell us all the secret shit. And he said, oh, I can't do that. Well, then get the fuck off the fucking podcast. Exactly. Exactly. All right. Exactly. All right. I'm going to find out. Who's been on the Joe Rogan Experience the most? Give me a list of the top 100 guests for the amount of times they've been on. Okay? Dora. This is a really easy thing. Let me just read you some of these. Is he a bad person? Well, I don't really know too much about him, aside from he's just always fucking in the always on jail too much. Okay, so what did it say? Why did Joe have a few episodes ago and triggered my favorite? Yeah, that's the thing. Whenever you have somebody on who is contentious, like on UFOs or anything, it's like he brings this person on. And there have been rumors that Mike Baker is Joe Rogan's hammer. I don't agree with that. I don't think that he is. But it's like, here's some of the times. It's not just that it's Mike Baker. It's that I feel like the pool of people he pulls from most of the time now is just so small compared to what it was. Or the same people are just every 6 months or a year. Russell Crowe was fucking awesome. I wish he had more guys in. Russell Crowe was really good. So the just finally can't wait to get an update on Buffalo, Sluggo, and Scooter. The person called a Bonnie Banks and Go. And he always calls him Sluggo, Fucko, and Ballsack. Windmill, Dipshit, and Slackjaw. Just all these people. Hope, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charmander are doing well. Fucko, Bucko, and Mugsy. I mean, there are people here. They call Queefo, Shit Dick, and Cum Daddy, Yakko, Wacko, and Dog Shit, Yahoo, Twatcourt, and Wart, Hodor, Chuggo, Muggo, and Fuckboy. Are you referring to Cockbag, Bucks? Are you referring to Cockbag, Buck, Stick, and Pussy? And people say Joe should rename the show to the Joe and Mike Experience. The Mike Baker approved Joe Rogan Experience. What else did they say? He really brought him on just to talk about right-wing talking points. It was honestly kind of funny, but they really didn't talk about anything this time more than usual. They don't. And I've already seen one episode. And it's boring as fuck. I'm targeting to the party, but I'm disappointed halfway through. I have zero proof or evidence of election interference, but it happened. Dear God, why is this still first thought was Mike Baker. It's like clockwork. It's not coincidence. It's written in the fabric of nature. It's more certain than divination. Joe Rogan, yeah, he's behind everything and always lies. Also, Joe Rogan. Mike Baker said this, and I believe him. I hate this dude. Like, I'm not skipping over ones that are good. There are no good ones. I hate this dude. I never learned a single thing from Mike Baker. I really agree with this person about it. Normally, Joe Rogan brings on somebody who's like an anchorist, somebody in the bees, or somebody even like I'll listen to jiu-jitsu guys all fucking day. I'll listen to the strategy of it. But this guy, in the back of my head, I just know that he might kill people, and he's just a megaphone for the deep state. I hate this dude. I've never learned a single thing from Mike Baker. He just rambles and rambles by a whole lot of nothing. His purpose is to, his purpose is to reprogram Joe when he has certain guests on, not just anything. These episodes are a must not watch. Exactly. This dude is so goddamn boring. They don't talk about anything new. They just spew the same old shit. Fuck this guy and his three stupid ass kids. Somebody said, I gave it a listen because I like to know what old conservative white men think of it. It's likely the most foolish conversation I've ever heard. These guys have absolutely no idea what's going on. Next person says, I made it an hour and it's really a rally for Trump so far. And the next person says, this might be my last episode so after the election. His takes are absolutely dog shit. In the first 5 minutes, if Noel talks about being unbiased and yet only mentions one side. Joe's over there having a Senate week moment, trying to not prove himself. I'm kind of over it. He's been compromised and it's not even entertaining anymore. Somebody else says, I'm listening to it right now and I keep listening over and over again and think that nobody's questioning this shit. Who the fuck is nobody? They're both clearly not listening to any left-wing or even to the media. They're just making assumptions of what we discuss so it gets a matter of time. Also, the irony of is not lost on anyone that they just still talk about Biden's mental decline, but just brush Trump's mental decline off like him just being funny for video writing. Somebody said, first time he says his kid's names are out. He actually used their real names, Sam and Jeff. He didn't give his third son's name, so we'll have to stick with Cole and Cole. Let's see. So, I mean, there's just so many people who beat this guy that I think it's kind of anything that I don't ever get anything. I don't know if you were up or aware. We had Black Slide came in this morning. Did you see that? Absolutely. So it's been catching up with him. Yeah, he got banned from Kick for a week, but I don't know why. Yeah, and I mean, I didn't force him to tell me, but I just told him, what he said, like, it was for something that he said, but it wasn't, like, super bad. They have so many weird rules that I don't really understand it. Like, some of the rules that I've seen are no jump scares. You can't send anybody a jump scare, which is kind of a weird one to me. Because, like, what do you define as a jump scare? What if it's just a cool fucking video you send someone that has a quick change of the end? I understand, like, if it's even still, okay, I understand enough that I've been on the internet that when I'm watching anything, I'm kind of like ready for anything. So, yeah. So, like, but what's really getting to me is how people are defining these rules. Like, what do you define a jump scare? Well, you don't. You can't. Because then are you going to say, like, is it within 10 seconds of the beginning or 15 seconds of the beginning? Or does it have to change, like, does it have to be a scary face? Can it just be words? Like, I those kind of rules, I would just say, what are you trying to, legislate here? It's kind of ridiculous to me. Then I get other, Discords. Kind of see, I haven't been banned in any Discords which is like, I got banned. I get banned from some big ones. The ones that I really need to keep intact are Chill Zone, Daddy, and Socialize. The reason why are those are like three the biggest ones, and you can literally just stream your camera and everybody really gives a shit, and they are incredibly popular. So I feel like okay, if I keep those going, that's good. And then some other ones, but and frankly, they do get me like really as friends, but um, which is fine. I mean, not even remember on Discord. I have, I, I'm thinking like, okay, I've been checking these kickbox, and they they've been going for a long time to the point where I don't even fucking pay attention to them. They're still just random people, but I got it to the point where they just banned me within like 8 minutes of making it. They're just like I told them all of my secrets. Hey, this is how I do it. These are the names that I use. So at a certain point, I might have to change it up and maybe change a name here or there or do something. But kind of extracting everything out of you. But I feel like I can't use it. I know just came in. He's from Australia, and I missed his call. I didn't realize I had my sound out, and so I said he just streamer, and uh, yeah. So I get people who really like to uh, have their own little, how do I say, their own jurisdiction. They like having uh, this one, this, um, this one server, there's 30,000 people in it, and they keep kicking me out because they say I'm away from the keyboard. Dog, my keyboard is my fucking phone. If you send me a message, I will get back to you essentially immediately. So I don't understand how that's away from the keyboard. But nevertheless, that's what they call me. So, kind of same old shit. Yeah. At least it's out, but I complained yesterday to a moderator, and actually the owner of I didn't know that the owner of the Discord was like, yeah, just let him stream, and if he's away from the keyboard after a long amount of time, you can let him, you can shoot him or whatever, but so long as he's active, why are you kicking him out? And I literally know who's kicking me out. It's like a bunch of like 15-year-old people, and they just got moderation privileges, and they feel like they have to use them. In fact, this motherfucker is going to kick me out right now. Just one moment. I'm going to ask this Discord right now. But I'm going to ask the server, hey dog, can you please and I get it. I make myself a target, and people come after me. I understand. I get it. I'm everywhere. I'm omnipresent. A lot of people don't like it, but that doesn't mean that you have to pick on me. So I get that. Well, something major, groundbreaking. What didn't I tell you? That's basically it. I've been thinking like of my kick strategy, and I think like it's just beating a dead horse. I mean, another horse is dead. But I'm trying to get water from the dock, and I don't know. I've trained. Yeah, I've trained everybody how to defend against me, so I'm not as effective as I once was. And plus, everybody fucking knows about me anyway, so it's like okay, that's fine. Um, these people, both men and women in the male foot they're becoming really big fans of mine, which is that's fine. They come in here and they wonder, like, hey, what did you stream? Maybe I tell everybody, please tell your friends I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. And they've all been pretty nice. I mean, some other ones, like, oh, I did some verifications. So I'm in like, this is such a thing. Okay, the iOS, you're not allowed to join like adult or like 18 plus servers using an iOS device, which is, yeah, it's like a message comes up and says you're not allowed to join this on an iOS device. Okay, fine. But I did verify myself in a bunch of servers. Well, Hangout Hub 18 plus, like a bunch of like where I know all the people are 18 already, and so I don't have to worry about it and how old you and all that other shit. It's just it doesn't have as much activity as I get that. But yeah, I also don't understand. I really don't. You have these people have like a million fucking VCs open, and no one is streaming. So what is the big issue if one person comes in and wants to stream? It's like that should help um should help your server, and then you get kicked out for whatever fucking reason. Here's what. So this thing has okay. So do you know what Dolce Base is? Oh man. Okay. So this is like the most secretive military base of which I know. Yeah. You have to pay. It's near Archuleta Mesa in New Mexico. Yeah. So there's all kinds of weird shit going on. But I never like with ChatGPT. I just for anyone watching out there, I wanted to really see the appreciation that I have on my face. That for once in my life, I can go to a source and be like, "Hey, give me the whole fucking public history of this," and I don't have to go through like old newspaper reports and shit. It was just so I've been doing a lot of research on it. I should say I've just been listening to basically the same thing for this the last 24 hours. But so it's on a guy named Paul Bennett, and I had heard this guy's name in UFO lore, along with names like Dan Birch and like all these like sort of like semi-popular ufologists, but nobody at the level like Bob thought George Math, those kind of people that kind of much more wonderful. And it's a really sad story, but basically, I want to know, like, when was the first time anybody found out about Dolce Base or Dolce Base, however it's said? And because I know, like, Area 51 was really like about, yeah, people talked about it before then. John Lear talked about it, but Dolce is, and here's another weird thing. You can find a lot on Area 51. Like, there's an Area 51 subreddit. They show you, I'm on it. They show you like all the pictures that you can see from like Kickapoo Peak and yeah, and you can see um, like like time lapses of how the base has grown. You cannot find that shit on those. So here we go. Please provide me with a timeline of Dolce Base and how it was discovered and everything that's known about it. Make sure it's as good a timeline as possible. Alright, so the discovery and research timeline for Dolce Base, or more specifically, the Dolce Base, is the only reason why it changes is because it does. And it heard me discover people was which I do. It just the speech to text. The Dolce Base is said to be a secret base facility located near Dolce, New Mexico, where extraterrestrial beings are alleged to be conducting experiments on humans and other life forms. It is a major part of modern mythology surrounding. It's a major part of modern mythology surrounding UFOs and the alleged government cover-up. Dolce Bay story. Pre-1947, Native American legends and early universe. Pre-1947, some Native American tribes in the Dolce area, such as the Picaria Apache, have long-held stories and legends about underground and the sky people. These legends may have influenced later UFO analytics theories in the 1947, the Roswell incident and growing UFO phenomenon. July 1947, the Roswell UFO incident in Mexico brings global attention to the possibility of extraterrestrial life and government cover-ups. Theories about secret government projects and extraterrestrial interaction. Many UFO enthusiasts speculate that the United States government is hiding evidence of alien contact. 1970, the birth of the Dolce Bay story. The first mention of the Dolce Bay is a secret underground facility allegedly run by the government and extraterrestrials called them. So this is the guy who I'm about. Who I've heard his name for 10 or 15 years, but I just never really put two and two together. There's a Bob Lazar of Dolce Bay, and it's Bob called them. So he didn't work there or anything, but he's the reason why. Paul Benowitz, an electrical engineer. He's also a small business owner. The name of his business was called Thunder Industries. Is one of the first to make claims about unusual activities in the area. He lived near Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and began to report sightings of strange lights and unidentified craft. Benowitz came to believe that an underground alien base was located near Dolce. He claimed that the facility was involved in experiments with extraterrestrial beings, hybridization of species, and human abduction. Benowitz's claims were initially seen as fringe, but they gained more attention as he continued to report these sightings and experiences. In 1983, the Dolce Papers and the emergence of whistleblower testimonies. That's right, I forgot about that. So this was a big thing with John Deere. Well, he got his hands on it, and that's kind of how it started here. The Dolce Papers are an alleged leaked document that describe a Dolce base as a massive underground facility. The papers outlined an extensive cover-up involving human experimentation and cooperation between the U.S. government and Dolce. Some versions of the story claim that the base has multiple levels, with the upper level serving as a research facility for various experiments on both humans and animals. Lower levels supposedly house alien species with claims that humans are abducted and subject to scientific experimentation, complete creation of alien human hybrids. According to some reports, the facility is described as being in the Archipelago Mesa region near Dolce, Mexico. 1990s, one whistleblowers allegedly come forward contributing to the theory. One of the most prominent whistleblowers. Now, this one, if you've ever heard this story, it's the Phil Schneider story. Have you ever heard this story? I'll talk to you about it if you haven't heard. Well, remind you about this. A geologist and engineer who worked on government projects, including those related to the bases. Phil Schneider claimed to have been part of the team who constructed the Dolce base in the 1970s. Schneider alleged that a violent conflict took place between U.S. military personnel and extraterrestrial beings at the base, which he described as a shootout between humans and aliens in 1979. Schneider's testimony and videos on the subject helped to popularize the story of Dolce base, though many of its claims are disputed and considered higher UFO movement. 1990 further claims of investigation. During the period, numerous individuals come forward with stories about Dolce base, either as whistleblowers or experiencers. These accounts included stories of secret government programs and experiments on human subjects, alleged eyewitness accounts of alien human hybrid creatures, underground laboratories, and interactions between humans and extraterrestrials. Claims that the base was involved in the study of alien technologies and development of advanced weaponry. UFO researchers such as John Lear and Linda Moulton Howe became involved in investigating Dolce base, having legitimacy to the stories for some. They helped further spread the information in the UFO community. 2000 doesn't continue to just emerge. The story of Dolce base continues to persist in the UFO world and has been represented in various books, documentaries, and media forms. However, the absence of concrete evidence and the lack of official knowledge have led to the question of the worthy of 2002 Dolce base in truth and evidence for the case by the National UFO Reporting Center. basis for operation with new levels being constructed with extraterrestrial cooperation continuing to be in 2017, the Pentagon released a UFO files known as To the Stars Movement and released on the U.S. Navy's unidentified aerial phenomena or UFO videos, reignited public interest in UFOs and the potential for hidden extraterrestrial technology. Some UFO community began to make these revelations back on the Dolce Bay, suggesting that the U.S. government may be hiding the truth about the base of extraterrestrial involvement. Controversy and skepticism. Many researchers, including those who study UFO phenomena, seriously have criticized the Dolce Bay's theory of codes, traditional military agencies have involvement. He features multiple levels of basic segments of many ground levels, some of which are alien human hybrid experimentation, while others have extraterrestrial beings and have advanced technology. Hybridization experiment. The central theme of the Dolce Bay story involves imaging experiments, including the creation of alien bird and genetic manipulation of customers given subjects. Shootout. One of the major elements of the idea is the alleged shootout between the alien and his military personnel and the Virgin base. Right after the military tried to stop them from performing experiments on humans. The base is often described as a joint project between the U.S. government and extraterrestrial entities, possibly including grays, the small gray skinned aliens coming to the Right. So it's just interesting to me that I don't know, 20 years ago, people talked about Area 51 the way that people talk about Dolce now. Like, oh, it may exist, it may not, who knows what's going on there. And, you know, I don't know, another 20 years ago, people ask about it. Have you ever heard, have you ever heard this, that the United States government does not acknowledge how many military bases it has? Here's right. So I guess because we ripped on this Mike Baker asshole 1,000 times, we should probably watch this fucking thing. just to confirm that he's being an asshole. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Join my name, Joe Rogan podcast, my name. You're up there. All right, we're up, Baker. How are you, sir?
Really?
Good to see you.
We're just jumping right in.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I just sat down.
Well, there's so many things to talk about.
Is there something? Anything happened?
A few things happened to us. One guy got shot, some guy, and the guy who shot him, just his body crashed.
Yeah.
No.
Now, did he get shot? Because I've seen a lot of people talk about this. Like, no, he didn't get shot.
That's hilarious.
Oh my God.
Like, you think that he cut his ear like a pro wrestler?
Yeah.
Wow, I got shot. Like, it's all fake. The guy behind him who got murdered, that wasn't real.
I saw exactly. Again, you would think that would be a clue, but I've seen things where they say, no, he didn't have any blood on him, and then he ducked down behind the podium just long enough. I'm thinking, are you fucking psycho?
They are psycho.
But, but then, to be fair, then, well, no, that can't be fair. How can you be fair?
There's no fair.
There's no fair. Yeah.
We heard gunshots. We saw a guy get shot. We were shooting at him. The guy behind him got murdered. A couple other people got injured.
Life changing.
Yes.
Yeah, serious.
Yes, serious
So-
interest. I mean, it 100% happened. To say it didn't happen is insane. And then you had Joy Reid on TV saying, well, Biden got over COVID. It was basically the same thing. People are losing their fucking minds. And they're afraid. Everyone's afraid to be objective. Because if you're objective, somehow or another, you're helping the other side.
Yeah. Oh no, if you even try to walk a line that's somewhere near the middle of anything, okay? Yeah. You get your ass kicked. And I was telling Emily, I was telling my wife the other day that I consider that a really good thing because this is like 2 minutes into it. I've already mentioned the podcast, The President's Daily Brief. I'm getting much better at this.
Good plug.
So on The President's Daily Brief, we try to just walk kind of down the middle. We just tell you the news. Here's the top things that are happening. What I find is I get angry messages from both sides because I'm not staking out a position, right? I'm just saying, here's what's happening. And, for the most part, we try to avoid context or atmosphere for the most part. But you're just pissing everybody off.
People want to get money first. That's like Andrew Huberman was talking about that today. The things that when they study like what excites people, what people gravitate towards, it's 100%. They're like more potent to get angry about things.
Yeah, I think you're right. There must be some sort of chemical release in being outraged, right? That makes people feel.
I think it's
good.
It's in our wiring, in our DNA, because we always have to look out for threats. So you find things that you perceive are threats or things that are going to be a problem and get angry about. And you do it on social media instead of in the jungle.
I think the Trump thing, though, I was surprised at how, because there was about a day and a half, maybe 36 hours of, oh, fuck, how could this happen? Look what we created. It's a crime. We have to be more civil with each other. And that was a big push from the Democrats. I remember Biden and Harris talking about, we've got to be more civil. We've got to dialogue. Turn down the temperature. And that lasted, for that side, that lasted almost no time at all.
Less than 2 days. Yeah. And they were back calling him a piece of shit, a liar.
Yeah, and a threat to democracy. He's got to be stopped. Unbelievable. And, I'm not going to be, neither side really stuck to the idea. I would argue if Trump had just said, you know what, from a strategic point of view, maybe it's not me, maybe it's not what I want to do, but from a strategic point of view, if after that attempt had happened and he had just walked that civil line and said, I've had a reflective moment, and if he had kept the high ground, think about the disparity, because the Democrats, they would have, first of all, they would have been crazy, so they would have what to do. But they also would have been help themselves. So they would have turned in, they would have thrown the hand grenades again, as usual. And then you would have Trump over here being the reasonable, being reflective and civil.
That would have been a good strategy.
Yeah, like it's
no, it's not in his nature.
No.
It's the scorpion fraud.
Yeah. I forgot about that story. That's right. The scorpion needs to ride across the pond.
Exactly. It's the same thing. I mean, that guy loves to talk shit. He's calling Tim Walz Camp on Tim now. He's so good at it. It's such a good nickname. He's so good at it. He's so good at that shit. Oh my God.
We're getting Harris and we're getting Walz.
Unbelievable.
And
else's descriptions of his military career, because there's some issues there that people have. I don't know if he flat out ever said that he served in Afghanistan, but he certainly didn't dissuade people from saying that he was. When they were saying he didn't correct them, right? There was things
he did, and he did, and you can look at the interviews, and there's no pushback. There's no like, excuse me, I didn't go to Iraq, right? And I retired as my unit was deploying, and so
we retired a couple months before.
Right? Yes,
What is the?
but those guys know. They know that they're going, right? It's not like they suddenly get a paper, on one day. There's a build up to that, and they're aware. So, even his personnel were saying, we all knew what he knew. No, okay, fine. He made the decision, right? But I think with his what do you want to call it, padding of his resume for political purposes, obviously, he was running for
There's more than one thing too, right? So he was a head coach.
yeah, he was a head coach.
He was not a head coach. He was an assistant coach, which is an honorable thing. There's nothing wrong with being an assistant coach. Yeah, absolutely. And also inflated his actual rank, right? He was slated to achieve a certain rank, right? And how did it go? Like he was commit to the fact that he wasn't going to retire in order to achieve his rank. Is that what it was?
He didn't finish essentially the program, of course, for the command sergeant.
Can you explain how that works?
Well, I mean, he had the rank, right? He was awarded. I think he had gone to where did he go? I think he went to Italy on the assignment. Look, he's in the National Guard, right? So, first of all, there was sort of this, I've served for 24 years. Well, he's not really saying that his supporters and the people in the Democrat section, he served for 24 years. Yes, he did, okay? But if it's the National Guard, that doesn't mean, I'm not disrespecting at all anyone who serves in the National Guard. It's a very honorable thing to do. I'm just saying, they're kind of conflating, just like he did with his rank or these other things, the idea that somehow he was, full time, 24 years in the military. He was working as a school teacher. He was working as a coach. He could be a great guy. I'm just saying that, and there were statistics that said upwards of 70+% of people have padded their CVs. So what he's done isn't unusual, but it's very much, highlighted. It's like 70%. Yeah. It's a. And look, I've got a service line in the company. Group. I am a marketing machine. Thank you. And we have a due diligence group that's nothing but background investigations, due diligence. And so they spend a lot of time looking at people's CVs or resumes. And it's a shocking number of people. And sometimes it's not really nefarious. It's just, okay, maybe I misspoke, or maybe I did put something in, and I over-egged the pudding a little bit. But then, like 10 or 15 years down the road, you've kind of written on that for all that time. And we've seen that happen where people suddenly get called out, right? So, I don't read too much into the fact that he padded his resume. I think it is just very disrespectful that he didn't push back on the idea that he told his sister to combat, or that he claimed that he retired in a position, which I think they gave him a master sergeant title or rank when he retired, which is just one step below, which is still honorable. Very honorable. And it's nothing to be shameful of. Like saying that, just stating the actual rank, it doesn't change anybody's opinion of him at all. So, it's a lie that doesn't really elevate you. It doesn't, and when you get called out on it, it just kind of makes you look like a dipshit, right? And that's something that he's got to deal with. But he did once say, he was talking about assault rifles, assault rifles, for the gun. I'm on your side. But when he was talking about, you can kind of assault somebody with a BB gun, right? Yeah. But when he was talking about them, he said the weapons of war that I carried. I don't know exact quotes, but he was essentially alluding to the fact. Yeah. And again, is it? I don't understand it. Is it necessary? No. Did he feel that it helped in his early days running for a political office? Obviously. Right? Well, he's also seen Joe Biden do it, right? Joe Biden has gotten away with lying about his record, lying about his accomplishments from the beginning, back when he was running for Senate.
And I'm sure you've seen that old video where he confronts the guy and tells him he's got a higher IQ than him, and he graduated at the top of his class.
Yeah.
All lies.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And you're right. He's gotten COVID. It's just like, apparently the plagiarism and other issues, and certainly now the mental decline. He's still president, I guess. So
He's kind of not. He's kind of quit.
who is in charge? That's the question. I think a lot of people.
Well, Kamala's on tour, so she can't be. She's out there doing concerts.
Oh, she's going to do an interview tomorrow
With him, though.
with Tim, because she's a strong woman, so she wants a strong man by her side.
She does not want to be alone out there, which is why you have to be alone. Who the fuck has ever done an interview? The only interview since they have been nominated by their party, right? Since they've been chosen, who has ever not done an interview for this long?
Yeah, and then I get why, because they get away with it, but they are very compliant and incurious media for the most part, right? And they're just letting it go. Compliant.
It's more than compliant.
I know. I'm trying to
Yeah, you're trying to be nice.
I'm trying to be nice.
Complicit
That's a better word. Yeah, and so it's on CNN, and it's taped. It's not even live.
Right.
And it's the two of them. And there is no way in hell. Maybe I'm going to be, I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's a hard-hitting interview where they ask, I tell you what, actually, what I would love to have them ask first is, okay, Vice President, I guess you have to say Madam Vice President, how long were you aware of President Biden's mental decline? Because right up until the last minute, you were talking about how sharp his attack he was, and how vigorous he was, and how he was, better than men half his age. And what I don't understand is how people aren't marching on Washington with pitchforks and torches over the fact that this small group, her and who else? Edith Dunn, the chief of staff at the White House, claimed a variety of that cabal is not that big, of people who had daily contact with President Biden. And they just lied to the American public for a significantly long time. They just deceived the American public. And nobody seems to give a shit.
Okay. Well, it's also, why was anyone believing it? That's what was crazy.
Right.
And we were getting shit out left and right during the campaign. Where I was like, I compared him. I said, Biden being president is like having a flashlight with a bad battery and going for a long walk in the woods. There's no fucking way. I'm not going to make it. And people were saying, no, don't you know he stutters? There's no evidence of him stuttering when he was young. This is crazy. There's a mental decline there. There's nothing wrong with mental decline. We're all going to experience it someday, kids. But to say that it's not happening just because you don't want the other side to win is bananas.
Yeah, well, and that's what it was. It was anytime you called it out, because we all saw it, like you said, we're all heading in that direction. It's probably the one thing we all have in common. And we all know what it looks like. Everyone's got aging parents or aging grandparents.
Yes.
And so we knew it intuitively, right? Every time you saw him, he made a slip up or he faltered or he just kind of started staring off in his face or moved the way that he was moving, like you've seen your grandpa move. We knew it. But if you dared bring it up, you would just kicked in the ass, right? And suddenly somehow you were ageist, and you were hyper partisan, and you were just and you were MAGA.
The epitome of gaslighting, absolutely, because it was so obvious and in your face. It's like, no, it's not raining out. Like, what? It's fucking pouring. Like, what are you talking about? Full gaslighting right in front of your face.
Yeah, and so I would love that to be the very first question. Can you explain to us at what point in time you actually became aware that he was in significant mental decline? Right, and again, I feel bad for the guy. I feel bad for anybody who's in that position. Right? Sure. He's the fucking commander-in-chief, right? He's the leader of the free world. So I think we have a right to expect more from that situation. But I don't think this will be none of those.
His last fuck you was saying that he wants Harris to take his place. That was his last fuck you, because from what I understand, they wanted to have a primary, and they wanted to pick their own person, and they didn't want to have Harris.
Yeah, she was nobody's idea of the best, most competent, most qualified candidate up until they orchestrated this, whatever you want to call anointment or coronation.
Coup.
Coup. Yeah, coup. Call it a coup.
It seems
Yeah.
like a coup.
Yeah. So until that point, she wasn't the preferred, but now she's fucking Beyonce and Joan of Arc and
Well, she had that one speech where she really fucking nailed. But she was talking about Trump. This is after Trump even got shot, and she didn't even address the fact that we have to be more tolerant.
you know, I mean that teleprompter speech. Yeah.
That teleprompter speech, she fucking nailed it.
Yeah.
She nailed it. But when you get her off teleprompter, she's fucked.
Yeah.
She's fucked.
Well, I don't know this, and this is sheer speculation on my part, but I would be suspicious. I know. As opposed to all the other times that I'm not speculating.
I don't need
But there's a chance maybe that they will know the questions for tomorrow night's interview ahead of time.
Oh, come on.
I know.
Do you think CNN would do that?
You're right. I take it back because I'm sure it will be a series of hard-hitting questions, and they won't let her get away with anything, and it's all going to work out fine. Look, all she's got to do is beat the Biden debate bar, and people are going to say yes. You know?
Yeah. Well, they're supposed to have a debate, right, on ABC. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
And isn't the woman who moderates it a part of the Biden-Harris administration?
Oh my God! I didn't know that.
Who is the woman? Does she have some sort of a connection to the Biden-Harris administration? The woman who is, find that out, Jenna. The woman who's moderating the ABC debate.
Is it Joe Biden?
You did great, Joe. You answered all the questions. And what did he do? He lied. Poor bastard. That poor bastard. If that was my dad, I'd be so fucking angry at her. I'd be like, what are you doing to dad?
They're just dragging him around, right? Unbelievable. Just dragging him around and
Juicing him up with Adderall and having him talk or whatever they're giving him. Yeah, I want to talk.
It's got to be good.
It's got to be tremendous. I imagine if you have a day when you're kind of tired and sleepy and your brain's not working that good.
Yeah, well, I have several of those.
Which, by the way, I should say this: if you are having one of those days, there's a study that came out about creatine. Creatine, which most people think of as like a muscle supplement, which it is, but creatine actually helps performance when you're sleep deprived significantly.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. So I'm constantly sleep deprived.
It's also great for cognitive function.
Yeah,
I started taking it on a regular basis.
my boys take it for their workout.
Mm-hmm. It's great for that too.
Yeah. I didn't know about that, but I will definitely jump on because I find myself like this month, August. I've been traveling like a son of a bitch, and I'm probably getting 3.5, 4 hours of sleep a night.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's not good as we get older too. When I was young, I could bounce back 4 hours sleep. Not that bad.
Yeah,
But at 57, it's rough.
I tried my best.
Yeah, it's crazy. Get on some crazy.
Yeah, me and Joe Biden. But it is remarkable that when you look at what's happened over the past month and a half, nobody, it doesn't seem, because again, the media is playing along with this. Nobody's asking questions. Who's running the free world? Who's making the decisions at the White House? It doesn't seem to be major concern, right? Because which is bizarre. But I get the Democrats, right? The Democrats are like, well, Trump. It's always their answer. Trump. And when if I point out that maybe Harris, is somewhat of a midwit, but Trump. And so what is your argument back? What do you say? Well, look, maybe you should focus on just having the best qualified candidate rather than saying, well, we just got to beat Trump.
Right.
And that's not going to happen. But the fact that there's just nobody asking questions about things like, when did you know that President Biden was in decline? Who was actually making the decisions?
Controversy surrounds ABC News anchor Lindsay Davis as debate moderator due to alleged bias against Trump. But doesn't she have some sort of a connection to the Biden-Harris administration? No? Who's Lindsay Davis? Find out who she is.
It could be speculation on your part.
No, I read something, some connection with someone that I should have saved it.
Yeah, so that's the 10th. But again, I would say that, hey, look, it's much like this, this upcoming interview. Right? She just got to get through it without a major screw up. And I think they're going to say, look, she did it. She's had her interview. It's all good.
Yeah.
I just don't think that people are that curious anymore. And certainly on the Democrat side, the one thing they're always very good at is just doing what they're told and following a message, sticking to the message, and worrying about winning.
Yeah, I saw Bill Maher and Quentin Tarantino talking about it, whether or not she should do interviews. And Quentin Tarantino's like, it's really important that we just win. That we just win. Like, are we the Dolphins? And are we going against the Raiders? Or is this the United fucking States of America? Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, you'd like to think that people are really concerned about the quality of their leaders, but I think it is more about what, again, at least on the Democrat side. Sometimes I question whether Republicans understand that. Right?
I think it's on both sides. I really do, because there were some people that posted a deceptively edited video that made it look like Tim. He has a son that has some disabilities, and it looked like he was yanking his son like in a mean way, but he was really just trying to get his son to not hit his head on the teleprompter. So the teleprompter is this clear thing. The kid's walking towards it, and he just gives him a pull this way, like, let's go this way. And he just took that clip, like, oh, man, he's mean. Look, he's mean to his boy. It's creepy.
It's the level of disinformation and misinformation right now, leading up to November, is astounding. And it's becoming more and more difficult because of generative AI and just a willingness to kind of disappear down a rabbit hole and believe whatever you want to believe. Right? Nobody's questioning this shit. So, but it is, whether it's coming from outside influence, and we know the Iranians are very active right now. Obviously, the Russians and Chinese are always interested in skewing stuff. So, but if they don't do it themselves, it's not as if this idea that the government is going to tell you what's good and what's not to read is amazing, right? They just arrested the Telegram CEO over in Europe.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I was going to ask you about that too.
Yeah.
So it seems like they wanted access to Telegram's messages because there were certain people that were posting things that had been a part of. There was a terrorist attack in Russia that they tried to get them to give up information about, but then they gave up on that and they left him alone. But now in France, they've arrested him.
Yeah, they picked him up 3 days ago, I think 4 days ago.
And unfortunately, he's got this social media girlfriend who posts pictures everywhere she goes, so they can fucking find him everywhere.
Yeah.
Telegram CEO released from custody at Paris.
Okay.
Yeah.
They extended his detention for 48 hours, and then they had to make a decision. I think it was by today as to what to do with him.
Judge had to went to be charged and released. Well, I think the outrage of the world. Okay, so this said, dual citizen of France and Russia was taken into custody Saturday. He was detained under arrest warrant over accusations. The platform was used for money laundering, drug trafficking, and other offenses. Guess what? You can say that about Gmail.
Yeah.
Should we arrest Google?
Yeah.
Because Gmail is used for money laundering and drug sales? Because it certainly is.
Yeah, and I think, well, look, honestly, so I think that some people in the States, if they got away with it, they would. That's what they would be pushing for. But with Pavel Durov, I think they were really upset with a couple of things. One is that Telegram has a history of not cooperating with criminal investigations, right? Not releasing information or complying with requests from whomever, right? Europol, anyone. And so they basically figured out a way to say, look, because of your inability or your failure to moderate the content on your platform, on Telegram, we're going to criminally charge you, perhaps, right? I suspect that's what they're going to do with this, but I think you're right. I think the outrage said, okay, well, let's let him go for now. But he's not. Look, he got sideways from Putin. So he's a dual citizen of
Russia and France.
No, France and United Arab Emirates.
Oh,
yeah. And although the Putin regime was very funny when he got arrested, they were outraged over the fact that they viewed this as a limit on free speech. That's the Putin regime. Yeah. Oh my God, because you know how much they value civil liberties and shit,
especially dissenting opinions.
Yeah, they love. Yeah, it's
all about free expression over there in Russia.
But Russia. So
let me ask you this before we get off topic about the assassination. Is it normal for there to be an assassination attempt and then no press conference?
It is, because we don't have assassination attempts every week. It's kind of hard to say. Is it normal?
But if there's a major world event,
right.
generally don't they have press conferences?
Yes, and it was look, the whole thing, the protocols that weren't followed, the process, the fact that it was a cock-up of monumental proportions leading up to Thomas Crooks taking those shots. And then the afterwards, right? Then the way that they handled it was another series, still to this day, this series of mistakes that there's no justification for. You can't, look, doing security at an event like the Butler back in July, where Trump was shot. Right now, there's people out there going, I don't think he was shot. So I think it's not rocket science. Right? It's very labor intensive and detail oriented, but you're not building a spaceship. Right? You're going through the same process that you go through every time you have one of these events. Right? And so you have a political ground. Right? And it's not a national security. So it's not the DNC, it's not the RNC, it's not the Super Bowl, it's not the Olympics. Those are national security events. You have a year plus to plan and prepare, get all your resources together and figure out your game plan, your site surveys, all of that. You still have time with these political events. Don't have a year, but you've got sufficient time. And they do it over and over again. And it's not tough. So you do a site survey and you say, okay, he's going to show up at Butler. Let's get up there. And the Secret Service has primacy. They work with local, state resources if they need to heavy up the security and they don't have the available resources. But they have the primacy. So they go out and the site survey, that whole process, the risk threat assessment in the survey is where you identify your timelines and your resources and your deployment of resources and all the various things, your command and control center, your communications protocols, all this, but it's over and over and over again. There's a methodology to it. And the Secret Service, they do this all the time. So it does leave you to wonder how many more events in the past have they been, not buttoned up and they just got lucky because there wasn't a shooter. But there's no way to excuse what happened because it was such a breakdown of events. And then afterwards, in the hot washing, in the briefings that they did provide, them going up on Capitol Hill, Cheadle, the now departed director, it was a classic lesson in how not to do crisis communications. And she should have been the director, who's now gone. She should have been out on the rally grounds that evening, and with a team and with the agent in charge, and it should have been very clear to the press all around that they were out there doing the investigation, assessing what had happened, and people would be responsible, and they were told. But none of that happened. It was just a fucking dope. So
it's because it's Trump. If it was anybody else,
yeah.
Like if that had happened, if there was an assassination attempt about Biden,
yeah,
it would have been crazy. If Biden got winged in the ear the same way, and they took him out and the whole deal, and they shoot the guy, and there's an investigation, it would have been on the news constantly for weeks and weeks. It would have been lead story every night, more information on the assassination attempt on President Biden.
Day 22.
Yeah, it would have been the same thing. Right-wing, far-right activist, registered Republican, Thomas Crooks.
Yes.
Apparently he was a registered Republican.
Yeah, he had donated, I think, $15 to a Democratic or progressive group, and he had registered as a Republican. He was all over the map. He had done research on Biden, he had done research on Trump. So he was, they're trying to posit a motivation, because they haven't been clear about that yet. He's still trying to figure out motivation. That he was just looking for an opportunity, right, to carry out his vision.
Does he have we don't even know. Does he have a history of being mentally ill?
there was some talk. They're starting to develop a narrative that says, for the past couple of years, people were concerned about his mental health. There were a couple of people, I think, that had an acquaintance with him that were saying, well, we just assumed he was bipolar or depressive. He had researched depressive disorders. That was on some of his electronic gear. And so, that could be it. But again, the bottom line is the whole process, command and control, resource deployment, communications process, all of it just completely fucked up on that day. And usually when you have a problem of that magnitude with security, it's never just one thing. It's a series of things that compound. And, but then, the acting director, Earl, he goes up there and, Earl, it was a few weeks back now, but when he first showed up, I said, I'm the acting director, and I go up to Capitol Hill and answer your questions, which he didn't really do. They were talking about, well, it's almost impossible to get all the elements talking on the same frequency. I think the local police are talking on their frequency, Secret Service talking on their frequency, counter sniper teams, maybe they're operating on a different channel. You can't combine those. Well, of course you can. I just telling you for a fact that you can. There are capabilities out there and available to allow you to get everybody talking on the same sheet of music at an event like that. Of course. And
To say otherwise is nonsense.
Yeah, and it's also it defies logic, but it also now I think that was the thing about this. Why people were so shocked is because you didn't have to be a security expert to look at this thing in real time.
How about the sloped roof thing?
Okay,
We couldn't get agents up there because the roof was sloped, and it could be dangerous. And it sloped like 5 degrees.
that was the nail in her coffin when she came up with that bullshit.
The whole thing was insane because you had snipers on another roof. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, when they have 2 counter sniper teams, but again, when you go out to a place like that, and you walk, you stand, you serve them, right? You fly drones around, and you get a real sense of what you're talking about. In the early stages of a survey or assessment like that, there are just certain things you look for, right? Okay, there's this stage, there's a tall building over there.
How about the water?
Yeah, how about the water tower? Maybe we cover that there too. And and I think the transparency that we have on this right now is pretty much thanks to the local law enforcement. That's where we've gotten most of our information, right? They've shared body cam images, they've shared radio conversations, and I think in part they're doing it because they're so pissed off. Right?
Yeah, well, their conversations were about how they saw this guy in advance. They alerted people. He was walking around with a fucking rangefinder.
Yeah, you're thinking
That's it, Will. When you walk around with a rangefinder, they should just arrest you.
It's shocking. And he was there a couple hours ahead of time flying a drone.
Insane.
And but I think that the Secret Service, their go-to in the immediate aftermath was to point fingers at the local law enforcement. And so I think local law enforcement was like, "Fuck you." Yeah. And so they've been transparent where Secret Service has. Government, I tell you this, government hates to hold a press conference when they don't have all the facts, right? They're just not comfortable with it. And particularly something like this, the idea that Roe kept saying, that acting director kept saying, well, we're not going to get out ahead of the investigation. Well, you know what? Sometimes there's times when you need to.
Right.
And the fact that they failed to understand the optic of this, and right in the immediate aftermath, and say, man, we got to be so fucking proactive. We got to be more transparent than we've ever been before.
There's a lot of other things that disturb me. Here's one. Is it normal for CNN to live stream a Trump press event or a Trump campaign event?
They normally, if they show it, they normally jump out of it after the first 10 seconds or so.
Oh, he's lying again. We've counted 5 lies. But I do have to say this, and I say this as a credit to CNN. It seems like they have made a concerted effort to be more balanced. And I think this is in the aftermath of firing Don Lemon and Brian Stelter and all those people over there that people were frustrated with. I think they have made a concerted effort. Like there was a gentleman who was on who was talking about that everyone's blaming Trump for things, but that the Democrats have been in control of the White House for 12 of the last 16 years. And when he said that, it was like, that was a big moment. And no one had an answer to that. They were, but they have to the undermining the Trump has done to our democracy, the threats, and what he said. He's going to be a dictator. He said he's going to be a dictator. On day one. Holy shit, man. He's joking around about closing the border. Like, he's not going to listen to anybody. He's just going to close the border.
For 12 of the last 16 years. And you know what? Kamala Harris, if she wins, she's going to fix the problems.
She's in right now, which is so crazy.
Another part of the whole equation that I'm sure they won't get asked tomorrow night. When you talk about fixing the problems and making America, what are you been doing?
Maybe they will, and maybe they've already prepared for that. Maybe they have some sort of fucking spin they're going to put on that to make it seem like it makes sense.
Somebody, as I guarantee, put everybody on the polygraph over there and see, like, somebody could just be a researcher or a producer, or they're talking because the DNC and the campaign team have been, ever since they agreed, okay, let's do this interview, somebody's been beating on somebody to say, okay, where are you going to go with this?
Yeah.
Questions going to answer. And somebody's slipping that under the table.
There's no way they're not. They're all Democrats. There's no, I mean, if you're working for CNN, you're a Democrat, most likely. There's very few Republicans over there.
Yeah, there might be some Democrats.
There might be libertarians. Yeah, there's a few. There's a few that are, even though they're liberal leaning, I think Jake Tapper, I think, is very fair. I think he's probably the most objective out of all of them. I'm sure he has his opinions and biases. But they're not acting like journalists. They act like advocates for the Democratic Party, and that's where it gets weird, because you're supposed to be the news.
Yeah, well, I think what happened, a couple of things is with CNN moving, possibly this idea that they're moving a little bit towards the center. And I will say, you see more negative comments from the left about CNN. I think they're pissed off sometimes with CNN because they're not as objective, because they're trying to move a little bit more. I think that's a revenue issue for them. So I don't think they're having money since they've been around. But I think they're realizing that maybe there's more profit margin a little bit further towards the center than where they've been sitting.
Well, I think it convinced people that they will actually be objective. People like me will listen. That's the thing. I'm much more center than I am anything.
Well, remember, you used to tune in CNN when shit was hitting fan overseas.
Oh, yeah.
Because they had more field offices, they had more bureaus all over the world. And you turn on CNN to see the best news. Yeah, what's going on. Yeah. Well, we used to have it be on if you walked into a station overseas. CNN was always on. I mean, it still is for the most part.
Was it when Jeff Zucker got involved? Is that when things changed?
You know what? I don't know. I'm not qualified.
Because he put on some good stuff, too. He was the head of NBC when I was over there.
Okay.
When I was over there for News Radio and Fear Factor. Not News Radio, Fear Factor. He was the head guy over there. And when he went over there, he did a bunch of great things, like the Anthony Bourdain show. They were doing those interesting shows. W. Kamau Bell had a show. They were doing some cool stuff that was not just the news. I was like, oh, I like it. But then when they became like Don Lemon, at one point in time, do you remember when Don Lemon had that famous speech about what black people need to do? Pull your pants up, get your shit together. Yeah. Like, fuck yeah, Don Lemon. And where's that guy? Yeah, where'd that guy go? That guy fucking vanished.
There was no money in that. No.
There is. He's got to go to Fox. You can't hang out see it with those kind of fucking, come on. Objective opinions.
Yeah, it'll be, so I think, again, I think this interview that she's going to do, I get it. They say, why wouldn't we want to be in a comfortable spot?
Right.
I think it's very bizarre that she's doing a joint interview with Walt. You know, if you want to show that you're ready for the job and you're, you know, could possibly be the first, you know, woman president of the United States, and then you say, okay, my first big interview, I'm going to sit here.
Could you imagine if Trump did all some interviews with Pence? What?
Where is Pence?
He's not. He's died. I don't even know where he is. Chewing on people. They don't like him.
Oh, God, no, that's true.
Yeah. They think he's a traitor.
Yeah.
They think he's responsible for Trump not being still in office.
There's nobody in the middle.
Oh my God! No one's in the middle. If you're in the middle, you're an enemy. You're the enemy. Pick up the side. Pick a side. You guys need to stop. Cut this shit, man. We need about 5 different parties that are all relevant.
Goddamn right.
And right now we have 2, and one of them is way more funded. Like way more funded. Fucking way more funded.
You see that they raked in the Democrats breaking something like $500 billion.
Nuts.
Yeah, and they'll probably spend it.
But have you seen the Project Veritas deep dive into that? Where they go to people's houses and they ask them, "Did you donate $150,000 to these registered donors?" And he's like, "For goodness, no! Like I didn't donate any of that money."
50,000.
So there's all these donations that at least Project Veritas is claiming, these people are claiming we're not theirs, and this is that they're throwing money into this pot and they're attributing it to all these people that probably don't even know it's being attributed to them. I think that's what they're alluding to.
If they can, I mean, the cost of this campaign is, it's going to be north of $1 billion. We have to assume. And you think about, if there was a way to take money out of it, if there was a way to take the term or enact term limits, and there was a way to have a meaningful third and fourth party, completely change the landscape. I think for the better. I don't think there's any. I mean, in my mind, I don't think I can be persuaded otherwise.
Joe, what's going on? How are you,
I
Don?
just don't see that happening.
Just watching some Joe Rogan, enjoying Discord. How are things in your neck of the woods? Yep. He's got a lot of contact. All right.
Who's going to vote against their own best interests, right? You look at the money that these politicians can make, and they can walk out the door multi-millionaires on salaries. That doesn't make any sense. That's the other thing that we get at. It's insider trading.
Yeah.
Well,
I think it's important, to participate in free market.
Gotta go. My wife is so damn smart. I love her smart.
She's very smart.
She is very
She's
smart. I know, right?
You talk to her, you're like, yo,
yeah.
this lady's operating at a very high frequency.
I know, which makes me wonder why she's still with me.
That's what they like. A nice dumb guy.
Right? Yeah. I'm good at picking things up and putting them down.
That's all they need.
I can fetch things.
They need you to open up mayonnaise jars.
And every now and then I walk away and I just show just so she knows when I'm around here. It's right. Yeah. But I say the other thing about this is all through my voice. Like I just got in from Florida this morning, and I was dropping our middle boy back at IMG. He plays basketball, and he's constantly, and the older, even the youngest one, constantly just hitting the beat. Right? Every time they walk up, they can't walk by me without hitting. Right? Yeah. And I mean, now they're really putting some effort into it, right? And testosterone. Yeah, they got testosterone. They want a title shot, right? And so they're all kind of getting that point, and they're just like they're walking the elevator yesterday with Sammy, and we get in there, and the door's closing. Just what the fuck are you doing?
I was talking about this with you, remember, the difference between a boy of 12 years old and a boy of 17 is only 5 years.
Yeah.
So you and I, in 5 years, basically probably be pretty close to the same. Hopefully we won't decline too much. Yeah. But from a boy at 12 years old that can't hurt anybody, at 17 years old they can fuck up grown men. Yeah. And it happens quick.
It happens quick, and they all of a sudden, it's like with the two oldest ones. I look at them. If I'm away, I travel a fair amount. When I come back,
they got muscles.
They got muscles. They're bigger. They're shit. But it's like living in a house with Cato. Remember? When he would
we're really dating ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. When you leap out of nowhere and just attack you. I'm thinking, what the fuck?
The Pink Panther.
God, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we dropped him off yesterday. He's back there for his next year, and I will say that, but just talking about IMG, they told me a fact yesterday. And I'll just talk about it with the guys outside before we started, which astounds me. They graduated 88 ball players last year, basketball players, from seniors in their post-grad program. 88 of them, 82 of them are now playing college ball.
Wow,
that's astounding.
That's pretty astounding.
It's amazing. And that's just the one sport. They cover most of the sports.
That's pretty incredible.
It's an amazing program. And so anyway, but moving on.
I interrupted you. You were about to say something smart that your wife said. I was saying we were talking about the Trump thing and the objective thing with the news and all that jazz.
Fucking another Biden moment now. What was I talking? Jamie, you remember what I was going to say? No? It'll come to me later on. Okay. Yeah. I don't even remember what we're about to say.
Well, we made it diversion.
Yeah.
Somehow.
We disagreed on a rap.
We're essentially just talking about the problem with narratives. That people, there's no one in the middle. I mean, everyone is. If you're not on one side, you're a traitor.
Yeah.
And
you do. I don't know. There's no way. I don't think it's any way to walk that dog back. Right? We had that moment after the assassination attempt, and like we talked about earlier, people were saying, "Yeah, we got to be more civil."
it was like a mini 9/11. Remember after 9/11, everybody was so nice to each other for like weeks.
Yeah,
that one lasted a long time.
Yeah.
I remember coming to New York City, and we filmed Fear Factor after September 11th, and everybody was so nice. They were so, and firemen were treated like fucking heroes. Firemen got laid more than any other time. I mean, everybody got a bag of firemen. They wanted to help those guys out.
Yeah, I grew a mustache and pretended I was a fireman.
All the first responders, cops, EMT guys, they all got mad respect.
Yeah.
And everybody was a lot more peaceful and civil. And in Los Angeles, it was palpable. You had American flags on everyone's car. It was kind of cool.
And then you had the same with the military, right?
Yeah.
Shortly after, and went into Tora Bora, and then that whole thing kicked off. But there was a period of time, and usually, not that you want something like that to happen. I mean, look at the pandemic. I mean, the pandemic brought people together for a while. People were so nice to you.
Yeah. In the beginning, I thought it was going to be like 9/11, where everyone's going to realize, hey, we're all together and let's help each other out. Let's get through this.
Yeah, that didn't last.
No. Well, the thing that didn't last is, in spite of all the evidence that it's not as bad as everybody's saying it is, everybody wanted to say it's killing everybody. Did you see Kamala Harris's speech where she said 220 million Americans died?
Yeah.
And she didn't just say it once. She said it more than once. I've got it saved. I could pull it up if Jamie wants to find it. But there's two different instances where she said two different speeches, 220 million Americans died from COVID, which is just insane.
That's a lot. We're now just a country of 110 million.
That's so crazy to say.
And yet we still have a house.
You can misspeak and maybe say 220 million Americans were infected.
Yeah.
Fact check. Kamala Harris said 220 million people in the U.S. died of COVID. Here's what she meant to say. She meant to say. Oh, snow.
It was
She meant, she was saying million instead of thousand. Okay. No, that doesn't work anyway. That doesn't work either, because even if you're saying 220,000, that's 220,000 died with COVID. You're not looking at it correctly. If it was 4+ comorbidities for somewhere in the neighborhood of 75 or 80% of the people that died.
Yeah, but what we just saw there with that headline, is it's very subtle, but it's important, right? What she meant to say.
How the fuck do you know what she meant to say? Right. She said it twice.
Right. But you see this constantly. Yeah. And again, it's very subtle. It's not straight up disinformation, but it's framing it. It's shaping a narrative. It's softening it, and it's definitely taking a side. But a lot of people would read that, and it would just go right past them. It would be back there somewhere, right? As if it was Trump, Trump lied about the fall.
Right.
Okay. I mean, that's look. It's
first of all, you're gonna misspeak. If you're doing those kind of things and you're working off the script and you don't have a script and you're just out there talking to people, you're going to misspeak. Yeah. And I say the wrong name all the time. I'll say someone's name and then Jamie will correct me. Did you mean it? Or what did I say? Like, I don't even realize it when I'm saying it, that I'm saying the wrong word. People misspeak. Yeah. It's a normal thing. But that's a goofy one.
It's and to repeat it.
Yeah.
Right. But look, and that's why, again, everything that we've seen leading up to tomorrow night's interview needs to be factored into this, right? I understand why the Democrats are so wrapped around the election, because they're so worried that Trump might win for whatever reason. Right? They just can't fathom that, and so a lot of them are just willing to overlook. A lot of them, I think, understand that she's a half-wit, but I think maybe that's unfair. But look, every time I talk about her, people will say, well, she's so well experienced. Look at her. She was an attorney general and a senator and vice president. I'm thinking, have you ever seen people who failed upwards? Right? I've met a lot of people who've had a lot of experience. And they're fucking dolts. Right? They're gormless.
Oh,
And,
especially in Hollywood.
no,
I mean, right? You work on television. How many fucking executives have you run across? You're like, how the fuck did you get this job? And even the people under them don't respect them, but yet they're in control.
for the time being.
Yeah.
Then they're all living in fear, right? They're all living in fear of losing that office and those snacks.
Yep.
And the assistant. And they will. They eventually lose it.
They eventually do.
Yeah. Because but they're so paralyzed by fear, nobody's buying shows. Right. And it's a remarkable industry right now. That's not what we're talking about, but it is fascinating.
Well, it's been gutted by the internet.
Yeah, it's completely gutted. People, they lived in fear before, but now nobody wants to greenlight anything. And if they do, they say, well, we'll buy 6 episodes.
Right.
That's where your head's at. So, yeah.
And then they're terrified of AI. Because AI is going to come along, and that's going to take away who knows how many jobs. I mean, I think Hollywood's going to get hit first. Well, maybe not. No, probably a lot of industries are going to get crippled.
Yeah.
But I think Hollywood has got a real problem. They got a real problem with writers. They got a real problem with video, editing, all that stuff. It's going to be done through computers way quicker, way more cost efficient, probably better. You're going to get exactly what you want.
It is shocking. I was a little bit late to the game, as I usually am on the technology side, right? So I don't think I really understood just how invasive or for AI in its abilities, right? Even now, it's going to be exponentially better, I'm sure. But the ability to craft a very tailored message in almost no time at all, right? Is shocking. And so you're right. But where my head goes is because I mean, anybody with kids, I think goes there, is that, what I worry about is, okay, so at what point do we just, humans don't know how to fucking analyze and write shit anymore, right? And you'll have the people who, okay, sure, you gotta program this shit and you gotta curate all the stuff that it's picking up, but now it's collecting just AI generated shit, right? It's not like it's going out there and getting the world's greatest human literature anymore. It's just scooping up all this shit that AI produced. But I worry about kids, right? And the ease with which they can now put together an essay or a college application, whatever the fuck it is. I think we're just raising the next generation of morons.
Well, definitely the next generation of people that are completely dependent upon technology. I memean, kids can't even write cursive anymore. They stopped teaching that.
Yeah,
Which is bizarre.
I know. That was always my favorite class. That was the only class I did really well in. It was cursive. And phys ed. I did really well in phys ed.
Yeah, I guess people think there's no reason to be able to write quickly because now you just type things out.
Yeah, you type it out. I still write. Emily's much better than I am, but I still write a letter occasionally.
You have to write your name.
Yeah,
names in cursive.
Yeah, but have you ever seen kids write? They sign. They say, "Here, sign this." No, they just they spell it out. Not cursive.
So they don't have a signature.
They don't have a signature. That was a big day when you decided what your signature was.
Nice practice.
Yeah, I did mine. I modeled mine after JFK.
Really?
Yeah. Because I would know it anyway. Right? And so I decided, okay, John King signed it like that. So I practiced for a long time just to get it looking like that. And that's a little piece of information I didn't ever had before.
Now they do. We're going to be definitely dependent. My kids have had kids in their class get busted for papers that they wrote on AI because they're so dumb they don't realize that someone could just put the same prompt into AI and get the exact same verbiage.
Yeah. And they do have, professors and teachers have, the ability to use certain apps that will scan and see whether these things have been pulled together by AI. But I think it's like a lot of other things. The offensive capability is going to stay ahead of the defensive capability, right? So you're gonna get better and better and better at and the defensive ability to judge what's AI generated in the world of academia is going to lag. But it is, I do think, and then going back to what we were talking about, the level of disinformation coming into November is going to be shocking. for some people, even if they haven't been paying attention. A lot of people don't because a lot of people don't have time. But yeah, I think when we get there, when we wake up and the election results are announced 3 weeks later.
But Pennsylvania's already saying they're not going to be able to do it on election night.
Yeah.
They used to. What you guys do?
Yeah.
You know? We
Yeah.
used to.
Remember, you go to
What
bed,
happened?
and you knew when you went to bed if you stayed up late.
But not only that, there's no pandemic. So why do we have all these mail-in ballots?
Well,
That seems kind of silly.
and we know what else you're saying. I don't consider this to be voter suppression. Have a fucking ID to show that you're a U.S. citizen. That's right. I know. I apologize, but I do think it makes sense. You go.
100% makes sense.
I couldn't vote in another country.
You should not be able to vote here without an ID. Just like you can't get a driver's license. You have to have your fucking birth certificate. You have to you have paperwork. Yes, it's there for a reason because people are full of shit. There's a lot of fraudsters out there. If there's a way to mitigate fraud, and the most important thing that we do, which is choose a leader. It's one of the most important things we do. We exercise our right to vote. And if you're going to fuck with that, and if you are willfully making it so that it's easier to deceive people, that's crazy. That's crazy to put a stop to that.
Yeah, you would think that would be the default position is how do we mitigate the risk, right? And let's do it, again, fine, without voter suppression. Don't make it difficult for a particular community or group or whatever to vote. Of course not. But I don't think it's asking too much to just say, okay, proof of citizenship, please.
Doesn't seem like a big issue. In Texas, they've canceled out 1 million potential votes that would have been illegal. See if you can find that. Right. So they found a bunch of people, I think 500,000 that were registered to vote that were dead. And then there's a bunch of other people that were registered that were ineligible. And so the way they're framing it in Texas, the way I saw it framed in one newspaper, that Ken Paxton is going after Latinos because he doesn't want them to vote. 1.1 million ineligible voters removed from Texas voter rolls. So Texas has removed 1.1 million. That's a lot, folks.
457,000 were deceased.
Yes, 457,000 deceased people. 6,500 potential non-citizens. And so top Texas Republicans have dedicated significant time and resources to targeting voter fraud, though cases in Texas are exceedingly rare. Well, I mean, the thing is, just the fact that that's going on, that they found 1 million people that shouldn't be eligible. Goddamn, that can shift an election. How many people vote?
Oh, look, Georgia was decided by what, 12,000, 1,200
Yeah.
votes? It was some ridiculously small number.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the way this is going to be in November. Is that the only people that matter going into November, frankly, are the undecided.
When you look at the accusations of voter fraud in 2020, does any of it stick? Does any of it where you look and you go, that is weird?
I would say that in our current system, I don't have any evidence of actual, I can't point to actual moments and say, yeah, look at that was voter fraud. But I will say this. You may have heard me mention that I have a couple of clubs that does a lot of things, including the President's Daily Brief. By the way, our YouTube channel at President's Daily Brief is killing. I'm
Congratulations.
I'm not sure.
So, in terms of our system, I interrupt you. Tell you how awesome you are.
Yeah.
But the system that we have, is there any evidence that you could point to that says this doesn't look right?
Well, what I was going to say was that, while I don't have evidence to a particular moment in time, as someone who's done a lot of fraud investigations, you look for the opportunity to commit fraud, right? And it's like what you were just saying a moment ago, right? If you can button it up and make it more secure, why wouldn't you, right? And so we've created an environment where there's definitely potential for fraud, right? There's no doubt about it. More so than if you had voter, ID, or just you had to provide ID to show citizenship. And if you did it in person, and if you got the results, and you didn't have massive early voting, and you didn't have drop boxes and ballot boxes, but so we've got a process now that has created a wider playing field if people who may want to commit fraud. Okay? And so I'm a cynical person, so that to me says, yeah, there's going to be fraud, or there has been fraud. Don't have specific examples, but I just know from looking at a lot of fraud over the years, that's the way it works.
Well, voter fraud has always been a thing.
Yeah.
Right? Voter fraud has been a real problem from the beginning of voting because people are creepy. And people like to game the system, and they like to cheat, and they like to steal. And they like to do things where their side wins. And if they can figure out, look, just think about the way they talk about Trump, the existential threats to democracy, kleptocrat, all these crazy terms that they use. They can call him Hitler. And then everything you do to keep Hitler from being in power is a good thing, including fraud.
Yeah, you're justified because you're saving democracy.
Yeah, that's where it gets scary because then guess what, fuckface? You set a precedent, and now the Republicans get in power, and they do the same thing, use the same playbook, and they're stealing. And you can't fucking do that if you care about America. If you really are a patriot, you can't do that.
We had a moment in time with the pandemic where obviously you had to make some adjustments to the way that people could vote, right? To accommodate the fact that you had a once in a generation, hopefully, pandemic. I'm sure we're going to have another. The WHO has declared a global health crisis for Africa, for monkeypox.
They released that. They stopped.
They stopped.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
good.
try because let's look at that because I think that's also because of pushback. Because people are like, what? First of all, what are you talking about? Who's getting this?
Yeah. Well, it's. I think they can push back on the name monkeypox. So I say Mpox. Okay.
Because it's offensive to monkeys.
Okay.
Blame them.
Sorry. Yeah.
Well, it was primarily an issue with the gay community in the beginning. So in the beginning, when they tried to call it a national health emergency, they tried to do this a couple of years ago. In the middle of COVID, when people were starting to be a little bit more active and less worried about COVID, they tried to push this monkeypox thing. But there's only 4 people died from it. And it was primarily spread sexually.
Yeah, and they did say that the most recent, which was just within the past couple of weeks, alert or crisis alert for the entire continent was because it was more virulent. It was more.
I think they were saying it spread airborne.
Yeah, and so because it was going to be more aggressive, or because it was proving to be more aggressive, then they called it. I forgot that they changed the name to Mpox.
Did they drop the national or world health emergency? Did they drop that? Because we're reading some things that they did.
I Googled it 2 days ago. Uptick in New York City.
Yeah, I wonder where. Some bathhouse disease.
Wall Street.
Yeah.
Where?
2 weeks ago, they put their word back. Recall, like withdrawal.
Yeah. But
Recall.
But I think
Maybe try withdrawal.
so. We expanded the voting parameters or the ability to vote for that moment in time for the pandemic. And yes, you would think reasonable people would say, the pandemic, let's at least go back to where we were before the pandemic, right? In terms of when we could vote and how. But that didn't happen. And so then you have to ask yourself, being a reasonable person, well, why? What was would people just love the new process so much they thought, oh my God, we have to keep this? Or was there some benefit to it that they saw? Anyway, I would be speculating if I pointed to a particular state or incident so that was, an obvious case of voter fraud. But I do know for a fact that when you expand the playing field for fraud, someone's going to fill that gap. They're going to come in and take advantage of it. And like you said, people want to win.
I'm just scared because of the rhetoric, and I'm not just scared because I want one side to win. I'm scared because I think that by overzealously wanting their side to win and doing it so in a way that really isn't fair, that you set up a precedent where anybody can do that in the future. And they think they're justified in doing that. There's a lot of people that think 2020 was stolen, and Trump has said it over and over again. But by the way, Hillary said it in 2016 over and over again.
She for several years.
Yeah, they said
Yeah.
Russia.
Yeah.
And then, there's always people saying these are a Russian plant. Russia put him into power. Russian disinformation is why he got. And meanwhile, they were actively doing disinformation on their own, especially with the Biden laptop thing. Zuckerberg coming out and saying that thing yesterday was fucking huge. Yeah, that was huge. And releasing that statement, because Mayorkas, didn't he, when he was testifying, he said they didn't do that under oath. Also, is that perjury?
Yeah, well, not being a lawyer, but I would think that you had conflicting things, because you would also have someone in government, almost bragging the fact that look, we're getting this disinformation taken down during the pandemic, and so yeah, Zuckerberg coming out and making the statement, I agree with it. It is huge. It's sort of Zuckerberg going, what are you going to do? We're going to do better next time.
Well, he said we're not going to engage in it anymore. We're going to
Yeah.
push back. And he said they're not going to promote one side or the other.
There's a brilliant thought.
Crazy.
Right? Yeah.
Crazy.
Oh my God, really? So you run a free speech platform and you're not going to promote one or the other? Well, what a fucking douchebag to now come up with the idea, right? Yeah, so I'm sure he's a smart fella, but
He's a smart fellow, but I think he's
He's-
also in an enormous corporation. And it's not like he's the only guy pulling strings over there.
yeah, I'm sure that's true. That's like when Musk took over Twitter.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people jumping ship just, I'm so upset, because now I can't engage in this censorship that I've been engaged in. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So,
But it is a cesspool over there now. You
Yeah.
can see some wild shit on Twitter, but you have to see the horrible shit if you want to see everything. Right? You want to see everything, that means even things you don't agree with and don't like. That's part of free speech. And this is what Musk is saying, and I 100% agree with him. And I wonder where we would be if he hadn't bought Twitter. I really do. Because there wouldn't be a platform like that where anybody can freely talk about anything and not worry about your account getting taken down and getting in trouble with the government.
yeah, so I don't think people would have migrated in mass to what's Trump's thing, Truth Social. I don't think that didn't work out.
And then
He's got 90 million followers, I read, on X.
oh yeah, he's back on that.
He's back
Yeah.
on, but he's already at the 90 million.
Yeah, it's not shocking.
Yeah, no.
Well,
it's-
and you look at polls on X, and they've done, I think Musk might have done one. I think there's a few of them. It's like 73% said they're voting for Trump.
right, yeah.
But you look at the polls that you see on television, but Harris is ahead.
Yeah,
So
so
every point.
exactly. I was going to say it's neck and neck, or Trump may have a 2-point or 3-point lead in a place like Georgia, but for the most part, she's pulled even and is slightly ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But who the fuck are they polling? This is the problem.
I there were a lot of people arguing about how accurate any polling is anymore.
Well, look in 2016, it wasn't accurate at all,
No.
right? Because Hillary Clinton was like 84% to win.
If somebody knocks on your door, they call you up and say you're going to vote for Trump. There's a lot of people out there that, may decide, okay, I'm going to vote for Trump, but I'm not going to tell you what.
Right. Oh, I would never vote for Trump.
No, that seems unreasonable. So, yeah, I don't know that you can trust a lot of the polls or for either side. But I will say there's going to be one unhappy group, regardless of the result.
That's what I'm scared of.
Yeah.
I'm scared of the violence.
Yeah.
I'm scared that whichever side loses, they might erupt.
They just got to keep their shit together. But I think even above and beyond, if people can do that and keep their shit together and not get into a violent situation, we're still going to be dealing then with 4 years of just dysfunctional bullshit, right? From one side or the other.
Right.
Just harping on this, and people having investigations and committees up on Capitol Hill, and you get to this point where it's just paralysis. Shit doesn't get done, and I don't know. I think this one. I say this and it pisses off a lot of people who are very pro-Trump, but I'm really worried that because again, I don't have a dog in the hunt for either individual. I just like policies, right? And particularly, I like national security issues and homeland security concerns and things like that. You can't really argue with the Republicans or the party of small government or fiscal responsibility. But I think certainly for border concerns, for national security, but I'm definitely on that side. So I'm worried that Trump is is he's got a ceiling, right? He's got all the people who are always going to vote for him. There's no doubt about that. But you don't really have to care about them. I mean, you do care about them, but you don't have to worry about them. That ceiling only gets higher. It allows him to win if he gets some of those moderates and the undecideds. The people
Well, I
who,
think that's where RFK Jr. comes in.
could be.
And Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, what do you think about that?
It's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
I mean, a Democrat senator she was a congresswoman for 8 years.
And I think she could actually move the needle more than RFK Jr.
But she definitely moves the needle. You know, and I think maybe either one of those would be a great choice for vice president, which I was kind of surprised she went advance. I think Trump and RFK Jr. together would be a wild ticket. That's a wild.
It would definitely be a wild ticket.
That's a wild.
Yeah. I don't know that it would. I don't know that it would have opened the door for a victory. And look, I like RFK Jr. because I think that he believes what he believes, and that's hard to find it. I always say this about Bernie Sanders, right, which is crazy, but I at least appreciate the fact that Bernie Sanders is consistent in his socialist beliefs, and his, but I think was J.D. Vance the best choice? I don't know. I mean, Ohio, if we're in danger of losing Ohio, I don't think so. But
I think Trump likes the weak middle acts. I don't think, as a headliner, I don't think he wants someone to upstage him. It's like a lot of comics like that. They take a guy in the row with them. You want him to do okay? But not great.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to be back there and hear a standing ovation.
Yeah, Ron White will fire a strong middle act. He's open about it. He talks about it all the time. I want to be the funniest person on that stage. I'm not. You gotta go.
I love the honesty. So maybe that was it. But I was puzzled. I thought he might pick a female for his right.
Yeah, I thought so too. Maybe. Yeah. But I think maybe he's worried about some Republican men don't want a female, or some people that are on the fence don't want a female.
Yeah. It's a hot female.
Like who?
Scarlett Johansson.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I don't think she's going Republican.
Oh, yeah. She's gonna flop over to the other side.
Who's like a hot Republican female that's famous? Amber Rose. She's all pro-Trump now.
Never heard of her.
You don't know who she is?
No.
She's
Sydney Sweeney.
Republican. I doubt it. She was hosting SNL. But meanwhile, Trump did it at one time too.
Yeah.
That's what's really crazy when you watch Trump on The View from like 2015 when they all lost him.
That's right.
Played that the other day.
Fantastic.
It's cute with them. How about Oprah? Oprah was talking about her and Trump running together. And now she's speaking to the DNC that he's a threat to democracy. And she's up there talking about income inequality. Like, hey, lady, I know you're rich as fuck. Like, how is that equal? And also, when Michelle Obama was saying, I think she was saying her mother or grandmother was always suspicious of people who took more than they needed. Like, you are worth so much money.
I'm kidding me.
That's so crazy. And he did it on a civil servant's salary, which is insane.
Oh, they all do. Right. But look at I haven't seen the latest figures, but I'd love to know the current personal wealth of AOC. The bartender, turned congresswoman.
Doing pretty well.
I think she's doing quite well. Ilhan Omar. I think they're all doing well. To be fair, Bernie Sanders, who I just said stood on principle, but hey, he's making bank. I don't know. Maybe I'm drawing a blank on hot Republican women other than my wife.
Want to see a picture of Amber Rose?
Sure.
Show Amber Rose.
Oh, I thought you were going to show me your phone. Didn't know where you're going with it. Take out a piece of a photograph you tore out of a magazine.
What does she do? What is her actual job, Jim? She had a baby with Wiz Khalifa. A model.
Okay.
Influencer / model. Maybe model first, influencer second.
She a vlogger. That's a thing.
She got a forehead tattoo. What does it say?
No regrets.
Something slash. Anyway, pretty hot.
Yeah. Well, no, for sure. I'm not sure about the forehead tattoo.
Yeah, I think that's gotta go, but they can leave that off later. but she likes Trump. That might be like
Okay.
the hottest one.
There you go. Oh, she spoke at the RNC. Okay.
Pretty hot.
Yeah. There you go. And her forehead tattoo was in cursive. So, you know, there's some tattoo artist out there who still knows cursive.
Back in the day,
Yeah.
from the older guy.
It's like some grizzled guy. Popeye on his arm. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Middle East on fire.
Yeah,
We should probably talk about that a little
yeah,
bit.
yeah.
Okay, Middle East.
Yeah, well, obviously there's Gaza, but there's also a lot of hot spots popping off.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a shit ton of hot spots going on right now. And it's all down to I think we've talked about this once or twice before. And I got been accused of promoting regime change, which I'm not. I'm saying, well, okay, I am. As long as, you know, but it should happen inside, right? From within. You know, and we'd like to think that one day, and I'm sure that every administration in the U.S. for decades now has been imagining it would happen. It'd be a popular uprising that would actually change the regime. And then you might actually get something that could resemble long-term peace. But right now, all this crap that's happening related to Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, Islamic Jihad, militias in Iraq and Syria, it's all down to now, right? And just over the past, over the past 4 days, this past weekend, Hezbollah, Israel, had the largest exchange of fire that they had in ages. In if you go back to the actual war between the two. And I will say, this is the amazing thing. This is why I think people always say, well, how come Iran hasn't retaliated for the death of Ishmael Haniyeh when they took him out in Tehran? And part of me thinks that the reason they haven't is because that operation to take out Haniyeh in Tehran, he was in a safe house on an IRGC compound in Tehran. So you would imagine it's a pretty secure place, right? It's pretty buttoned up. And it's a safe house that Kanye had been to in the past on a handful of occasions. So the idea that Mossad and other elements of Israeli intelligence could develop assets in Tehran within the IRGC that allowed them to carry out that operation, if they did, I'm not saying they did, but if they did, is remarkable. And it shows the depth of their abilities in terms of identifying targets for possible recruitment and then working those targets, recruiting them, tasking them. You have to be inside a safe house in an IRGC guarded compound in Tehran. They had to have assets who were willing to walk in there with explosive devices, and put them in there. Those folks, got off the X. They got out of country, you would think. And they had to have a trigger. They still had to have an asset who could say, go or no go. Because Kanye now is back in the safe house at midnight or 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. And so it's time to, cross the road another greenway. And that's, amazing. And so I think in part that has completely, freaked out. Maybe it says how old am I? Freaked out. They're so freaked out. The Iranian leadership and the IRGC, they don't know what the depth of their penetration is by Mossad and others. And so the idea that, this is happening, and I guess the point there is, then you look at what they did to the Hezbollah commander, Shukri, in Beirut. Getting him to move, he was in a building, a multi-story building. They wanted to move up to his residence, which was on the top floor. And he was in his office, which was on the second floor of that building. And they were able to orchestrate a call to get him to go up to the top deck so he could be an easier target and they could minimize casualties, and took him out. So now you've got that ability. You've got that sort of thing going on. How did they do that? Well, you have to have assets. You have to recruit people who are in a position to be able to do that, who have access, who can tell you things, who can identify something as simple as his routine. He typically goes upstairs to the top deck at 7 o'clock. Or you have to have someone who's willing and has got access to make that call to get him to go upstairs.
So now, how'd they get him when he went upstairs?
Drone strike, and the drones completely changed everything. But then this massive barrage that took place over the weekend between Hezbollah and Israel, amazing. The leader of Hezbollah, fellow named Israel, he has said in the wake of it, he's talked about their attack. And he said that the timing of it was a quarter after 5:15 in the morning, when it launched his barrage. At 4:55 in the morning, Israel sends about 100 jets over the border to attack launch sites. Right? So once again, they have this intelligence, this advanced knowledge. But I think that and a variety of other hits that they've been able to accomplish, Mohammed Deef and some of these other characters, I think that the Iranian regime and the IRGC, they're just, right now, there's a level of paranoia. It's like the old IRA days. The IRA was worried about infiltration, back in the Troubles, and it created a lot of infighting. It created a lot of disappearances. And you're getting that too. After that Kanye hit in Tehran, a number of IRGC people were interrogated about, they were trying to figure out where's the leaks. And that just leads to another widening circle of interrogations and disappearances. So in that infighting, I'm not saying bad. It's like getting a cartel to infight, right? Mm-hmm. Start killing each other. Anyway, so that's a one thing I think is people are always asking how Iran has retaliated for the army, right? And part of it is also, I think they're worried about legitimately getting into a direct conflict with Israel. They understand that the U.S., regardless of what the Biden administration may be and how less they would like not to be in conflict, they're going to have to be in conflict. And so Iran can't win that. So I think they're worried about that as well. So there's reasons behind it, but there's a lot going on. Israel has just launched a massive operation in West Bank. So they're up in the northern portion of the West Bank going after militants up there. Hamas and some of the Jihad and some others operating in the West Bank, even the Palestinian Authority runs it. So they're up north. They've just moved in overnight, basically. And they're going after terrorist elements up there. But Iran has been shoving weapons into the West Bank. Because what they want to do is, if you think about where Israel is, you think about Gaza's on the west side, Hezbollah's up north, West Bank's over on the east. They want to create more of a front on the east side, right? And they basically got them, engulfed. Right? And so they want to. They've been funneling weapons and resources into the West Bank for several years. They've got smuggling routes going through Lebanon, going through Syria, going through Jordan. So I guess my point is, all this shit is down to the Iranian regime and the IRGC. So when people talk about, we got to get a ceasefire, we got to get for a lasting peace. Unless you get rid of those guys, there's no lasting peace.
Now, what happened during when Biden was in office? I guess it's where they released somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 billion to Iran that they had tied up.
They released it, and their point was, we're controlling it. We're not really releasing it. It's sitting over in Qatar, and they could be used for humanitarian purposes only. And we're doing that in part because, but they've had a policy of appeasement towards Iran for the entire Biden administration. And, they're desperate, and they've been very open about wanting to get back into the 2015 nuclear agreement that was created under the Obama administration. But the idea is that they essentially gave $6 billion. They advised the Iranian regime, you now have $6 billion available to you for humanitarian purposes, which, it's all fungible, so it frees up other money, right, that they can now use to help to resource the Houthis, or help to resource Hezbollah, Hamas. They don't make a secret, right? It's like Putin talking about how he wants to recreate the old Soviet Union in some fashion. The Iranian regime has stated over and over again they want the destruction of Israel. And that's why they've built up all these terrorist elements. They've got the same objective because they're puppet masters in Iran. So I don't want to, I don't want to oversimplify this, but it's not that hard to, oversimplify because it's just the way it is. Iran is at the top of this thing, and they're causing all of this instability because ultimately they want to see Israel removed from the map, which sounds to me like genocide, but it's Israel that's constantly accused of genocide. They're driving the narrative. The other side, Palestinian supporters and others are very good at driving the narrative. So, so anyway, point being is the Middle East is a bit of a fucked up mess.
It is a bit of a fucked up mess, and it's kind of always a fucked up mess. There's never been a time in my life where we weren't worried about something popping off in the Middle East.
Yeah, well, in part because we've had the same bad actors with the same objective for all these years, and there's no indication that that's going to change anytime soon, right? I mean, nobody wants to get in the game anymore of regime change.
It never seems to work out so good.
It's a problem. So with Libya, yeah, oh god, nobody ever says Libya, right? So I give you a lot of credit because nobody ever talks about Libya anymore. It's a hot mess, and we kind of agreed with the French and Italians to go in there and get rid of Gaddafi, even though he was, for a while, he was helping us out counterterrorism. I don't know what that is, but he was there, and he would provide some assistance related to counterterrorism. But suddenly he said, "Oh, sure, we'll help the French and Italians. They were the only ones who had any national interests in Libya to speak of."
What
and now
did
it's a
Gaddafi
disaster.
do to piss them off?
Well, God, I don't know the Biden word. You'd have to go back and I'd have to look and see what they were arguing about.
It has to be something.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. Look, Libya was, it's been a kind of the revenue stream coming out of Libya, such as it is for oil and gas, has always been mostly in the hands of the French, the Italians, their oil companies. So Total and others. I think right now that the place has 130 plus tribes. There's no central government. It's a massive place, right? To be fair, there's no central government. There's warring factions now constantly. But I guess the point being that nobody ever talks about it.
Yeah.
So if we just disagree, we just let it go. It's like Afghanistan. I'm tired of it. Let's get the fuck out.
It really got highlighted for two very specific reasons. One, the Hillary Clinton moment where she was being interviewed and she got a phone call or a text message saying that there is apparently it wasn't completely confirmed, an unconfirmed report that Gaddafi had been captured, and then he was dead. And so while she's doing the thing, we saw, and he died, and she's laughing, which is just a terrible look for anybody. Forget about someone who's the Secretary of State, but someone who is a person who's talking about some guy that they just had killed, and she's laughing. It was just a crazy moment. Yeah. So then everybody's like, what the fuck happened in Libya? And then there was the video of Gaddafi actually being captured by the rebels where they stick that bayonet up his ass.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Like, that is a crazy video.
It's like hanging Mussolini upside down, beaten.
We don't have high-res photos.
We don't have video.
The video is crazy.
Yeah.
When they're parading him around, you see the look in his eyes when he knows it's over. Yeah. When they got him.
Well, look, I mean, it was nobody's idea of benevolent.
Yeah. They're beating him up. See if you get the video. The video is what's crazy. The look in his eyes, the fucking terror in that guy's eyes. What's the real reason why they killed more than Gaddafi? Did you just go to videos or anything of it?
That's right. It looked like it was people doing commentary on it. They were killed by a bullet in the stomach and the bayonet up his ass.
Yeah, it's a crazy video. The video is very who shot it. Probably everyone shot him. Yeah. Interesting. Well, video certainly exists. You probably get it on Telegram, of all places, which is where I go. That's where I go if, like, when there's Ukraine footage, a lot of crazy shit that you can see.
Yeah.
You get it on Telegram because they wouldn't censor it. And I don't exactly know how Telegram works because I don't use it that much, but I guess you could start a channel and then anybody can kind of go to your channel and you could post things. Is this it right here? Yeah, this is it. Decoding Gaddafi's death. So I can help with that. So this is just them having him captured and he's bleeding and beating the shit out of him. Yeah, they're not. Are they showing it there or are you doing that? Oh, so it's almost like stop motion video.
Decoding.
This is the end when he's already dead.
That video looks like there are suggestions that he's trying to start a global currency crash.
Ah, well, that'll get you killed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I never got into that project.
Yeah, fuck
Holy
all that.
shit.
Yeah, fuck that.
But yeah, I mean, to that point, we do tend to, get in, get out. There might be a mess left behind.
Yeah, it never works out well.
Yeah. So
I mean, even Iraq. Look at Iraq. The chaos, the fact that they didn't know the Sunnis and the Shias were going to fight is nuts. Like, how do you not understand there's two competing factions of Islam that are there?
or the idea that we would think, okay, well, I guess the Taliban's going to keep their promise and worry about women's rights, and
That's important for them.
yeah, that's been one of their cornerstones.
Well, what's really important is we left them $6 billion worth of weapons. When they had that parade the other day, when they're flying around.
A lot more in terms of
How much
monetary value. I mean, you could go upwards of maybe $80 billion a year.
Really?
All in.
And they had the parade the other day, and they had tanks and Blackhawks. Like, what?
Yeah.
And the parade, so they know how to fly that stuff?
So maybe, who knows? Maybe they'll ask that to him. And because I think it was Biden who said that.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
Here's the parade. It's like, this is fucking bananas. This is all our stuff. And they're all driving around with our stuff with fucking missiles. Like, they have missiles? They didn't have missiles. Now they do? This is fucking bananas. The fact that this is all our gear, taxpayers paid for all this stuff.
They keep
They
it
just
in
left
shape,
it there.
too. Yeah.
Get good.
Yeah.
Those nice white walks.
Yeah.
Clean tires, armor all.
Well, it's a parade.
What the fuck?
It's a parade.
What the fuck? They have so much stuff.
Yeah.
That's so crazy that these people were basically like tribal mountain warlords, and now they've got Blackhawks.
Yeah. Well, like it's again going back to at the beginning and what kind of interview we're going to be looking at for tomorrow evening with Harrison Wells. You'd like to think that they say, look, you've been here now for a while, and you've been around, and you've kind of seen a lot. Which I like to talk about Afghan as well. Just talk about what's your policy towards the Middle East. Well, ask some serious, legitimate questions. But who knows? Again, I hope that happens. I just don't think it. I don't think it will. I think they picked this for a reason.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a nice little softball pitch. Nice and underhand.
Yeah.
Underhand lobs.
Yeah.
You know where the ball's coming. Knock it out of the park. They're game planning right now, planning it out.
Yeah, again, it's the lack of. It's that thing. I understand it. I keep saying the same thing. I get it. Their argument is always the same. But Trump. But you would think, okay, set that fucking thing aside for a minute and ask yourself, is this the best choice you've got? Does this make sense compared to what you thought a month and a half ago? But now, again, they're very good at this. So that's the thought I have is if the Republicans think somehow, and they thought it was a cake, right? But when it was Biden,
Yeah.
to be fair, it was. Right?
Yeah.
And then
Everything got real complicated after she had that one good speech.
yeah. So I think
That's all people need to see. Someone who seems younger, more vital, and acts presidential.
Right.
Or acts like a leader.
Yeah. That's the part I'm having a hard time with.
Well, just
a leader.
act like one in this small speech, and most people are low information voters. Right?
Yeah.
When you think the majority of people are headline readers, they're not reading the whole article. Low information voters.
Yeah. Well, and certainly, you're right. You get consumed with this, right? But then you have to assume that
the vast majority of people, to your point, don't. Right? They just like they take a couple of headlines, they take a couple of things, and they go, fine, I've made my choice.
Yeah.
I can't be bothered to think about it anymore because it's fucking boring. Or I got too much else to do. I got food on the table. So, yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, and they're also ideologically they're committed to a team, and it's very difficult to get people to switch teams.
Yeah.
Especially when the guy on the other side is similar to Trump. You know, if you have someone who's like a little bit more balanced, like the Vivek. Let's say Trump didn't exist and Vivek makes it to like that's a much more reasonable person for most people, right?
Yeah.
He's got great temperament. He's really good at staying calm in the middle of like heated debates and recognizing a person's point and then adding on to it. I think he's amazing.
Yeah, he's much more, and he also he sounds more familiar in the sense that he's he's eloquent when he talks.
I was surprised that Trump didn't pick him as VP.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't want it. He said he didn't want to be VP. Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe he wants to be president and feels like this is not the time because of the nomination. But
Yeah.
that guy's brilliant.
I think he said that. Didn't Trump say that he's going to put Gabbard and RFK Jr. on his campaign, on his advisory, something. It was more than just like an advisor or something. It was a fairly senior role in the campaign.
Yeah.
So
They're out there with him.
Yeah.
So it seems like that's the case, and that's a wise move on his part.
Yeah.
Because they're dealing with a massive propaganda machine. It's been propped up to support Kamala, and they've done it in a weird way, where they were just a few months ago talking about her as being a problem. She was a liability.
Oh yeah, no, for quite a long time.
Openly discussed her as a liability.
Yeah. Well, and now, and just in a short period of time, if all you do is look at what she's saying in a limited fashion, because she hasn't said much about her positions on things, right? Compared to what she did say. Again, same thing. Leading into this interview, you would think that's a lot of fodder for the person that's handling the interview, Dan Bash or whatever.
Yeah.
Just say, well, okay, wait a minute. You were all in on pick something.
Tax on tips.
Tax on tips. Yeah.
She was the deciding vote where they were going to go after waitresses for taxes on tips. He comes along and says, I'm not going to tax tips. And then she comes along just a short time period afterwards and parrots the exact same things that he said. And now the most recent one, she's going to build a border wall.
She's going to build a border wall. She's all in on the border wall. $685 million. Get that done. When she had called it a complete scam and waste of taxpayer money just a handful of years ago. She was all in on EVs, right? They're going to get rid of fossil fuels. You're not going to be able to drive that fucking gas truck.
Yeah.
And somebody smashed into my truck, by the way. This guy completely T-boned. This guy just pulled out into the road, didn't even look. I was staring at him.
I'll be honest,
I was up. I think he's TikToks about Kamala Harris. God, I love that Kamala Harris. And then he just right into my truck. And I swerved. Luckily, there was nobody on my left-hand side. I swerved so I wouldn't get him head-on, engine block to engine block. So he caught the right driver's side front panel, and so I was swerving. It just took the whole side of that truck because he was still.
This is an Idaho?
This is an Idaho, yeah. Normally, I always think we got great drivers now. But anyway, so that happened.
The interaction between you and the guy.
I was really angry. I pulled over, and he pulled over, and I was fucking livid because I could look at him, but I was doing about 35 miles an hour on a decent sized road, right? And there's 2 lanes on that road, and 2 lanes on the other side going the opposite direction. And he just didn't even bother saying he was going to exit and come out onto the road and join the traffic. Just didn't even bother to wait. He just pulled right in front. So to your point, he was busy doing something else. And so, and I'm just steaming up. I'm getting out of the truck, and luckily Emily was here. Luckily she wasn't hurt because she was passenger side. And she said, no. You sit here. I'll take care of this. Because I was just so angry. And in part because she was in the car, right? And in part because I was driving to the vet to pick up my big dog, a golden retriever. And thank God he wasn't in the back of the truck, right when we got hit. So anyway, I calmed down after that. The guy was fine. He was nice enough. He was very apologetic and that. But anyway, so man, I think disappeared. Down a rabbit hole quicker than it. So So she's all in on EVs just a handful of years ago. She's God damn it, we got to be all electric vehicles by 2035 or 2040. And she's on news shows talking about this. This is my policy. This is what I want. And now her staff is saying, oh, no, she never did that. They don't see anything wrong with telling people that, here's the truth. You don't pay attention to anything that we did before. Don't pay attention to the fact that she's been vice president for all this time. She has nothing to do with the Biden administration decisions, even though she was there, even though President Biden said, usually she's the last person in the room to talk about these important things. And now they just want everybody to buy this bullshit, right? Because she's younger and she's a woman and there's a good vibe.
I wish that he would go and do a tell-all. I wish he would. Yeah. Tell us what happened. How'd they get you out of there? I was in Vietnam, and I was fighting this way.
I was in a foxhole, corn pop. And
my uncle,
Uncle Posey. I think it was Uncle Posey.
But if you could get him lucid enough for him to explain what they did and how they did it, and who came to him and what they said.
You know what they did? You know what it is? It's the Democrats. I hadn't thought about this before, but they got a kind of a habit. Look what they did to RFK Jr. Look what they did to Bernie Sanders. Remember him? Pushing him out in 2016 and again in 2020.
Oh, yeah.
So this is kind of in their playbook.
Yeah.
Right? So pushing Biden out was they just turn the chapter back. Listen, what do we do with Sanders? It seems they're just doing this to save democracy.
By subverting democracy.
You got to
save democracy. By putting someone into the position to be run for president that nobody voted for.
Yeah.
Which is really wild.
Yeah.
Nobody voted for that.
Well, yeah, I think Biden fucked them.
I think by endorsing her when he was leaving, he fucked them. Yeah. Well, that's just my theory.
But think about this. How would they have come up with any other decision? Right? Because if you think about what's his name, Shapiro in Pennsylvania, or Wes Moore, or these other candidates, even Gavin Newsom, although he doesn't have much hope in hell. Pete Buttigieg, who I think always fancies himself to be president. Good luck. Right. All these people that what do they have in common? Well, they're white. Okay. How could they possibly throw their hat in the ring against Kamala Harris? Right. And have a political future for the next election.
Right.
So,
not getting labeled.
Exactly. Yeah. And so they would have gotten the RFK Jr. treatment.
Right.
And they knew that was probably, the sort of the death ball for their political career in the Democratic Party. So they may not have had really any option.
But wasn't there also something about the campaign war chest? Like to get access to the money that was already in there, you had to be a part of the ticket.
Yeah, and so that was that. I'm sure. Okay, this sounds odd to say that cash might play the role.
You think?
It doesn't sound.
It's legal, isn't it?
It doesn't sound. I think it's. Yeah, so you're right. That was a part of it. But the point being is maybe it's it wasn't so much. It was a very calculated, obviously, thing that nobody really cared about the Democratic side. They were just waiting for someone to tell them what to do.
Right.
And once they did and said, "Okay, Kamala," he was like, "Oh my gosh, she's fabulous."
She's the best ever.
She's the best ever. I know I said she was a midwit who's failed up with spectacular before, but now she's fantastic, and they've all lined up in really impressive fashion. So anyway, that's
their previous statements are all on record, unfortunately.
Yeah. Nothing dies anymore on the internet except for Gaddafi. He definitely died.
We came, we saw, he died.
Remember Trump. He died like a dog.
You ever see Jake Gillis's bit on that? It's fantastic. So good. It's so good. That's Trump impression.
It is
fucking dead on. It's so good. He's really good. He's really good impression. But is that one in particular? He doesn't do a lot of impressions, but the ones he can do.
It's not like which level.
Right. But he can make the noises, the Trump noises. He does the sucking in and showing the lyrics. Yeah. That's so good.
Oh, okay.
We have beautiful dogs. That's the name of his special. Beautiful dogs.
You know, it sounds wrong because what I really want is I want the Republican policies for national security and other purposes to be in place and actually focus on important things down the road. And I don't want price controls. That's another thing, by the way, that she's walked back, or her team has walked back.
Right.
She came out with the price control idea for food, for groceries. It's fucking communism. And it also, we've got plenty of case studies and shit. It doesn't work. Right. And not only does it not work, it fails really badly.
And no case studies that show it does work.
And they're walking it back already. They're walking it back.
That's a week ago.
Yeah. She reminds me, there was a Peter Sellers, we talked about it in Panther. There was a Peter Sellers movie called Being. And she reminds me of his character in Being called Chance the Gardener. And he was basically just this dope. But people kind of poured their ideas on him, right? And then imagined that he was really insightful, right? And a visionary.
Right. Back to Cato.
Yeah. I can never get enough of that. So, anyway, yeah. We haven't even talked about Russia.
Yeah. Well, that's spooky shit that's going on now too, because Ukraine is now in Russia.
If you had said when we got together last time, we said, "Do you think Ukraine would invade Russia?" Right? Yeah. First time they've had an invading army on their turf since World War II.
Crazy.
And now apparently it looks like they rolled up to the Ukrainian military is holding up to about 500 square miles of territory.
Wow.
So, and they just made some moves in a different section of Russia, not the Kursk region, but the Belgorod region. And so they've had some incursions into there. Like they maybe think maybe they're going to open up a second thing. And it is fascinating. The Russians said that Putin initially kind of dismissed it a little bit. And others were like, it's just a one-time thing. And then they hung in there, and then they've established supply lines. And now there's 200,000 plus residents in that region of Kursk region that have been displaced. So what do you got? You got a lot of population upset about this, right? So now you got more news internally that isn't a good thing for Putin. He's always worried about sort of popular unrest, like any dictator would be. And so it is fascinating. And they've been using U.S. and NATO munitions. I think so. Remember, there was the first 2 years, the Biden White House was like, no, you can't use U.S. munitions, for striking targets inside Russia. And then recently, it was okay, just along the border. And now, fuck it, they're well into the Kursk region. And so it's very fascinating. It's also very worrisome. You've got Belarus has put a third of their military on the border that they have with Ukraine, and Belarus is run by a guy named Lukashenko, who's basically a Putin puppet. So you have to wonder, are we going to try to, stretch Ukrainian resources thin? How long can they hold territory inside Russia? I would argue that basically this is a ploy, and it seems like that's the way it's playing out. There's some comments from Zelensky over the past couple of days that it's a move to try to strengthen their hand, take force Putin to the table to come up with some type of negotiated settlement. And Zelensky came out and said, look, I've got a proposal that I'm going to present to Biden or whomever's in charge at the UN General Assembly Week in September, I think it is, in New York. And he's being more open about now in the past day or so of talking about how this movement to Russia is all about creating a better negotiating situation for them. And he's right? The only way you get Putin to the table and get something meaningful for Ukraine is if he's feeling pain. And this is causing him some pain. This is causing him to kind of rethink strategy, to worry about again sort of internal some dissent. So it's a fascinating time.
When Trump has said that he can solve this quick.
In the first day. Yeah, first day in office.
How is that possible?
I think he speaks in hyperbole, right? So he's just doing that. He's just like, I'm going to solve this problem. But that's a self-inflicted wound, because then it gives the Democrats a chance to say, he's just talking crazy. And so
also, if he gets into office and he doesn't solve it that day, then more.
Maybe it takes him 2 days, in which case, he'll be criticized. you really look at it. Yeah, oh, yeah. A full 24 hours after he promised. Yeah. Once again, he left.
Would you, do you think it's possible to resolve? Like, what would be the ideal resolution?
Well, I think it is possible to resolve it, as long as Putin feels like he needs to find a settlement. If he was making headway, don't get me wrong, they've had some successes in the eastern side of Ukraine, where they've been making an offensive against the Ukrainian military. So while the Ukrainian military has been advancing and having some success taking and holding some territory inside Russia, at the same time, they've been having some real difficulties in the Donetsk region and on the eastern side of Ukraine. And but if Putin feels sufficient pain, then yeah, they'll find a settlement. I think that settlement's going to look frustratingly like what the lines look like before this whole conflict started. They're not going to give up. Russia's not going to give up Crimea. They're not going to pull all their military, all their personnel out of the eastern side of Ukraine. And so I think at the end of the day, and this will probably frustrate a lot of people who've been putting Ukrainian flags on their Twitter handles and waving flags and saying they're staying in Ukraine. It's not going to look like Ukraine gets all its territory back. It's not realistic. And so I think that's what the settlement's going to look like. But look, I look at this from there's a lot of people, right? Rightly so, there's a lot of people who dissent with the whole idea of why are we helping Ukraine? I'm not going to wander into that minefield. I'm just looking at it from an operational perspective. If the U.S. wasn't helping Ukraine, Putin would have Ukraine. For sure. There's just no two ways about it. Even with NATO support, NATO's been very good, the US's been very good. Without U.S. support, Putin would have. So some people could care less about that. Okay, it's based on your experiences. Other people think that's a horrible thing. And so, I don't know, I'm just saying operationally, if you look at it and go, okay, our decision is we can't afford to lose Ukraine to Putin, so therefore we're going to dump a lot of resources and assistance in it. So, Bob Trump is, I personally don't think, Putin's the sort of person who stops when he gets something. Right? His next thought is, okay, now what? Because he's been very clear, just like the Iranians are clear about wanting to destroy Israel. Putin's been talking for years about trying to rebuild the Soviet Union in some fashion. Right? So, I take him at his word. I mean, he's pretty serious about it. But I also get hurt when people say, "Holy fuck, why are we spending all this money on Ukraine?" That's why I'm not running for president.
Yeah, I mean, it is a lot of fucking money, and we have to pay that money. That money's not just printing money. It has consequences. It's not that simple.
You know what I love though is with Democrats now. I've heard some Democrats say, "Well, actually, look, this is a good thing." These are Democrats saying, "This is a good thing." That money, well, in reality, the things that we're providing Ukraine are manufactured by U.S. companies, so they're making money, and that's a good thing for the economy.
Yeah, that's what Eisenhower warned you about.
Exactly.
Fucking talking about.
I feel like I argue with them. They're like, that's a new tact to take for the Democrats. It's to argue on behalf of the military-industrial complex.
It's such a strange way of rationalizing things when the left has always been anti-war. I mean, that's where things got real weird. The left has always been pro-free speech and anti-war. And they're essentially the party that's trying to silence people under the guise of misinformation, disinformation, which a lot of that shit turned out to not be misinformation and not be disinformation, right? Especially the COVID stuff with Jay Bhattacharya and all the different Martin Koldoff, all these different people that got removed from Twitter and censored. Alex Berenson, who's in a lawsuit right now with the Biden administration. All those people, without Elon Musk behind Twitter, they would essentially been silenced. So all these dissenting opinions were legitimate people from Stanford and Harvard, and all these people were labeled as kooks, right? Which is just goddamn crazy and very fucking dangerous. Very fucking dangerous. You're allowing corporations to dictate what is true and not true, depending upon how it's going to reflect their bottom line. And that's scary.
I think people hate having this pointed out. I mean, people of a certain persuasion. When you say things like, you know what, a lot of the things that people on the opposite side, where progressives and the left sit, they turn out to be right. Right? Whether it's Hunter Biden's laptop, whether it's the bullshit of the Russian dossier, whether it's issues related to COVID, right? And the idea that people aren't able to speak their mind, right? And that somehow the Democrats have decided that they're okay with censorship because really the government needs to tell you what's safe to hear. It's like the Democrats, supporting the war, and the Republicans questioning whether it's a good idea.
Yeah.
So everything's
Topsy-turvy.
yeah, it's bass.
So upside down world.
It's an upside down world. That's what I'm trying to say.
Very strange. It's just strange to see how people just immediately abandon all their principles and side with whatever their party's saying. That's when you realize that it really is just a tribal thing. Because the left silencing free speech and the left not recognizing that they were lied to by these corporations because they had originally sided with them and they had made these statements. They don't want to walk those statements back, and it's too difficult to say that you were wrong. And then the pro-war stuff, it's just the whole thing is, and the fact that you didn't have better use for that $175 billion, I don't think you could have done it to help up. What about our infrastructure? What about our inner cities? That money could have been invested in the United States.
Yeah. You want better policing, invest in better training and hiring, right? More consistent training.
Subsidies for manufacturing, incentives to have manufacturing. That's something we really should have learned during COVID. Like, oh my God, we're so dependent upon other countries for our goods.
Pharmaceuticals.
Yes, all that
shit.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, it's fucking super difficult to get during COVID.
Well, and it's still difficult to get. There's still shortages of it. I was reading about Adderall. Yeah.
I really want to know. I think some people are taking it. They really don't need it.
Is that like Ozempic? It just, it's just like, God.
Ozempic at least is helping people that are super fat lose weight.
Yeah.
Which is really smart. We have a gigantic health crisis in this country. We're eating poison food and too much of it. And people are, the obesity crisis in this country is unparalleled. There's never been a time in this country where half the people were technically obese.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the body mass index that we do, which is like I'm obese, according to that. Right? Yeah. I'm 5'8", not even 5'8". I'm under 5'8", and I weigh 202 pounds. I'm fat. I used to be 5'8". I'm shrinking. You're shrinking? Yeah. Like the disc degeneration, which is what happens to old people. You get smaller and smaller. I want to deny that I'm older, but goddamn it, I'm fucking shrinking. And my back hurts. And one of the reasons why it's like years of jiu-jitsu too. Weightlifting, but your discs get smaller. They get smushed, and your spinal column gets closer and closer together. And like there was a race car driver, and he was one of the guys that did Le Mans back in the day, and they got him in his original race car, take a lap around Le Mans, and he couldn't fit the pedals anymore because he had shrunk 4 inches since the time that he had. Because everybody just shrivels up.
Yeah, it's aging. We all have. One of my brothers flew jets in Vietnam, and that fucked up his back. His discs, good God, the G-forces. And all that.
Yeah, I could imagine.
Yeah.
But the point is, like, we have a massive health crisis in this country. The obesity crisis is really legitimate, and it's terrifying that it's so prevalent and that no one's doing anything about it. And this is one of the things that RFK wants to do when he gets into office. And he's talking about seed oils, and he's talking about a lot of different things that are like terrible for health or ubiquitous in our diet, and to put some regulations on that stuff and to recognize that these are real issues and to inform people that these are real issues and not just let these big food companies just keep. I saw a fucking article today in Time Magazine.
Time Magazine is still
Magazine is still out there. See if you can find this cover, this article. It was are super processed foods really bad for you?
Oh.
Seriously, this is the question. Instead of saying
it's wouldn't
it be better to eat healthy?
Yeah.
Which everybody would agree, are super processed foods really that bad for you? Well, I can help you out there real quick. Yes.
It says wine.
Oh, no. That's not what I saw. That is not what I saw. I saw something very different than that, and I can find it. I'll find it in 2 seconds. Hold on. Give me a second, because I know I saved it. What the fuck?
Are ultra processed foods bad for us?
Hold on.
What if they aren't as bad as you think?
Here it is. Aren't as bad as you think. Oh, what if ultra processed foods aren't as bad as you think? That's it. Well, they're not. They're a lot worse. They're fucking terrible for you. What kind of bullshit argument is this? This is real. They are really bad for you.
Jessica is passionate about the producers because they are.
Oh God, Jessica. How about a banana? You get on the treadmill, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about?
I'm not bad about the producers.
It's fucking we're eating shit that's terrible bad. It's really bad for you. Okay. It all started in the summer of 2023 when author and infectious disease physician Dr. Chris von Tulikin was promoting his book, Ultra Processed People. While writing it, von Tulikin spent a month eating mostly foods like chips, soda, bagged bread, frozen food, and cereal. But happened to be exactly what the research says would happen to everyone. Von Tulikin says he felt worse, he gained weight, his hormone levels went crazy, and before and after MRI scans showed signs of changes in his brain. As von Tulikin saw it, the experiment highlighted the terrible emergency of society's love affair with ultra-processed foods.
Okay, but yeah, this next part is really what Will said.
He specialized in working with clients from marginalized groups. Oh, marginalized groups was irked. Sheep health of von Tulikin's experiment was over-sensationalized. The news coverage of it shamed people who regularly eat processed food. Shamed them.
That's what you got.
That kind of fucking language drives me goddamn crazy. In other words, the vast majority of Americans, particularly the millions who are food insecure or have limited access to fresh food, they also tend to be lower income and people of color. Yeah, they fucking cover the whole spectrum.
Wilson self-applause ignored this food apartheid.
Food apartheid. Fucking crazy. As well as the massive diversity of foods that can be considered ultra-processed, a category that includes everything from vegan meat replacements, which, by the way, are really fucking bad for you, and non-dairy milks, which, by the way, are really fucking bad for you, to potato chips and candy, which, by the way, are really fucking bad for you. How could this entire category of foods be something we're supposed to avoid? Because it's not fucking food. It's not nutritious food. And if you eat non-nutritious food, you get fucking sick. Imagine, like, linking that to racism and inequality.
It also said she got 80% of her calories from processed food.
Yeah, I'll see what that means.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's just an experiment for 40 years.
I'm still running.
I'm experimenting with cheeseburgers today. I'm gonna have an experimental Coke.
It marginalizes, shames.
Yeah, I marginalize it. That kind of fucking language is so divisive.
I will say there's obviously a problem with what do they call it, food deserts.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
The inability of communities to access fresh food. There's no doubt about it. If you want to eat healthy, it can cost more.
Right. But the solution is not to not tell people those foods are bad. The solution is to try to figure out maybe some of that 175 billion could have helped. You know how many free meals that can be given people, free healthy meals with $175 billion? If you really cared, yeah, the problem is real. Those foods are delicious. Delicious. Cool Ranch Doritos, nice cold Coca-Cola on ice. Oh my goodness. Now you're talking my language. Those fucking McGriddles are delicious. It's a dessert with sausage in it.
I'm going to tell you a quick story. I won't bore you with this one. Well, I was in DFW, Dallas Fort Worth. I was transiting through the airport with my wife, and thank God she was there. And we're kind of running to get to the flight to go to Puerto Rico to do a speech there. And we hadn't had anything to eat, and so we passed by McDonald's and okay, damn it, I'm just going to stop and all this stuff. Yeah. So I got a sausage and put it, and I take a bite of it as we kind of dashing towards the next flight. And I took a bite of it. No, it tastes too good. Like, I can't eat this whole thing because I have this mentality. I'm going to have to throw this away because it's so damn good. I'm going to want one every day. And so I literally tossed the rest of it in there. That was the last thing I'd eaten. I got on the plane, had a real massive heart attack, went out. They had to get the plane off the tarmac.
Oh, that was when that
happened. The last thing I'd eaten was a bite of a fucking
Maybe you ate the whole thing.
I ate the whole thing. I thought, okay. I couldn't believe it. So I haven't had it. I haven't had it like that ever since.
Right. They're so good, though.
I remember. I still to this day. I remember it.
And the grills are fucking delicious.
Crazy,
But they're so good. I would, if I'm just gonna have a cheap meal of a breakfast food, I'm going to the grill all the way. They nailed it. I know it's bad for you. I'm not saying you should eat it, but goddamn, it's good. They knocked that one right out of the fucking park. There's something about the cheese with the sausage and the syrup in the muffin thing. The muffin thing.
I know.
It's a beautiful invention.
I took in the grills and went to Chick-fil-A and got a chicken breast for the middle.
Oh my god, that must be incredible. Sounds like what a great idea.
Make a note of that.
What a great idea.
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A is so good that even gays buy it. They know that the Chick-fil-A people don't like gays, and they're like, I don't give a fuck. Give me that Chick-fil-A. I would like to know how many of the gays avoid Chick-fil-A. I bet it's like a very small percentage. They're like, fuck these people, they make a hell of a chicken sandwich. I should be more too good. It's too good.
Where are we going to go?
They're so good, they close on Sundays and nobody gives a fuck. They're like, we don't even want that Sunday money, which would be billions of dollars.
I know.
We pass on billions of dollars of profit.
1/7 of a potential revenue stream for the week. And they
And
just throw it
one
to
of
the
the
curb.
most successful fast food chains in the country.
Yes.
Like, nope, we like Jesus more than we like money.
And the case is
And we're not really into
Cases
the
like, we
gays.
like Chick-fil-A more than we care about.
I went into a Chick-fil-A the other day, and the fella that was serving, I have a feeling that fella might have been a part of the Alphabet Posse.
Really?
Yep, and he's working at the Chick-fil-A, so maybe he doesn't care.
Yeah, or he's an asset, right? They put him in there. He's an
Right,
intelligence
he
officer.
showed,
Yeah.
or maybe that could be. Or maybe he's like Uncle Tom, you know, that kind of deal.
And yeah, it was like, they probably said,
Could be Uncle Bruce.
yeah.
Remember Bruce used to be an angry gay guy? It's not really anymore.
It's not. It wasn't in Australia because everybody's a Bruce or a Sheila. So you couldn't do that. So you know what else about it?
Where are you gonna go?
You can't say. I got in trouble with my kids because I was driving down the road and I said something and the oldest boy was like, Dad, I don't think we can say that anymore. And I said, really? And then I found myself like George Carlin driving in the truck with all three of the boys, and just reeling off words, and they were horrified. They were like, because they've grown up now in this environment, right?
This woke
We didn't
environment.
have that shit.
I'll tell you what, they don't have that in Texas. High school kids are the most unwoke kids I've ever been around in my fucking life. It's crazy listening to these kids talk. They're saying wild shit because it's a rebellion.
Yeah.
So they're like little punk rockers.
Also crazy they talk because they've invented a whole new fucking language.
Oh,
like
yeah.
skibbity.
Oh yeah, skibbity.
What the hell skibbity?
Exactly.
What is you know?
I don't know. Also Sigma.
Sigma? Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
they
heard
say
that.
Sigma, which apparently is cool.
Yeah.
I think.
I
Confusing. You're
was
so Sigma.
Yeah, I think Sigma is good.
I think it's good.
I'm confused with what skibbity is. But there's a whole language. Yacht.
I like I like sus. I like to say sus.
Yeah. It seems like, here we go.
Do you understand the meaning of skibbity? Skibbity is a term related to restlessness, paranoia, and inescapable dread.
Oh, what?
I don't think they use it as the right way.
That doesn't sound right.
I think they're doesn't mean good or best.
I heard skibbity toilet come out of a couple of my kids.
Oh boy, it's like the best shit. They took a
What the
skibbity
hell is
toilet.
skibbity toilet? Oh, yes.
What does that
Yeah.
mean? Page not found. The government they're censoring this skibbity information.
This is not good.
So
Skibbity, Ohio.
Riz.
I know about this. Riz is when you got gay. When you're a player.
Charisma.
When you're a player. Charisma. That's
Slang
right.
for charisma, and a Rizzler has a lot of charisma.
Wow. Oh, wait, the Rizzler. He's always going like this. He's always kind of like looking at the camera and like that. Yeah,
I like that.
my kids have pointed that out.
I like some of that.
There he is.
Yeah. Look at that fella.
And his buddy Justice. I think it's his buddy's name. Justice. Look at that. Look at him.
I like he's got the pose.
He's got the Riz. Right.
He's a little concerned. Perfect
He looks like a Jersey mob boss in a way.
like a son of a Jersey.
Yeah.
Like John Gotti the Fifth.
Yeah, so I going back to that fucking thing about processed foods.
that sort of shit is what I hate. You're absolutely right. Rather than trying to help people by talking the truth, God forbid, right? We say, well, we got to protect them. We don't want to shame them. We don't want to marginalize them. So instead of talking and saying, look, we know that you have, that it costs more or whatever, but here's the honest to God truth about it, is these foods are, it's a slow walk to death, right? And so, yeah, I think there's, when what's her name? She's going to be doing an interview with her. We talked about Harris. Yeah. That's why. See, that's why I can't criticize Biden. I walk around. I do. But anyway, so she talks about these price controls on food, as if somehow that magically is going to sort problems. Like it will just make this whole issue of access to food worse. Yeah, it just fucks things up in terms of the supply chain. And so that's why, I mean, she's not doing it, but her team is already walking this back. An idea that she had just thrown out at the DNC. Yeah, look at this. The other bullshit, all these other ideas, $25,000 for a first-time home buyer.
What are they doing? Have you seen this proposal to give loans to illegal immigrants?
Yeah. Are
they just flat out buying votes? Like, what are you doing when you're doing it?
Well, what are you doing when you can't get that for students?
Right? What about the citizens that want home laws? Yeah. Like, how are you you're incentivizing people to be illegal aliens? What you're doing? 100% full stop. If you allow that, you're incentivizing people to become illegal aliens.
Well, you're also incentivizing people to raise the price of their home.
Yeah.
You tell me that we got a program now to give $25,000 first-time home buyers. Now suddenly my $300,000 house is carrying $25,000. Thank you very much.
Exactly.
So
it's a nonsense proposal.
But
yeah, it's all these things. They're saying it just to win the election, and that's what it is. And that's why they're walking them back so quickly as soon as people push back against it. There's so wild thrashing going on right now publicly. It's so fascinating to watch, like them just trying to lift their finger and find out which way the wind is blowing,
which is what they're doing. They're throwing ideas against the wall. Normally you do that behind closed doors and come up with a platform with all your policies. Yeah. You still go to their website. They still have their platform with all their policies and what we're going to do for major issues of the day. So that instead they're just throwing this shit on the wall in public. And if the public likes it, then they stick with it. If they don't, like the price controls or the EV idea, then they back it off, right? In full view, right? As if we're just supposed to go with it.
And a lot of people do.
And a lot of people do.
The blind allegiance towards your party is so real, particularly from the Democrat side. It's so fucking real. At least Republicans have a thing called a lineup, right? Republican and name only.
Yeah.
So at least they're suspicious of people that aren't, like, they seem to think that there's some infiltrators into the organization and not entirely on board with everything that all the Republicans agree with, and they'll have some fighting about that.
Well, we got all sorts of categories now. We got the Never Trumpers, right? Mm-hmm. We got that. Outfits like the Lincoln Project, which, as far as I can tell, is just a grift, right? These guys have just figured out that there's cash to be made by lining up with the Democrats, right? Mm-hmm. And then we can get all sorts of donations by saying, look, we're former Republicans and we've never Trump, right? There's money in these things, right? You can mine that for a while. They've managed to.
Politicians.
Yeah.
Which are not exactly most. I mean, there's some fucking shenanigans going on there.
It's speculation again.
Most character-driven statements. Yeah.
So, but you can't. I guess I get cynical because I don't see how it changes. I look around and I think, well, how does it get any better? I guess is the question, right? And it's certainly not going to get better in the next short-term stuff, right? And I maybe it's. Well, I don't know how you get people out of the trenches right now. I say World War I and get them to kind of stand up and at least make a little bit of move towards each other and say, okay, we got to figure this shit out. We got a lot of serious problems. There's crises overseas right now that we have a very long time. Shit that could really get fucked up pretty quick, right? Whether it's what's going on in Russia and something happens, and next thing you know, Putin decides, fuck it, you guys are lobbing U.S. missiles deeper into Russia. I think it's time for us to, deploy something.
Yeah.
And, whether it's that or whether it's Xi Jinping deciding, screw it,
Time to go to Taiwan.
time to go to Taiwan. We don't even know who's running the White House, so let's give it a go. I don't know, and got the Middle East, which I think people always assume, well, that's a self-contained problem, it's just bad. But the chance for that to go sideways, right now, right? I mean, if they're successful in encircling Israel, and I mean that they dump enough weapons into the West Bank and they get some of the militant elements there, that suddenly you got a full-front war with Israel, right? And at some point, there's going to be some really undue pressure on any U.S. administration to step in. And that shit gets over. We got thousands of people crossing the border. We probably have really bad nefarious intent that we don't even know who they are. Millions, but I'm just saying, in terms of actual people who may be on the terror watch list, a lot of people have come across. We have the vetting that goes on in the southern border is minimal at best. They don't have access to international databases. It's not like they're getting people crossing in from China, or crossing in from Turkey or Pakistan. I'm not picking on any particular country, but take a spot and work with those home country liaison personnel to say, what do you got on these people? Right? They simply are checking to see whether they're listed in the U.S. criminal database. And if they're not, it's like, fine, here's your appointment. We'll see you in court in a year and a half. You're free to go.
It's not even a year and a half. It's like 5 years.
5 years. Yeah. It's really sad. There's tens of thousands of kids they can't account for. Right? And again, the White House or the Harris team wants to act as if she had nothing to do with anything.
She was the border czar. Remember when they were trying to say that she wasn't the border czar?
Yeah, the same people who called her the border czar on TV.
But this is what's so crazy is that they don't know that they said that. Do they not know that people are going to find it and they're going to post it? Do they think that somehow or another those videos are hidden from the public?
Again, they don't care. Right? They don't care. They understand, I think, that most Americans have a very short attention span. And we live in a world where you can ride out just about any state, right? I mean, and redemption is just around the corner, right? I mean, look, what's his name? Jeffrey Tubin whacks off on, a Zoom call. It wasn't that long ago, really, in the scheme of things.
He was off TV for a year.
Yeah, he's back. So, that gives hope to all those people out there who can't control themselves. God, that was a weird. I suspect he's not the only one, right? But
they dropped like flies. It was a big problem. That's the problem with working from home. You got a camera on a guy with a computer in a locked office.
Yeah. I mean, I've never been on a Zoom call where it felt like that was. That ever, you're not like.
Makes you wonder, how what kind of control do you have over your life? If you have to whack off so bad, and you do it in the middle of the day while you're on a call. You don't even wait to the call then.
All right, now Bob's going to run through the second quarter numbers.
What is in your mind, you fucking psychopath? It's weird. But it also just shows you that these people that are holding themselves up to these moral authorities, no, you're just a fucking pervert. You're just another nut.
Yeah.
It's another nut who's putting on a mask when you get on television and pretending you're something great.
Yeah. I think that's what it is. I think there's this sense that it doesn't matter. Right? You can say anything, you can get away with it because people aren't going to really care at the end of the day.
Right.
And so while common sense would make you think, well, I'm sure actually they'll be fact checking themselves and they'll be thinking about these things and they'll be more reflective and more analytical. That's all bullshit. It doesn't actually work that way.
Yeah,
so,
it's all bullshit.
Yeah,
it's all bullshit.
But I think that there will be. I'm just thinking about the aftermath of the election.
Well, I'm scared. What I'm scared is that people become accustomed to the fact that the president's not in control of the government anymore, and that's okay. That's a scary thing too, because whether you like Biden or don't like Biden, like Trump or don't like Trump, at least you attributed the commander in chief. You're like, that's the guy, that's the president. And now it's like, well, if he's not the president, because he keeps going on vacation now, it's like he's not even talking. he's probably disgruntled, and we got a bunch of months to go, kids.
Yeah.
We're here sitting here talking in August. We got whole of September, whole of October, into November with no president.
And again, I guarantee there won't be that question like tomorrow night with one of the two potential successors to be the leader of the free world, supposedly. That question won't exist. It won't be, well, who? Tell me about the decision-making process. If the president some time ago said that, or the White House said that he was fairly good from 10 to 4, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., and things don't get better over time, and they get worse, how is he doing now? And if that's the case, what's the decision-making process in the White House? And what kind of role are you playing? And by the way, can we ask one more time, when did you know that he was in decline? And were you just telling the American public the complete opposite? Right? He's not fucking sharp as a pen. So when did you know that? And what was the decision process around that in terms of deceiving the American public?
How did they go with him even back in 2020? How did they do that? Like, what was how did they not see what everybody saw? How was that the best option to win?
Yeah. It wasn't as bad. It wasn't as bad, to be fair.
It was not as bad.
It was not as bad.
But it was bad.
Yeah, well, you could kind of predict it, right?
Oh, I predicted
it.
Yeah. I was like, come on, man. He's not going to get better. He's not as good as he used to be.
Yeah.
When he was the vice president, he was way better.
Yeah. Not as good as I once was.
Yeah.
Not as good once as I ever was. Thank you, Toby Keith. I think he was the sixth guy, right? They certainly weren't going to go with Sanders. They only kicked him out for the last 4 years.
Yeah, they weren't going to go with Sanders. But there's a lot of other people that could have stepped up. There was a lot of governors. I mean, Bill Clinton came out of nowhere.
Yeah, but Bill Clinton. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It was. I would also argue that even that recent time was a different time. Right?
Well, not only that, but I think Clinton probably wouldn't have won if it wasn't for Ross Perot. I think Ross Perot, a lot of people who were more conservative, right-leaning, went with Ross Perot. And afterwards, they changed the whole criteria for being involved in debates. Because they're like, we can't have this happen again. Right? So they changed that game. Yeah, the whole commission presidential debate shifted, which is, by the way, a privately funded thing, which is crazy, too.
I think there's also this upcoming debate. Look, one of the things that Trump should be very thankful for is the rules that they established for that first debate with Biden, the only debate with Biden, where they said, okay, we're going to cut the microphones off, I'm not allowed to speak. That worked like a charm, right? It did, kept them in check.
Yeah.
And so I'm not sure whether that's the case for the 10 September debate with Harris, but it does look like now her campaign team is arguing that she should be able to have notes, right? And they didn't have notes previously, right? They were just like, show us. She needs notes. So I think they're pushing for that. Now, it's,
let me tell you something as a comedian. Notes are not good. Here's the problem with notes. You have those notes. Yeah. So you're thinking about those notes while you're talking.
Yeah.
And you go to those notes, you think about them. I mean, you can write notes while you're debating. Like they gave them a pad. You're allowed to write things up with a blank pad.
Right.
But if you have those notes, you're going to be looking for them, and that's an added distraction. You got to be so dialed in that you don't need those fucking notes, especially on television, because the pressure is clearly something that gets to her, right? Because
that laugh comes out.
Yeah, well, it doesn't come out in debate, but she's much better at talking if you don't have pressure and lights on her.
Mm-hmm.
I know people that know her that say she's intelligent.
Okay.
So it could be that she locks up when she has to talk, which is a real thing. People, they freak out with also. Imagine the kind of criticism that lady experiences on a daily basis. If she just reads comments on Twitter, right, her fucking head would spin, right? Like, so all day long, she knows how many people hate her, how many people think she's a nincompoop, how many people think she's terrible. 100%, but he obviously doesn't affect him. He's used to being famous.
Fair enough.
He's been famous his whole life. So for him, he's like, fucking water on the duck's back.
But she's been in the limelight for a long time.
Yeah, but she ain't good at it.
She ain't good at it.
Some people are not good. There's a lot of people that are famous forever, and the anxiety accentuates over time.
Yeah.
It's worse because now the pressure of all these people hating them actually starts to freak them out.
Sounds like you're going.
Is that what it sounds like? That's what MSNBC did. You know what MSNBC did? Do you know that? They took a clip of me talking well about Tulsi Gabbard, and they tried to attribute it to Kamala Harris. They edited it, and they posted it on their TikTok.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Oh, and then my stepdad called me up because he texted me that he was glad that I was suing MSNBC because there was this article that I was suing them. I was like, I'm not suing them, but they did do that. They did do that.
I saw that part that people were losing their minds because they said you were the door star of change.
Yeah. So like, yeah, that's all I said. I said he speaks reasonably and he talks about the issues he has attacked people. I think we could all use more of that. That's all
Shocking statement.
Yeah, like he's endorsing. He's endorsing.
See, they want you to have a side.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, going back to what you said, it's tribal. But okay, well, you know what? Hey, I'm glad to hear that people that know her are saying she's intelligent because one of them is going to win. And so, for the good of the country,
she's got to have some intelligence to climb the ladder the way she climbed the ladder. Like, at least some intelligence, knowing Willie Brown's a good guy to become friends with. I mean, she's got to have. There's no way you get that far without something going on. I just think she's real bad at talking.
Yeah.
And especially real good in that one speech, though. That was nothing people got mad at me. So I was talking about how great that speech was. Because it was fucking great. Say it to my face.
Yeah, but you know, if you've got a teleprompter and you've rehearsed it, and you've got speech, instructors there talking to you and saying, emphasize this, try it again, try it one more time. Of course you're going to get a great speech. Yeah. Oh, you're going to get a knockout speech.
Yeah. That's what people need.
But that's not critical thinking. It's not the ability to analyze. It's not the ability to make quick decisions. It's not the ability to show leadership. And it's all of those things. And again, people will keep going the same thing. I say this, Trump. I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about over here. I'm talking about other contenders. And I don't know. I don't. And more than that, I just worry about the policies that, again, they're going to enunciate them, but I do worry about what they've thrown against the wall so far.
Yeah. A lot of these socialist leading ideas are very disturbing. And there's another thing that she's talked about equity as opposed to equality. And literally talking about equal outcomes, which is fucking insane. That's insane talk. That doesn't work because you're not going to have equal effort. The whole reason why this country works, the whole reason why capitalism works is because of competition. That competition should be fair, but there is a reason why some people succeed more than others, and a lot of it has to do with effort. Yeah. There's a lot of luck involved, there's a lot of nepotism, there's a lot of shit involved, but also hard work. And if you want to have equality of outcome, you're going to have no incentive for people to work hard. You know what?
To that point, my youngest, Monty, was telling me, he came up to school. This was towards the end of last year, and he was got chuckling to myself. So what were you laughing at? It was funny when he talked to Jay just like this. It's very funny. This is we had a project in class with a teacher. I forget which subject it was, but anyway, the teacher handed out a paper, a test, and he explained, okay, here's a test. I know it's a snap test. I know you guys weren't expecting it, but I want you to, do your best, and you weren't expecting it, so I'm going to take all the scores, I'm going to average them out, right? And that'll be, how you do. So my boy, sits in the back there, he just does the fuck off, right? He got like one question answered. He was like, oh, fuck it. Is he smart enough to think, all right, fine. If all we're going to do is take all the results and smush them together, then everyone's going to, And so there were some people in there that were really pissed off, which was the teacher's point, right? And when they found out what had happened, because they had really tried and they got very good grades, and there's Jack with like a 2 out of a 100, and he gets the same result that they did. He's like, look at me. So he said, no effort. I got what you got. Hey, but he saw it, right? And I thought, well, I'm not sure whether I'm proud of that or not, but I think it's entertaining.
Well, if he's not dumb and he doesn't like class, I thought it'd be fun to just get a good grade by doing nothing. Yeah. He game the system. The system sucks.
Which is how this whole thing works when you talk about equal. At the end of the day,
it's just nonsense talk. And it's only talk for voters to try to get people who aren't doing well to say, well,
with her, I'm going to do well.
Yeah.
Everything's going to be fine.
Look what they're giving me. They're canceling my debt. They're talking about canceling my debt. They're talking about giving me a first-time home payment. They're talking about, sticking it to the rich people. They're talking about price controls. They're talking about rent controls.
Yeah.
Good God, we start doing all that shit. You think the economy has some issues? I mean, so
No one who's an economic advisor thinks that's a good idea.
yeah,
No one who understands the economy.
yeah. I mean, I think that one thing that they obviously probably somewhat happy about, other than moving into the election, it does look like the Fed's going to cut rates. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people on the right who are saying, no, of course, the Fed's doing that for political reasons, right? And,
It's good for the country.
It's good for the country, yeah. And that's where we've gotten, right?
Interest rates are fucking crazy.
Oh, my God. Yes, yeah.
They're crazy. Home buying, car loans, everything. It's fucking nuts.
And that's another problem. Talk about sort of the perception. Everybody's got, not everybody, that's not right, but right now the perception of the economy is it sucks, right? It's not good. Right? It's not good. I'm not comfortable. I'm not saving money. I'm spending more money on everything. But for the past year or so, you've had the White House telling them just the opposite. Things are looking good, right?
Right.
We're really doing well. And so there's this lack of credibility that exists, not just from the White House or from this particular administration. I guess a bigger point is people just don't have a lot of trust in a lot of things related to the government. They don't believe in politicians, they don't believe in government agencies, right? Look at everybody talking. We got to disband the FBI. We got to shut down the Secret. The Secret Service didn't do any favors for themselves. Holy fuck.
But yeah, the CIA,
yeah.
getting rid of the IRS. Okay, and substituting it with what?
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, what? Rebuild it from the ground up? You don't think you're gonna have the same problems?
Yeah.
And what are you going to do with all the things that they're investigating overseas? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do with all the national security threats?
Yeah. We're gonna tear down. We're gonna shut down the CIA. Okay, so you think we live in a benevolent world?
Yeah.
Right? You think that of course it's a human endeavor, so it can always stand proof, of course. And same with all the other government agencies. Yeah, but this idea that you just tear institutions down because you're pissed off about whatever it's like.
Let me ask you this. Speaking of that, one of the things that Trump said was that I think it was Pompeo that talked him into not releasing the Kennedy files. Yeah. And Trump said that if you saw what they showed me, you wouldn't really believe.
Yeah, I know. I saw all that. And honest to God, I don't have a secret that I can reveal.
But what do you think it is, though, when you hear things like that? Do you get concerned? What's in there?
I mean, to me, it sounds a little bit like, National Treasure. Nicholas Cage, where, the secret book that they have, and they open the book and they read what all the presidents have told them. You should watch it. It's actually it's a very funny movie. But, what do I think it means? I don't know. Is Trump speaking in hyperbole, or is there some?
There's got to be a reason why they don't want to release it.
Well, yeah.
So what could a reasonable reason be?
Yeah, I think part of it is. I think that there's this tendency on the government's part, right? Once they classify anything, it's really tough to get them to back off of that, right? It's really tough to get them to declassify information. I would argue they should, right? Let's at this point, nobody is still alive, right? And so you will think at this point, it's okay,
right.
Fine. There can't be a sources and methods issue here, right? There can't be like, well, we're worried about if we open up this file, even if there's not like some smoking gun that said, they did it, right? But even if it's just on the margin, like Lee Harvey Oswald went down to Mexico. We know that because we meet with the Russian embassy down there. We know that because we had an asset who, reported on it from inside the Russian embassy. Whatever it may be, they're all dead. Right? There's no, so I would argue just, fucking declassify it, let it go. So I don't know. I don't have a good explanation for it.
But what if it says the CIA killed Kennedy?
If it says that, and it's backed up, then that's a come to Jesus meeting for me.
Literally, And also, I'm probably going to, rethink my position on a lot of things.
Yeah, well, I think that's what they're worried about.
Yeah.
If that's what he's saying, and that's what they're actually worried about. That would be a real problem. It would be a real problem that could undermine a lot of the national security issues that we do have.
Fuck yeah. Sure, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, if that was the case, but think about this. We talked about this before. I've always felt like the MLK, like Martin Luther King, was more. It was more unsettled. But there was just something from an intuitive point of view, from an investigator's point of view.
Investigated the same way JFK is.
Was not.
No, and you don't hear about it the same way you hear about JFK.
Right, and it was more of a sort of a local thing, right? It was you just felt like, there was more of a element of various local players engaged in local police, state, whatever it might be, possibly federal side, all kind. It was just something unsettling about that whole incident. And so, yeah, I mean, look, any of these things would significantly undermine it past where it is now. I mean, only people have distrust, but
it was proved
yes,
beyond a shadow of a doubt. CIA killed Kennedy. That would be a giant issue.
It'd be a giant issue, and then
that would be.
Then what happens? Then what do you do? Then at that point, who knows? Because look, I'll be honest with you, with the agency, I'm going to say with everybody, especially when you say the agency, and I can only speak from that point of view. I can't talk about the Bureau or Secret Service or anything, but the agency does some tremendous work in pursuit of protecting national security interests.
I believe that.
And
I believe that most of the people that are involved are patriots.
Yeah, but I will say, if that would be proven without a doubt, because they declassified that paperwork, none of that shit's going to matter. All that good work, right? All that. I don't even know where you go with it, right? I mean, the church, which they basically wanted to disband the agency at that point, right?
That was in what year was
the 70s. Yeah, that was look, they put Carter put Stansfield Turner into the agency basically to try to, I would argue, dismantle it, right? And there was a period of time when and also after World War II, they just shut down OSS. And it was like, yeah, we don't need it, right? So would that create a moment where the public just saying, fuck this, we don't need it, we're just maybe we'll see. So I guarantee you, it's something bad with that. And they would say, well, we need to reconstitute it in some fashion. Right, let's do it. So it would
especially if it's publicly known, it's not there anymore. And foreign actors know this.
You gotta have these organizations. So that's a hypothetical,
but it's like every organization. You're going to have bad apples in an organization, and cops. Yeah. I think cops are overall very important, very good.
Right.
But when you have a bad cop, that bad cop, especially when it's on video, now people think of cops as only being that one bad cop.
Right. They defund the police.
Yeah. Same. By the way,
Kamala Harris. Yes.
She's a big part of that.
You know what? This part always surprised me. Defund the police. So we don't want as many police on the streets. Okay, first of all, the logic train on that one, because somehow, the bad guys go away. Well, there's no police, so I don't need to commit any crimes. It would be better. Or we put community people in their social workers. Instead of saying, in a logical fashion, saying, okay, clearly we had some bad eggs. What we need is better police.
Yeah.
What's that going to mean? That's going to mean more money. We need to actually fund the police. You need more training. The police need more training anyway.
Yeah.
Look at the Secret Service. Good God, those guys, in terms of the amount of actual consistent on-the-job training they get, is minimal at best. And so it's the same with the police. The first thing to always go is the training budget, right? So to me, that never made any sense. Because you're right, Harris was also on the side of defund the police. I don't think she would ever bring that up again. I think that moment in time has passed.
Well, we've seen the disastrous results.
Yeah. And Tim Walz, speaking, look at Minnesota, Minneapolis, right? That was kind of ground zero for defunding the police.
We should put 10 bucks.
Yes, because God, don't get me started. That's another thing. My boys constantly. Thank God for that, because that's how I learned what not to say and get myself in trouble.
Right, you got to know the temperature.
I got to know that. I got to say, look, is this skibbity or is this not?
Is this Sigma? What's going on?
That's a real story. Yeah,
Oh my God, I don't know if we resolved it.
I think we might have a couple of small issues. Yeah.
At least,
What's your prediction? Can I ask that? What's your prediction for the election in November? What do you think?
I don't know because I think there's a lot of time between now and then. And look, someone, whether that guy was acting alone or whether or not he had help, someone tried to kill Trump at least once. There was an interview where Trump was outside talking to someone and said, I've been told we shouldn't be out here. We shouldn't be outside. You know, there's some issues. So there's probably other threats. We know that there was an Iran assassination attempt. There's something involved in that was stopped. I guarantee there's people that want him gone. And to say now, I know what's going to happen, in November, things change so quickly and it's so nuts and our memory's so short and everything happens so fast and the news cycle is just flooded with new things constantly. I don't know what the fuck is going to happen.
Look at the short window of time from, let's go with the 13th of July, with the rally when they were shot, through the RNC, right? When there was, from the perception, I was out in Milwaukee for something else, but I was out there during the RNC, and every 100% was convinced we got this in the bag, right? Short period of time later, Harris is supposedly in the lead. Yeah, Biden's gone. He's pushed off the surface there, and she's in. So you're right. In between now and fucking anything, maybe the aliens visit.
Maybe that's the only thing that's very
The aliens.
Yeah, maybe that's the only thing. I don't even know how I feel about that. The more I talk about it, the more I feel like something's lying to me. The more people I know talking to me about aliens, the more I feel like there's some nonsense going on. There's a layer of nonsense and that stuff.
I saw that interview with yeah.
Well, if what he's saying is true, pretty fucking fascinating. There really is something bigger than an oil rig that's going 500 knots underneath the ocean.
Yeah.
And they have video of it. It's kind of nice you released that. They really do have 4K video of these crafts moving at insane speeds that are very high resolution, and you can see exactly what you're looking at. That'd be nice.
I saw his explanation for why they would push because we don't want to tip off the aliens. That we know about it.
Is that the explanation?
Yeah, well, so like if we say that if we alert the public, and suddenly they'll know about it, and they might move up their plans to attack us sooner. And my thought was, I'm pretty sure if they can build what they're building and move that way, they probably know what we're doing, right?
Yeah, and they probably have the ability to stop anything we're trying to do.
Yeah.
We're talking about something that can get here from another galaxy. I have a feeling they're a little bit more advanced than us.
Yeah.
When you go to the Amazon jungle and you visit an uncontacted tribe, you're not really worried about arrows or being attacked.
Yeah. God damn it, I was promised in the 60s, late 60s, when I was young, a jetpack. They're all going to have jetpacks.
Flying cars, man.
Flying cars. It didn't happen to this day. I'm still pissed off about it.
Yeah. Well, can you imagine how bad people drive to flying around? Thinking about that idiot that T-boned you with that idiot's in the sky, like checking his phone and slams into you and you both go crashing into a target.
A truck would be like, yes, at this point, both sides. Both sides. No, I think we can solve a couple of things. But,
I think we had a fun conversation. That's all I expect. But I always wanted to get your perspective on things because we're one of the few people that actually knows what they're talking about with these things. So I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, and if you don't mind me mentioning one more time.
Yeah.
Thank you for the invite that we had for the UFC 3-on-3. I took my boy out there.
Nice.
He had the time of his life. He hadn't been to the fights before, and he's a UFC fan, so he knows what he's doing. He knows the players. And he had a great time out there. So
good.
It was a great.
Glad you had fun. That was a great card too.
303. It looked like it might not be.
Right. Pulled up.
Yeah.
Pulled up at the end.
Really. Yeah. That final one with Guerrero was great. Terrifying. So terrifying. My God. Yeah. It was really good. And I thought one of the best ones was Macy.
That was a great fight too.
She did really well.
Yeah, it was a great card.
Yeah.
Anyway, the Vegas fights are always fun.
But thank you. I appreciate it.
My pleasure, brother. All right. Tell everybody one more time your podcast. How do you get a hold of it?
Yeah, it's the President's Daily Brief. It's available on all podcast platforms. It's twice a day. You're in, you're out. They tell you the key things. We don't take up a lot of your time, and then Bob's your uncle. And then we do a weekend show, and you can find that on our YouTube channel at President's Daily Brief. And it's also on the First TV. So we're kind of all over the place. It's doing very well, and I think it's doing well because we talked about. It's just the news, right?
Yeah.
And it's concise, and it's just the top 3 or 4 issues going on at that moment. But it's just news. It's not like some opinion thing. I'm spending a lot of time telling people how to think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, occasionally let something slip, but for the most part. So I think there's an appetite for that.
There certainly is.
So,
There's a thing we were talking about yesterday. I said the name of it. It's the 1440 Project, right? Isn't that what it is? 1440. This is like objective news. I get an email. I'm on the email list. Yeah, that's it.
okay.
I recommend that. That's very good.
Excellent.
Mike Baker, thank you very much, brother. Appreciate you.
Likewise.
Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Do it. Headphones? Every time someone does want to wear it, I'm like, okay, we don't have to. You know, something wrong mess their hair up. We don't have to. That's my hat. It's good. I like it. Like they're both white hats.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the reason I do it is because I started wearing hats because actually show people would take photos with me with my shaved head, and the light would just bounce off my chrome, and you couldn't see me in the photo. So I realized that I wore baseball caps, but then when you're on stage, it puts a shadow over your face. You can't see your face, so I started wearing these. I like shaving the head, though. I started during the pandemic.
It should have done that a long time ago. What's that side hair bullshit?
I know.
It's nonsense.
It feels so much better. Right?
Also, you have to go to a barber?
Yeah, right.
Listen to some stupid stories? Oh, shit.
Dude, when I was a teenager, there was a place in New York it was called the Stag Brothers, and there was these 2 Italian brothers, and they cut hair. And you go in there, and the reason we all went, like our moms would drop us off out front, we go inside, and then they had penthouse magazines while you waited. So you hope that you get to wait for a while, and then they call you and like you got your little 15-year-old erection, you're trying to hide. Can't cover me, cover me.
I always felt like barbershops where guys hung out. That's all just for people who don't play pool. That was always my thought. Like, I see what you're doing. Like, you're getting a guy's place where guys can hang out and just talk.
Right.
But this is not the way to do it. Because people come in, people you don't know come in. You can't tell some dirty story. You know, you can't. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like,
that seems to be big in the black culture. I mean, obviously there's this movies, barbershop, but I mean, it really is a place that people hang out. But now you got cigars. Do you like hanging out at cigar shops?
yeah, cigar bars are good.
Yeah.
Because it's one of the rare places where you go to a cigar. I used to love that place, the Grand Room.
Right. People have their own humidors.
Yeah, I had a humidor for a long time, and you could eat like nice meals and smoke a cigar.
Yeah.
Because it's a private club, so you could have steak, pasta, and you're smoking a cigar at the table, and everybody's like,
That's awesome.
yeah, it was cool, and it was a cool place. Like, because it was in Beverly Hills.
Oh, it was a power spot. I remember, like, Michael Rotenberg, from Free Arts.
Yeah.
Dave Becky. He brought me there once. He was just pointing out. He was like, yeah, Pac-Man's Warner Brothers.
Yeah,
It is a picture deal.
Yep. Yep. You know who I saw there once? Those kind of starstruck. Remember that dude from what is the New York Blues? What was it? That NYPD Blue.
Yeah.
Remember NYPD Blue?
Yeah.
What's the dude's name? No.
The first Jerry Orbach?
The first guy.
Oh, yeah. Dennis Franz?
No. The redheaded guy.
Oh, yeah. He ended up quitting to get a movie career.
Yeah. I think they tanked that guy. Yes. What the fuck's his name? The guy was good, man.
No, he quit because he thought he had a
Thought he
big
had a
movie
big
career.
But this is the
It didn't
thing.
happen.
You can't do that. What's the guy's name though? No, not that guy. That's Andy Syphilus. Or that's the character he played, right? But the other guy. Jesus Christ. This is
David Caruso.
Is that his name? No, that's the guy who produced the show, right? Is that his name? David Caruso. It is his name, right?
Maybe.
But doesn't it say the cast on there?
Yeah.
Yep. That's
Oh, yeah, David
Oh,
Caruso.
it came down. It came down hard on him. It came down. That guy should have been a giant movie star.
Yeah.
Dude, he was really good on that show. But if you have that thing where you're like, fuck this, I'm good, I'm going to be a star. Bro, they want you to fucking fall flat on your face. They're like, fuck this guy.
Yeah.
There's like 15 more guys like you in Theater Street right now. 15 more troubled guys from the inner city. You know, they have a gritty past, and scars on their face. Go fuck yourself. And that's what they did to that guy.
Yeah, also he's a redhead. Name a lot of redheaded
But
dudes.
he could have been the guy. All the redheads are like, one guy gets cocky. We had our guy. We had our major league. We had our fucking guy, man.
But instead, they started to phrase the word ginger and took them all down. That was
Crazy. It was just redheads before that. It was normal to be a redhead. You weren't a freak.
No.
You were just a person with red hair. No one cared.
And now they beat you up. It's literally like bullying if you were a redhead. I was a redhead.
Are you really?
I was a fucking copper top until I was probably about 11.
I was so bizarre. Your hair changed color?
Yeah.
How weird is that?
It happened to my kids too. Both my kids were redheads and their hair changed when they got older.
God let me know I couldn't. Thank you. But I'm going to let you slide.
It's like you got me in a headlock.
Yeah.
And
There you go.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You gave me a little dick and then it grew bigger. Oh, I remember having a little dick.
No.
Oh, that was the worst feeling when you were a little kid. And, you know, you just,
Well, you see your parents go.
yeah.
What the fuck?
I know.
What is that thing?
The fuck? And why is it always hard?
Ooh. Men's dicks, like when you're a boy, they're terrifying. Oh, you see some guy pull out his fucking this sausage roll and he's pissing right next to you, and you're like, what the fuck does he do with that
Yeah,
thing?
and his balls are hanging like 6 inches
Like
down.
Howie's balls or Joey Diaz's balls.
Yeah.
Joey Diaz's balls are like grapefruit and old lady's pantyhose. Like, what the fuck am I looking at? Those are your balls? His balls look like him. It's like cartoonish.
It's saggy.
It's fucking hilarious. His balls are hilarious.
Oh my god, balls are hilarious. They're so. It's amazing that a woman. Why would they have sex with us? Our penis is
Everything about us is gross.
Yeah.
We're not soft.
No,
We're not squeezable and lovable. We're not comforting. We're grunting.
we have an agenda. Yeah.
Thick, dense, heavy thing on top of you that can kill you and you want it to fuck you. What?
Right.
What? Just
Why do they
trusting
trust us?
trusting us to not kill you?
Yeah, I know.
Imagine like if every woman could kill you.
Yeah, all of them.
Every woman that you ever date can literally just strangle you to death and not a damn thing you can do about it. That's what it's like being a woman.
Well, or a gay guy.
Well, gay guys can be strong.
No, I'm just saying it's weird that there is this accepted power dynamic between a man and a woman when they make love. Because, like you said, the woman trusts. When we have two guys, it's kind of like, I don't know what it's like. But I think it
Tell me
might.
what it's like. You know what it's like, son of a bitch. You were just about to tell me what it was like. You're about to break.
You know, I almost didn't, right?
How close did you get?
I've told this story on my podcast, but I'll give a brief version of it. I went, when I was in college, I was an English major, and I studied like Allen Ginsberg and Kerouac and all these guys that were into homoerotic stuff. They would love them gay. And then and even Emerson, Whitman, like all that old stuff. It was all gay images. And then there was David Bowie. I love David Bowie. I love Iggy Pop, Mick Jagger. And these guys were all fucking around with each other. Yeah. And so I was like, all right, this must be kind of something you do. You experiment with this.
That's what it did.
That's how they get you. They get a couple of mascots. They get the coolest guy in rock and roll. Right? The three coolest guys in rock. Yeah. And so So I was not attracted to men. I never have been. I can appreciate a handsome man. I think you're not hard on the eyes. And then I was like, great. So I guess I'm not going to take out the ass, but you know, no, I don't want to do that. And then I realized, like, I'm going to do it, and when I do it, it's either going to be like, ugh, or it's going to be like, oh my god, this is fucking amazing! Yeah. And so I was drunk one night. I was like a junior in college, and my apartment. Remember the Fenway in Boston? Yeah. The Fenway was like a wooded area. Like every city has a small wooded area where they grow trees for the reason for anonymous gay sex. The Brambles in Manhattan. You got Griffith Park in LA. There's always like a little gay area. So my apartment happened to be was on Boylston Street, it was across the street from the Fenway. So I'm stumbling home one night. It's like 3 in the morning, and I look at the woods and I go, wow. So I walk in, and I'm looking around like I don't know the protocol. I don't know how it works. Like I'm just waiting, and then all of a sudden, it's like fucking leaves and blowing and shadows, and this guy just pops out from behind a tree like a little gay leprechaun. He's like, I'm the guy. I was like, all right, I guess he's the guy. Wow. And he walks over, and we look at each other, and then he comes up his pants, pulls out his cock, and I'm just looking at it, and he pulls his balls out, and I look at the balls, and I'm just like, nope, no interest. I'm fucking out. That's the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life. And so I got scared. Because I'm alone in the woods with a guy with his dick out, and so I just pushed him away from me. Oh Jesus! And he fell down, and then he jumped up, and he just sprinted back into the woods with his dick flopping around. I just stumbled out, and I was like, "Wow, I guess branches." Like, ow, ow! That's poison ivy.
That's what they used to do when they didn't have covers over their dick and they had to run through the woods.
Right.
Like that's a real problem, though.
Yeah.
Ow! Ow! Like, how many, if you have pants on and you run through the woods, your dick gets whacked by twigs and shit, but it's kind of okay.
And the vagina's got protection. It's got curtains, walls, blinds.
A girl got kicked in the pussy the other day in a UFC fight, and sorry if you were trying pussy. Ladies, in this term, it's really not pussy. It's a woman's vagina, right?
Yes.
Cage fighter.
Yeah.
And they went down. And, they stopped the fight and give the person time to recover. And I thought, I was like, that's interesting. Because I guess it's just you can't hit genitals. But there's a giant difference between balls. And good girls can take a pretty good shot at the pussy. Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if they fall and it hurts, just like it hurts your ass bone.
Yeah.
It hurts, you hurt your dick. That hurts. But the balls, that thing, like I was trying to explain to my wife and daughters who were asking me what it's like to be kicked in the balls. And I was like, I've been kicking the balls 100 times at least. I've been kicking the balls so many times because I grew up kicking.
Yeah.
So I get kicked in the balls by dudes who are really good at kicking.
Yeah.
So there's been many times in my life where I wasn't sure if my dick was really working right. Like one time I got kicked in the balls so bad that one of my nuts swole up. So my right nut, I think it was my right nut, it was in a tournament. Yeah. I threw a kick and this guy threw a kick under my kick and slammed it into my cup. And this is a guy from the Korean national team. He was really good. He kicked me fucking hard. Yeah. They gave me timeout. I continued the fight, but I knew it really hurt. I lost the fight. And then as I was driving home, I was with my girlfriend, and I was thinking at the time, I was like, I don't know if this thing works anymore. Yeah. Like because it was so painful. So I got home and jerked off. And as soon as I jerked off, I'm like, oh, we're good. Yeah. It works.
That's the best orgasm of your life. So that's the weird thing about the cup, isn't it?
This is how stupid I am. I've done that twice. Another time I got kneed in the dick. I was doing jiu-jitsu and I didn't have a cup on. The last time I trained without a cup on, this guy's passing my guard, and it's a standard technique. It wasn't good and malicious. You shove your knees through the guard when someone's passing your guard. The guard is the legs, so your legs are wrapped around the person. You're trying to work a submission from the bottom, and they're trying to pass to get to a better, because in the guard, it's very difficult to submit someone when you're in the guard. You want to get out of their guard, and that's a more dominant position to submit. So he's trying to pass my guard, so he shoves his knee through, and his knee caught my dick flat. just like smashed my dick, like it fucking hurt like hell. But I didn't think anything of it. It was like kind of normal for that stuff to happen when you're training hard with guys who are really good. And then afterwards, I go to the locker room and there's blood in my jockstrap. Oh my god! Fuck. So my dick is bleeding out my dick hole. So I'm like, okay, what would I do if this was my nose? I was like, I'll just go home. It's just a bloody nose. Like, am I being a pussy because it's my dick? It's a bloody dick. It's just like, we'll give it the night, and if it feels bad, tomorrow we'll go to the doctor. So I get home and I'm like, I know if it works. So I jerked off, and blood came out with it. Yeah, and this is how, because I did it kind of clinical, because I want to know, so I did it into the toilet. So I jerked off into the toilet. While I'm doing it, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're so broken. You're just a crazy person. And I was like, I think it works. It's all good. And so the next day, make sure I didn't get infected. Next day, like, just checking, make sure everything's good, didn't hurt.
Jerk off again?
No, I let it go for a couple of days. Just leave it alone. Yeah, I didn't want it to be sore, but it was fine. It was fine. So some blood vessel burst, just like it would burst in your mouth. Yeah, I get fat lips all the time. You know, he was getting cuts somewhere. I just treated it like that. You know? But it was scary.
I wonder if I hit that guy's dick in the woods.
Probably branches.
Yeah. Ow! Squirrels thinking it's nuts. Diving at it.
I didn't fucking gopher just grab it all over your dick. A gopher, they can chew through a tree. It just, you know, people have died from gophers before?
No.
Yes. A lady died recently. She got bit by a gopher. Just bled out. Well, they chew through trees. Yeah. And their teeth never stop growing. Mm-hmm. They have to chew to wear their teeth out. Yeah. Otherwise, it'll just go right through their fucking face.
Yeah, gophers are fuck. We went upstate. We just had my 25th anniversary this month. Thank you. So we went up to Vermont and upstate New York. Me and my wife. Just beautiful.
So the people. Other than that, it's beautiful.
Yeah, we didn't see a lot of them. We saw very few people. We went to a farmer's market.
People.
Yeah. We were staying in a little town. Some friends of mine moved out there. They kind of retired and decided to take a farm. So they moved out to this farm
in Vermont.
They
look like they're from Vermont too, right? They all look like you could pick them out of a lineup.
Well, we went to the farmer's market. And it really was like a caricature. It's like the dudes that look like if you push them, they would just crumble. They have like Birkenstocks on. Everyone's got tie-dye shirts on, and it's just like, good for you guys. You got your spots.
Yeah, they got a spot.
See you right here.
You just got to tolerate the winters.
Yeah.
If you can tolerate the winters, you're in like the most uber progressive, like, but really kind for the most part. It's like an idyllic sort of environment.
Yeah.
If you're too spicy.
No, and they're like involved with all this communal farming.
People.
Yeah, they all pitch in, they help each other out. Like my friends have a bunch of land, so they let these other farmers graze their animals on the land. And then we went up into the woods, and my friends became an expert on hunting for mushrooms. You ever do that?
Those people would be killed.
Oh yeah.
There's some that look good, and they're not.
I know.
There's a whole nursing home incident a few years back. Some guy was my expert mushroom picker. Got some mushrooms, cooked them up, everybody all died. Yeah. Some of them would kill you quick.
Yeah, we stuck to the chanterelles.
Yeah, those are obvious. Morels are real obvious. Those are great.
Then they have these ones called lobster mushrooms that actually look like lobster and they taste like lobster.
Really?
Yeah, it's freaky.
You eat them with butter?
We sliced them up and sauteed them and put them with pasta.
Yeah. There it is. Sacramento Bee. In addition to the untimely deaths of Barbara Lopez and Teresa, try saying that name, Alice Newitz, 4 others were sickened after given a wild mushroom soup prepared by a caregiver who also consumed the poisonous pottage. Caregiver and 3 elderly residents were hospitalized. Boy, that guy's never cooking for that again. You can get really sick from mushrooms. Really sick. Like you could die like quickly from some of them. Some of them are
amazing.
super
Like,
toxic.
when you think about with death penalty, they can never fucking do it. They zap people and they survive, and they shoot them up and they survive. It's like,
Really?
it happens all the time. Yeah.
Really? I thought they all just died.
No, a lot of times they fuck up and they have to have to do a few passes.
Isn't it funny that they don't shoot them?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's so many ways to kill somebody effectively.
Yeah. You just need a tarp and a shotgun.
Yeah.
And it's over.
And like the old days,
Every
shooting
time.
squads, only one person would have live ammunition, so that nobody felt the guilt. You'd have like 4 or 5 shooters, and they didn't tell you who's the live round.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought it was a couple guys had.
Maybe a couple.
Yeah, because you need more than one guy. What if that one guy hits him in the ear like did Trump? Yeah, I know. And the guy's like, what the fuck is going on? You almost. This is crazy. Maybe the God has spoken.
Yeah.
God has said, I should be killed.
That's just some of these action movies. You see them fucking running around shooting each other, and you go like, wait a minute, this guy was just on a rooftop with a sight, hitting somebody from 300 yards away, and now he can't hit him from he's fucking running down the street and they're missing each other with 20 shots.
A lot harder. Harder. Yeah. A sniper shot is all just about not having any excess movement and controlling your breath. Yeah. So when a sniper shoots, they're prone for the most part, meaning they're lying down. So you cut out all the movement. Yeah. Your shoulders rested. You ever seen like a sniper?
Yeah.
Shoot? Their shoulders rested. You know, they have the stock pressed against their body, and all they're doing is controlling this finger and not flinching and controlling the breathing and keeping that. Because, you know, a lot of these guys will shoot from a mile away. A mile away.
Do they factor in gravity in the bullet?
They factor in a bunch of different things. They a lot of times they're using apps. You can use an app, and you also use an app for the wind. So you want to know like which way the wind's blowing and how where to hold, you know. And then you have a scope that's dialed out, like it's zeroed out at a very specific yardage, whatever it is. So you can just put the crosshair wherever it is. A lot of times, if someone's hunting, they would do it like zeroed out at 100 yards. So it effectively would be up or down, maybe 4 inches and 300 yards or 400 yards. Yeah, so really fast shooting, flat shooting rifle, you zero them out. So this guy's gonna zero this thing out at fucking. And how many thousand yards is a mile? How long is that? What is that in yards? 12. So I've heard of guys shooting 1,500 yard shots.
15. Oh shit.
Yeah, so there's so much equipment, and so it has to be so dialed in. And I mean, they're sighting in these things on ranges. It's so specific. 1,700. Okay, that's so crazy. That's so far away. That's so far away. You can
That's a mile.
see it. Yeah. So they're looking through this insane scope on this rifle, and they've got this crosshair on some dude's head that's a mile away. They go boom, and then you just wait.
Takes a second.
Yeah, I think it takes 2 seconds. How many seconds does it take for, let's say, a 300 Win Mag? 300 Win Mag at 1,700 yards. A standard, like, high-powered rifle round that they would use. I don't know if that's what they would use for snipers. Like, those guys are the long-range guys are very different than any other kind of shooter. Yeah. They're all about the science and the tech and all the stuff that's involved in getting the win. Like, I have a buddy of mine that does long-range shooting. He's not he's just a gun enthusiast who likes long-range shooting, does competitions. Yeah. And they just shoot steel. And you hear, boom, ding. It's like quite a long while afterwards. So, like, if you're shooting an animal and it's walking, it's super unethical. Yeah. Because you don't know what that thing's going to do. In the time between you shooting the gun, like, with a bow and arrow, you never shoot it walking out. Okay. Because they're moving. Right. Or if you do, you have to be a real expert and you would lead. You would, like, shoot them in the front of the shoulder, get into the virus as they're walking. Like that. It does an added element of move.
Well, how much adjusting do you do when you're shooting the crossbow? Like as far as wind and distance?
Crossbows are a little bit more accurate, and they shoot a bolt instead of an arrow. So it's smaller, and it's probably because it's smaller, it's not going to have as much effect by wind. It's going to have less to move around, less mass to move around. They're very fast, though. Those bolts are way faster than an arrow. Like an arrow, if you have a really fast bow, your arrow's probably going to go between 300 and 340 feet per second. That's normal. That's normal for like a high speed bow. But for a crossbow, what's the fastest crossbow? I bet it's like 500 plus. And then you also have a scope on a crossbow and a trigger. It's much more accurate. Like you can just put that thing up, bang, bang, bang. You know, it's way more accurate out like at 100 yards.
And you can go pop, pop, pop fast.
Nah, you can't. No, you have to reload it. I was just.
Oh, you reload each shot.
There's one guy who invented a thing for compound play. It's kind of crazy. It's like it's all these arrows stacked in. He's got like this device, and you draw it back, and you can shoot one arrow after another. 600 feet per second.
That's like when you took me shooting. Remember when we went shooting up in the valley at
Yes.
that guy's ranch?
Yes.
And he had it was a shotgun, but he set it up like an AK-47, so you could shoot a shotgun, but like,
Yeah, terror tactical.
yeah,
Yeah.
dude, that was the crazy. You're like,
That's
the shoot. I was like, yeah, I figured we're going to some range with a bunch of yuppies shooting, and in eyeside shirts, flip flops, and I walk up and we drive down. I get off the highway, get to a dirt road, down the dirt road, get to a fucking dirt driveway. I'm like, where the fuck are we going? And we get to this place, and it's Ukrainian chicks in yoga shorts and like crop tops, and they are the most badass. They are freaking master shots.
Yeah.
And we get down there, and what's the guy's name that wrote it? Yeah.
Oh, she taught Keanu Reeves for all the John Wick movies. About Halle Berry when she was in John Wick. He teaches anytime like a celebrity needs to learn how to look like a real assassin. Yeah, go to that guy. Yeah, he's a multiple-time champion, and those when they do those races, they have a course. You win the course, and like they time you. And you try, that guy wins all those.
Really?
Oh, he's a wizard. Yeah, he's like revered for his.
Is he a military guy?
No, I don't think so. He's just a psycho.
What about the women? Where do they come from?
I think that's a social media point, and then a lot of those women are real actual competitors. They do those same sort of competitions.
They just happen to be 10.
You ever seen those gun competitions?
No.
Well, they're fun to watch. Find one of those where they run a course. So they time them, and it's all about accuracy and speed. But if you're a hot chick and you can get involved in something that's like primarily male thing, like what is the ratio of male gun enthusiast to female gun enthusiast? Is it 7-3? Like what do you?
Way more.
I'm being nice.
Yeah, you're
I'm being nice.
Yeah.
So if you're a hot chick in yoga shorts and you're also awesome with guns, you get a lot of attention.
No, this is one of the biggest social media accounts. Is this girl who's she's a super hot, full-figured golfer.
Oh, of course.
Huge.
Of course, yes. Yeah. If you can get, if you're hot in that world, a world of like dopey men, that's a great ploy. It's a good move.
It's like being one of those women that attracts maybe like Cher or Bette Midler.
The Chuck's gay guys?
Yeah, Chuck's gay guys. That's the best. Chelsea Handler, like they all get all these gay guys showing up. And they got that, no children money.
Yeah.
Kicking around in the pockets.
Yeah. No children money, real money.
Although now most.
Do you know that those guys get divorced the least?
I love that.
Yeah. The ratio is, correct me if I'm wrong, with male, female, it's like 50%, but it's skewed. It's not really 50%. What it is a lot of people are serial divorcees.
Okay.
So they get married and get divorced, get married and get divorced. Like the amount of people that stay together is probably higher than 50%, but there's a bunch of Jennifer Lopez out there fucking up the curve. There's a bunch of people that get like 4 or 5 marriages, 5, 6, 7 marriages. People are out of their minds, right? Yeah. Then there's lesbians. That's real. That's like 70+% of divorced. Yeah, 70+%. But then there's gay guys. Gay guys, I think it's 26% divorce rate. Yep, super low.
Dude, because you get to hang out with a dude. You get to hang out. I would love to marry you. We would have such a good time.
We have fun all the time.
It's just like checking out every time it's time to suck your dick. I'd be like, sorry, man, I don't like how that thing looks.
You'd be like, here, shitting. Dress my balls up nice for Greg. Yeah, gay guys, they're hanging out with guys. I mean, I joked around about it in my special. Like, I wish I was gay. Because, it's like, if that's what you like you're hanging out with a bunch of guys. It sounds fun, as long as they're not annoying.
Right.
You know, because an annoying girl is not as annoying as an annoying guy. Annoying guys can be they can be a real problem.
Like aggro annoying guys?
Yeah. They're the worst. They're worse than anything. Because you never feel comfortable.
Yeah.
You're like always in the state of, oh, God.
They're always trying to one up everybody.
Something can happen here.
Yeah.
Something stupid. This guy could break a bottle and drink from it. There's morons out there.
Yeah.
Annoying guys are dangerous. Annoying girls are just usually just annoying.
Right.
Just an annoying human. They don't have that element of this could be dangerous.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Especially if they're big. Big drunk guys are scary.
Yeah.
They get those gopher eyes. Their pupils go away. They just look like a fucking zombie.
I wonder what the stats are in drunk driving between men and women. I bet it's so much higher with dudes. Just crazy dudes.
Because a lot of girls are like, I can fucking do it. I can fucking do it. Yeah, But then men are like, I'm not even drunk, bro. Yeah.
My dad used to drink. He crashed a car into a tree and died, and they brought him back to life. In the emergency room for weeks.
Men are 4 times more drunk driving. 4 times more drunk driving related accidents than women. Drunk male drivers cause 80% of the drunk driving fatalities documented. Holy shit. 81% of people arrested for drunk driving were men, only 19% were women. How many of those women said big tits? And they, ma'am, we'll take you home. You live by yourself?
Yeah, cops have a weakness for drunk driving.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's some fucking hilarious body cams out there. The girl's going, I'll take anything. Please don't arrest me. I'll take anything.
Yeah. What was the one where she goes, don't you want to help out a pretty woman? And he goes, well, if I see one, I'll help her out. You never saw that?
I didn't see that, but I never know how many of them are real these days.
Yeah.
Because I think these days there's a lot of people who fake police interactions and they do stuff for clout. They stage things for clout. They'll make a viral video of like a fake fight, throwing things at each other, all for clout.
I like the one with the father and the son. They always do these big, crazy physical stunts where like they destroy the living room and have a fight and they scream at each other. But it's so real. I bought it the first 2 times and I was like, oh, no, they're not fighting this often, this hard. They would still be living together.
Right.
But it's so funny.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, you can trick people today. There's a lot of fake stuff going on.
Yeah.
A lot of fake. How many war footage videos were out where people go, that's from a video game? Like, what?
Well, I guess Faces of Death, a lot of those were fake.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of them. The war footage stuff's crazy because that's how good the video games are. Mm-hmm. Those video games are so good today that you watch it, especially if you're looking at it on your phone, right? Like, especially my eyes. My eyes are not good. And I'm looking at some fucking jet getting shot down. Like, wow, that's crazy. Look how high res that is. Ooh, kudos to the camera guy. Really. And I'm like, oh, it's a video game, you fucking idiot.
Well, how much longer until, the AI nudes are so fucking real?
Oh, yeah.
And now they're making AI nude videos, not just stills.
Yeah, well, they can do AI porn for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen it, but I'm sure it exists because they can do AI scenes with human beings that are indiscernible. I mean, you cannot tell. It's gone. The Sora, the newest technology, have you seen it?
No.
Google we'll bring that one up, Jamie, of the Tokyo street. So they have this footage that is all just prompt, right? So they put in a prompt to this AI, like drone footage of Tokyo street while it's snowing. And this video is entirely fake. And it looks exactly like someone flew a drone over Tokyo. The people are moving in random manners. They're moving at different speeds. They look natural. Look at this. This is all fake, dude. This is
So it's
Yeah.
even better.
So it's even
Look,
better. This is insane. It's look how good the texture looks on the snow, like on the how it varies.
Yeah.
I mean, look, all the people, it's just wild.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is the stuff that we know about. You know, this is the stuff that for sure they have some new version of this, but they just haven't released to the public yet.
Well, and also how it's affecting the entertainment business. Like Tyler Perry just was about to build a $1 billion studio in Atlanta.
It's because
And
that,
then he saw that and canceled the plans. It's like, we don't need physical production anymore.
it was an $800 million facility that's been done. He saw Sora. That's what he saw.
Oh, okay.
And they realized, like, oh, we don't need agents. They're not going to need actors either. Which is like part of the strike was that they were trying to own the digital rights to actors. And say if they paid you your background extra, they don't want us to keep paying extras. So we'll own all their faces.
Yeah, they stand and they get shot in a green screen from like 8 different angles for a half an hour, and then they own them for life.
11 days old, it said it was hosted by OpenAI.
Jesus Christ, man. This is bananas. This is completely bananas. This is all AI generated.
Not to mention the scripts are going to be mostly AI generated.
Oh yeah, 100%. But that's the thing I'm saying about this, that when they're doing this stuff and like putting this stuff into a prompt, it's easy. It's like instantaneous.
Yeah.
And so what they were trying to do with this background, like imagine you're a background guy. You know, you just moved to Hollywood. You know, you want to get work as an actor, so you decide to take a background gig in a movie. You sign this thing up, but then you wind up becoming successful. That's how almost all actors get started. Sure, they start as background people, or work on the crew, they get auditions. That's Harrison Ford. He was a fucking carpenter, right? Now they have your likeness for the rest of your life, and they can just shove you in the movies. Hey, why's Harrison Ford in that fucking movie? Yeah. Oh, well, Harrison Ford was an extra. You know? Yeah.
So they don't need to shoot new stuff. They can use old footage.
Dude, they don't need anything anymore. They could do John Wayne movies, but really sophisticated, like Tarantino John Wayne movie. Like they could do that right now.
Yeah.
Like someone in AI using this program, maybe not now, maybe 5 months from now, can make a John Wayne Tarantino film. Like make a Western, but in the style of Quentin Tarantino with the same type of dialogue. Like that Robert Rodriguez would direct with it. Yeah. And put that together. And they can make it in the style of these. You just look at Kill Bill, look at Reservoir Dogs. Okay, we kind of know what he's into. Okay. Bam. And it's moody, it's dark, there's rain dripping from the ceiling. You're looking at the gun before he shoots the guy. The pupils dilate, the pores. The guy's got a pockmarked face from acne scars. I mean, they can do everything, man. It looks like a real movie. And a movie is a little easier to do than video, I would think, because in a movie you make the background blur, right? Yeah. That's a weird thing. Like we like films where it doesn't look real. We like a film where when you're talking, everybody in the background is blurry. I don't want to see everybody in the background crystal clear. Like
I remember the first time I got a high-def TV, it threw me. I was like, this looks fake. This looks fake. Yeah, everything was too much in my face. And I think Tarantino still shoots on film.
Yeah,
I think his films are all on film.
I think the problem with video is it's too good. Yeah, it's too good.
Right.
Like soap operas. Like, don't they shoot those on film or on video? They shoot them on video. It's probably cheaper.
I'm sure it's video because the editing is so much easier. When you edit film, you have to convert it and then edit it and then you have to convert it back again.
Oof.
And so when like I've written on TV shows that were filmed, and first of all, you can't do as many takes in a row because you have to change the reels on the cameras.
Yeah.
So you get to get it, 2 or 3 takes, and you got to stop down for 5 minutes and reload.
I'm pretty sure news radio is great.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
Yeah, 90%. And I think Fear Factor's not.
Usually multi-camera is when you're in a studio like Everybody Was Raining or something like that.
Right.
That's usually shot digitally.
I think they tried to do it digital, like one episode. Maybe I'm remembering. Maybe it was something else I did. that I remember they were trying to make this transition, but people didn't like the way it looked. There was a video, an advertisement the other day with Tom Cruise and someone else, and they were talking about the settings on your television. That if you have the settings in your television set from the factory incorrectly, it can make these brilliant films look too much like video because of whatever funky, shit they're doing to make the film, the television look clearer and crisper, which is great in most things, but it's not great when you're watching a film that's been sort of designed to get you to focus on specific things and have the background more blurry.
Right.
Like, I remember the first time I saw one of the Star Wars films, like Return of the Jedi or one of them, and I saw it on a high-resolution big screen TV. I was like, this looks like dog shit. Yeah, the background was so fake. It was like so clearly like I'm painting a spaceship in the background. It looked so corny. But in the movies, it looked perfect.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I was going to shoot my special on film. I actually was talking to Kodak and get the reels, and it ended up it was going to be 3 times more expensive to shoot it on film. Oof. But think about like live at Sunset Strip, or I mean, it felt like you were in the room. You could smell it, feel it.
It's also a time capsule too, though, right?
Yeah.
But there's something about that where you're like, God, Richard Christ, when you vibe back then, look at it, look at the crowd, look at the audience. It's wild. What was it like back then? And imagine being alive back then and being sitting in that audience back then.
Right. Is there any good footage of Lenny Bruce?
There's a lot of black and white stuff.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, there's a lot of unfortunate footage. That was him when he was kind of going crazy at the end of his life. He was just reading from transcripts of his trial. Yeah, those.
Yeah, that's bad.
They're weird. Yeah, they're weird.
Yeah,
because people don't know what they're listening to. Like, why am I listening to this? He became obsessed with his trial. Trials. They were putting that guy in jail for doing something we do every night, which is really crazy. Yeah, really crazy.
Yeah.
Here's
there we
something.
go.
1965.
I'm up your don't you see? I've convinced you. That is so dramatic about it. You better roll along, okay? Actually, I'm going to get a whole bunch of new suits. Yeah, I got the same drum suit for 10 years. Yours, you can't even breathe. That's why I got a whole bunch of suits. I get a chick that likes to hang out. I'll get a little vodka party. That's mine. Vodka party, bring it up, roll it up. I get a chick like to drink. With my wife, sure you still look good standing up against this thing. She's a lover. I really put her down. No, I really miss her. I don't want some sharp chick that can cook pirouette and walk with boys. I just want to hear my lady say, get up and fix this thing. They're still making noise. All alone. Like a near-sighted dog with the bone.
This isn't probably the best example. I don't know why you picked that, but the oldest version of him.
I like that fucking suit.
Yeah. That is a sharp suit.
That is. And all that
You
shit.
know what's great? The Dustin Hoffman film where he plays him.
Yeah.
He did a fucking phenomenal job. He
Yeah.
did a fucking phenomenal job. Dustin Hoffman nailed it. He nailed it.
It's tough to play a comedian when you're not a comedian. There's something you can't put your finger on about the rhythm of it.
Well, they're faking.
Well, you know who's not bad? Have you seen that show Hacks?
No.
Jean Smart. She's fucking good.
Yeah.
She's a great actress, but she pulls it off.
Well, the lady did Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Oh yeah.
She pulled it.
Yeah.
She pulled it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was Joan Rivers based on, basically, right?
I don't know.
It seems like it's the same
Seems a
time.
little. I think maybe an influence, but I think it's a pretty unique fictional story of someone who's friends with Lenny Bruce.
Hacks is definitely based on Joan Rivers.
Oh, really?
Because she has a whole QVC line and it's a lot of different stuff. But then the woman that plays, she's got like this writer who's like she writes for her and goes on the road with her, played by Lorraine Newman's daughter. Oh, wow. I can't remember her name, but she's fucking great.
You know what the best conspiracy theory about Joan Rivers is?
What?
That she was killed because she outed Michelle Obama for being a man. Midge Maisel from Marvelous Mrs. Maisel was inspired by real-life comedian Joan Rivers, sharing similarities in their upbringing, education, and performing at the Gaslight Cafe in New York. She nails it, though.
Yeah.
Rachel Brosnahan, is that how you say her name?
She's so
She nails it.
She's
Nails
won,
it.
I think she's won at least 2 Emmys for that show.
Yeah, she nails it. The first season and the second season are amazing.
Yeah.
I trailed off in the third
I
season.
bailed off in the 3rd season
Yeah.
also. You know what it got? It got very sticky. It
Yeah.
got very Jewish sounding. Like,
Well, it's also
almost like a Neil Simon play.
I want to see the struggle in her trying to make it, because it's kind of crazy that this housewife decides to become a comedian.
Yeah.
She's actually really talented and kind of wild and crazy. But then once she starts making them,
Yeah.
because now you're in nonsense land.
Right,
And
right.
Now she's going to be glamorous. She's doing USO tours. Like,
Yeah. You know who's great in that show is Kevin Pollak.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's
He's one of those guys that just like,
he could do
for a
anything.
lot of, you ever see his IMDb page? Hundreds of roles.
Oh, yeah. He's played bad guys, good guys.
Yeah.
It's a good comic, too.
Yes.
Yeah, it's hard for people to pull off because you got to really be doing it. Because if you're not really doing it, I know you're not really doing it. Like, if it's not really making the audience laugh, like, even if you had to do your act and there was a crowd of people that were paid to laugh at your act. So you have to do your act. They see you do it over and over and over again. Take 5. And they have to, ha, 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 ha. I'm going to know you're not connecting with them. I'm going to know they're not connecting with you. You're never really going to be able to do that in a movie unless the guy actually does stand up.
Yeah.
Like if Louis C.K. was going to do a movie about a comic, and he would have to like do stand up. And he used to do that in Louis, right?
Yeah.
In Louis, at the beginning of the show, he would do a stand up. Well, he actually did the stand up. That was actual real stand up.
I think Seinfeld too did
Yeah.
that. He got real audiences.
The only way to do it, if you have a movie and you have a bunch of people that are being paid to sit and be audience members, like the whole dynamic is fucked.
Yeah.
It's never going to be real. It has to be. You have to just bring in crowds. Just bring in a bunch of crowds. Like have a comic do it and film it at a theater, film 4 shows. It's the only way you can do it. You have to actually do it this way.
And you might have to swap out the crowds because you're doing multiple takes. And just bring in a new one after 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, instead of doing multiple takes, what we would do is we just film all the stand-up and then splice it into the show or the movie. That's what you would do.
Yeah, right.
That's the only way to do it and make it real.
Tom, remember, what was Tom Hanks?
Punchline. Terrible. That's how he feels.
They had lockers at the comedy club. Everybody had their own
Yeah, I
locker.
remember they were like, you and I had just started back then.
Yeah.
Because that was like when that was going on. I remember thinking, God, the difference between real life and these fucking movies is so crazy. But it was also when they were doing stand-up, it wasn't funny. It wasn't real. There was nothing. It wasn't locked in. You know?
No, and he hadn't. And it's always that same storyline every con, which like there's an element of truth to it, but like they're starting out, they've got a shtick, and then suddenly an older person pulls my, but hey man, you gotta just be yourself. You gotta use your own voice. And then all of a sudden they go up with no script, but they just are themselves. I mean, they did it Maisel, but it's true. I mean, it is true to a certain extent, but they
But
just
she
hit
had
it so hard.
material.
Yeah,
She had a lot of shit that she was on her
she had
mind.
stories.
Yeah, she wanted to tell those stories.
Yeah.
That she felt were hilarious.
Yeah.
That was a little different. The punchline was just nuts.
Oh my God. But although I heard a story, you remember Lucian Holt from the comic strip?
Look at the wall.
Right there. Oh, that's Taylor something. He was super talented.
Yeah, he was a super nice guy too.
Yeah.
What was his last name? He died a few years back.
Yeah. Negron?
That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Funny dude.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
nice guy. Came up to me in the improv. Cool conversation.
But Lucian Holt brought me to his apartment, and Lucian Holt, by the way, I mean, some people he have mixed feelings because anytime you're a club booker, you're gonna have a certain number of people that just are not a fan because they didn't get past. But Lucian was an amazing guy. He was a curator of Eddie Murphy, of Chris Rock. Like he was the guy that brought people through the strip. Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
And he brought me to his apartment one time, and he had wall-to-wall videos. This is back when everything was half-inch, VHS tapes. Walls of everybody's first times.
Wow.
And so he showed me when Tom Hanks came in for Punchline, he only did stand-up for like 3 nights. And he came into the strip and he did it. And I got to be honest, like he came in and he had some written material, and he fucking did good. And then someone heckled and he like annihilated them, and then got back into the material. I was like, fuck this guy.
This is him.
Oh, is that the tape?
1987.
Yeah.
Win the competition by it's the most exciting thing that a movie of arm wrestling. You can bet this bald guy is going to get the whole over like this at some point.
First time.
Pretty fucking good. Pretty fucking good.
With the pauses.
Yeah. Timing.
Flashback scene was doing something. He's not the over the top.
See, they should use that in the movie.
Exactly.
So that was
make it
good.
look grainy.
But no. It doesn't have to be grainy.
Yeah.
But that film actually doing stand-up.
Yeah.
That's what she's done.
Yeah.
So it's not that he sucked, because right there he just did it. When he was at Flip the Top, nobody does what he was. It's amazing how many people give him a Calibri lighter and just.
Well, it's like man shoveling fire.
So if they used that, I would have bought that movie. That would have been a much better movie. How did they not know that?
Yeah.
If you're doing a film on stand-up, and you're going to have comics, you could just have them doing stand-up.
Yep.
Actually do stand-up. Just get a comedy club. You say, Tom Hanks is going to perform. It's going to sell out. And you say, oh, and ladies and gentlemen, you guys are going to be in a movie. Please do not heckle, and have a great show.
Right.
This is amazing. You'd be extra excited, all happy. It'd be great. It would have been a great movie. Yeah, but maybe, Sally feels the jokes are terrible in that movie. I'd see her side.
You know
Did she
who
do
all
some
the
jokes?
Barry Silver.
Did you do it on purpose? He bad.
No, I think they gave him like 5
Inside
minutes.
joke.
I don't know. But Barry Silver, he used to kill it.
Oh yeah. When I first started coming to the store, he was one of the big names.
Yeah. He was on MTV a lot.
I remember that was the guy from Punch-Out, but it was quite a while afterwards, right? So this was like '94, and that movie was like '88, and he was still kind of doing that same kind of character. That was a weird thing about the store in '94. It's like, you know, when a wave gets ashore and then pulls back, you see like driftwood and shit just gets stuck on the beach. That was the store in '94.
Yeah.
Because Guinness was this wave. And Kinnison and that movie was this wave that washed over comedy in Hollywood. And then Kinnison left the store, and then Kinnison died in a car accident. And then I came to the store like 2 years later, and it was like beechwood. You know, it's like fucking driftwood, bottle caps and shit. It's like there was a lot of guys there that should have not been doing stand-up anymore. They had been doing the same act 30 years. It was weird. Bodaks. Like, I was like, this is the comedy store? Like, this is weird. And there was 18 people in the crowd. And then, like, Don Herrera would go up, or someone legit would show up, or Damon Wayans would show up. And you go, there's some good guys here. There's some good guys here. But it was, when Kinnison was packed, because there was, like, this vibrant energy to comedy in Hollywood. And I missed that wave. God, I wish I could have seen it.
Imagine Robin Williams popping in.
Nuts. I hope it was doing it too.
Yeah, he was in the crowd one night. I was at the Comedy Cellar, and he was in the crowd. Just sitting, for some reason. He was drunk. He was like, he had had a lapse, and he started heckling me, but like in a playful way. Like he wanted to, like, improv, fuck around. Yeah. So I did. I played with him. I don't know where I got it in me, but I was like shitting on him for being Mork from Mork, and he was laughing. He didn't jump up on the stage, which would have been fucking sweet. But and then he hung out after. I met him a few times. Fucking sweetest guy in the world, and not at all how he is on stage. Like very sweet, very calm, minimal, calm, very much like interested in you, like asking you questions.
I met him once at the Improv, and I didn't know I was talking to him until like a couple minutes into our conversation.
Oh shit!
So I did a show at the Improv, and then afterwards I was taking pictures. So I was in the front bar, and there was a line of people just taking pictures, saying hi to people. And this guy comes up and he said, that was really wonderful. I really loved this one bit. He's talking to me about this bit. He's like, that bit. It's like, God, the courage to say that. And I'm like, this is Robin Williams. And he's got a big white beard and a hat on. And I didn't realize it. Well, thank you, man. I go, I really appreciate it. Thank you for coming. It was like, I was like, wow. It was cool. But it was like, this is the craziest thing. He didn't introduce himself. I'm Robin Williams. He waited in line. Nobody noticed that he's in line because he had this big beard and glasses and a hat on. So he took me like, I was like, oh shit. Super nice guy. I wish there wasn't that joke stealing thing connected with him, but I think it was kind of crazy.
I don't think he remembered what he was doing. I think it was just like, it was sticky. Jokes were sticky to him. And then they came up because it was improvised. And I read this article.
That's a nice, that's a hopeful way. You hope he didn't know who was doing it.
He used to steal so much from Rick Overton that he would just call his manager and be like, he did it again, and they just cut him a check. But it was like, money doesn't cover it. That's your tool belt. That's somebody else.
It could be the difference between making it and not making it, right? You can have one bit. Like sometimes for a comic, it's one bit you base an entire career on. Yeah. You have this one bit, and this bit shows you that with the proper focus and the subject, where you're really connected to it, you can come up with a bang. Mm-hmm. So I can and you can headline and close with that. And some guy just does that on TV. They are just hamstring your act. Like you don't have a closer anymore, and maybe you base other stuff on that bit. Like maybe it's like you point to it at previous times, so that the end part it's even funnier because it's kind of a callback. Like, yeah. And I've seen it happen, guys, where their career just tanked.
You remember Larry Miller's closing bit on the 10 stages, or how many stages of being drunk? He closed with that shit for years, and people demanded it because it was just it was an act out. So you didn't get sick of seeing it. Right. And he honed it over the year. I mean, he's such a craftsman. He's such an exacting performer and such a precise writer. And I saw some guy doing that bit, and I was like, dude. I mean, I hate to bring him from Mencia, but like, it was like that thing with Cosby, with the football thing. Like, dude, that's like exact.
Oh yeah, it's a great bit.
Yeah.
But I think people did things before they understood the internet because they didn't understand that there's going to be real consequences. It's not just some people talking about things. It's a video that shows the bit by Cosby and your bit back to back.
Yeah.
There's a thing that happened because of the internet where it wasn't a rumor anymore. It was like you could just see it right in front of your face and go, oh, there's no way.
Well, especially when it's more than one hit.
Yeah.
Put a compilation together.
Sure. Wow. There's a thing that happens with those guys where you see there's a stark contrast between the material they steal and the material they write themselves. Mm-hmm. Like the material they write themselves, this doesn't make any sense. Mm-hmm. It's like they're doing a caricature of the guy who's killing with the jokes with that same attitude. But now you have nothing connected to it, but you have all this confidence. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't make any sense. And when they get caught, then they have to do their own stuff. And it's a fucking drop off a cliff. Yeah, it's a drop off a cliff. The difference between the early stuff where they weren't stealing or they were stealing, and the later stuff where they have to write their own stuff.
Well, also when you get guys that aren't just taking, and not just guys, I mean, obviously, who aren't just taking the jokes, but they're taking the persona. Like, how many guys did we see being Bill Hicks back in the day?
Well, there was a sign in the green room of the punchline in Atlanta. Quit trying to be Hicks.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Somebody the back green room of the punchline in Atlanta, in Atlanta, was awesome because there was a bunch of people that signed the wall. You know, the walls were all signed. It was like, wow, I got a picture and this big sign. Somebody wrote, "Quit trying to be Hicks." Yeah.
That was a great club.
Oh, perfect club.
Perfect old wooden club.
Perfect club.
And it had, they must have done comedy 30 years there.
Oh, yeah.
They moved to a funny because it's not as big of a place and it's connected to like a diner, but it's still kind of got the magic of the old Punchline. Yeah, Atlanta crowds. We did a nice theater in Atlanta one time.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, that was fun.
That was fun as shit.
Yeah, Atlanta's great. It's a great comedy place.
Yeah.
It's it sucks to have to lose that original spot though. That original spot was
I know.
perfectly designed.
I think it was literally crumbling by the end.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, the building was falling apart.
Yeah. And it's just like, there's something about old clubs where you really can feel the history.
Oh yeah, like Amy's in Nashville.
Yeah. Punchline.
Yeah.
Denver Comedy Works. I'm there next week.
Yeah, you feel it in the walls.
Yeah.
It's like so many people laughed there. So many people have had good times there. It's like burned into the building.
And also, I think the staff, you can tell a great club because you go back year after year and it's the same staff.
Yeah.
You know, you got people that, it's a waitress that she's been working there 20 years, but she's got a day job, but she's like, fuck that. I'm still coming in on Friday nights because these are my friends,
Right.
and I get to see all the comics that I've loved over the years.
Yeah.
And, all those clubs. And then you go to some of these bigger clubs where they're like a chain and turnover is fast.
Yeah. There's a big difference.
Yeah.
It's also, it's like, a regular job at a restaurant or something like that.
Yeah.
Boring.
Yep.
Not boring. When rather go see comedy, have fun, laugh, everybody's drinking. It's a festive environment.
Yeah.
Even if you're not like listening to the comics, if someone's killing you in the room, someone's killing, it feels good.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got some good energy.
I know. And it's also, my niece moved up to San Diego and I got her a job as a waitress at the Comedy Store in La Jolla.
Oh, wow.
And so she hit the ground running because, like, you don't know people, and all of a sudden she's working with a staff of people. They're all fun as shit, and they work together, and then they all go out for drinks afterwards. And now she's got a real job, but she's still working there 1 or 2 nights a week.
That Comedy Store on the Way is another one. It's classic, classic. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, I know. People have done specials there.
Well, I think the store is actually setting out to do a bunch of specials down there. They've got some good people that they've kind of hired to do a production wing of the store.
It's a perfect room.
Yeah,
perfect room. Yeah, it's actually even better than the OR because there's less people going in and there's less noise. Like the OR is a problem with that hallway. That hallway sucks.
And it's also not LA, so
Right.
you've got a little bit of a better cross section.
Yeah, more fun.
Yeah,
less pretense. Yeah, and that's a problem with LA. Everybody, the audience wants to be on stage.
Yeah.
If even if they're not fun, they wish they were, or they could have been. Maybe that could have been me.
Yeah.
Where it's not like this is Mike. Mike has a fucking runs a John Deere factory. Yeah. Everybody's for the weekend and laugh. That's a normal guy.
Yeah.
Just a human.
Yeah.
Everybody wants like that whole town is at least poisoned by people that want to be famous.
Mm-hmm.
There's at least some aspect of it. The radiation from that Chernobyl is in everything that everybody does. There's a certain percentage of bullshit that exists in normal conversations in Hollywood that just doesn't exist in the rest of the country.
No, I was just in New York last week, and all anybody talks about in New York is they talk about politics in a smart way. They talk about culture. They talk about writers, and then they go back to LA. They just all talk about show. Like even your doctor wants to talk about his famous clients. And he's got headshots on his wall. It's like you're a fucking doctor.
Yeah.
I don't care that Leonard Nimoy used to come here. He's dead. You failed.
All headshots. All over the wall.
Yeah.
It's so strange.
My shrink said to me one time, he goes, I was telling him about how I was down. I don't remember this, but I used to do Stern a lot. And Stern, I asked him to write the forward to my book. And do you remember this story? Yeah, so he basically ran me through the mill. And it was a radio bit, it wasn't mean-spirited, but
it was a little mean-spirited.
Well, it came off way worse than the reality of it was. Because well, so I asked him to write the forward to my book, and then he said on the air, there's a million things I'd rather do than sit down and write this story. And I think that the intent was he didn't want people coming to him and asking him to do things like this. He'd be doing it all the time. So I asked him to do it, and he just starts busting my balls and calling me at home and saying, I don't want to do this. And blah, blah. So I go to my shrink, and I'm talking about diet depression. But that's it for a second. And he says to me, he goes, it's so weird. I go, shit, you never fucking tell me. He goes, I have a patient who came in, and he said he's having a hard time with it. And I said, what's going on? And he goes, well, my boss at work is a douche. My wife keeps telling me that I'm, emotional enough. And then there's this guy named Greg Simmons on the Howard Stern show. And I just, it's just, and I go, tell me that.
Oh my God, he shouldn't have told you that. And now you're walking through the streets thinking everybody stares at you.
Yeah.
Like, fucking loser.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the problem with having that kind of a
Uh-huh. But I'm better now. My depression has never been better.
What'd you do different?
I got way more disciplined about working out. You probably see it. Yeah. I have guns. I'm doing yoga. I'm doing.
Well, they say that is 1.25 times more effective than SSRIs.
Yeah.
Regular exercise.
Yeah. Regular exercise and meditate. Just meditated before I came here every day.
I think that's 90% of what's wrong with people. I know that is such a meathead perspective, but I think everybody should do something physical. I think we have requirements. I know you don't want to do it, but I think we have requirements. Just like you have to brush your teeth, just like you have to eat food, just like you have to take vitamins. I think we have requirements. I think you have requirements to move or it fucks with your head.
And gym class used to be intense at school. You used to have a fucking locker and shower after third period because they just make you run like an army obstacle course and do push-ups and jumping jacks.
Play dodgeball.
Yeah, yeah.
We grew up with dodgeball, which was crazy. You were whipping balls into people's faces.
Yeah, it was racing.
Yeah, dude. And you're chasing people with the ball, and you kick some kid who fucking stumbles. He's getting it right in the face. Right? That game
And it was
nuts.
the girls.
Yeah. Horrible. Yeah. You see the big red welt on the side of the leg. Yeah. Pale skin. It was horrible. It was horrible.
We got varicose veins on her neck to this day.
Yeah, there's some people that were really good at throwing that fucking dodgeball. Yeah, that shit was terrifying.
Those kids with the long arms.
And they got rid of that.
Yeah.
They got rid of that.
But dude, we used to run laps.
Oh,
We used
yeah.
to fucking run laps.
Sure.
And then you felt good. You went back to
Yeah.
class. I taught my kids, their gym classes were shit. They didn't have to do anything.
The hardest thing I ever did when I was a kid was wrestling. I did 1 year of wrestling. And it was, I couldn't do both that and Taekwondo at the same time. It was just too much. And I had to make a decision. And so I picked Taekwondo, mostly for the team. Yeah. It was way easier. The training for wrestling was so hard that I would, in school, my brain was like half on. I was just thinking, oh my God, we're going to have to run stairs tonight.
Right.
Oh my God, we're going to have to do live drills. And firemen's carry each other up the fucking stadium stairs.
There's no tougher training than wrestling. But my son, he was having trouble when he was in preschool. He was biting kids. He was like crazy. And so the teacher said, there's this place called Marina Taekwondo in Venice. Great program for kids. So he started in preschool, and he went all the way through 8th grade. He got his black belt, his junior black belt, and it changed him. Nothing changed it. He became disciplined. He calmed him down. He used to go like 3 or 4 days a week.
Yeah, I think it sounds crazy, but I think it's a requirement for kids to do something physical, and really it would help if you did something scary, like a martial art. It is good for developing your brain and developing your ability to do difficult things.
But when he got his black, I don't know if they always do this, but when he got his black belt, he had to do, certain, what do they call katas? Is that the?
It depends on katas in Japanese. Right?
Yeah, he did his katas, and then he had to break some boards, and then he had to do whatever, and then he had to fight 2 black belts, like at the same time, and he had to go like 3 rounds at the same time. They fucking sicked him on him, and Mr. Jones, Keith Jones, shout out. And it was tough, and they came in, and he started crying, and Mr. Jones sat him down, and he goes, "You need to get back in there, you can finish this." Went in, wiped his tears, finished, and he was black belt.
Wow.
Yeah.
How old was it?
We started in kindergarten, so this would have been in like, I don't know, 6th or 7th grade.
That's kind of crazy. The kid, like,
Yeah.
Real kids.
Yeah.
That's not real.
Yeah.
You know, it's like different schools have different requirements and different belief systems when it comes to that. But somewhere along the line, that's where the term dojo comes from. Somewhere along the line, they developed these strip mall karate places that would they would graduate children all the way up to black belt, and they would also they made it real easy for you to do it where you didn't spar, and they started doing a bunch of stuff to make it less realistic but less attrition, so less people quit, so they make more money. And so, like, some of these schools would have hundreds and hundreds of students. They could make it bank. And then there was a place called Fred Villari's when I was living in Boston. And Fred Villari's was a karate. It was a chain. They were all over the place. But the people that came out of there, if they had to fight, they'd be maybe some of them would be good, but it's not the best place to learn. It's a big dojo.
Yeah.
You know, they taught you karate, but
Yeah.
you gotta do it. You gotta do it in a fucking real place with real safety.
Yeah.
It's the only way you're gonna be good. Right. You gotta get to a real scary place where there's a bunch of people and they're fucking sweating and kicking the bag, and you gotta. That's where you gotta go.
But I do think there is something to giving a kid a goal,
Yes.
like you're going to get your blue belt.
Yeah.
Train.
Get your junior black belts on it. Yeah. As long as you own it, junior black. Yeah. It's like you're not a man. You don't really have the ability to hurt people. You know, most people don't really have the ability to hurt people until they're like 15, 16, 17. Then you can really hurt people. And it comes quick. It goes from you being a boy, right? When you are 12 years old, you are a boy. When I was 15, I was fighting men. So from 12 to 15. Yeah. So when I was 15, my instructor was crazy. And he would put you in, like you were young teenagers. He would put you in tournaments, in men's tournaments, 18 and over. Yeah. Just say you're 18. And they just put you right in there. It was like, oh my God. It was terrifying. Terrifying. So you go from not being able to hurt people to knocking grown men unconscious in a short period of time. It was the first time I knocked a grown man unconscious. I was 16 years old. I head kicked this dude, knocked him unconscious, and I was like, "This is crazy."
Was that
He
illegal?
was snoring. Yes, 100%. Yeah, it was full contact. He was snoring, and I was like, "This is nuts." And I was 16. Yeah, I was like, "This is crazy." So that's like a real black. I was a black belt when I was 17. But it was a real black belt. I was fighting black belts. I can hurt you. You can't really hurt anybody when you're 12.
Yeah.
That's what's so nuts. In 5 years, you become a fucking machine. In 5 years. 5 years ago, I've been here for 4 years. I've been living here for 4 years. Nothing's changed. I'm exactly the same person. But from 12 to 17, you're a different fucking human being.
Yeah. And also when the fear of being physically hurt is
Yes.
driving you to push yourself to be better.
Yes.
That's real.
Yes. Yeah, well, it's also, you don't have responsibilities, you have nothing to do, you have hormones for the first time in your life. So you have all this fucking energy and this fucking and your whole day you can just dedicate to this crazy thing and go around kicking people and learning something and getting better at something where everybody else is just listening to Led Zeppelin, smoking cigarettes, trying to figure out if they're going to go to college. You're out there doing something nuts.
Yeah, my nephew Rowan, he grew up in South Africa, and he was like, had every letter, ADHD, or whatever. He had it all, and he was the number one most. He kept the record at school for the most detentions. They kept track, and they gave him an award. And then he found rugby when he was like 14. He started doing rugby hard. He's a big, thick kid, and he became an animal, and it straightened him out. Right now he's at Columbia University. He was in the Navy. He went up for the Green Berets. The Navy SEALs.
Have you seen?
He just missed it. He made it all the way to Hell Week and then got dropped from the program.
That's crazy.
But because he was in the Navy, they gave him a full ride to Columbia. They pay him to go to school at Columbia on, I guess it's the GI Bill. Is that what they call it?
Probably.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think putting a kid who's got some, because you get angry when you have all these learning disabilities, you get very angry.
Oh, yeah.
You know, because you're not fitting in, you're not doing as well, you're trying your hardest, and you're coming up short. You get fucking angry, and you need something to focus that on.
I think all kids need something to focus.
Yeah.
They just need something. It's too easy to just be lazy. Because you're not doing anything. You're not getting excited. You do stuff. Like, how many kids were depressed in the 1920s? They were only depressed because they were starving. They were running around.
I think the whole country was depressed.
That exactly.
Yeah.
Let's go with the teens. Well, the 30s was the Depression, right? So the Roaring 20s was before the Depression. Everything was going pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. But they were ruthless.
Yeah.
What we call bullying was like normal life. It's everybody was fucking horrible to each other.
But because they were recent immigrants, they were fighting for turf, they were fighting for jobs. The Irish and the Italians were fucking fighting each other.
Food.
Yeah.
Yeah, we weren't exactly sure they were going to get food.
And they had 11 brothers and sisters. So they were fighting at home before they even left the house.
Yeah, and good luck getting something that has a vitamin in it in the winter. Everybody's malnourished. They were horribly malnourished. If you lived in the city in the 1920s and it was fucking 30 below zero out, there's nothing coming in or out. You ain't getting no tomatoes. Like, where are those coming from? You gonna get a horse to drag those from New Jersey? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
There's no food here.
Cabbage. That was the only best.
You got canned food. You ate canned food for 6 months. Back to before shipping, just think how nuts it must have been to live in a city before there were any trucks.
Yeah. You had the Iceman. Every couple of days, an Iceman would come to your house and put it in your box.
That's what the ice house in Pasadena was.
Oh, no shit.
Yes. Before the Ice House was a rock and roll. I think it was briefly a rock and roll club, then became a comedy club. It is the oldest running comedy club in the country.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, the Ice House is the oldest. And the Ice House, before it was any of those things, was a place that would store giant blocks of ice. So you go and get a chunk of ice. They would take some ice from fucking Greenland or some shit.
They weren't even making it.
How did they even keep that thing cool? And they got it to America. They chunks of ice, and they get it to the cities. You can get it in July. They give you a chunk of ice. How?
The Iceman
And
coming.
how much loss did they have in ice? Like, how big does ice have to be when you start?
And how heavy is that shit?
Oh my god! If you had a truck filled with ice, okay, like what year did they start bringing ice around? Let's find out.
Yeah.
Like, what year did that become a thing? Because it wasn't a thing. Like, during the Pioneers days, there was an ice truck that would show up. There's no ice. When those people were trying to make their way across the country, no ice.
I'm going to guess 1890.
I think it's got to be after trucks. I think it has to be. Because you got to get it around. You can't just put it on a train.
When did the truck start?
I'm watching Peaky Blinders, and as the years go on, their cars get better. Yeah, it's interesting, because it's kind of historically accurate in terms of the cars they were driving at the time. And it's really interesting because in the beginning they just had like a bikini top over the shit box, little fucking little rattle machine. And at the end they have like Bentleys. Yeah, and they close the door and it's luxurious inside, and But I would say trucking probably early 1900s. I want to say like 1910. So what year was the first ice delivery?
In which country?
In America. When did they start delivering ice?
Scandinavia.
So I think they brought the practice over from England because it says it started in England in the 1600s.
Right, right. But I'm saying when were they able to do it in America? Because, even if they do it in England in the 1600s, you probably get a fucking cart dragged by horses from the mountain. Like, how far away is their ice?
It sounds like they grabbed it from lakes.
In America?
It was a major part of the early economy in the United States. There's all 14 other people who transport ice and straw pack ships to the southern states and throughout the Caribbean.
Oh, so they only did it in the winter?
I guess they just get it from Canada.
I wonder how long you can keep ice. If you have like a Yeti cooler, you can keep ice for about 7 days. Yeah. It's pretty amazing.
Those might write a book about the history of ice.
Because those big, thick-ass coolers, like a Yeti cooler that we take camping, you can get, those are amazing. You can keep ice for 7, 8, 9 days, which is nuts. And if you take a Yeti and you take like a milk jug fill with water and freeze that and put a bunch of them in there, it'll stay cold forever. It'll stay cold for so long. Like a large block of ice like that.
70s, but this is just like ice extraction.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this might not be them selling ice. This is these guys are gonna die.
Yeah, they got axes on the edge of the water.
That does not seem that thick.
Take your ice and put it in an ice box. Which
Ice box used in cafes in Paris in the late 1800s.
box to store ice.
So how did they get the ice to them?
Well, this
Look
is
at the first recorded use of refrigeration technology dates back to 1775 BC in the Sumerian city of Turkwa.
which country, but this goes back further. Everyone goes all the way back to
Same time. Well, this is the same story because that's cuneiform. That's exactly the same story. It's Mesopotamia, same country. Ice pits from the 7th century BCE. Wow.
Stored snow and pits. It does that purpose.
Wow. Straw-covered pits. So they recognized that they could kind of insulate it.
Sell it at a snow shop.
Wow. Ice that formed at the bottom of the pit sold at a higher price than the snow on top. Oh, yeah, more expensive for ice.
Isn't that pissing? That's the delineating kind.
Everybody's pissing that pit. At least one.
Yeah. The French are serving up some chocolate ice cream. Did you mean this to be chocolate?
At least one guy pissed in there.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
There's not a chance in hell nobody pissed in there.
Right.
Not a chance in hell.
Do you eat snow? Like when you go out hunting in
You can eat snow. I mean, you're going to have a certain amount of pollution depending on where you are. You're eating what's in the air.
It's amazing how bad it gets in New York in the winter. How fast that shit falls, and an hour later it's gray.
Well, in New York, you have a lot of things going on. And one of the things that people don't take into consideration is brake dust. You have a lot of brake dust. So you have all these cars that are constantly doing stop and go traffic. So the brake dust in the air it's pretty significant. That shit that you get in the inside of your wheels, your car wheels, and you have to clean off that black stuff, that's brake dust. So that's spraying out from every car in the 405. So like when you're riding your bike, I'm being healthy. You're like literally breathing in brake dust. You fucking psychopath. Yeah. Just no filter, taking it right in the face.
Looks like, is it Central Park? Or something close to it. It says it was the first one in the United States, the first ice pit.
Ice pit.
What was that?
13 feet in diameter and 18 feet deep. Many tons of ice were cut from a nearby river in the winter, transported by wagon to the ice house, deposited into the ice pits. The blocks of ice fused into one giant mass. Gravel at the bottom of the pit drained water from the melting, and the thick stone walls and straw insulation minimized heat loss from the ice house above. Morris claimed he was able to preserve ice from one winter to the following October or November. Wow.
Whoa.
That's crazy. So utilizing the 54 degree constant temperature underground, people have been storing ice in caves and pits since at least the Roman times. That's pretty dope. Oh, look at this. It relied on a natural phenomenon, but also an overwhelming mass of ice, good drainage, and the super insulation of the building above the ice pit to provide refrigeration through hot Philadelphia summers. Pretty fucking dope. 16 feet deep, and they would just store ice, and that's how you get your ice.
9 months.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
People are pretty goddamn ingenious.
Mm-hmm.
You know, human beings' ingenuity figure things out. How do we keep this fucking ice when it's hot as shit out? Imagine if we can keep the ice. What do we gotta do? How about dig a hole? How cold is it down there? It seems colder down there. They're just experimenting how long you can keep ice. You just putting massive blocks of it from the river, and stacking it, and then you're gonna sell it.
All right. And people, and all these experiments, people are dying. Well, that didn't work. Everybody died.
A nice whiskey with a couple of ice cubes in the middle of July. You know, with your friends at the country club. Yeah. You know how they get this? I got a guy.
Maybe that's why they call it on the rocks, because it's surrounded by rocks.
No, I think it's ice cubes or like rocks, right?
Well, there's enough schools of thought on it.
Is it funny when you go to some restaurants, they give you a hot rock you cook yourself on?
What?
Like, ooh, exciting. You never done that?
No.
No?
A hot rock?
Yeah. They'll give you like it'll literally be a hot rock you can't touch. and then you have little strips of steak, and you
Oh,
lay
like
them
a
on the
Korean
rock.
barbecue place.
Like Wagyu, they'll do it at sushi places.
Yeah.
Where they give you a hot rock, and you put your little strips of
I love it.
beef on there, and you flip it over.
Yeah.
Isn't it exciting when you're cooking for yourself?
Yeah.
And yeah, it's super expensive. Like,
I know. And then they make you clear your own plate and go in the fucking kitchen and wash it.
But it is funny that it's exotic to cook your own food. Like, can't you do that?
Yeah, right,
Isn't
right.
this what I'm here for?
Yeah.
Why am I cooking?
I remember there was a Seinfeld episode where Kramer was pitching a pizza place where you make your own pizza. And he had a friend invest, and the guy had a restaurant and went out of business.
Korean barbecue's fun.
Yeah, I like Korean barbecue.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
But you know what you're getting into when you get there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not one dish that you have to cook for yourself. It's
Yeah.
the whole experience. That's fine. Yeah, I know what I'm getting into. If I go to a restaurant, you give me a hot rock. I'm like, here's your meat. That's the hot rock. Cook it on the rock. What the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah.
People love it. Like, oh, give it a
Can
Can I flip it now?
Yeah.
Should I read? When do I flip it?
Yeah. And then you got to go to the salad bar. I gotta walk to get my salad.
Well, that's the Zlink Steakhouses. That's the sneaky move they have. It's all you can eat. Everything's all you can eat. But the salad bar is too. So before you eat, you go to the salad bar, you eat fucking artichoke hearts, cheese, and this, and then they come by with as much meat as you possibly can eat. And then you have a card, you flip it. If it's green on top, they keep coming by with different meat. And when it's red, you tap out.
And I remember that. We went to one of those places in Vegas. It was fuck with the
Go get a shot.
Yeah.
Because you start eating. Like, you don't have to wait for the food.
The worst when you're really hungry and you're in a slow restaurant, you're like, oh my god, this is killing.
Yeah. But if you go to a place like Fogo de Chao, that food's coming right at you.
Yeah.
You could be stuffed in 10 minutes.
All
10
different
minutes.
cuts. Yeah. That's when you got to take a little walk.
Yeah. I've never seen anybody go hard over an Ari at Fogo de Chao. It is insane how much you can steal.
Yeah.
Insane. And I go, why? He goes, it's Justin, free food. I go, are you serious? He goes, yeah, that's all I can eat. Like, just keep eating. I go, you kidding? He's like, no, I'm not kidding. I can keep eating. Does it cost me more money?
That's awesome.
He's so funny with it. But he's like, he's shameless.
Yeah.
Shameless. With lamb chops?
Yeah.
I thought I could keep up with him. I could not keep up with him.
I was in South Africa one time, and we were at a game park called Pilanesberg or something, and they had a restaurant next to the game park, and you would go there, and I remember it was called Carnivore, and you go in, and they come over with skewers, but it was like, you want some giraffe, you want some hippo, you want some buck, everything. You tried everything.
What giraffe? Giraffe's kind of fun. Because they seem to not want to fuck with anybody. They're cool. You could eat, or your baby can feed them at the zoo. You know?
Yeah.
It's the only animal at the zoo.
Yeah.
It's a giant fucking animal. It's 50 feet tall. And your 2-year-old baby
Yeah.
can give it lettuce. And the little tongue comes out and wraps around and takes the lettuce. And no one's worried about the giraffe doing anything harmful. That's a weird one to do. Like, if I could avoid eating a giraffe, I would like to.
Yeah. And how are they not dead? I mean, how do they protect themselves?
Well, they stomp things, first of all, because they're like a wild horse. It's like a giant antelope thing. Like, what species is a giraffe? Like, technically, what is it? Is it an antelope? What is it? You know, like a moose is in the deer family. Okay. Moose is the largest of the deer family. It's like elk is in the deer family. Giraffe is a large African hoofed mammal belonging to the Giraffa, genus Giraffa, the tallest living terrestrial animal and the largest ruminant on Earth. Traditionally, giraffes have been thought of as one species, Giraffa camelopardalis. Camel, 9 subspecies. So is a camel related to? It is, right? That's what I remember. I think it is related. Is a camel related? Just said as put it as a camel related to a giraffe. What do you think? I think they're probably are.
Yeah.
Okay, Giraffa camelopardalis, Camelopardalis camelopardalis. Camelopardalis. Oh, fuck that last word. How does that one go? Giraffes get part of their Latin name, Camelopardalis, from the long camel-like necks and leopard-like spots, but they are more closely related to okapi's rather than camels or leopards. And so they're not related to camels? Oh, we do have fucking things. Oh, we've seen those before. It looks like a zebra. It's fuck a deer or something, doesn't it? Like,
It's like the bottom half is one animal and the top half is another animal.
beautiful.
I don't know how you
Forest
mix.
giraffe.
How do you mix with a giraffe? Because how do you fuck it?
Well,
If you're
another
another
giraffe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why they don't mix with
Giraffe do the
anybody.
fucking.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody fucks the giraffe. The giraffe has to do fucking decide it's
Yeah.
going to get down there.
That's right.
Yeah, trees like the acacia tree, when giraffes eat them, all the trees that are downwind recognize that a tree upwind is being eaten by giraffes, and so it changes its flavor profile. It starts releasing these phytochemicals that makes it taste like shit.
No shit.
Yeah.
There's an antelope species living relative to giraffe.
Okay, so there's an antelope species. And the weirdest antelope is the one we have in America. We have a Jurassic animal in America, the pronghorn antelope. It's not like any animal in North America. It's literally an animal that was a part of the giant group of animals that lived in North America like 65,000 years ago, but it's one of the rare ones that's still here because it evolved to get away from the North American cheetah. Yeah, so it runs way faster than anything. Nothing can catch those things. You ever seen them? Yeah. Pronghorns? They're cool as shit. Okay. But when you see them, yeah, that's not a good picture though. You want like a picture of the males. Just pull up a pronghorn antelope. The males have these crazy horns and these eyes that can see like probably almost to the entire back of like behind their ears. They have a crazy range of vision. Yeah, it's like a deer size. I've seen them in the wild. They're really cool looking. I've seen them in Utah. Really cool looking. But when you see them run, you realize like, oh, this is not from around here. They run so much faster than anything else. So like mountain lions, coyotes, good luck, bitch. You're not catching that guy. That guy's fucking insanely fast. See if you can find a video of one running. So it says born to race cheetahs. So there was like 65% of North American megafauna was killed off somewhere around 10,000 years ago. And these motherfuckers made it. But they're a part of that old group that included like the North American lion, North American cheetahs. There's a bunch of crazy shit that was here just, 15,000 years ago. Yeah, right. Crazy shit. Dude. There was a lion that lived here that's bigger than the African lion. Like the biggest lion ever was in North America.
Oh shit.
Yeah, there's a crazy big lion.
Wow. That's
Which
pretty
makes
wild.
sense though, right? If you think about all the buffalo, there'd probably be a cat big enough to kill that thing. Yeah. Some giant ass lion. Right. Way bigger than the African lions. Yeah.
I just saw a video on the internet of sloths having sex.
Oh really?
It was as exciting as you would think. It was like, first of all, like the mating call, like the female was like a mile away, and it was like this little note, and he just perks up. He goes racing down the tree, which takes like a day, and then he has to go through these like croc-infested waters, and he just keeps hearing the noise, he keeps going, and he gets to the other side, and he climbs up the tree. There's another male. They like go to battle. There's like a sloth battle with their three little claws, and then the guy gets to the top. And the female's there, and he gets on top of her, and it's just like one throat, good, done. That was the whole thing. Wow. Like, think about how horny those fuckers are. Like the average married couple. Like, what does it take to get laid? You just gotta listen to your wife for a little while. Yeah, how was your day? Yeah, and just listen, and you're in. And even then, they're like, that's just a lot to ask.
But just imagine having this strange urge to go where that sound is and not having any reference. Like the first time it happens, right? Say you're sloth, you're two, you get your first hard on, Like, this is crazy. And then you hear,
Yeah.
why do I need to go towards that sound? Like, you don't even know what you're doing. You have no idea why you're doing that. Right? If the sloth has never been laid before, it has no idea.
Yeah.
Why am I being drawn to this sound? Why is this smell? It's all just instincts.
And
That's the noise?
yeah. He's like, I'm getting some.
Is that all the sloth? Or was that one sound the sloth?
Oh,
there it is. Oh, that's pretty loud.
Yeah, you
That's
hear
a bad
that.
signal for Dick.
Yeah. And then, but the amazing thing is, like, when you think about that, what drives animals, us being animals, to do the things we do? I was thinking about this when I watched this law thing. Like, all the things that gratify us, that nature has taught us to procreate in order to, whether it's eat, your stomach hurts, and the joy of the taste of food, all these things that are built into us as animals that keep us procreating. The fucking, even like you got an itch and you take your nails and you scratch it. Well, there was probably a reason, because there used to be bugs embedded in your skin or dry skin, or like everything that we do is somehow built into rewards and punishments that are unconscious to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And are they going to be able to, can you program them into people eventually?
Yeah.
Also behavior.
Not just that, to eliminate all the things that make us human, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you want the good with the bad? Or what do you want? Like, because the only way to have the good is you got to appreciate that it's good. And how you appreciate it, because you experience bad. If you only get good, you get spoiled rich kid, and they're a nightmare. Or you get Joffrey, the king, that's what you get.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
No adversity, all the power in the world, terrible for everybody. Right? So it's like you gotta have some down. It's like it's part of the program. It's part of the program of becoming a better person. You have experience, good and evil. I think even in the world, unfortunately, we have to see evil to recognize that people are capable of evil, to really understand what kind of game are we playing here, especially when it comes to like international conflicts, especially ones that don't have any day-to-day effect on your life here in America. You support them, you don't support them, but it's not affecting you, right? But it's somewhere. If you were there, if you were in Yemen and you watched those fucking drones launch hellfire missiles into this wedding party, like, you recognize, like, there's a lot going on that's evil. There's good and there's evil, and it's real. There's this weird battle going on with human beings. And I think that battle almost has to take place to motivate people to be better.
You think that's where there's war, cyclical war?
There's no reason why it should exist today. There's no reason why, as educated as we are in history, that we should be willing as a people, as groups of people, to ever invade other places to steal their resources. There's no way we should be doing that. At this point, with the kind of communication that human beings have with each other around the world, there should be a way to reasonably communicate and share goods and ideas and compete and take part in each other's commerce. I sell to you, you sell to me, everybody gets it. Mm-hmm. This should be totally doable in 2024. The fact that it's not and that no one thinks it's ever going to be is what's terrifying about being a person. Because that's the thing that keeps you up at night. The thing, like, if one of these fucking assholes, one of these greedy cocksuckers that's under the boot of the military industrial complex decides to push it a little too far, and someone decides to shoot a nuke. And then we're in this new thing where cities just disappear. It's not just a September 11th where 2 buildings disappeared and a bunch of people died. It's a horrible tragedy. No, the whole city gone. Boom. One city down. Now, shut the fuck up or we'll bomb all your cities. Now your power doesn't work anymore. Oh no, where do you get your ice? Well, you better go back to the old ways, get a fucking ice pick, because you don't have electricity anymore. That's not hard to do. Like, someone can take out our electrical grid pretty fucking easy. And these assholes that are in charge of the world in all countries that are still playing this fucking game of maybe we'll kill you all.
Yeah, it's like a big game of chicken, and there's no like when we were kids, I don't know if that's happened in your school, but like we had drills. We had nuclear war drills. And like it was a day-to-day existential worry that people didn't sleep because of nukes. Those same fucking nukes are tenfold today in terms of the arsenals.
And way more people have it.
Way more countries have them, and there's way more. When you look at what's going on in the Middle East, like that is a fucking that is going to explode at some point, and it's going to happen fast because there's all these alliances where if one country does it, 8 others are going to do it the same day.
Peter Thiel was talking about that. That it's the ultimate dilemma when it comes to nuclear power, because nuclear power is more efficient than other power, and it's actually greener. It's probably safer for the environment, especially with the kind of nuclear reactors capable of building and designing today. But they didn't realize that if you give someone nuclear power, it's really easy to turn that into nuclear weapons. They thought it was a lot harder than it was, and they did it for India. He was saying then they realized that India got the nuclear weapon. That's okay. Okay, so now we can't just give everybody nuclear power. So you have everybody has nuclear weapons, and what if it's some fucking warlord who's on amphetamines in the middle of the Congo and he decides he's going to nuke his neighbor? Yeah, people can do crazy. Yeah, especially if they have a lot of money. You know, they're selling drugs, or they're kidnapping people, whatever they're doing. They got a lot of money, and now they have a nuclear weapon.
North Korea, man. Once North Korea has it, it's a fucking.
They have it.
Do they?
Yes, North Korea has nukes.
No shit.
Yeah,
no, they don't have the long range delivery systems.
They say they do now. Yeah. Who knows? There was a famous nuclear bomb that went off that they kind of denied in Korea a while back. What was that? They think it might have been an accident. It's hard to tell, you know, because North Korea is pretty tight with their propaganda. But I remember there some nuclear detonation was detected in the mountains. They were trying to figure out if it was on purpose or if it was an underground thing. Because they do underground nukes too, which is crazy. Yeah, just may trigger an earthquake. But let's find out. Let's just detonate a nuke a mile under the surface of the earth. Fucking psychopath.
Well, we did it in Oklahoma, and I guess it was like maybe the 50s or 60s.
Oh, yeah.
And they didn't tell people to leave the neighboring towns. And there's all these people. The cancer rates were through the roof.
Here it says, okay, comprehensive test ban treaty is going to detect the seismic activity in more than 24 stations around the world, confirming that man-made explosions have occurred near North Korea's nuclear testing sites. For example, in 2016, the CTBTO detected a 4.85 magnitude seismic event, which North Korea claimed was a hydrogen bomb test. In 2013, the CTBTO detected a 4.9 magnitude seismic event, which is about twice as large as the 2006 test. So they just keep making them more powerful.
Well, what magnitude was like Hiroshima?
Oh, look at this one. In 2024, South Korea's weather agency estimated that a nuclear weapon blast yield was between 50 and 60 kilotons based on a magnitude 5.6 detection. The South Korea's government initial estimate was 100 kilotons, and the NORSAR Seismology Center estimate was 120 kilotons. It's so crazy that I'm not a crazy person, just some fucking maniac dictator has that. Like you could take, you fuck my cousin, guess what? Yeah, I'm gonna nuke your town.
Or they want a legacy.
Hiroshima's only about 15 kilotons.
So it's 14.
Nagasaki is 25. Holy shit. Isn't it funny that Hiroshima gets all the credit, but meanwhile they got the bitch ass bomb?
That's right. One was an atomic and one was a hydrogen, right?
I don't know, is that true?
I think so. The little boy.
Is that the big one? Is that the one that was on Hiroshima? So little boy was Hiroshima and fat man was Nagasaki. Wow. Imagine you get your instructions. You're a fighter pilot, and that's what they tell you. Yeah, that's what you're gonna do today. Right. What are we doing? You're gonna be the guy. What do you mean? You're gonna be the guy that drops the bomb. Yeah. What bomb? We have a nuclear bomb. Yeah. What does that mean? Like, what does this thing do? Well, we're gonna drop it, and you're gonna get the fuck out of it.
Right. Don't look back because it'll rip your eyeballs.
The explosion.
That might be my team up.
Oh, is it? I think so. I'm sorry.
No, I'm done
I
with
thought it was
I'm
my
on to
dog.
coffee.
It's too many mics. I'm confused.
Um,
I was not seeing my mic because the microphone was like perfectly shielding it. So
Yeah.
what's going on?
there's a great series on Netflix right now about the Cold War. It's like three episodes, but it goes through, just the espionage behind it all, and how the nuclear codes got to Russia because was it the couple, the Rosenbergs, and there was a few people that basically got the information to Russia, and then once that happened, like everything fucking changed. Like after World War II, basically in World War II, we bombed Japan not because they weren't going to surrender. There was this is what this documentary talks about, that there was an end in sight, that they were crawling, they were on their knees, but Russia had sent forces into Japan as our allies to help finish the war. We didn't want them getting any of the credit, so we bombed while Japan was en route. While Russia was en route, we bombed Japan. So once we did that, Russia was like, "Oh, it's on. Fuck them. We need," and they basically just they realigned their whole military, their whole budget. Everything was about getting nukes after that happened. Those bombs didn't need to be dropped.
How complicated is that, too? Because if they don't drop those bombs, we know the bombs exist and no one's dropped them. Do you think it would have been worse if the world didn't see the horrors?
You're probably right.
Because as they keep getting better, no one's dropped bombs. Fucking do it, man. I'll be the first guy. Be the first. If Hitler had it, you don't think he would have launched it? 100%. 100%. He's cranked up on all kinds of fucking drugs. They were shooting animal hormones into him. They were experimenting.
Oh, that's right. I heard about that. Yeah.
This Norman, I've told you so many times. It's a crazy story. Yeah. He was in here explaining. Hitler had this one doctor that trusted. Yeah, didn't trust the SS doctor because there was a lot of people wanted to get rid of Hitler. There was a lot of attempts on his life. Mm-hmm. This motherfucker had one doctor that was giving all the goods. Yeah, and he was just. If you gave that guy a nuke at that time, 100% was
Of course. What wouldn't he do? What was he not capable of?
Exactly.
And I think the same thing is true of Kim Jong-un. I don't think he
was friends with Trump. Trump went over, shook his hand. They're
right.
pals.
Yeah.
Seems like you just need a friend. He's friends with Dennis Rodman. Maybe Dennis Rodman can be the official envoy. Maybe if Trump wins, Dennis Rodman becomes the official envoy, and we fucking settle things out. Smooth things over. Yeah, smooth things over. Yeah. Give the people electricity.
Dude, it's so mysterious when you hear about people that escaped from North Korea and they talk about how literally it's the thought police. You say
Jamie something. So funny that we're talking about this. I said Jamie something this morning that I saw where this guy has one of those crazy satellite dishes in his backyard, and he picks up a channel from North Korea. So it's a guy in Ontario, and I sent it to you on a text message? No way.
Steps.
But then I sent you something before that. I didn't? God, I didn't. You. What did I do this? God, I thought I sent it to you. I must have sent it to somebody else. Yes, it's Ontario man picks up North Korean television. But he'll find it because it's becoming viral now because it's really nuts. You can see the propaganda. So this guy just tunes in to this broadcast of North Korea because he's got one. Remember when people had those? They had those crazy dishes like that in their backyard. Yeah, I remember a guy like that. I thought that guy was a wizard. Look at him, he's getting TV from Ireland. He's watching snooker on the BBC. So this dude tunes in to the North Korean broadcast, like whatever it is that they broadcast from North Korea. And it's all propaganda, and Kim Jong-un is literally people fall down like he's the Beatles. Like when he shows up.
He shot a round of golf. He shot a 27
no, that was
in
his
18
dad.
holes.
That was his dad. Look how people freak out. Yeah, he shot 9 holes in one, right?
Yeah. But also, if you don't react like that, the police see you, and they put you in a fucking gulag, and they for 5 years.
Yeah, you're fucked. You better cheer. the power that he has is just absolute.
And then if they find out that, you have a relative overseas that's bad mouthing North Korea, your family gets put into a fucking camp.
Yeah, and not only that, it's a generation after generation thing. Like the children, if you have children in camp, they're punished as well. Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah,
It's so mysterious too. He does.
That's Rodman.
Dennis Rodman, yeah. If I had to pick one eloquent NBA star,
Dennis Rodman. Send him over there with a bowling bag filled with mushrooms.
Uh-huh.
Those two get together.
Yeah.
Meet God. Just you fix this stuff.
You take that nuke like it was a fucking 3-point shot. You just reach up, stop.
Well, what he's got to do before anything in that country is let those people be free. Like that is literally like a cult. And it's like a cult. Like the power that one guy has and the government has over the people. Have you ever seen Yeonmi Park talk about how her experience is in North Korea? She
was she on here?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I
She
did see that.
escaped North Korea when she was 13. It's crazy.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
dude, it's going into China. Like China uses, I don't want to say which supermarket chain because I don't want to align something, but one of the major supermarket chains, they have meat processing plants where China brings in North Korean slaves. They are kept in barracks with barbed wire fences, and they work for 12, 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they get paid like $100 a month. And then they come back to China. They come back to North Korea after like 4 or 5 years, and their families get this little fucking tidbit of money, but they don't have a choice because North Korea picks what they think are the best examples of what North Korea is because they want to look good to China. And they send those people over, and they're held to work as slaves for years. And the American companies are buying food from these plants in China.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, an article in New York.
Well, if we're buying things, I mean, it's one of the weirdest parts about manufacturing going away in America. Because so many of the things that we buy are from mysterious places. Like when people found out about what was going on at the Foxconn factories that were making iPhones, that they had fences and nets all set up around the roof to keep people from jumping off. Because so many people
Suicide nets?
Oh yeah, you never seen it?
Yeah.
Fuck. Show those images. It's bananas. So instead of fixing it, they said, let's just make it harder to die. Like these people, they don't want to
Does
work.
the net, you bounce off the net back
Those
into
nets.
the factory?
That's to stop suicide. That's all to stop suicide. That's how many people are trying to kill themselves. Because you're working 16 hours a day, you sleep there, they have dormitories, and this is why your phone costs X instead of Y. And if we had American factories making all these things, you wouldn't have that consideration. You would know, they have to abide by regulations. And
Well, this doesn't even factor in the African mines where they're pulling up the what's the metal thing, the cobalt mines, where they send people into these mines that are like a mile deep, and maybe you make it back up, maybe you don't. The elevators sometimes stop working. You go down there for like 2 or 3 days at a time in the blackness.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a video of the Chinese mine collapsing?
No.
See if you can find them. There's been a few, but there's one really good video of this collapse of this mine.
Yeah.
It's terrible. It's basically they dug into the whole side of this hill, and then it just falls. This massive amount of dirt and land and smoke and the dust. You're like, oh my God, how many people are dead? Just crushed to death so that you can have an iPhone. Watch this. Look at this. Holy shit, dude. Where is this mine, Jamie? What did it say in the beginning? Mongolia. Fuck, dude. Fuck. Mines are terrifying. Yeah. You hear noises of let's get out of here.
That was the Irish people came over into the mines.
Well,
The Appalachians.
yeah. Ooh. Do you know why they say those people in Appalachia are more violent?
Why?
Because they come from herding populations. I think it was it in Sapiens or whose book was that? Maybe one of Malcolm Gladwell's books. But it's basically they're saying that the reason why there's more like when they used to have feuds, like the Hatfields and McCoys, that type of thing.
Oh yeah. I think that was Sapiens.
Yeah. So the idea is that these people who are farmers, well, it's very difficult to steal all your corn. You can't steal all the corn. But you could steal someone's sheep, all their sheep. And so if you're a herder, you have to be on guard constantly of thieves who come in and take all your animals all at once. You have to be super violent to protect your flock. And those guys came over here with that sort of attitude.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's funny because you think of like the shepherd is this like kind of archetypal figure of this guy who's just kind of laying back with a piece of hayseed in his mouth, chilling out. But now they're warriors.
You have to.
Yeah.
Because you'll lose all your food.
Yeah.
Like if your family relies on those sheep, you have 20 sheep, you got to follow them, graze with them, you have to bed down with them.
Yeah.
If someone comes along and tries to, that's why cattle rustlers, they kill horse rustlers. People stole horses and cows. In the Old West, those are the worst things you could do. Yeah. You steal a man's horse, they'll fucking kill you. You steal a car today, I'll keep slapping the wrist. So there's guys out there that stole 14, 15 cars. Nobody gives a shit. Yeah.
There's this comic, I did kill Tony last night. This comic came up and he said he's got a Kia and it's been stolen 4 times this year. I guess Kia has some kind of a defect, and you can read about it online, but it's like super easy, like old school hot wiring. You can just grab a Kia. So
yeah, I've heard about this.
They get stolen a lot.
Kia thefts. It's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean the only downside is once you do it, you've got a Kia.
Right.
Yeah.
Most of the kids do it for joyrides.
Yeah.
It's happened all over actually.
So they take it, go on a joyride, beat the shit out of it. Yeah, they're just driving crazy.
Oh, there's nothing more joyful than driving a Kia.
Well, I mean, if you don't have a car,
Yeah.
just trying to have fun. Walk out of the next kid. Yeah. That's kind of hilarious. They can just steal Kias. But there's junk. But they're cheap and they don't break that much. Like if you just need something to get around, it just sucks that they can steal them so easily.
So you're gonna congratulate me? Bought the Mustang. I sent you a picture. I finally did it. I've been talking to you about it for 15 years. I wanted a Mustang, and I always had kids, college. I get fucking worried about money. And like, I always spent my money on like trips. Like our family travels a lot. Like cars were never big, but yet there was always a teenager on a Mustang, and then finally,
Which one did
2
you get?
weeks ago, it's just a Mustang.
What model?
The
The EcoBoost. You have the 6-cylinder engine. How is it?
Yeah, I took it up into the Malibu Hills or Santa Monica Mountains the other day with my wife. And you've got those little like serpentining roads, and fucking it handles unbelievable, and it's so low to the ground. You turn and you just feel like you're turning with the car.
Yeah, you're not used to a car like that.
No, I was driving a Prius Subaru. It was awful. Now I feel alive for the first time. I knew you were gonna ask me some fucking things.
If you're gonna get a Mustang, you gotta get a V8. That's a great experience. It's like EcoBoost.
Yeah.
Baby steps, and now you're hooked.
I mean, well, now I got a little more money too.
Yeah.
Kids are out. Yeah. Spending money now. It's been a good couple of years, but like, it's all going back. I put a lot of it on this special that I shot at your club, by the way, at the mothership.
I heard it's great.
It's out today. Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice to hear.
You guys saw it.
Yeah. It was fun. It was, because I was going to do it before the pandemic happened, and then that stalled it out, and then it came back. I shot it at one place. It meant too much to me to put out a bad version of it, so I edited it for 3 months, and I just fucking scrapped it entirely. And then when I did, there we go. And then the great Adam Egan said, "Hey, we'd love to have you. We'd love to have you do a special here." And I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And I came in, and I didn't have to like build a backdrop because Brian Simpson, I think, is the only guy that's put the special out from this place. So like that backdrop is beautiful, and people haven't seen it much.
Yeah.
So
I don't think it matters. Like, how many fucking times you've seen people do stand up for the cellar? You see the brick wall.
Yeah.
You don't go, oh, that brick wall. I can't enjoy these jokes.
Right. Yeah, but at the same time, like, I wanted it to be special. It's been a long time since I put a special out, and this material is like, again, I've been working on it for 8 years, so I wanted it to really pop. And so I bought in 800-pound gorilla. They shoot a lot of the specials, and they just, I spent some money and I did it right. And, fucking psyched about it.
Nice. And is it going to be on YouTube?
It's on YouTube right now. Comes out
YouTube
today.
is the move, man.
Yes.
It's such a good move for like getting your stuff out there. You can get millions of views, and everybody can get it. You can get it on your phone. You can share it. That's the thing I love about YouTube is like someone can send it to me, like a link to your thing. I can just watch it right away. Right. Which is nuts.
Yeah.
There's no other platform.
And it's also, I love that I can see comments. I mean, if you put on Netflix or Comedy Central, I guess there's going to be some conversation on certain places, but YouTube, it's right fucking there. And you can see how many people are watching it. And, I just don't want my wife and kids to watch the last 10 minutes. That's where I start giving it to the old lady a little bit.
Yeah, tell them to steer clear.
Yeah, they don't need to see
They don't need
that.
to see that.
No.
Stay away from that. That's my business.
Yeah. You can see
It's for the rest of the world.
Yeah. You can see the trips I take you on. That's all you need to care about. That Mustang. That's all you're concerned about.
Yeah, now that you're hooked, I'm going to get you into something more crazy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Next one, I'll step you up a little bit.
No shit.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to feel like, ooh.
Yeah.
You need to feel some real excitement.
Feel the rumble.
Yeah, real rumble. You need to hear a V8. You need to roll the windows down and grab it in the parking structure.
What was that Mustang you drove into the Comedy Store one night? You had like a 68 Fastback, was it?
No. That was probably my Corvette.
No, you had a Mustang.
No, oh, no. I had a more modern Mustang.
Oh, maybe that's
I had a Shelby GT500. It was like a 2012 convertible. It was great. It was very rambly. Yeah, that was fun. That car was ridiculous. Any gas at all when you make a turn, the asshole kicks out. Any gas at all. It was so overpowered. Didn't have the fattest tires in the world, but god damn, it was fun. That was the first one of those cars that I had ever gotten. Whereas a modern muscle car, I had muscle cars before, like the old school ones, but the modern ones are even more fun to drive because you can actually drive them. Yeah, they actually have good brakes. They actually have good suspension. They're designed well. Right. If you get like a modern, like Mustang has a thing called the Dark Horse. So the Dark Horse is their like top end car that you can get with a manual transmission. It's fucking great. It's like 500 horsepower. It handles really well. See if you can find Mustang Dark Horse. That's the top of the line before they get into the GT500, which is only automatic. So like I think the Dark Horse is the last one that you can get that's got a standard transmission. Right. I need that. Yeah, I need that. That was a sick car, man. That's a sick car. I just love that they're still making cars like this. They're just full-on muscle cars with like performance suspensions and great brakes now.
I know, because that was the rock on old Mustangs, because they were fast, but you went in the corner and got slammed against the side of the road. Yeah, next.
Yeah, those are fun.
It's fun Mustangs. It's just the American car.
Yeah. Well, they're fucking incredible, man. And they've been around forever. I have a 68. I have a 68. Like one that looks like Steve McQueen's one from Poland.
Yeah, that's the one, the 68.
Great. Just, it's an American car, like a truly American car.
Is it all new guts?
Oh, yeah. That's right. So this company, Rothschild, makes them. They take it from the ground up. It's basically a 2023 1968 Mustang. Yeah. I mean, you can close the door, close really well, push button, start. You feel like you're driving a new car.
Yeah.
But it sounds right. Feels right.
Yeah.
Like it's exciting.
Oh. Yeah. Oh. I know my wife wanted me to get a Tesla. I was like, I feel that fucking rumble. Tesla's actually fast now, isn't it?
Yeah. My Tesla's my fastest car, for sure. By far. Not even close. Yeah. It's 1.9 seconds, 0 to 60. That's insanity.
Well, it's insanity because then people don't hear you coming. You're going that much faster.
That's true. But It's also, it gets you away from things. Like if you see something about to happen, you can get out of there quicker. You can merge on the highway like instantaneously. You don't have to worry, am I going fast enough? Like, am I merge in this lane? Am I cutting this too close? You just, you're gone.
And are the brakes that much better?
No, you can get upgraded brakes though. There's a company called Unplugged that will take it and they put upgraded brakes. They widen the fenders and put wider tires on it and change the suspension and make it hotter. But the brakes are great. The brakes on they're not the best brakes on my Tesla. It's not like a Porsche's brakes. Like a Porsche with like carbon ceramic brakes. Those are incredible. Like if you get like a really good modern brake setup. 6 piston, front brakes, this big calipers. Those things really fucking slow down a car quickly. So the Tesla's not as good as those, but it's good enough. But it's a heavy ass car too. They're having a problem with guardrails. I was reading this thing about electric cars, like they drove one of those Rivian trucks, so went through those guardrails because it's way heavier.
No shit.
Yeah, you can think about that.
Yeah, Rivian's had a big callback. I think they're okay now, but they called back every month.
Oh, for what?
Can't remember what else.
You know what's incredible? Have you seen a Lucid Sapphire?
Yeah.
Lucid Sapphire is the company's kind of struggling. They're having a hard time selling these things. I think they have some Saudi Arabian money now, so maybe they're going to be okay. But they have a thing called the Sapphire that's one of the most insane electric cars ever built. Wow. It's like a Mercedes, like incredible attention to detail, like incredible interior, luxurious, and 0 to 60 is even faster than my car. I think their 0 to 60 is something bonkers, like 1.7 seconds. Yeah, scroll back up where it says the acceleration. There it goes. Okay, 2.2 seconds to 60 miles an hour, quarter mile of 9.28 seconds, which is bananas for a car. That is so crazy. Yeah. I mean, it's so fast, but it also has incredible. So it says the timer backs us up with more outrageous numbers: 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds, and then a 9.05 second at 154 miles per hour for the quarter mile, which is bananas. That's so fast, and it handles really well. Great brakes.
Have you taken
Super
this
expensive
Tesla onto the track?
But it's a lot more expensive. I think those are like that one, the Sapphire. I think that's like $250,000.
Where is it from?
I believe it's an American car. At least it's made in America. I think they make them in Arizona. Insane car though. So they're doing
$250,000.
Yeah. So they're doing cars like that now, where it has all these things, but you still have to charge it. But now Samsung apparently is coming out with a new battery for electric vehicles that they've apparently been working on that can charge in 9 minutes, and it has a 600-mile range.
I heard about that.
Yeah,
That's
a game changer. Yeah, 9 minutes is a game changer. Mm-hmm. That's a game changer. Yeah. But I'm going to plug it in. And I'm going to okay, because who fucking knows how long the amount of juice that's going into that batteries? Who knows if a gas gets loose or who fucking knows, man? I don't want to be nowhere near those batteries. Yeah, that scares the shit out of me. I know. You see those videos of guys getting in elevators with e-car batteries or e-bike batteries, and the batteries explode, and they just fry.
And people's houses burn down because if you leave it charged in your garage, it will ignite sometimes.
And it blasts fire. It doesn't just light on fire. It blasts fire. It's like it's all condensed in there. Yeah, and when it goes like a fucking fireball. There's a video of a guy in an elevator. It's horrific. He sets it down on the ground and it just like sparks and then just full on fills the elevator with fire. There's nowhere to hide. This guy just cooks alive inside that elevator.
You're trying to save a few bucks by getting an electric bike and you burn your house down.
There's also this ridiculous thing that we have where we think that that's eco-friendly. I'm going to be eco-friendly. I'm going to drive an electric bike. That is not eco-friendly. Like you're using electricity. And electricity probably requires somewhere, someone's burning something to make that electricity. Whether it's coal or, it could be natural gas. Something's happening where there's a combustion and that's how you're getting this electricity. What is that putting in the You lazy bitch. Just ride your bike like a regular bike rider, you fucking lazy bitch.
That,
Don't show me this.
that also doesn't even get into what we're talking about with the cobalt mining that has to go into it and the disposal of the batteries, which nobody really understands.
I changed my mind. Show it, Greg. I was saying don't show it, but show it, Greg. So this poor dude, he sets it down. Oh, look. Oh, before he even set it down, bro, it just, death. Just death. Yeah. It freaks me out,
I couldn't. Someone looked into what this was. There's a lot of stores that may have been not really sure.
I'll tell you what a luxury. You know what a luxury hotel is? You put me up in this beautiful hotel. And the elevators are always there. That's the difference between a good hotel and a bad hotel. No matter what floor you're on, you push the button. I swear to God, 2 seconds, the thing is there. And then I'm on the road for a month right now, for 2 days, because I'm out for the special and doing road work on the weekends in between. So I was like, yesterday, I was like, fuck, I gotta do some laundry. And so I looked at my Google Maps, is there a place for drop-off service? Nothing. I would have to drive like 15 minutes in an Uber. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just do the hotel laundry. And it's like a luxury hotel. So I put my clothes into the bag. There's 5 pairs of socks, 5 t-shirts, 5 pairs of underwear. The bag was $105. I was like, fuck, man.
You could have bought those.
Exactly.
That's what Don Herrera used to do. He used to buy fresh underwear and fresh socks everywhere he went.
No shit.
Yeah. He was on one of those.
That's great.
Good money.
I mean, that's if you're going to spend money on something. Yeah, right. And I don't buy expensive socks, but I had already. That's right.
You know the Sheen, is that clothing company that sells stuff real cheap? Heard of that, Jamie? Sheen? I was just reading something today about people finding like letters, like please help me, I have dental pain, and that kind of shit. And I'm forced to be stuck here. Did Sheen get in trouble for using child labor? Is there something about that?
And what store is selling Sheen? I mean, I know
It's online.
Okay, because I know sometimes the big ones like Walmart, they get in trouble for some of the places they shop.
Oh, that's the thing. It's like if you're buying something from an American store, you have no idea how it's made. Conspiracy theory claiming Shein workers said pleas for help with clothing has tens of millions of views on TikTok. There's no evidence to support this particular theory, despite criticism of Shein's business model. But Google Shein in trouble for child labor or confirms child labor. There's something about that today. There's something in the news, child labor. Yeah, okay. This just says 2 cases. Shein says it found 2 cases of child labor in supply chain last year. So you got to think, right? Like they send their stuff to factories to get those factories to make their stuff.
If they found to in China, I mean, China, they protect what's going on in these factories. You think, I mean, does this count the North Koreans that are being held?
Right. Well, maybe it's not for this company. The company said it did not find any cases of child labor in Q4 of 2023. That's real specific. Did you look? Right. Okay, so in Q4 they weren't doing it anymore.
Which is weird because that was the kid's name they caught doing their job.
It should be made in America. You should be able to buy American stuff. And there's not that many companies that are selling things in America, unfortunately.
Tom's Shoes.
Tom's Shoes?
Yep.
So which buy?
It's called Tom's, yeah. They sell you a pair of shoes and they donate a pair to a third world kid that has new shoes.
Oh, that's nice.
Those barefoot kids.
Yeah, that's nice.
Barefoot.
There you go.
What are the companies? I guess Patagonia, they're very conscious about what they manufacture.
I would imagine that was like walking, mountain climbing people, companies, like North Face.
Right.
They'd have to be pretty ecological.
Yeah.
I heard REI is not doing good.
What do you mean?
The company?
Their practices or the company?
No, the company too. Doing good. Love that place.
They got one in Marina Del Rey that's huge. And I don't know, I get so excited just walking through the aisles finding cool shit.
It's the only place where you buy waterproof matches all day.
Right. I need a canteen that I can also take shit into.
I need a 100,000 lumen flashlight. In case there's a fucking raccoon in my garbage. Boom, motherfucker. Did you see those flashlights they have?
Yeah.
They're crazy flashlights.
Yeah.
Like some of those like LED flashlights, they're so powerful. It's bananas. But we used to have flashlights that were bullshit.
I know.
They had that one stupid bulb and that silver reflective area on the outside supposed to amplify the light for this one shitty light bulb.
And you have to put in those like giant double D batteries. You weighed like 8 pounds to carry around.
I think they all need those now. But well, I think with these high lumen lights, the LEDs don't draw much electricity.
Dude, all my camping stuff is solar. Yeah, my lanterns are all solar. It's great. They collapse. It's collapsible, and then it pops up. I think it's a Coleman. It collapses, and then it pops up, and then charges. It's got a nice light.
My friend Adam Greentree, he does a lot of these solo hunts where he goes into the backcountry for like a month at a time, just him by himself, living off the land. And he has this, it's like a tarp you lay out. It's a solar tarp, like you unfold it. And he uses it to charge his phone, charge his cameras, like anything he wants to charge.
Yeah, I bet you those boats, those people that take a boat from, Hawaii to mainland U.S., they must have everything to be solar.
You have to have something. You have to have at least some kind of backup. Like if your generator goes down, you're stuck in the middle of the fucking ocean, you can't even rescue, like send a rescue message.
Yeah. Dude, if you told me we're going to send you on a sailboat to Hawaii, I would be like, I'll just die. You could kill me. Going into storms with 20-foot waves on a sailboat.
In the middle of the ocean, dude. In the middle of the ocean. I'm not that guy that died in Italy. You hear that story? That crazy story? So there's this guy who was on trial. He was some billionaire character who was on trial for, I forget what the charges were, but there was a very low probability of him being in the case, and he wound up beating it. And then he's on the island of Sicily. He's around Sicily in the ocean, and a water spout out of nowhere hits his boat, sinks him, and kills him. I believe killed his daughter and maybe a few other people as well. And then some people swim to safety. Oh, but what are the odds that this water spout takes out this one guy's yacht right after this guy gets off on, apparently, allegedly, ripping off a bunch of very wealthy people? Yeah. Now his co-defendant gets hit by a car. He gets killed too.
No shit.
Nothing to see here.
Not in Sicily. That shit never happens in
I don't know if the co-defendant got killed in Sicily. The co-defendant might have got killed somewhere else. But I know they're both dead. Damn. Quick. Yeah. And it makes you wonder, like, tell me, fuck with rich people. Mm-hmm. Do that. Yeah. Because they can make someone rich to get rid of you. Like, how much do you think you're worth? Mm-hmm. Like, if someone's worth $80 billion and you rip them off, like $5 billion, this motherfucker good. Yeah. Yeah, but you go for a walk on the beach with a guy, and everybody leaves their cell phones at home. You explain how it's all going to get done. And a water spout just shows up in the middle of the ocean. What are they? You think these satellites? What access to fucking killer weather technology do they really have? Yeah. What do they have? Like, let's assume this is a conspiracy, because it might not have been. It might be God. God might have said, fuck this guy. Yeah. Which is horrible, because he also said, fuck that daughter and a bunch of people work on the boat. But if God did that, it's pretty crazy, right? That's one option. One option is some strange karma that God just decided it's your time. Another option is just a complete coincidence. Just this took place to this guy who's just on the ocean. Shit happens. It's just crazy, just circumstance that people are going to attribute it to a conspiracy. The other possibility is that they can do that. That some force in the world has the kind of technology that can direct a storm to a very specific spot, that can create a water spout exceeding the clouds or something. Something probably more important, more complicated than that. Like some sort of a direct energy weapon. Like something where they can do something with the ionosphere, do something with lasers, I don't know what the fuck they're using, but some kind of technology that can amplify weather and point it to a very specific place, which is crazy to think. Like, imagine there's a hurricane machine out there, if we know that Japan starts talking shit, oh yeah, you want to talk some shit? Hurricane, you would. And you don't even know you get hurricanes. So if you don't know that we're creating the hurricane, you think you're just going to hit by a hurricane. Like, how much control do they have over storms?
Or sieges. Like a siege used to be you surrounded the city and you kept any food from coming in. Now, how about a drought for a year?
Right. Maybe they can do that. Well, they know. What's this?
Potentially could have been avoided if the ship had been, let's say, treated or prepared for correctly, because they knew that the storm was coming and they didn't do some things they should have done. Let down all the hatches, lift up the anchor, and a few other things from the myself. So they're like, there's an investigation going in. They might have done
Interesting.
manslaughter charges or something.
Probable that offenses were committed because of the way that people set the boat up.
Yeah, we're not even positive if they could have survived that storm if those things.
Stop trying to be a party pooper. I'm trying to be non-conspiracy theory over here. So imagine if you do have control of the weather, what would you do? Start a storm first. You can't just have this water spout appear out of nowhere. Let's start a fucking storm. You guys out there boating? Okay, let's start a storm. Like, can they start a storm?
Well, how much control? I mean, I don't know anything about it except like, what do they call it? Cloud seeding? Like, is
Cloud
that,
seeding.
how much control do we have over the weather?
Well, cloud seeding is real. They do it in Abu Dhabi once a week. So they have, it rains once a week in Abu Dhabi because they're in the same way. Right? And wouldn't it be nice if it rained? Let's fucking make it rain. So there's chemicals you spray in the clouds. It's something about it changes the weight of the water vapor.
But there has to be clouds.
Yeah, I think there has to be clouds. But there's kind of always clouds. There's some clouds. In Dubai, though, recently, they had a disaster where they fucked up and they overamped and they got more rain than they've had in 7 years. And so there's like supercars like floating down the street, like mad flooding, because they don't really have the infrastructure to deal with that kind of water just pouring down. See that footage? Yeah. I'm pretty sure this has all been, they've all tied this into cloud seeding. See if that's true. But the footage of the flood is fucking bonkers. And
So if there's cloud seeding, will there not be fighting between places about who gets to pull the water from the clouds? Because you'll exhaust the air and the water in the sky.
I wonder if that's true. I wonder if there's more up there than we think there is, and I wonder what the negative consequences are. It doesn't have an effect on other parts of the world. So the heavy rainfall continues to pound UAE. Several flights canceled. So it was. I had some friends that were over there while this was happening. They said it was nuts. Like, they're just not designed for that. So buildings were leaking. Like, everything was flooded. Like, these buildings are not really set up. Look at all those cars like sunk underwater. These buildings, some of them are not really set up. Look at the fucking airport. That's nuts. It's like a swimming pool. They're not set up for this kind of rainfall or any kind of rainfall. They probably did a shit job building them and they didn't weatherproof it. They didn't think it was going to rain.
When you're in the desert, sometimes that shit backs up.
Yeah, but this is like raining for days. So was it because of cloud seeding? Does it say? Google that. See if it's, I'm pretty sure they attribute it to the cloud seeding. Which is nuts that they can do that.
That's wild.
So we can make it rain. Yeah. So that's kind of simple, though. That's not starting a storm, and it's certainly not directing a storm. So it makes you wonder, okay, that seems pretty straightforward how they do the cloud seeding, but is there any sort of technology that's even feasible that would allow you to manipulate the weather? So like if we understand the conditions in which certain storms emerge, like hurricanes, it has to do with the warming of the ocean, the ocean water and
a cold front.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different factors that happen. Like, would it be possible to mimic those conditions or to artificially stimulate those conditions? Is it even feasible? Like, how would you warm the ocean? That's insane. It's so big. How are you gonna do that?
It's the crazy weather that happened with like the low pressure system not moving right. They had forecasted that was gonna happen.
Did they do any cloud seeding there?
There's reports that cloud seeding may have had a thing that BBC says they're unable to independently identify whether cloud seeding took place.
Right, because if I was working for the UAE, I'd be like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Cloud seeding.
Yeah.
Like, you know how much insurance is involved in all this? No, it's just, you know how much money is lost there? Just think of that. Think of how much repairs, how many cars got drowned. I didn't do it. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Cloud seeding.
Yeah.
What is it, science fiction movie pitch?
It's 20 people. That's the Department of Cloud Seeding, and they fucked up.
It just,
Yeah.
they're in the middle of the-
By the way, the BBC, like when I think about, because everybody talks about like which news sources can you trust, and neither side trusts the other side. BBC kind of feels like the place we can all go, that's pretty good.
They're pretty good. Yeah, it's real hard with anything that's a corporation. If you really want to get news, I get some unbiased news. There's a thing, what's it called, 1492? Is that what it's called?
Oh yeah.
Where it's basically just fact-driven news stories, no editorial bend to it whatsoever.
Not owned by a board that's on one side or the other. Yeah.
Exactly. So I get that. But
somehow I trust like
BBC's pretty good.
Guardian,
But
BBC.
anybody that's got some sort of agenda, any one way or the other, you know, whether it's to minimize one person's activity or maximize another person, like just tell me what happened. Tell me who did what and what took place. Just don't give me any words like far right. Don't say extremist. Don't say any of that stuff. Just tell me what a human being did, what another human, like what started this.
Well, that's why I prefer People magazine over Us, because like when I see Ben Affleck with a giant Starbucks cup and it says he's just like us, I'm like, fucking, that's it. That's the real deal. That's facts. I used to read People magazine every week. My wife was working at a doctor's office. I said, fucking steal that People magazine.
So nuts.
I don't know why. It's because it's so much. After all the other bullshit news that you look at, just to go like, I want to see a country singer who's got a new fucking baby. It's sweet.
It's all just super low frequency information. I used to love those big ones. Which ones were the ones that talk about Bigfoot and UFOs all the time?
The National Enquirer.
No, not that one. National Enquirer was like gossipy stuff.
Oh, the
World News.
World News.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the one. That was great.
They had the worst like Photoshop pictures. You know, like, give me that. What did you do? What did
My
you do?
father was, my father was in broadcasting, and he did a lot of voiceovers. And so one of his accounts was it was the National Enquirer, and his voice would come on every week. All the commercials for National Enquirer would come on, and
That's it. Like, it was just let me see some of those. The Bat Child. Look at that. Look at the Bat Child found in cave.
Hillary Clinton adopts alien baby. Does look like Chelsea a little
Look
bit.
at there's Bat Child found in cave. Look at that. A Bat Boy leads cops in 3 state chase. First photos of heaven. You're amazing. Computer virus spreads to humans. Princess Diana's alive. Bat Boy sighted in New York City. Bat Boy got a lot of coverage. She must have sold a lot of episodes.
Yeah.
Pregnant man gives birth. Look, that was ridiculous back then. Now it's like, of course he gave birth. Oh my God, that's Bigfoot runaway bride. He's running.
Look at the bride. It's so clearly like a holograph. It's like they didn't even try.
It's a drawing. It's a Bigfoot with a fucking veil on. Oh my God, fat cat owns 23 old ladies. Titanic captain found a lifeboat. Oh my God. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, they were so good. They were so good.
Yeah.
It was just ridiculous enough. They were like, give me that.
Yeah.
Give me that. What did you do? You son of a bitch. It was the
Bigfoot was huge. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there was always Bigfoot.
A lot of Bigfoot stories.
Oh, Jackie with crippled Kennedy, proving he didn't die in Dallas. Oh yeah.
He just got crippled. Yeah. And getting shot in the head will make you crippled on your.
It's funny. Just circle a blurry photo. That's him. How the fuck you know that's him? It's so stupid. They just lie to you, but they lie. The lies are so ridiculous. It's like it's okay.
Yeah.
Like some kind of fraud we allow. Like we allow preachers, like televangelists. You know, like the
Preachers.
Yeah.
How about fucking religion?
Oh yeah.
How about this new kind of like the Christians are taking over the country and forcing us to put the 10 Commandments on the sides of fucking courthouses and get it taught in schools. It's a fantasy.
Wait a minute, who's doing that?
But the courthouses?
Yeah, where's that at?
What state is that? Maybe it's Texas.
Really?
Yeah.
Was the 10 Commandments always there, or are they trying to reintroduce it, or are they trying to introduce it?
Well, there's different 10 Commandments. First of all, like there's the Catholic 10 Commandments and then there's the Lutheran 10 Commandments.
Oh,
So I don't
really?
even know which one they're using. But is one Alabama? One of the states is forcing us to put the 10 Commandments.
Really?
on
Find
some
that.
courthouses.
ACLU sues over 10 Commandments in courthouse, saying biblical text violates religious liberty, and this is from 2001.
This is in the last year.
Huh. You sure you haven't been just on the liberal news report?
Positive.
Probably get in Venice. You guys all lie to each other.
It's all about homeless people and the 10 Commandments.
Oh, it's just a monument. It stood on grounds from Texas State Capitol building and the state Supreme Court building. Monument was one of several scattered around the Capitol grounds. Its location did not draw special attention to it. Huh. Do you know what scholars from Israel think the 10 Commandments were? Moses and the burning bush, like the whole thing.
Yeah.
They think it was DMT. They think that the acacia bush is very rich in DMT.
Yeah.
They think it's indicative of a psychedelic experience. And this is the idea. Instead of smoking this compound, it's a burning bush. Like this is how you get the analogy, especially when you're dealing with a story that's told over 1,000 years,
Right.
it's written down.
Yeah.
It's translated in all these different languages, but you break it down to what it is. These scholars now believe
I love that.
some sort of psychedelic experience.
Yeah.
It comes back. It's like God has given us these rules to live by.
In that case, I'm in on those 10 Commandments. They came for some real thing.
Yeah. Well, I think all of it, if you stop and think about I always bring this up, but it's a good point. Like in the beginning, there was life. Well, isn't that the Big Bang? I mean, we believe in that. Like all scientists who are studying the origins of the universe believe in the Big Bang. There's new people like, I'm not new, Sir Roger Penrose, who's been on the show before, who now believes that the Big Bang was the end of another universe, and that it's probably this endless cycle. And it's not as simple as there was nothing and there was something, that there's always this expansion, contraction, and that these cosmic events take place, and they burst into the universe.
They just manifest different types of life forms at different times.
That's all completely speculative, right? What they do know is what they can see, right? So what they can see is some sort of evidence, some sort of a background evidence of this event that took place. They're still arguing about how much time ago it took because the James Webb Telescope. They've seen some structures and some galaxies that are so far away they shouldn't be able to form the amount of time that it took from the current understanding of the Big Bang. And some people want to push the Big Bang back 22 billion years now instead of 13 billion years. But it could be that that's just as far, because that's 22 billion years it takes for light to get there, to reach us. But if it's 100 billion years, that's just never going to get there. We're never going to see it.
Yeah.
So if it goes back further and further than that, it's just not available to us. We don't have the ability to see it yet, but we might.
Yeah.
You know, now they can, with the James Webb, they can see far further back, and with new telescopes they can, and new methods of detection, they might be able to realize like there's no end to this thing.
Yeah.
And there was no beginning, and it just keeps happening.
That makes it's more logical than it not being true. I mean, there's obviously, all the laws of physics are about the energy and mass not disappearing. It exists. There's different wavelengths that all life exists. We're in such a slim, a frame of energy that.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, but it's not logical that there would be just this and
No,
not
it's silly.
infinity.
It's silly. But it's also, even if there was no time, the universe is so crazy, just what we know. It is, even if we said, oh, it's only 13.7 billion years old, like, you don't even know what that means. Just, you know how fucking big that is? And by the way, we're not at the end of it. It's not like we're like it blew up and we're as far away. We look back, that's what we see. But it goes that far that way too. So it's fucking immense, beyond imagination. You could put it in the numbers. You could write it down. Billion, this, that. It doesn't even register. You can't imagine how long it would take to get there. You can't imagine if you're going the speed of light, something taking 13.7 billion years to arrive at. It's so big that even if that's it, that's the whole thing, even if it's finite, even if they define the universe as a structure that's finite and it is X amount of billion years of light year travel until you reach the end of this structure, maybe it like rotates into itself, who knows? It's still insane. So the idea that it's not, it doesn't have boundary, that there's more of them, that there's multiverse, that there's an infinite number of them. There's one of the theories is that in the center of every galaxy there's a supermassive black hole, and if you go through that supermassive black hole, you will find another universe. Right. Hundreds of billions of galaxies. Each one with a supermassive black hole in the middle of it. Go through that, hundreds of billions of universes. Like, it's never ending and fractal.
Yeah, and also the fact that we can travel at a certain speed, and the fact that there isn't another life force that can go instantaneously through incredible distances.
Probably for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we were talking the other day. I had this guy, and we were talking about imagine if you were living in the Roman Empire and you showed them the large world. They'd be like, what the fuck? This is crazy. You're nowhere near that when you press a button that goes up.
Yeah.
That's nuts. It's a radio frequency, something you can't see, feel, or touch. Oh! Well, like, it's so crazy, but it might be how we travel through space in the future. Yes, just zip to some new spot. Be super normal for us. Like, what are you going to fly there like an idiot with a jet engine?
You're going to need stopovers to refuel.
Yeah, and you hope you don't get hit by a micro meteorite along the way. You get annihilated.
Yeah.
You know about those people that are stuck in the space station?
Yeah.
Or Elon has to go rescue them.
Is that what's going to happen?
Yeah, Boeing can't get them. They're having failures with their jets. Apparently, Boeing at one time was talking shit about SpaceX, and now Elon's talking shit to Boeing. Because they're going to have to go rescue those people.
Yeah. Is Russia or China, is anybody else going to the space station we can catch a ride from?
It would be nice.
Yeah.
That would be nice. I don't know. But I know you can't stay up there too long. It's really bad for it.
I heard it's like 9 months is the forecast right now, if how long I can stay there.
No.
8 days.
No.
How long are they saying? I heard something like 9 months.
No fewer than 240. The Starliner will amount to no fewer than 240 consecutive days since its time.
When did they run out of food? When did they run out of food?
They start eating it.
Bro, when did they run out of food? How much food do they have up there? How can they have enough food? How is it even possible? What do they do with their shit? They shoot it out into space? Can't do that. What if it lands in space? Kill them. That's happening.
Really?
Yeah, they dropped out of planes. Frozen turds come to people's fucking house roofs. Yeah. Like a brick of shit from the sky. Boom! Imagine watching them at the Super Bowl. Like, this is amazing. A brick of frozen shit from 180 passengers comes crashing to your kitchen roof.
Who do you call for that?
They just give safety to it back.
Why?
Helium leaks. It's several issues with smaller thrusters that's been docked at the space station. This is so like earlier this week they announced that it will undock without a crew in early September and come back to Earth while they wait for their ride sometime in 2025.
Oh my God, 2025. We are in August right now of 2024 talking about this.
Would you want to not just get on the thing and go with it?
No. Would you take a chance? Oh, you might.
Which one was that first?
Right, you might take a chance.
You know what's so fucking crazy? It's that it takes this long. When you think about, like, what was it, 1969? When we went to the, when did we go to the legend? That they basically took, with no real computers, with, none of the technology we have today. They took, picture a 1969 fucking Camaro going up into space. They got up to space in, and they had a space program that was very accelerated. They did this shit fast because Russia had thrown down the gauntlet. They'd already gotten there. We wanted to get on the moon first.
Well, we all have Nazis.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Russia got a bunch, and we got a bunch.
But dude, they get up there, and then somebody hit a wrong button when they. I guess this was it was the first one, the Apollo. Yeah, they hit a wrong button on the computer, and they went off course, and they self-corrected on a fucking onboard computer. Because if you miss the gravitational pull, you just fucking spin out into space, and it's over. And these dudes somehow made it. With a V8 engine, they just got to the moon. I think it was an eco and then now today, how is it that it still takes us this long to do the same thing that they did 50 years ago?
Well, do you know that the Apollo missions were the only time that they ever sent a living thing into deep space and had to come back alive?
What?
Yeah. They never sent anything into deep space. They never sent a monkey to the moon and had to come back alive to see if people could survive.
Huh.
The first time they did it was with people.
Wow.
Yeah, seems odd. Seems odd that no mission other than the Apollo missions has ever been past Earth's gravity. And so the way all of these missions, like the space station mission, they're all like 300 miles, 350 miles, space shuttle missions, everything's inside 300 miles. Because it's inside the Van Allen radiation belt. So there's this immense band of radiation that covers the Earth that lasts, I forget how many thousands of miles, but it's outside of where all the space travel is. Yeah. Except the Apollos. They went through it, no problem. And they tried to blow a hole through it once. They actually ignited a nuclear bomb in space. It was Operation Starfish Prime. As they shot a nuke up into space to try to clear a pathway so they could shoot a rocket through it and had no problems, and it made it way more radioactive. It had the opposite effect. Instead of blowing a hole through it, it just supercharged the belt.
No shit.
Yeah, it was a crazy experiment. The idea that they would shoot a rocket into space and blow up a nuclear bomb. Yeah, blow up our Operation Starfish. Oh,
like 3 satellites?
768, somewhere around there, maybe slightly earlier than that.
Okay. Because now you fuck up.
But this is
telecommunication.
No, maybe. It depends on where you do it, I guess. But a solar flare could fuck up all of our communication. Yeah. One good blast, and all of our satellites are gone. Starfish Prime is a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by it's just a test, Gregory. A joint effort of the Atomic Energy Commission and the Defense Atomic Support 62 was launched from Johnston Atoll in July 9, 1962. It's the largest nuclear test conducted in outer space and one of 5 conducted by the U.S. in space. A Thor rocket, imagine a rocket. Yeah. Thor. Containing a W-49 thermonuclear warhead designed at Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, and a mock MK-2 re-entry vehicle was launched from Johnston Atoll in the Pacific Ocean, about 900 miles west-southwest of Hawaii. The explosion took place at an altitude of 250 miles. Not that high. No, that's not that high. That's right at the border of where I think the belts start. I think the belts start around 300, 350, something like that. Starfish test was one of 5 high-altitude tests grouped together as Operation Fishbowl. I think in Hawaii they had power outages because of it. Wow. But did they have power outages? Did it say they have power outages in Hawaii? Did it say anything? This is all Wikipedia thing, right? I believe they did. I think that was one of the issues. After effects. Okay, here it goes. While some of the energetic beta particles followed the Earth's magnetic field and illuminated the sky, other high-energy electrons became trapped and formed radiation belts around the Earth. The added electrons increased the intensity of the electrons within the natural inner Van Allen radiation belt by several orders of magnitude. There was much uncertainty and debate about the composition, magnitude, and potential adverse effects from the trapped radiation after the detonation. The weaponeers became quite worried when 3 satellites in low Earth orbit were disabled. These included the TRAAC and the Transit 4B. The half-life of the energetic electrons was only a few days. A At the time, it was not known that solar and cosmic particle fluxes varied by a factor of 10, and energies could exceed 1 MeV, whatever that means, in the months that followed. These man-made radiation belts eventually caused 6 or more satellites to fail. As radiation damaged their solar arrays or electronics, including the first commercial relay communications satellite, Telstar, yeah, as well as the United Kingdom's first satellite. Detectors on Telstar, TRAAC engine and Area 1 were used to measure the distribution of radiation produced by the tests.
So we fucked up England.
These guys are out of their fucking minds.
Hey, fuck it. Let's try this.
They're so crazy. Oh, wait, look at this. Explosion in outer space, the fallout from Starfish Prime was less than other ground tests. Estimate for its health impacts and excess deaths, including from thyroid cancer, are hard to find. But overall excess deaths impact of thousands of above ground tests have likely amounted between $10,000 and $100,000. Just from the tests. That's what killed John Wayne.
Oh, is that right?
John Wayne and the whole cast of the movie he was on got cancer. And they did these westerns out in Nevada. And
That's what I meant before when I said Oklahoma, I meant Nevada.
Yeah. Nevada, a bunch of them. Yeah. That's why there's like, let's make a deal. The Conqueror, 220 people on the set of The Conqueror. 91 were diagnosed with cancer, including both Wayne, who died in 1979-72, and his co-star, Susan Hayward, who died in 1975 at 57.
Dude, John Wayne looked a lot older than 72 in the end.
That was a different time.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's 8
Yeah.
days.
They had no sunblock, no vegetables.
It just came up with margarine.
Yeah. Big. You know, the non-stick surfaces on pants were made out of fucking toxins.
That was going to be in. Rough time. Dies in 72.
The dude.
Well, I'll tell you. AI. Quentin Tarantino movie. John Wayne. The Last Gunslinger.
They say when, remember when Brando had the indigenous woman go up and accept his Oscar?
And she wasn't really indigenous.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she was a con man.
Apparently John Wayne, when they had to physically restrain John Wayne.
Oh, he went nutty. Yeah, he went nutty. Yeah, that lady was crazy. Her sister's like,
yeah.
we're not Indian. Yeah, that wasn't her name. Yeah, she was outraged. John Wayne had to be restrained by 6 guards during the Marlon Brando Oscar. I'll tell you what. To find out that lady was not really Native American. She had made it all up. She came up with a fake name. She got up there with the whole poncho on and everything. The ponytails. She had the big tails.
Halloween with the Oscars.
Bro, she was like one of the first people that stole culture.
And she spoke in like a broken English.
Amazing.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, my sister ratted her out. I'm pretty sure it was her sister.
What's up,
Well, that's
Lance?
I mean, talk about
You find that story?
pre-internet, like the woman who ended up like being a leader for the NAACP, and she wasn't.
Oh, Rachel Dolezal.
She was
Yeah.
Jewish. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, back then you couldn't be transracial, but I think that's coming. I think she's ahead of her time.
Yeah.
I think she's ahead of her time. I think you could probably be trans-white. I don't know what to call it. Trans-white's like, that's right. Yeah, I identify as white. Okay. No one cares. You know, like no one gets outraged when a woman turns to a man. You're like, okay, probably shouldn't have done that, but good luck to you. Nobody gets mad. Like you're appropriating male culture. If women get mad when men become women and then want to go into women's room and appropriate women culture and then join women's groups and tell women what to do, and they're biological males who identify as women get very upset. But if like a biological woman wants to hang out with guys and wants to pretend to be a guy, and like, yeah, I want to get on the board. Like, oh, it's Frank. Okay, Frank. Join the board. Who cares? Yeah. I guess not true. Oh, that's fake.
Debunk it every few years.
Maybe he knew she wasn't really into it.
Maybe it's one of them chewing on things. So what is the lady? The story about the lady. That's what I really want to know about. Because that's kooky. There's a kooky thing that people do with the internet. They always pretend to be Native American. The only pretends are Polish. I've got Polish roots. Like no one does that.
No one
No one
says
says
the
that.
Irish.
Yeah, no one says I'm German
Yeah.
when you're actually not.
Although some people pretend they're not German.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
true.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, they moved to Argentina.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, in Brazil. Communities in Brazil speak German.
Voice for Brazil.
Oh yeah, they preach German. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like they had that show Finding Hitler, and you go down there and there's like people that have like photos of SS troops on their wall. That was Grandpa. You wear lederhosen at fucking Oktoberfest down there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hell's Gate. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You have a story?
That was going around 2022, and more recently, there's a documentary made. Someone hired someone to look into all of this stuff, and it's just reading through this. I think they might have found something that says that there is some sort of
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that the gal was, she had some issues. Was kind of like making stuff up.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
That's fun.
Yeah. Wow, wait, but she's fun to hang out with.
Yeah.
Let's pretend to be an Indian. Like, okay, let's go camping.
Let's see what you really got.
Yeah, shake hands, start a fire. Good against two rocks.
Jab.
How do you guys start fire?
Here's my blog. Everything.
Yeah, this is just rather yeah. Pull the story up. So God damn it, ad blockers. It's just that thing of people wanting to be something other than what they are is very weird, you know. But the grass is always green. You know, pretend to be again. Yeah, like there she is. Yeah, Sasheen Littlefeather. What a great name. Probably about Native American ancestry, sister's claim. It's a fraud. It's disgusting to the heritage of the tribal people, and it's just insulting to my parents. She was a nutty lady. She was pretty though too. Yeah, she was gorgeous. That's probably how she tricked Marlon Brando.
Oh, yeah.
She's probably hot. She rubbed up against him. He's like, "Hey, I'm Indian. Why don't you do anything?" That guy was hot as fuck. And got it up. Gained 350 pounds. Yeah, hung out by himself.
I just gotta adjust my fingers.
That's probably not so good. You know, you talk about like original comics, but he's the original actor. Yeah, you know, Streetcar Named Desire. Watch that movie.
Yeah.
Like nobody acted like that back then.
Well, it was